In the realm of novels, to advance the main narrative, supporting characters often suffer significant intellectual diminishment, and the protagonists frequently endure forced reductions in their own sagacity. Take, for instance, the contemporary romance genre, where a top-tier movie star, despite his affluent circumstances, finds himself inexplicably adored by a leading actress who is enamored with a man bearing facial scars. Willing to play the role of his devoted admirer. This scenario is indeed perplexing. In the realm of ancient romantic tragedies, the protagonists experience a love so profound that they seem impervious to death, yet the renowned healer inexplicably sustains injuries that lead to blindness, rendering the plot's direction bewildering. And then there is Gu Wei, this unfortunate soul who, after finally securing a role as the antagonist, discovers, to her dismay, that she has chosen the wrong gender. But what of it? Who decrees that a young woman cannot carve out her own path as a formidable villain? Gu Wei is determined to crush the protagonists underfoot with her feminine prowess. Transported into this narrative, Gu Wei forges an alliance with an extraordinary antagonist system, acquiring a plethora of formidable skills. Within the confines of the academic world, she employs her exceptional intellect and cunning to subdue the once dominant campus bully, rendering him utterly compliant, such that he dares not breathe in her presence. Upon entering the realm of immortality, while others toil to discover their spiritual roots and absorb ethereal energy, Gu Wei, utilizing the spiritual artifacts bestowed by her system, swiftly ascends through the ranks, her every gesture exuding tremendous magical prowess. Those who consider themselves righteous protagonists and their followers can merely flee in the face of her overwhelming strength. As Gu Wei engages in numerous confrontations with the protagonists, her power continually escalates, and her renown swiftly spreads across the various realms. Some harbor a deep-seated resentment towards her, gnashing their teeth in their desire for her downfall. Others are captivated by her strength and intelligence, secretly following her lead. Yet, Gu Wei remains indifferent to the gazes of others, her sole ambition being to shatter the shackles of the protagonist's halo within this novelistic realm brimming with rules and constraints. With the essence of a woman, she endeavors to carve out a path uniquely her own, one that epitomizes the dominance of a formidable antagonist. Chapter 1. The system chose me, but I got my gender wrong. On a scorching summer day, the laborious task of bricklaying can still be quite delightful. Gu Wei was pushing a cart full of bricks towards the other side of the construction site, contemplating whether to have pickled vegetables or steamed buns for dinner. Perhaps she could treat her partner to a hot pot? Unfortunately, her partner had yet to be born, and she needed to purchase a set of chess pieces from the store. "Hey buddy, run!" a voice shouted urgently, breaking through the air. As Gu Wei lifted her gaze, she beheld a steel rebar perilously close to her handsome face, mere millimeters away. In the next instant, with a resounding thud, her life came to an abrupt end. The bricks in her cart tumbled out, crashing down upon her head. To her astonishment, Gu Wei discovered she still retained awareness. Just as she thought she might earn the dubious title of the male lead with the swiftest demise in history, a mech Honeycow voice echoed clearly in her mind. Romance development system binding in progress. Countdown commencing. 10. Wait a moment. Gu Wei instinctively attempted to interject. Binding complete, Gu Wei. Splendid. She had not been afforded a moment to process the situation. Even undressing requires time. Does it not? Please select your gendered. A translucent light screen materialized before Gu Wei, its edges adorned with intricate golden symbols. Upon it, two resplendent words shimmered, causing a slight ache in his eyes. Female or male? Gu Wei, whose vision was already less than stellar, felt an urgent desire to escape this terrifying system. Instinctively, he chose the left option. However, the configuration of male on the left, female on the right, was utterly nonsensical in the face of the system. Selecting gender as female? Gu Wei was taken aback by the surprise in the electronic voice, and he was equally astonished. Due to the host's preference for a female form, the soul modification mode is being initiated with a current progress of 0.01. Wait a moment, I am male. Modification complete. Attribute panel generated. System. Gu Wei could no longer contain his frustration. Speaking through clenched teeth, is this some sort of expedited download? How can it be so fast? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt as if pricked by a tiny, soft needle. When he glanced down, he found himself in an entirely different expanse of white space. Well then, what should have been was gone, and what should not have appeared. Regrettably, her soul form was shrouded in mist, allowing her only to catch a hazy glimpse of her exquisite visage in a standing mirror within the space. Her long, slender legs swayed gently in the fog, suggesting a pleasing appearance. Yet this had little to do with her desire to obliterate the system. "My name is A.C." A melodious voice resonated in Gu Wei's ears. "A.C.? Was the system a girl?" Just from the sound of her voice, one could envision a graceful beauty. A.C.'s voice is melodious, yet it is insufficient to sway Gu Wei. After years of honing her skills in the canyon, her heart had grown as cold as an ice staff, having been scolded by the mid-lane. However, a small issue arose. "Can I live now? Your corpse has already turned into a puddle of mire." No sooner had A.C.'s words echoed than a photograph of a corpse appeared on the screen, and judging by the fur color, it unmissed. "Inexplicably belonged to Gu Wei. Then how do I resurrect?" Gu Wei inquired. "Rest assured, the system will provide a body that suits you perfectly." Was the task at hand? Gu Wei had already surrendered a white flag to System A.C. Before she could grasp the situation, the panel before her vanished, replaced by a row of books shimmering with ethereal white light. Gu Wei casually flipped open one of the books, revealing a line of gilded text. "After rebirth, I was pursued by a stunning superstar wife." This title, Gu Wei furrowed her brow. Detection indicates the host has chosen the world initiating transport. In the next moment, a cis voice resounded. Before Gu Wei could react, her entire being vanished into a dense, white expanse. Book plot transmission in progress. The female protagonist, Anwan, was once the most prominent first-tier celebrity in the country. In her leisure time, she became infatuated with a gaming tech streamer, a Chun, captivated by his skills. Subsequently, they met in person, discovering that he was a low-key, yet handsome tech streamer, the male protagonist, Yin Chun. With a perfect life system at his disposal, Yinxing only needed to lift a finger to accomplish an exceedingly simple task, enabling him to transfer billions to Anwan, while luxury cars piled up in abundance. Pursued by such a paragon, Anwan found herself lost in admiration, indulging in daydreams and neglecting her ambitions. However, less than 6 months after their marriage, upon the arrival of their child, Anwan inexplicably discovered that her son bore an unattractive appearance, starkly contrasting. With their combined genetics, the once handsome Yinxing, in her eyes, had morphed into a greasy, pockmarked figure. Anwan yearned for divorce, being youthful and beautiful. How could she resign herself to a man so disfigured that his mere presence made her nauseous? Yet, she had previously deemed Yinxing to possess considerable talent and business acumen, thus entrusting her family's company to him for management. When Anwan regretted her decision and sought divorce, how could Yinxing, now at the pinnacle of his life, acquiesce to her desires? He framed her for infidelity, leaving her with nothing, all while donning a fabricated visage created by a rogue system and seducing a rising internet celebrity. Having perused the narrative, and Xiao Wei, otherwise known as Gu Wei, rubbed her temples in exasperation. What an absurd plot this was. Based on the host's performance in this world, the task completion level is assessed during the world settlement. A settlement panel will appear. The current progress of the main storyline task is at 0. Please strive harder. Host, A.C. stated before vanishing. And Xiao Wei then stood before the mirror. Before her stood a petite and charming young girl, resembling a shy white orchid on the verge of blooming. Her flowing hair cascaded down to her waist, while her porcelain skin, as pristine as a freshly peeled egg, radiated a subtle blush. Her lips were a vivid red, and her pearly white teeth sparkled with a gentle smile. She exuded an intoxicating fragrance. Her arms were delicate, akin to tender bamboo shoots, and a gentle pinch would leave faint traces of rosy hues. Beneath her sheer white dress, her slender and elongated legs hinted at elegance. This was undoubtedly the visage of a first love. Was this her? Indeed, this was her beloved wife. And Xiao Wei pinched her own cheeks, smooth and tender as an egg. Marveling at how exquisite her skin appeared, she could already imagine the beauty of Anwan. What did this mean? Could it be that in the next moment after teletransportation, her target would perish? Would she even survive such a fate? and Xiao Wei inhaled sharply, pushed open the door, and beheld a woman with curly hair lounging on the sofa. Her legs, as white as jade, rested upon the coffee table, embodying the beauty she had only ever seen on television, fair-skinned and enchanting, with refined features subtly concealed that ed within her neckline. Her lips were extraordinarily soft and red. She lightly bit her lower lip while simultaneously engaging in a game, her frustration evident as she tugged ADH. Her hair. Honey, I was wrong, she exclaimed playfully. Chapter 2. My celebrity sister is a love-struck admirer too, and Wan had not donned her headphones, allowing Xiao Wei to hear a gentle male voice emanating from the other side. It's all right, darling, just be more careful next time. Stick with me, and it'll lead you to victory to An Xiao Wei. Oh, she was astonished to realize that she no longer had goosebumps, as they had already fallen away. Could these two individuals be any more greasy and repulsive? And Xiao Wei found herself experiencing a sensation akin to morning sickness. Meanwhile, immersed in the tender voice of her beloved husband, Anwan finally came to her senses as Xiao Wei approached her. She hurriedly turned off the microphone and lifted her beautiful eyes to gaze at her dear sister. Xiao Wei, I just ordered takeout. The food is warming up in the kitchen. Anwan felt an overwhelming sense of panic. She nearly bit her tongue in her anxiety. Having relied on each other since childhood, they had faced the loss of their mother and the abandonment of their father, whose theft of the family fortune left them alone. And one had single-handedly covered Xiao Wei's tuition. Fortunately, in her youth, she had been discovered by a talent scout and had risen from child star to a leading actress, making it manageable to support Xiao Wei. After all, Xiao Wei was a delightful sister to raise, though there was a small issue. Xiao Wei had a profound aversion to men, a lingering effect of their father's betrayal. If Xiao Wei were to discover that she was engaging in an online romance with someone whose identity remained unknown, her impression of Anwan would surely plummet. As Anwan fidgeted restlessly, Xiao Wei suddenly exclaimed, "Are you married? Is your partner male or female? Where do they live? How many houses and cars do they have? Of course, these details are trivial. I think it would be better for you to support 5 handsome young men instead." While Anwan was still bewildered by the barrage of questions, the last remark made her burst into laughter. "Xiao Wei, please don't joke around. I just have a slight crush. Just a little." As she spoke, Anwan tightened her grip on her skirt, a delicate blush blooming on her fair cheeks, revealing her shyness. Those who understood, understood. And Xiao Wei sighed. If I had experienced such an online romance back in the day, with a celebrity devotedly adoring me, I wouldn't have spent 5 years toiling on a construction site. She remarked to the system. A seed out of C fell silent for a moment. Oh, you really admire celebrities? Not at all, and Xiao Wei replied, shaking her head. Yet, she pondered why the system inquired about it. She returned from the kitchen with the steaming takeout, settling on the sofa, nibbling her meal while casting glances at Anwan. Anwan, feeling a wave of hesitation, grimaced as she addressed Yin Chun, whose gaming ID was Zhuohua. My sister is here, so they'll hold off on the mic for now. Zhuohua. Then you should put on your headphones first. Zhuohua. By the way, Yao Yao, I heard you're in Bifang City too. How about we meet up? I'm in Lanling District. Upon seeing the words Lanling District, Anwan's heart skipped a beat. She too resided in Lanling District. Silently, she donned her headphones, and a profoundly gentle and magnetic voice caressed her heart. I long to see you. Those words struck her deeply. Anwan could vividly imagine the kind of refined gentleman who uttered them. It was utterly captivating. What a crime it was. How could her husband's voice be so enchanting? Anwan felt her heart racing uncontrollably, as if a fawn were desperately attempting to escape. That fawn bore the weight of emotions far beyond its years. Peach Blossom. All right, provide me with the address. I am free this afternoon. As she typed this, her hands trembled incessantly. After 3 long years of online romance with this man, she finally glimpsed the light at the end of the tunnel. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei observed her flushed visage and unsteady hands, raising an eyebrow slightly. Is this a fit of excitement? She is meeting the male lead this afternoon. To thwart their budding relationship, you must ensure that this date goes awry, as C remarked. Are you certain my presence won't make Anwan think I am being unreasonable? What if it accelerates their emotional connection? Though Xiao Wei had never been in love, she had indeed consumed her fair share of melodramatic novels. Obstacles often serve as catalysts for the protagonist's romantic escalation. While this may be a light-hearted tale, currently basking in sweetness, it is bound by the laws of narrative. The defiance of adulthood can be quite severe the more one forbids, the more determined one becomes. Back in the day, when Xiao Wei was working in an electronics factory, she refused to work overtime and insisted on leaving. Consequently, she was dismissed on the spot. I want to smoke, I want to drink, I want to perm my hair in a luscious waves, and I also want to date Eo, and I want to do it right in front of Juan. See that you're abandoning your persona. This is ill-advised and will raise Juan's suspicions. And Xiao Wei had cultivated an image of a gentle and demure individual, albeit somewhat reclusive. Very well. If you insist, I shall accompany you to observe. If all else fails, I shall devise a plan to tarnish the male lead's reputation. After all, he is hardly a paragon of virtue. And Xiao Wei's thoughts swirled as she observed her sister and Juan, who had just finished playing a game, neglecting to explain her online romance predicament. And Juan hurried into the cloakroom, determined to present herself well for her first encounter with a man she admired. Xiao Wei, what style do you think I should adopt for my appearance? Should I go for something demure and elegant, or perhaps alluring? And Juan pondered, feeling the weight of preparation for her outing. With her remarkable classical beauty, she could embody virtually any character. Surely, her husband would appreciate a refined persona. Perhaps a cheap pal? Yet, it seemed unsuitable for a date. As she mused, and Xiao Wei approached, her incredulity apparent. Are you going to meet your online love interest? She queried, genuinely believing her sister had lost her mind. After all, Juan was a prominent star, her posters plastered across the streets, and now she was contemplating a transition from virtual to reality. It seemed utterly absurd. It would be far better for that male lead to view the television ratings and witness the brilliance of the female lead, Juan, in action much more captiva, ting in motion, and oh, no, it's not like that. Ningjia just called me on meeting with the screenwriter today to discuss the script, so I must dress appropriately, Juan explained, feigning composure. As an actress, her performance skills were unparalleled among her contemporaries, yet they seemed to falter in front of her younger sister. All right then, when will Ningjia be picking you up? And Xiao Wei inquired, familiar with Ningjia and Juan's manager, Ning Maching. Their father had once propelled Juan to stardom, and her professional capabilities were unquestionable. Without the presence of the male protagonist, with Ning Moking's assistance, Juan would undoubtedly achieve a successful transformation and rise to become a super first-tier star. Upon hearing Xiao Wei's words, a bead of sweat trickled down Juan's temple. Xiao Wei is indeed not easily deceived. She'll be here shortly. You should go rest now. You have just completed your internship and still need to write your graduation thesis, right? Focus on that, and once you graduate, you can secure a good job. Chapter 3. My star sister is a love-struck fool. 3. As Juan spoke, she selected a rather unremarkable outfit, a refreshing little dress paired with a denim jacket, exuding a vibrant youthful charm. Noticing that Xiao Wei did not press further, Juan let out a sigh of relief and proceeded to spend an hour crafting an artfully understated makeup look, determined to leave a favorable impression on the one she admired. Merely thinking of that person's voice made her feel as though her legs could scarcely support her. How could there exist a voice so melodious in this world? It was simply astonishing. And Juan stepped out, almost in a state of infatuation. Her condition, bordering on obsession, seemed irredeemable. Perhaps it would be better to abandon the endeavor altogether. Xiao Wei tossed the takeout into the trash and remarked to a C. Yet, her nature was inherently kind. At least, she treated her younger sister, Xiao Wei, with utmost affection. After her divorce from Yinshin, and Juan, now a mother, chose to remain absent from her sister's life, wishing to spare her newlywed sister any additional burden. Otherwise, Xiao Wei would not have been so willing to devote her heart and soul to assist her sister. All right, I understand, Xiao Wei replied, having had little experience with matters of the heart, rendering her somewhat oblivious. However, she had previously rescued stray dogs and cats, which was somewhat similar. She hurriedly grabbed her keys and stepped outside, where 2 small red dots illuminated on the white glow panel. This was a navigation device provided by the system, specifically designed to track the whereabouts of the protagonists. Yin Shun possessed a wild system aura, coupled with the male lead's charisma, making it effortless to enchant Juan. So, what means exist to eliminate him? And Xiao Wei sat in the taxi, her gaze fixed on the 2 shifting points ahead, sharpening her resolve to confront the male protagonist. Mutual pursuit? If Anwan were aware that her counterpart bore a face marred by scars, she would undoubtedly be displeased. Asi was taken aback. Have you ever encountered a male lead who meets his demise at the outset of a tale? Moreover, this is a contemporary society where such actions are frowned upon. And should Anwan discover this, it would likely result in a rift between the sisters. Clearly, this outcome was not what the original character and Gu Wei had envisioned. And what of the system? Is there any way to vanquish it? With the male protagonist's halo and the system's enhancement of his looks. And Gu Wei believed that this system was indeed the pivotal nuisance. I possess a method to eliminate it, but regrettably, as this is a novice task, unless you operate under my influence, you may not complete it. The rewards from the novice gift pack are exceedingly generous. Asi wished to assist in Gu Wei but found herself powerless. If the rogue system were to perish, the task would be accomplished, leaving readers with nothing to engage with. Very well, I understand. And Gu Wei refrained from engaging the system in idle chatter. Soon enough, they arrived at the restaurant where the male and female leads would meet. Rather than a restaurant, it was more akin to a small noodle shop. The male lead, Yinshin, now in his senior year, evidently had yet to be fully imbued with the rogue system's radiant influence, possessing only his visage and voice. He was entirely unaware that his online romantic interest was none other than the trending star, Anwan. The system had orchestrated his arrival, claiming that by securing a single kiss from his online beloved, he would be rewarded with a seaside villa in the suburbs. Upon catching sight of the enchanting beauty donning a white mask, Yin Chen's eyes glimmered with a hint of infatuation and fervor, his gaze inevitably drifting to Anwan's slender and elongated legs. Such exquisite legs, adorned in sheer black stockings, ignited his imagination, conjuring visions of galloping across the vast grasslands of Hulunber. Meanwhile, Anwan, arriving on the scene, beheld a man clad merely in a white shirt and denim jeans. Indeed, he embodied her imaginings, clean and handsome, his striking visage rivaled that of any celebrity, his eyes seemingly harboring the expanse of the cosmos. Yet, he continued to behold her legs, provoking a mix of annoyance and shyness within her. Flushed and her heart racing, Anwan approached Yinshin, only to have him grasp her hand. His warm fingertips brushed against her hand's back, lingering momentarily in a gentle caress. Anwan felt herself teetering on the brink of fainting. How striking! This man possessed an uncanny charm. His palm exuded warmth, enveloping her in a sense of security. However, despite being lost in her daydreams, Anwan merely flushed to the tips of her ears, carefully concealing any signs of her infatuation. She was determined to leave a favorable impression on the man she adored. Meanwhile, Gu Wei, observing from a distance, raised an eyebrow at Anwan, who seemed to be nearly strutting down a runway. Was she truly unwell? It was merely a hand-holding, after all, and the date was set in a modest noodle shop, a venue Anwan had not frequented since her childhood as a starlet. There was no hope for her now. She might as well prepare for a fanfare. At this rate, she would be seated at the children's table. And Gu Wei felt an urge to leave the scene altogether. During the filming, Anwan had encountered numerous stars. Yet Yin Chen's face could merely be deemed above average among the crowd. However, Anwan had previously shared a kiss scene with a universally adored male model. And at that time, she had never displayed such infatuation. Moreover, the moment Yin Chen laid eyes on Anwan, he was fixated on her legs. Had it been the former Anwan, she would have slapped him without hesitation. The male lead's aura is truly formidable. I believe there is still a chance for redemption. As Asi's words fell, a Maserati came to a halt before Gu Wei. The window rolled down from the inside, revealing a figure clad in a light green gown, with cascading dark hair and a delicate visage, reminiscent of spring blossoms and autumn chrysanthemums. Her cheeks adorned with charming dimples that glowed like the evening sun. Gu Wei, what brings you here? Where is Xiaowan? Ning Mo Qing inquired with a charming smile. I'm here for a meal. I'm famished, and Gu Wei replied, instantly recognizing Ning Mo Qing upon receiving the system notification. What a coincidence, I'm quite hungry as well. I just left my parents' place. Are you in the mood for Western cuisine, Chinese food, or perhaps Japanese fare? As Ning Mo Qing parked the car, she saw Gu Wei darting into a noodle shop. The little one ran with remarkable speed, yet Ning Mo Qing still caught a glimpse of her retreating figure. Why the rush? We've known each other for so many years, Ning Mo Qing mused as she entered the establishment, spotting Gu Wei seated at the second-to-last table in the farthest corner. There was also a young couple present. The male appeared rather decent, while the female's silhouette seemed oddly familiar. And one had not worn her outfit much today, hence Ning Mo Qing failed to recognize her at first glance. She took a few steps to reach Gu Wei's side, and just as she was about to speak after sitting down opposite her, and Xiao Wei gestured for her to remain silent. Just then, Ning Maching heard a voice behind her that was exceedingly familiar. My identity is somewhat inconvenient. You should know me, just call me Xiao Wan. And Wan's voice was soft, yet it was distinctly heard by Ning Maching. It was no wonder she had spotted Xiao Wei here. However, she had never seen In Wan frequent such a humble eatery. Opposite her, Yinshin chuckled softly, then lowered his voice, laced with a teasing tone. Why don't you call me husband anymore? Chapter 4. My superstar sister is a love-struck fool. 4. The idea of a celebrity referring to him as husband was quite exhilarating. Countless individuals fantasized about the female star before them, oblivious to the fact that Yinshin was the true victor in life. Indeed, he had been correct in listening to the system. Had it not been for the earlier encounter with the CP, a V10 with a melodious voice, he would never have considered revealing himself. Upon hearing Yinshin's alluring tone, In Wan felt her heart flutter like a rabbit, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Was this appropriate? Yet, if she refrained from addressing him as such, would Yinshin be displeased? Thus, she decided to call him that. Husband. Her voice was both delicate and soft. Meanwhile, Ning Maching's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Her father and the stars he revered, along with countless affluent individuals and top-tier male celebrities who looked down upon In Wan, could scarcely comprehend why she would refer to a man clad in a cheap shirt and jeans as husband in this dilapidated eatery. Ning Maching was nearly incensed enough to overturn the table. Your noodles. The waiter approached, delivering a bowl of noodles adorned with greasy greens and minced meat, causing Ning Maching to suppress a wave of nausea. A sprinkle of minced garlic would enhance the flavor. Beside her, and Xiao Wei remained calm and composed. One must adapt to circumstances. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. She needed to discern the true nature of this male protagonist to address him appropriately. Just as Ning Maching was about to rise in indignation, and Xiao Wei grasped her hand. Her small, cool hand somewhat quelled Ning Maching's ire. Do not rush, observe first. And Xiao Wei typed a line on her phone, urging Ning Maching to maintain her composure. Reluctantly, Ning Maching lowered her head and continued to eat. The greasy noodles combined with the oily presence of In Wan and Yinshin nearly overwhelming her in the noodle shop. As the couple prepared to stand, and Xiao Wei hurriedly pulled Ning Maching outside, where they hid in the car, watching the pair through the window. Meanwhile, Yinshin was deep in thought, plotting how to obtain a kiss from the big star. A seaside villa, he mused. Just then, his phone rang and he answered. While In Wan perked up her ears. It was a girl's voice, lively and charming. A pang of jealousy struck In Wan, yet it was only natural. The man she admired was exceptionally talented, skilled at gaming, and handsome. Noticing In Wan's gaze fixed upon him, Yinshin instinctively clarified, this is my childhood friend. His childhood friend came from a wealthy family, yet he knew the significance of the big star in front of him. Besides, his childhood friend had once looked down on him. Now that he had grown more attractive, she was suddenly interested. Women, he chuckled inwardly. Indeed, there is another girl. In Wan bit her lip, observing Yinshin as he ended the call. Is she exceptionally beautiful? She yes, passable, he replied. Yinshin was not adept at romance. The flirtatious lines he uttered were merely taught to him by the system. Upon hearing this, In Wan gazed at the man before her, fixating on his thin lips. It was evident that no one had ever kissed him. He already had her as his girlfriend, so he ought not to entertain other interests. A pang of jealousy struck her. She felt compelled to remind Yinshin that she was his girlfriend. That infuriating fellow could only belong to her. With this thought, In Wan rose onto her tiptoes, causing Yinshin to widen his eyes in surprise. Here it comes. The seaside villa was approaching, accompanied by a starlet. Just as Yinshin anticipated a gentle and fragrant embrace, he found himself disappointed as he opened his eyes to see a cold-faced young girl grasping In Wan's hand. In Wan stood awkwardly in place. Surely, she hadn't allowed her younger sister to witness this? Sister Ning is looking for you. She's in the car. And Xiao Wei indicated toward the vehicle, where a head peeked out from the window. And Wan had no choice but to bid farewell to Yinshin, hastily donning her mask and stepping into the car. Damn it, why were Xiao Wei and Sister Ning here? Meanwhile, Yinshin felt a sense of despair. The seaside villa was gone, and the most vexing part was that the system's task had a time limit. If not completed within 3 hours, he would face an electric shock as punishment. He stared at the young girl before him, his anger simmering, yet he managed to maintain a charming smile. Hello, my name is Yinshin. Yinshin extended his hand, and In Wan's younger sister appeared rather naive and inexperienced. Utilizing his charismatic personality, Yinshin was convinced that the girl before him would harbor some affection for him. Ever since he encountered the system, this had been the case. The girls he passed by gazed at him with infatuated eyes, a sensation he relished. Every man delights in such adoring glances. However, he remained steadfastly loyal, having eyes only for Inwan. Ah, I understand. And Xiao Wei replied nonchalantly. Shall we exchange WeChat? Suddenly, she produced her phone. Could it be that little one's sister has developed feelings for him? Yanqin mused, his heart racing, yet he knew he could only ever love one person in this lifetime. This adorable little sister could only refer to him as brother-in-law. It would be even better if she could playfully seek his affection. And Xiao Wei, having previously been a man, naturally grasped the nuances of male thoughts. She had encountered many like Yanqin before, though they were all mere losers, lacking any chance of being chosen by the system. However, after observing him for a moment, she glanced up to find a golden halo shimmering above Yanqin's head. Was this the protagonist halo? It left Xiao Wei momentarily blinded. This is my WeChat ID. I have admired Inwan for quite some time. If you encounter any troubles in life, feel free to reach out to me. And I shall assist you, Yanqin proclaimed, his tone imbued with a subtle air of arrogance, aided by the system. Had he been aware that his online romantic interest was a famous star, he would have surely borrowed money for a lavish dinner. However, having only been with the system for a few days, the earnings from his game streaming were not yet accessible. Very well. And Xiao Wei replied with a smile that failed to reach her eyes. She was acutely aware that she had caused Yanqin's mission to falter. However, if Yanqin succeeded, the original owner, and Xiao Wei, would undoubtedly be displeased. Asi had just informed her that the higher the completion rate of the task, the more soul light and Xiao Wei might provide. Thus, she resolved to extinguish the burgeoning connection between the two at its inception. Why have I become infatuated? Ningjia, you know who I am. I have no affection for those in the circle. They're all so insincere. How many of those faces are genuine? Yanqin, with his striking looks and profound character, is simply the one I admire. Chapter 5, My celebrity sister is a devoted admirer, is that so? Ning Maching found herself both amused and exasperated by Inwan's words. Yet, upon seeing Xiao Wei open the door and take a seat in the passenger side, she pressed her lips together slightly. Meanwhile, Yanqin was left in a state of despair. As soon as he departed, the system's cold voice echoed in his ears. Mission failed, electric shock punishment commencing. Instantly, a surge of electricity coursed through him, rendering him nearly unconscious. And for a fleeting moment, he felt as though his heart had ceased to beat. Weak and defeated, he collapsed to the ground. When they next crossed paths, he vowed to exert more effort. Is this truly the extent of your ideas? Asi inquired of Xiao Wei. I can comprehend your intent to have Inwan accompany you in the game, but what do you mean by attempting to seduce her with a man? Asi found the notion ludicrous. Then should I be the one to seduce her? That's absurd. Are you suggesting I should end up in prison for this? And Xiao Wei pondered for a moment and concluded that these were the only two methods to divert Inwan's attention. Alternatively, she could persuade Ning Maching to arrange for Inwan to join several film crews heading into the mountains. It is preferable to be in a location devoid of signal. However, within the narrative of the novel, such circumstances seemingly culminate in the adage that absence makes the heart grow fonder. It is entirely possible that after a mere month, Inwan may come to realize that Yanqin is her true love, inadvertently propelling the romantic development between the protagonists. And Xiao Wei mused to herself, contemplating that perhaps death would hold little significance for her. What if she could pay 200 yuan and have the deities orchestrate her funeral? Regardless, she resolved to keep a vigilant eye on Inwan's subsequent movements and to cultivate a favorable rapport with Ning Imoqing. With this thought in mind, and Xiao Wei turned her gaze toward Ning Imoqing, who was seated on the sofa negotiating with Inwan. Upon discovering that Inwan had registered her gaming account under a pseudonym, Ning Imoqing exhaled a sigh of relief. You are somewhat clever. Should others learn that you have bound yourself to a gaming streamer in a virtual relationship, your fans would certainly be dismayed. Do you not find him to be quite remarkable, Qing? Inwan, aware that she could not out-argue her manager, nestled beside Ning Imoqing, grasping her delicate hand and blinking her eyes in a plaintive manner. This tactic had previously proven infallible for her in managing Ning Imoqing's sentiments. Alas, this time, Ning Imoqing remained impervious to Inwan's charms. While I will not interfere with your online romance, you must ensure that your identity remains concealed. And do refrain from parading about in public without a mask. Should you be inundated by fans, it will be beyond my purview to assist you. Bear in mind, some fans can be quite fervent, and a significant portion of Inwan's admirers are male. All right, I understand. I concede my error. I shall certainly remember to wear a mask next time I venture out. However, Inwan did not dare to voice this thought. having grown up alongside Ning Maching. Their bond was naturally profound, further deepened by her father's benevolence towards Ning. At present, Yanqin did not hold enough significance in her heart to overshadow Ning Maching, let alone Xiao Wei. All right, you should take a look at the new script. I have secured a splendid role for you, a female strategist, rarely requiring male attire on stage. Inspired by a historical figure. If performed well, it could very well earn accolades. Ning Maching gently patted Yuan's shoulder before swiftly stepping over to Xiao Wei's side. Before she could lift her gaze, Ning Maching had already draped her arm around her shoulders. At such close proximity, Xiao Wei could catch a whiff of the delicate fragrance that enveloped Ning, a subtle hint of orchids. Come, let us speak in the study. As Xiao Wei turned her head, she beheld Ning Maching's rounded, fair fingertips. It was summer, and the thin fabric of her clothing allowed her to feel the coolness of Ning's touch. Being so close to another girl for the first time left Xiao Wei's nerves taut. Fortunately, once they reached the study, Ning Maching released her. Now, tell me, Xiao Wei, do you know how long she has been in an online romance? Ning Maching toyed with a pen in one hand, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Throughout the years in the industry, Yuan had maintained her integrity, and with the Ning family being a prominent name in the entertainment world, no scandal had ever been arranged for her. Compared to other stars, Yuan had been remarkably fortunate, aside from a few unfortunate events in her childhood. Having transitioned from a child star, Yuan's beauty had not diminished, paving a smooth path in her career, one that evoked envy in others. It is not that Ning Maching is intent on breaking up the couple, but rather that Yanqin's gaze towards Yuan is no different from that of those lecherous fans. What is particularly alarming is that Yuan, who is usually quite astute, seems to have lost her wits. As if possessed, she is deeply immersed in a romantic relationship. Ning Maching finds this utterly unacceptable. After 3 years, it is only recently that I have come to this realization, and Xiao Wei remarked. To my astonishment, not only does Yanqin engage in entrapment, but he also enjoys ambush tactics, and he has ensnared the infatuated Yuan. It is laughable that this devoted admirer cannot be deterred. Very well, I understand. I will first send her out to film a scene to help her regain her composure. As for Yanqin, do not inform my father about him. Understood? Xiao Wei? Ning Maching inquired with a smile, and Xiao Wei nodded. In Ning Maching's presence, she dared not reveal even the slightest hint. Furthermore, she had another task at hand, sabotage. Yanqin's initial income primarily stemmed from gaming live streams and enticing Yuan. He even casually ventured to a place where he fortuitously encountered Yuan's grandfather. Unbeknownst to her, strangely, Yuan's grandfather took an immediate liking to Yanqin and held him in high regard. Meanwhile, Yuan casually sought out her grandfather, who just happened to be a billionaire, eager to introduce his long-lost granddaughter to Yanqin. All of this occurred by mere coincidence. While she cannot prevent Yanqin from meeting her grandfather, she can expose his dark secrets. Previously, Yanqin was nothing more than an inconsequential streamer, lacking even basic editing skills. Is it possible to locate any of Yanqin's old photographs? And Xiao Wei inquired. The system has indeed erased all previous data regarding Yanqin. The image of Yanqin in the photograph reflects his handsome growth through the years. Yet no one has realized that he did not always appear this way. Even his childhood companion, Taozi, remains perplexed as to why she once deemed Yanqin unattractive. And Xiao Wei immediately grasped the situation. She was taken aback by the system's remarkable capabilities. What's so impressive about it? It is merely a mass of data. Even if it endows the male protagonist with wealth, it merely alters what already exists, C remarked dismissively. And Xiao Wei paused for a moment, then pressed her lips together tightly. The implication of the system was that the money was merely a transfer. In truth, she yearned to directly render the male protagonist impotent. To ensure that Yanqin would no longer be favored, she searched for the game streamer A Chun, and indeed found Yanqin's live broadcast. However, this time, he refrained from showing even his hands, much to the dismay of his legion of female fans. In Chapter 6, My Superstar Sister is a Simp 6. And Xiao Wei observed the barrage of comments in the live stream and glanced at the audience count, which exceeded 10,000. The previous Yanqin had never achieved such prominence. His overnight rise can only be attributed to the system's prowess. But did he use to show his face? And Xiao Wei inquired. Yes, he did. And he was a technical streamer, quite adored by his fans. As for the reason behind his current anonymity, it was due to a failed task during the afternoon, which resulted in a punishment from the system. He was struck by lightning. C replied, his voice laced with barely concealed amusement. And Xiao Wei, showing no regard for the male protagonist's dignity, laughed heartily while banging on the table. Ha ha ha, she exclaimed, laughing so hard that her stomach ached. This is truly a well-deserved turn of events. It is truly repulsive, indeed, to the extent that even a male could feel suffocated by it. However, your adaptability is remarkable. C observed the table thumping in Gu Wei. Typically, hosts of this nature tend to exhibit some degree of discomfort. Nevertheless, I find solace in cute girls. And aside from a few variances in attire, there is little distinction from the norm. And Gu Wei genuinely embraces such a role, although she may be a formidable figure. She has a particular fondness for playing female characters in games. The realm of literature feels akin to gaming, thus she experiences no psychological aversion at present. She relishes the act of dismantling others' glory. By the way, how proficient is he? After observing Yan Chen's gameplay, and Gu Wei sensed that it did not appear to be a product of the system. The system had not bestowed upon him any gaming enhancements. He is, by nature, an avid gamer. C paused momentarily, pondering in Gu Wei's implication. Are you suggesting that you might collide with him during matchmaking? C instinctively inquired. Is that not permissible? And Gu Wei raised her gaze, questioning her. However, borrowing an account is rather troublesome, as no one would willingly allow another to diminish their peak points. Well, I can generate an account for you with a peak score similar to his using the system. But I do not wish to do so without compensation. It is merely a data account, and a C could easily manage that. How much? And Gu Wei comprehended her intent. Moreover, if funds are available, an account could indeed be borrowed, but to influence Yan Chen's mindset, a long-term account would be preferable. However, elevating a new account to the level of Yan Chen would require considerable effort. I do not intend to swindle you out of your money. 10,000 is a reasonable transaction, encompassing all skins, heroes, and emblems within the account. This is merely a fair exchange, not an act of aiding the host. A's calculations were meticulously devised. However, I ponder whether this sum holds any value for you. And Gu Wei found this rather peculiar. If the system were to utilize this money, it would indeed seem somewhat amiss. I could travel abroad or use these funds for a glamorous perm. A spoke with a playful tone. And Gu Wei exclaimed, this system cannot possibly be tainted by her influence. Then I shall transfer the funds to you, she declared. No sooner had she spoken than a white panel materialized before her, displaying a QR code for payment. If there is one thing Gu Wei lacks, it is certainly not money. What family of a protagonist in a dog food novel is devoid of wealth? That would be absurd. She promptly scanned the code, and subsequently, the panel was dismissed. Before long, A transmitted the account credentials to Gu Wei. Upon inspecting the account, she discovered it was filled with virtual data. The previous win rates and fictitious titles were commendable, yet all of it was superficial, as the true win rate on her end displayed a mere 0 matches. And Gu Wei was, after all, an experienced player in the mobile gaming realm. Though she embodied a fierce persona, she delighted in playing cute characters, such as the sunny girl Shi Sure. Previously, she had engaged in the national server, yet she had always hesitated to purchase the coveted FMP skin, Dragon's Elegance. After familiarizing herself with the controls in the training camp, she observed the refreshing and exquisite little dragon girl before her. The immersion was profound. She had truly transformed into an adorable character. And then, she targeted the male protagonist Yan Chen, defeating him with a score of 0 to 10, leaving him with a dismal performance, all red, defeat. Thus, he exited the stream in utter despair. However, live broadcasts are always accompanied by a delay. So C kept an eye on Yan Chen's matchmaking time, waiting for him to finish his game before she called out. And Gu Wei promptly entered the matchmaking. Fortune favored her, and she was matched successfully. C remarked, and Gu Wei, go for it. Little Qing Rong has set her sights on you. And Gu Wei swiftly selected the hero Shi Sure, noticing that her opponent, Yan Chen, confidently chose Ma Chao. She felt an urge to howl with excitement. With the assistance of her support, she cleared the minion wave rapidly, and upon reaching level 2, and Gu Wei moved stealthily along the wall to the area closest to the enemy's first tower. She spotted Yan Chen, initiating her first skill. She struck Yan Chen's Ma Chao. The moment Yan Chen saw her ability, he sensed trouble, before he could react. The formidable support on the opposing side sent him soaring into the air. With a resounding thud, the screen went black, gazing at his lifeless character on the ground. Yan Chen felt his frustration nearly boil over. To make matters worse, Shi Sure's voice echoed. My trial began on the day we met. This, Shi Sure, was infuriating. Did she think that merely donning the skin of a dragon princess made her a true princess? Meanwhile, the chat erupted in laughter. Is Zhubo being tormented by Shi Sure again? Zhubo, don't get distracted. Don't fall for the princess's beauty scheme. Black screen right after joining. This match left Yan Chen in disarray, That Shishir was like a specter, perpetually lurking in the bushes. A Shishir who played more annoyingly than Lan Lingwan. She blinked in and out with reckless abandon. By the time the crystal shattered, Yinchen glanced at his record, 181, 1 kill, and 8 deaths. The popular live broadcasts, supported by a systematic approach, caused many viewers to leave upon witnessing the dismal performance. With a 1-8 record, even my cat plays better, someone remarked. Join us at the factory. I can introduce you to an electronics plant, another chimed in. This streamer is truly lacking in skill, echoed the sentiments of the audience. Seeing the sarcastic comments flood the screen, Yinching took a deep breath. No, he couldn't let these remarks get to him. If he were to lash out in the live chat, not only would he receive a warning, but the hard-won followers would scatter like leaves in the wind. He aimed to become a top-tier streamer, not merely a streamer of decorum. Regaining his composure, Yinching half-jokingly proclaimed, "It seems I'm being targeted, brothers. This player is utterly infuriating. But fret not, it's not a big deal. Next time I encounter her, I shall decisively take her down with my Yuenga." Unbeknownst to him, and Xiao Wei possessed skills beyond just playing mid-lane. She was not intimidated by Yinching. Her speed was honed in the factory. Without hesitation, she continued her ascent in the peak matches. Matching up against Yinching was a simple task, given the current low population at this rank. 2 hours later, Yinching stared in disbelief at his 5 consecutive losses. The scoreboard was a sea of red, a first since he had begun streaming. He had faced that Shishir character 4 times in a row, as if cursed. Chapter 7. Do you mean to find a woman? His face, already pained, felt even worse now, all thanks to that Shishir. Truly, he was having a streak of bad luck. Since acquiring the system, he had never encountered such misfortune. 5 consecutive losses were one thing, but finishing 5th in every match and being successfully reported was another blow entirely. The final game did not end in collision. Yet his mindset had been utterly shattered, resulting in a dismal record. That player, akin to a mischievous dog, resorted to utilizing obscure heroes. Employing wanted to ambush him under the guise of a tower dive. Furthermore, he had the audacity to summon a canine support, demonstrating a blatant disregard for fair play. Seizing the moment when he lacked a sprint, the ambush was executed. It was a game he could not bear. As he prepared for sleep that night, he discovered. To his astonishment, a Shishir nestled beneath his covers. The psychological trauma inflicted upon him was nearing the surface. Initially, over 10,000 viewers tuned in, but now, only 4,000 remained. Yin Shun, without uttering a single word, abruptly ended the stream. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei was reveling in delight. How is it over there? She inquired of a C while stepping outside to warm herself a cup of milk. Her face was flushed with vexation, though not entirely consumed by it. You are quite the rascal, a C remarked with a gentle smile. And Xiao Wei, filled with suspicion, contemplated whether the system was toying with her, albeit lacking evidence. Meanwhile, one was still memorizing her script when a message from Yinchen arrived. Darling, shall we duo queue? I'll carry you. Just play Yao and relax. Yinchen glanced at his reflection in the mirror, for he still relied on his visage to captivate the wife of a prominent star. One clutched her script. Yet she had not finished reading it. How about I watch your stream instead? I'm still memorizing my lines, and I wish to witness your rampage in the canyon. Yinchen felt a chuckle rising within him. It was he who had been the victim of that rampage, a source of his humiliation. Should that player wielding Shishir cross his path again, he vowed to vanquish him. Earlier, Yin Chun had perused his profile. Noting that his most frequently used characters were mages, yet his insidious tactics and distasteful playstyle suggested he was undoubtedly male. Sister, have you completed memorizing your script? We are heading to the gym. And Xiao Wei was well aware that Yin Chun intended to engage in a low-level game, likely bringing An along. However, should they repeatedly cross paths, it would certainly appear peculiar. Thus, it was prudent to extinguish the situation at its source. Are we going to the gym now? An paused momentarily. And Xiao Wei, with an impassive expression, remarked, You've gained weight. Although Xiao Wei was in her senior year, she was not particularly tall, with a fringe. One might mistake her for a 5th-grade student. Upon hearing the word weight, Anwan's complexion shifted dramatically. As a leading actress, if there was anything more paramount than her boyfriend, it would undoubtedly be her weight. An issue with weight management could invite a barrage of criticism from netizens. She swiftly darted to the wardrobe and stepped onto the scale. 95 pounds. Anwan nearly fainted. She hastily tossed her phone onto the bed, forgetting all about her conversation with Yinchen. Wait for me a moment. I need to change my clothes and will head to the gym upstairs immediately. The role in her new drama depicted a frail beauty, and if she were to present a round face on screen, not only her fans but she herself would be utterly dismayed. Striking at the heart of the matter, she understood well, observing the flustered Wan. And Xiao Wei turned to exit the room. While 95 pounds might still be considered slim, for a celebrity it was somewhat on the heavier side. And Xiao Wei opened her task panel and was astonished to find that her task progress had reached 10%. Hindering the male protagonist's charm and obstructing the development of the romance between the leads could yield task progress. C elaborated further, indicating that without the male protagonist's allure, Wan would not have been attracted to Yinchen. And Xiao Wei, as she spoke, drained the milk from the bottle. You certainly grasped the situation quite well. C remarked. It is only natural. In my youth, I was quite handsome, at least far more so than him. Why was I not favored by the system back then? What does he have to offer with his unkempt appearance and his pockmarked face? And Xiao Wei dismissively scoffed, considering him nothing more than a wretched being who ascended through sheer luck. In reality, he amounted to nothing. Yinchen silently cursed him as a villain in his heart. C suddenly burst into laughter, amused by his agitation. He is flustered indeed. And Xiao Wei remarked, gently massaging her soft cheeks. It's good that he is anxious. If he were not, that would be concerning. Just then, Wan emerged in her athletic attire, her long hair tied back, exuding an energetic and lively demeanor. Observing her delicate features and radiant smile, it became clear that Yinchen was indeed unworthy. How could a mere lecherous man, who merely underwent a superficial transformation thanks to a system, be deserving of a beauty when the female lead is both naturally exquisite and wealthy? Some individuals endlessly wander in their dreams. Come, let us head to the gym. You ought to stop daydreaming about romance and pay more attention to your weight. And Xiao Wei chattered on, and Wan nodded in agreement. For a fleeting moment, and Xiao Wei fancied herself as the elder sister. It was said that her only gaming friends were Yin Chun and his companions. However, in the realm of gaming, would it not be possible for her to enlist a skilled player to help Wan soar, thereby relegating the male lead to the restroom? It could be worth a try, though results might vary, as Wan had rather high standards and was unlikely to settle for an average man. C saw through in Xiao Wei's thoughts. And Xiao Wei, are you suggesting I should seek a woman instead? C, why not give it a shot? In truth, had Xiao Wei been in a different position, it might have been quite feasible. You can play jungle, can't you? C inquired. Girls tend to favor charming and skillful heroes, and Yinchen embodies the kind of character that captivates them. And Xiao Wei remained silent. Although she excelled in jungle gameplay, with Lan Ling Wang being the only one she deemed competent, the prospect of leading a team to victory seemed rather unrealistic. Thus, it would be more prudent to eliminate Yinchen instead. As she pondered this, she accompanied Wan to the gym. Days passed, and before she could enlist a gaming expert to entice her sister, Wan had to leave for a film shoot. It was merely a chance encounter with grandfatherin. The tale of their meeting was quite simple. Grandfatherin was out shopping when his car broke down, and by coincidence, Yinchen happened to pass by and offered him a lift. They seemed to hit it off, not really. However, a dilemma arose. If she wanted to intercept the male lead and meet grandfatherin, she would need a vehicle to obstruct their chance encounter. Yet, Xiao Wei did not possess a driver's license. She glanced at the bicycle in the garage, which was rather small for a passenger. Suddenly, a story came to her mind. A female colleague from her former workplace once recounted how her father, while riding a motorcycle with his aunt, had realized too late that she had fallen off. It was best not to inquire further. Surely, grandfatherin would meet a similar fate. This bicycle could be quite hazardous. Chapter 8. The ticket. Just as Xiao Wei was deliberating whether to rent a car, she noticed Ning Imo Qing's vehicle parked outside the villa. Are you heading out? Would you like a ride? I'm going toward Inxiang village. It's on the way. Isn't it? As Ning Imo Qing spoke, she opened the door and entered. This time, she had brought her assistant, Xiao Li, along for the shoot, as the weather at the filming location was unfavorable, and she needed to deliver some clothing to Wan. And Xiao Wei cast a glance at Ning Imo Qing's Maserati. The agent, devoid of compassion, was perfectly aligned with her destination, Serene Village. The very name of the village sounded ominous. Without hesitation, she agreed. Such a splendid vehicle should not miss the opportunity to carry a bicycle in its trunk. After all, this bicycle was foldable. As Ning Maching emerged, she discovered that Xiao Wei had already folded the bicycle neatly. Do you really need to bring a bicycle on your outing? And why a Bluetooth speaker? Ning Maching found herself utterly perplexed. And what is this helmet for? You wouldn't understand. And Xiao Wei replied, handing Ning Maching 100 yuan. Ning Maching was taken aback. Was she employing her as a driver? When had her worth diminished to a mere 100 yuan? Noticing Ning Maching's bewildered expression, and Xiao Wei paused, wondering if she had given too much. Not a penny more, just 388. Ning Maching sighed, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. I don't need your petty money. Just get ready and hop in. Where are you headed? I'll take you there. Ning Maching truly found herself in a state of bemusement. I'm also going to Serene Village. Just drop me at the village entrance. Ning Maching hesitated for a moment. The area around Serene Village had yet to be developed, and the entrance was quite distant from the village itself. What was the point of stopping there? Nevertheless, she refrained from questioning further, and throughout the journey, the music from Gu Wei's speaker filled the car, a rendition of the Great Compassion mantra that made her feel as if she were on the verge of transcending. There was something undeniably peculiar about Gu Wei, yet Ning Maching couldn't quite articulate what it was. Upon reaching the entrance, Ning Maching assisted Gu Wei in placing the bicycle down, noticing that she was still scrolling through her playlist, prompting her to speak up. If you have matters to discuss, please give me a call. I am at Peaceful Village meeting a friend and also sending a parcel. After Ning Maching finished speaking, she noticed Gu Wei nodding, which allowed her to depart with some reassurance. Not long after, Gu Wei observed a car come to a halt on the road. An elderly gentleman, with a head full of white hair yet remarkably sprightly, leapt from the vehicle and kicked the expensive car with disdain. Useless trash, he muttered. He then retrieved his mobile phone and pulled out items he had purchased in the city from the trunk. After taking just a few steps, he spotted a charming young girl who was pushing a bicycle towards him. Grandpa, would you like a ride? Gu Wei offered, patting the back seat of her bicycle. My cycling skills are quite steady. You need not worry. The old gentleman glanced at the diminutive bicycle and then at the girl, who stood under 1.60 meters. He felt an instinctive concern that the bicycle might easily tip over. No, thank you. Before he could complete his sentence, Yinchen's car halted before them. This was a vehicle he had acquired following a recent mission, and with the system in place, he could earn rewards even for the most mundane of tasks. Thus, Yinchen exuded his usual vigor. He rolled down the window, casting a glance at the elderly man, recognizing the expensive car that had just stalled. The old gentleman must surely belong to a prominent family. He likely had a granddaughter or a granddaughter who would be breathtakingly beautiful, infatuated with him, and passionately devoted, even to the point of recklessly pursuing him. Do not doubt, this is how it is portrayed in novels. Yet, he was resolute in declaring to the world that his affections were solely for Yuan. He was a man embodying an unconventional romantic archetype, and such men possess an undeniable allure. Upon this realization, Yinchen gently spoke. Sir, is your car broken? I need to head to the village for some errands. Would you like a ride? Grandpa also glanced at the vehicle before him. The car appeared to be in perfect condition. But just as he was about to lift his leg to step in, Gu Wei intervened. She clung to Grandpa's arm, crying out, Grandpa, Grandpa, have you forgotten me? I am in Yua from the shores of Daming Lake. Grandpa. Yinchen. What is this host's background? And is there any hope for them? Yinchen had not previously noticed the person beside Grandpa, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was Xiaowan's younger sister. So, her name was Yuha? The name was dreadfully cliché, yet he found himself oddly fond of it. It was quite melodious. By the way, Sister Yuha, your sister is out filming. Why didn't you let me know you were coming this way? I have a car. As he concluded his sentence, a hint of pride crept into Yinchen's voice, and he even tapped the steering wheel lightly. And Gu Wei retorted, I have a car too. Come on, Grandpa. You promised that one day in the future, you would definitely ride in my car, whether it be a toy car or a Rolls-Royce. You would never look down on me. And Gu Wei was deeply immersed in her role, which left Grandpa feeling quite embarrassed. He had never even visited the shores of Daming Lake. He began to suspect that there was an issue with the hospital's security system, allowing such a young girl to wander off. The thought of getting into Yinchen's car filled him with guilt, especially seeing the young girl before him, likely neglected at home, lost in her own world. If his second granddaughter had not gone missing, she would have been about the same age as this young girl by now. With this thought, Grandpa sighed, his heart softening. All right, young lady. Are you certain your skills are exceptional? Yes, you can rest assured. The spectators were left in astonishment, bewildered by the peculiar scene unfolding before them. Yet, the elderly gentleman appeared to be the only one with a peculiar demeanor. As soon as he sat down, Yinchen noticed Gu Wei turning to look at him, playfully winking. Wishing you a joyous 7th day in advance. With that, Gu Wei activated the music player, filling the air with the tune. Fold 1,000 paper cranes. Tie a red ribbon. May good fortune bless the kind-hearted every day. Work diligently for a beautiful life. May health accompany you through all seasons. And may your lifetime of toil bring forth smiles. The melody gradually faded away. Yinshin placed a hand over his heart. No, no, call an ambulance. He felt as though Gu Wei had forcibly stripped away his very first human-like advantage. This sensation, akin to being flayed, left Yinshin breathless, causing him to faint. After a while, someone rapped on the car window. "Old man, you can't." Hearing the commotion, Yinshin hurriedly sat up, only to see an individual outside tossing in a piece of paper. "A ticket. Who told you to park here?" Yinshin. Chapter 9. You are my brother-in-law who has been missing for 3 years. As the elderly gentleman, who had been subjected to a relentless loop of good fortune throughout the journey, arrived at his doorstep, his expression was one of numbness. The butler came out to greet him, nearly failing to recognize him as he dismounted from his bicycle. Sir, what happened to you?" The butler had yet to finish speaking when the old gentleman waved his hand, prompting him to fall silent. Suddenly, Gu Wei bounded forward from behind. "Hello. I am Gu Wei, and I have come in search of my long-lost grandfather. Do you happen to know him?" The butler, still dazed, felt Gu Wei tugging at his sleeve, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I remember it was a winter's day when my father met a tragic end, one as sorrowful as that of Do Yi, yet perhaps he deserved it. After his death, my mother set off firecrackers that resonated throughout the village for an entire week." As she spoke, Gu Wei sniffed back her tears, although her tale seemed far-fetched. The butler couldn't help but wonder if this young girl suffered from some form of social anxiety. The old gentleman furrowed his brow as he regarded her. "You say your surname isn't?" Gu Wei felt a pang of disbelief. It was fortunate that Wan had chosen to use her stage name. Otherwise, the situation would be utterly perplexing. How could the powerful and family have taken so long to locate their 2 granddaughters? Even now, the logic eluded her, a plot hole. Perhaps, all for the sake of the male protagonist's narrative. Indeed, my father's name was Hui. It is rather embarrassing to admit. But Hui was strictly disciplined by the old gentleman of the family and was ultimately expelled due to his rebellious nature. Had it not been for that, he would never have chosen to abscond with the family's wealth, neglecting his 2 daughters. The mother of the Wan sisters was a formidable woman, possessing considerable assets. Yet in the end, all was liquidated by Hui. At that time, Hui had already been cast out from the family, so his actions remained unknown to them. By the time they discovered the truth, Wan and Gu Wei had vanished. Their identities almost entirely transformed despite sharing the same surname. To this day, his shadow has yet to be seen. Upon hearing Hui's name, Old Master N's countenance did not darken. Instead, he spoke with a fierce intensity. "That scoundrel, neglecting even his own daughter. Were it not for my granddaughter seeking me out herself, I would have believed I would never lay eyes on my dear granddaughter in this lifetime." Indeed, it was fortuitous that the young lady did not board that lad's vehicle earlier. "Come, my dear, let us converse inside. By the way, are you alone? What of your sister?" As he uttered these words, Old Master N was somewhat cautious. After all, so much time had elapsed. If the 2 little girls had been sent to an orphanage, it was unlikely that a family would adopt both. They must have been separated long ago. Gu Wei glanced around and pointed. "She's over there, hanging." Old Master N paused in surprise, turning to see the white wall, nearly overcome with exasperation. "That little rascal. Tell her to come out. Chasing after stars is one thing, but to hang a poster in the parlor, wait a moment, this celebrity Zhao Karen, is she my eldest granddaughter?" Old Master N had been cursing halfway through before he regained his composure. Zhao Karen was the stage name of Wan, chosen to ensure her younger sister could attend school without harassment from fans. Thus, Wan had deliberately adopted a different surname for her stage persona, though her identification still bore her true name. Friends predominantly called her by her birth name. "Ah, grandfather N, what do you need?" A languid young man emerged from the inner bedroom. "I'm merely putting up a poster in your parlor, hoping to catch a glimpse of my idol in good spirits. Regardless, my parents are finalizing the renovations on my new home in a few days, and I shall be moving to the city then." As he spoke, the man raked his fingers through his hair, revealing his strikingly handsome features. His starry eyes sparkled with life. Clad in a casual gray sweatshirt paired with black trousers, he exuded a vibrant youthful energy. He resembled a playful puppy yet possessed the demeanor of a wolf dog. However, one undeniable truth remained. He was incredibly attractive, a fact that overshadowed the less favorable looks of Yinshin. Gu Wei, filled with excitement, seized Lin Zishuan's hand as if in a frenzy. "Do you like Wan?" she inquired. Lin Zishuan paused, momentarily taken aback by the inexplicable enthusiasm of the young girl before him, and nodded vacantly. "Yes, what's wrong?" "Brother-in-law. You are the brother-in-law I have long thought lost." Gu Wei exclaimed, her delight palpable. "A high-quality man. Oh no, a paragon among men, a fighter jet among planes, the coveted lobster in the eyes of women. She had finally found a man who could eclipse Yin Chun. From the way he spoke earlier, it was clear he was not a member of the Yin family, but was well acquainted with the old master. And upon seeing his granddaughter arrive, the old master tugged at Xiao Wei's sleeve. No, I cannot agree to this. After all this time, I have finally found my granddaughter. How could I possibly allow her to be with this insufferable young man? Yet, Xiao Wei was beyond caring for such matters. Is your family wealthy? She pressed. Lindsay Xuan, still dazed, responded, what constitutes wealth? Compared to the Yin family? Old master, bewildered, wondered, why compare with the Yin family? Why has my granddaughter not yet returned to her roots, yet her elbows are already turning outward? The Lin and Yin families shared a long-standing friendship, so the comparison should be rather equal. Lin Zixuan scratched his head, still bewildered, but ultimately acquiesced. What do you do for a living? Lawyer. She possesses a certain elegance, and she is fond of it. Does she own a house in that city? It is currently undergoing renovations and will soon be complete. Does she play games? Which national servers does she engage with, and what games does she play? 5. Jungling. Centimeters, exclaimed Xiao Wei, causing Lin Zixuan to blush profoundly. Has this topic strayed too far? Meanwhile, her forehead was playfully tapped by old master and in feigned anger. Ahem, my dear granddaughter, refrain from interrogating him endlessly. I am your grandfather. This rascal lacks the merit to be worthy of Shaowan. Old master expressed this with a hint of jealousy. He had yet to even meet his granddaughter, yet he was expected to find her a suitable partner? A mere fantasy. No one could possibly be deemed worthy of his granddaughter, not even the scion of the Lin family. Thus, Lin Zixuan paused, turning to old master and grandpa. Do you share the surname as well? Old master retorted, is there still hope for this rascal's intellect? He then dismissed such musings, instructing the butler to prepare a meal and ensuring that Lin Zixuan and his granddaughter had a warm meal before anything else. As for why he believed in Xiao Wei to be his granddaughter, it was due to her possession of an ancestral heirloom from the Yin family, a jade ring. Additionally, her recollections of childhood events corroborated the notion. However, a paternity test would be necessary in a few days. Yet, this young girl, old master observed Xiao Wei diligently attending to Lin Zixuan's meal. Come, brother-in-law, eat more. You are too thin. You must have abs for my sister to take a liking to you. Do you enjoy eating pork belly? Eat well and thrive to ensure the next generation. In the 10th chapter, the meal left Lin Zixuan utterly speechless, while old master discreetly tugged at a strand of Xiao Wei's hair, for the matter of paternity tests, when brought to light, could indeed strain familial bonds. Lin Zixuan felt overwhelmingly full, despite knowing that the goddess was the granddaughter of old master. He still needed to digest this information. At that moment, opened her phone. Xiao Wei, she spoke, her tone a blend of affection and exasperation. Who are you? Xiao Wei inquired. Replied, oh, you are my sister. What is the matter? Xiao Wei's tone was notably innocent. Are you perhaps looking down on Yinshin? Sister, let me tell you, he is a good person. If you spend more time with him, you will understand. There is no need to be so critical of him. Oh dear. Has she been so agitated that she went to report to the female lead? Yinshin's actions were reminiscent of a primary school student who ran to the teacher to report a classmate writing a love letter. Xiao Wei remained composed and unruffled, resolutely denying the baseless accusations. The cunning and petty individual, covertly slandering her noble character, attempted to tarnish her reputation. Here she was, a sunny girl who enjoyed helping others, yet faced such unwarranted treatment while the scoundrel flaunted their malicious behavior. The world's cruelty towards her was overwhelming. Was there no one to defend her? After all, Yinshin had no evidence pointing to her, and one would never confront her so openly. Oh, Xiao Wei, I know it's not your fault. But you mustn't tea. One faltered, nearly forgetting her words. No matter what, you cannot curse him to death. That is simply impolite. Finally, one recalled her lines. What? Today marks the 7th day of his inaugural live stream, and I am indeed justified in my celebration. Is that what the 7th day signifies? You are rebuking me on behalf of a man. Xiao Wei abruptly shifted the topic, inhaling sharply. I understand now. Love has waned, and you no longer require me, your superfluous sister. You wish for me to vacate our home in order to make space for Yinshin, leaving me to sleep on the streets or in a dumpster, perishing from hunger and the biting cold of winter's gales. That is not my intention, Xiao Wei. I am your sister, and I shall certainly take care of you. Do not speak such nonsense. Even if I were to cease acting one day, I would still ensure your well-being. and Wan set aside her concerns for Yinshan, focusing instead on comforting her emotionally wounded sister. I dreamed last night that you no longer wanted me, that you cast me out, and I found myself squatting at the doorstep eating instant noodles. While you told me to leave. I did not. I did not. And Wan continued to clarify. I refuse to listen. I am heartbroken and despondent. I feel as though I might perish. After a considerable time of soothing, and Wan finally noticed that Xiao Wei had ceased her tears and ended the call. Once the phone was hung up, and Wan furrowed her brow, having never witnessed her sister in such distress before. Could it possibly be related to Yinshan? No. That cannot be. And Wan felt a headache brewing, uncertain how to analyze the situation. After a while, she located Yinshan's WeChat and sent him a message. My sister is still young and naive. Please do not bully her. Yinshan, who is bullying whom? This is absurd. He was seething with rage, yet he refrained from expressing his ire towards Wan, for he held a deep affection for her legs. To his astonishment, Yinshan found himself in an unexpected predicament, having been unjustly accused. He could not fathom what he had done to incur such malice from Yuha. A resolution must be found to rid himself of this troublesome young lady. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei was absorbed in her phone. It must be said, though she did not fully comprehend the depth of sisterly affection, Wan truly treated her sister with great care. Xiao Wei remarked to C, "Are you envious? You could also call me sister." C noted the rapid shift in her demeanor with a sense of incredulity. Xiao Wei continued, "Is such a deranged statement something a normal system would utter? To shamelessly torment the host, I simply cannot abide by it." She dismissed the notion of envy, yet questioned the rapid progress of the task, which had surged to 40%. Her eyes narrowed as she scrutinized the system interface. After encountering the esteemed elder Yanshan's career and romance soared to unprecedented heights. However, she had severed their connection and incited discord in the already tenuous relationship between Wan and Yanshan. The male protagonist has fainted from anger twice, C observed, and Xiao Wei remained unfazed, countering, "Do not utter nonsensical accusations. I neither laid a finger on him nor seized his wealth. Do not tarnish my reputation with baseless claims." Lin Zixuan felt a prickling sensation on his back, perplexed by this future sister-in-law. Oh, he had yet to meet the goddess in person. This little girl had him utterly confounded. Meanwhile, the elder was preoccupied with instructions for the butler. "If you truly like him, next time, come looking a bit more polished and wild, and I'll message you to meet my sister." Lin Zixuan, why does this fair complexion give me the impression of a slaughtered pig? And what's with the wild attire? Clearly, I am meeting with a top-tier star privately, yet the conversation flows as effortlessly as sipping water. It feels as though I am being sold. "You wouldn't sell me, would you?" And Xiao Wei looked up and inquired, "How much do you weigh?" 120 jin, he replied. "Well, the current average price of pork nationwide is 11.37 yuan, which amounts to 13.64. 4 yuan. Rounding it off, that makes it 1,364 yuan, and Xiao Wei said, diligently calculating on her phone. Lin Zixuan, all right, I understand now. I will add you on WeChat. However, Lin Zixuan remained perplexed as to why he was being introduced to Wan. Wan was a popular star, and many affluent young men and top-tier celebrities had extended their olive branches to her, yet she remained uninterested, having never even had a first love. Those unaware might mistakenly assume she had a preference for women. Lin Zixuan's thoughts were a tangle of confusion. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei concluded her business here, exchanged a brief greeting with old Master and took her leave, promising to visit when she had time. She still had to address another matter, Yinshan's childhood sweetheart, Li Jiaojiao. Presently, Yinshan could be considered to be straddling two boats. Had he not discovered that his online romantic interest was a top-tier star, he likely would not have turned down Li Jiaojiao. Of course, he had yet to establish a good rapport with Wan, so he was also keeping Li Jiaojiao at arm's length, often displaying a cold demeanor. In the early chapters of the narrative, he had even been forcefully kissed by Li Jiaojiao. Xiao Wei understood that while Yinshan secretly reveled in this situation, he remained silent. Under the influence of alcohol and amidst burgeoning emotions, he had already completely won over Wan, including her heart. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that Wan was a woman of cleanliness. That voice, just thinking about it, made him chuckle. Chapter 11. Why are you having a nosebleed? The crux of the matter currently lies in how to entice Li Jiaojiao. Oh no. I mean how to have Li Jiaojiao win over Yinshan. And Xiao Wei rested her chin on her hands. Her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster storing food, presenting an adorable sight. It posed a dilemma, and Xiao Wei reclined in her gaming chair, covering her head with a pillow, about to speak when she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Was she experiencing kidney deficiency? Her delicate face turned pale, resembling a fragile flower, looking pitiable as if she might be blown away by the wind. The abdominal pain came in waves, akin to a giant crab pinching her insides, almost as if something were being severed. Even though she was once a robust individual, she found herself struggling to cope. She covered her lips with one hand, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. "Ah, see, it seems I might meet an untimely end. I am reluctant to leave this world. Woe is me. How I miss my sister who has been missing for years." Asi remained unfazed, responding, "You are not ill. It's merely that your relative has arrived. Moreover, you do not even have a sister." "A sister, even if fictitious, is still a sister," and Xiao Wei stubbornly retorted. "But you are just a single dog." Asi countered, remaining composed, and Xiao Wei clutched her abdomen and scurried into the bedroom's bathroom, only to rummage for ages without finding the legendary large Band-Aid sanitary napkin. What on earth was happening? Did Xiao Wei not have any backups? She stifled her pain while chattering to Asi, "Could you not be a bit more gentle?" Yet Asi, equally troubled, replied, "But I'm not applying much force." Asi, who was not experiencing her monthly cycle, could not possibly comprehend in Xiao Wei's distress. And Xiao Wei felt an inexplicable discomfort with Asi's words, but at that moment, she lacked the energy to delve deeper into her thoughts. She could only reach for the guilty roll of toilet paper, which served as a temporary substitute. Regret washed over her as she realized her earlier mistakes, recognizing that she should have paid closer attention to the displayed gender. And Xiao Wei felt tears welling up in her eyes. The toilet paper would not last long, so she rummaged through her closet for a black hoodie and black trousers, wrapping herself tightly, and even retrieved 2 layers of black disposable masks from beneath the coffee table. Though she had only heard of such situations before, now that it had befallen her, anxiety gripped her, causing a slight nosebleed. "You're bleeding," Asi exclaimed in surprise. And Xiao Wei replied, "I'm just a bit overheated," unable to look directly, fearing that further examination would reveal more than just a simple ailment. And Xiao Wei was inherently reserved and restrained, so she quickly set those thoughts aside and stealthily slipped out the door. This was a villa area, while it was pleasant. There were no supermarkets, leaving in Xiao Wei to ride her bicycle to the nearest convenience store. Upon arriving, she felt as though her feet barely touched the ground, and she walked as if floating. Having never ventured into the feminine hygiene aisle before, she felt a flutter of nervousness. What exactly did those items look like? And Xiao Wei cautiously stepped forward, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat, a blend of pain and anxiety. The act of purchasing sanitary pads, in any light, felt somewhat shameful. She cast a few furtive glances toward the shelves. Among the myriad options for day and night use, she spotted various sanitary products, but their distinctions eluded her. As she retrieved a few packages from the shelf, the coolness of the packaging contrasted sharply with the warmth of her hands. Oh no, what if someone saw her? Just then, she noticed a woman approaching, causing Xiao Wei to startle and drop the 3 or 4 packages she was holding. "I'm sorry," she murmured, as the elegantly dressed woman hurriedly bent down to help her gather the fallen items. "Little sister, is this your first time? Feeling shy?" the woman said with a reassuring smile. "There's really nothing to be embarrassed about. You'll get used to it." Ning Maching, the woman, selected a few packages from the shelf and examined the descriptions on the packaging, which detailed their usage and dimensions. And Xiao Wei instinctively looked up, only to find Ning Maching's slender fingers delicately grasping the sanitary pad packaging, a sight that filled her with a strange sense of guilt. How could she appear so at ease? And Xiao Wei felt her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Ning Maching handed the sanitary pads to a nearby young girl, and upon glancing down, she noticed the girl's misty, innocent eyes, tinged with a hint of shyness. "Xiao Wei?" Ning Maching exclaimed, genuinely surprised to see her here. Oh no. It was someone she knew. And Xiao Wei hurried to the counter, clutching the sanitary pads tightly, relieved when the cheerful cashier accepted her items and placed them into a black plastic bag. Only then did she exhale in relief. What an embarrassing situation. As Xiao Wei fled from the convenience store, she was swiftly intercepted by Ning Maching before she could mount her bicycle. Is there none left at home? The sanitary napkins. Perhaps. And Xiao Wei felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment wash over her. What on earth was he talking about? Her cheeks flushed a vibrant red. And before she could gather her thoughts, Ning Maching had taken her hand, leaving her no opportunity to protest. Come on, you're not a child anymore, so why the shyness? And Xiao Wei was practically compelled to accompany him to his home. The Ning family was well off. They had purchased a residence for him during his university years. She lived nearby, conveniently close to Enwan's home. This time, Anwan was on set with only 2 assistants, which set Ning Maching's mind at ease. The sunlight filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows was somewhat blinding, and Xiaowei's emotions were in turmoil. She never anticipated that she would find herself in another girl's home, dealing with such personal matters, changing a sanitary napkin. How dramatic. You go ahead and change. I'll pour you a cup of hot water. Oh, and use this. But don't apply it directly to your skin. Ning Maching pulled a warm pack from beneath the coffee table and offered Xiaowei a gentle smile. Her smile was truly enchanting. Her eyes sparkled, and a blush graced her cheeks, creating an effortless charm. Xiaowei stood momentarily stunned, accepting the warm pack with a stammer. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and change. You can't expect me to do it for you. Ning Maching's offhand remark made Xiaowei bristle, prompting her to rush into the bathroom. How infuriating. What outrageous things was he saying? Yet, was she truly going to change such things in another girl's house? Xiaowei gazed at the object in her hand, gritted her teeth, and with a swift motion, flung it into the trash bin, executing the action with remarkable fluidity. This was entirely due to her prior research on the usage instructions for sanitary pads before stepping out. Truly, it was exceedingly challenging. Chapter 12, The System. I'm not clean. 12. As Xiaowei emerged from the restroom, she dared not meet the gaze of Ning Maching, who sat on the sofa. In truth, she could understand the situation. After all, Ning Maching and Xiaowei were already well acquainted, which made their interactions quite natural. Yet, with a mere glance, Ning Maching noticed Xiaowei standing against the wall, her body pressed tightly against the corner, utterly still. For some inexplicable reason, this sight stirred an inexplicable fondness within her. What was this all about? It was the first time she was so close to a girl, and Xiaowei was so nervous that she could hardly breathe steadily. What should I do? I am so close to her. Why does she allow me this proximity? She must like me. I don't care. This is it. System. I am not clean anymore. And Xiaowei was consumed by anxiety. "See, my dear, how many bowls of erguoto have you consumed?" "See," longed for this inebriated Xiaowei to regain her senses. "I don't drink erguoto. I only drink jiangxiabai." And Xiaowei attempted to argue with the system. However, why does the system refer to her as dear? The heartless system must address every host in such a manner. And Xiaowei saw through this charade without hesitation. If she didn't drink some water soon, it would grow cold. Ning Maching's gentle voice resonated in her ears, causing Xiaowei to dismiss her earlier errant thoughts and sip from her glass. With a warm pack applied, her stomach indeed felt considerably better. In fact, a hint of drowsiness began to wash over her, and Xiaowei cast a glance at the glass, pondering whether it might contain a sedative. After finishing the water, she became increasingly convinced that it had been laced with a sleeping drug. Otherwise, why was she feeling so utterly drowsy? Help! This girl seems to want something from me. Before she could fully comprehend the treachery of the world, she succumbed to sleep, her head resting on the sofa. How could she fall asleep so quickly? Ning Maching was taken aback. Her medicine couldn't possibly be that potent. It was merely intended to alleviate her pain. Confounded, Ning Maching reached out and gently poked Xiaowei's cheek, which felt soft and plump, undeniably adorable. A smile graced her lips, radiating a captivating charm. Teasing her, Ning Maching arranged a cushion on the sofa and adjusted Xiaowei's little arms and legs. Observing the small figure sprawled on the sofa, and instinctively stifled a giggle. It was simply too amusing. When Xiaowei finally awoke, she found Ning Maching chuckling while watching a television drama. What was so funny? Was it truly amusing? That water had to have been tampered with. As Xiaowei prepared to protest, she noticed her stomach was no longer in pain. Instead, it felt warm and comfortable. This sensation was so delightful that she felt as though she could devour 2 oxen. "Does it still hurt?" Ning Maching inquired. "Not at all," and Xiaowei replied, shaking her head. However, with her period having arrived, she felt somewhat weak. "I must seize the opportunity while Anwan is preoccupied to track down Li Jiaojiao." Li Jiaojiao, portrayed as the foolish and clumsy antagonist in the novel, was a character written to evoke disdain. "Oh, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you further." Upon this realization, Xiaowei hastily lifted her bag from the coffee table and rushed out the door. Ning Maching observed her hurried departure, stroking his chin as he glanced at the inexplicably materialized blue light screen and keyboard. Locating Li Jiaojiao was not a daunting task. As Yanshen's foremost admirer, Li Jiaojiao's presence was ubiquitous in Yanshen's social circle. And Xiaowei sent a friend request to Li Jiaojiao. "Who are you?" Li Jiaojiao inquired, her tone laced with palpable hostility. Having previously been a man, and Xiaowei possessed an acute understanding of male psychology. Individuals like Yanchen were, in truth, relatively easy to win over. If Li Jiaojia remained unperturbed, she would continue to be the cherished memory in Yanchen's heart. Do you have affections for Yanchen? And Xiaowei asked. What if I told you there exists a flawless method to ensure you forever secure Yanchen's affections? Would you consider it? Li Jiaojiao hesitated, taken aback by the prospect of such an advantageous opportunity. She was acutely aware that Yanchen seemed to have developed an interest in another girl recently, which had rendered her quite discontented, leading to a quarrel between them, during which he had expressed his irritation. What method? Li Jiaojiao inquired, skepticism evident in her voice. The social media profile of this enigmatic individual was devoid of any information, leaving her feeling quite uncertain. Are the green tea bitches and white lotuses aware of this? And Xiaowei replied, Of course, I do not require you to embody a white lotus. Merely being a sophisticated green tea would suffice. Were this a narrative targeted at a female audience, and Xiaowei would not have resorted to such a strategy. However, given that this is a tale aimed at a male readership, she had an astute grasp on the protagonist's inclinations. Sophisticated green tea archetypes were, after all, the most favored among men. Who could resist a girl who was both understanding and gentle? Upon hearing the term sophisticated green tea, Li Jiaojia felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, upon seeing several posts from Xiaowei, her resolve began to waver. It appeared that the results were indeed promising. Her hand nearly faltered from the effort. As long as this supporting character wasn't excessively foolish, this approach should be sustainable. And Xiaowei provided Li Jiaojiao with a plethora of case studies and even located links to attire that would undoubtedly capture a man's attention. Li Jiaojiao was momentarily astonished, nearly inclined to regard Xiaowei as her mentor. Witnessing Xiaowei's series of actions, Asi could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, How do you understand this so well? I am a man, and I certainly possess a greater understanding than women regarding what men desire in a partner, and Xiaowei replied, with an air of pride. The time for assessing their results was imminent. The reason Yanchen took notice of Inwan was merely due to her status. Yet Inwan's slightly capricious personality remained within the bounds of endearment. However, if Li Jiaojiao were more attuned to the emotions of men, the outcome would undoubtedly differ. Moreover, she possessed a card named Lindsay Xuan. By approaching from both sides, she believed success was within reach. You are quite devious, little Tang Yuan. Asi finally grasped Xiaowei's intentions. By leveraging Li Jiaojiao's transformation into a gentle presence, they aimed to position Inwan's somewhat petulant nature in contrast, thereby encouraging Yin Shan to reminisce about the understanding little childhood friend. While he might not abandon Inwan, he would inevitably seek solace in the familiarity of that childhood bond. As Inwan felt aggrieved by Yinshin, she decided to play the card of Lindsay Xuan, ideally approaching him as a friend. Gradually, like boiling a frog in warm water, it would yield remarkable results over time. Why do you insist on giving me nicknames? And Xiaowei truly despised this system. Is that so? Asi did not concur. Nevertheless, the thought of transforming a light-hearted urban romance into a tale of bittersweet love filled her with exhilaration and thrill. And Xiaowei chuckled brightly. Chapter 13. Why were there still girls staring at her? You were quite mischievous, Asi remarked. And Xiaowei let out a soft huff. She was never one to be virtuous. With her task accomplished, and Xiaowei blissfully flung herself onto the soft bed. One must admit, a girl's bed is indeed wonderfully plush, yielding with delightful bounces. She adored it. Yawning contentedly, and Xiaowei nestled into the covers. However, the following morning, she was taken aback. She could never have anticipated that her bed would turn into a murder scene. The bed linens at home were all in light colors, and as it was her first day, the arrival of relatives had been rather overwhelming. Thus, upon lifting the covers, a shocking sight of blood greeted her. Though not as exaggerated as it sounds, it was still quite glaring. What to do? Would she need to change the sheets daily? Perhaps not. Simply using sanitary pads would suffice, placed beneath her. Asi yawned, observing her as if she had just awakened. And Xiaowei was puzzled. Did the system also require rest? But how would she go about cleaning this? And Xiaowei had previously washed bed sheets. But it was merely a matter of some minor spills that dampened them, rendering them slightly discolored. They were remarkably easy to clean. As for this, simply omit the first 3 characters and rub them by hand. And Xiaowei. Oh, Diary of a Young Woman. Today marks an indeterminate number of days since I embraced femininity. On the 2nd day of my menstrual cycle, I genuinely did not anticipate the considerable toll it would take on my sheets. Jiuyin helped, and Xiaowei felt rather melancholic, even when she emerged to oversee Li Jiaojiao's results. Her expression resembled that of a bitter melon, as her hands ached from scrubbing. It could hardly have been more wasteful than the time spent on frivolities in youth. I often wonder how those mystery novels I used to read depicted murders occurring on beds. Isn't washing sheets a laborious task? Alas, Yinqing's university is naturally not too distant from Anwan's residence. Otherwise, how would they arrange meetings? Oh no, I meant hotel rendezvous. Thus, and Xiaowei rode her bicycle to the school, parking it at the entrance. With the guidance of a systematic protagonist navigation, locating Yinqing was a simple endeavor. Upon her arrival, and Xiaowei spotted Li Jiaojiao standing beside Yinqing, tears streaming down her face. Under the tutelage of the breakup expert and Xiaowei, Li Jiaojiao's weeping was nothing short of pitifully poignant, reminiscent of a flower weeping in the rain, even causing Yinqing to feel a twinge of sympathy. Jiaojiao, I know you have a girl you like. I envy her, but I truly love you. I cannot manage without you. Upon hearing these words, and Xiaowei nearly choked. Was this performance not a tad excessive? Li Jiaojiao even raised her hand to embrace Yinqing, tears cascading down, her resolve unwavering, evoking sympathy from anyone observing, especially considering her inherent beauty. After a considerable amount of time, Li Jiaojiao finally dried her tears and pushed Yinqing away. I apologize. I lost my composure. I will no longer disturb you. Right now, I no longer harbor any feelings for you, she exclaimed. Her voice nearly rising to a shout, yet her demeanor was exquisitely controlled. Heartbroken, as her mentor had taught her to be, she turned on her heel and departed. Glancing back briefly at Yinqing, that fleeting gaze was filled with a poignant sorrow, her eyes tinged with red. Yinqing felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. He still held affection for Li Jiaojiao. However, the allure of the seaside villa was too enticing to resist. Shaking his head, he was interrupted by a friend who tugged at him. That online crush of yours last time? I dare say she pales in comparison to Li Jiaojiao. Just look at how much she adores you. She even cried and brought you food. She genuinely cares for you. The words of others invariably influence one's mindset. Upon hearing this, Yinqing felt a jolt in his heart. He glanced down at the fallen food, picked it up, and discovered a card hidden within, adorned with a cheerful smiley face. A new day should be filled with joy. Do not be sad, it read. Yinqing's expression was inscrutable. And Xiaowei noted that the task progress had reached 50%, progress indeed, as even the halo of the pig's foot above Yinqing's head was no longer as glaring. In good spirits, and Xiaowei donned a mask and glasses, ensuring Yinqing would not recognize her, and even borrowed a meal card to treat herself to breakfast. Meanwhile, Li Jiaojiao cautiously sent a message to her mentor. Master, is this truly effective? Li Jiaojiao never anticipated her acting would be so remarkable. It is simply astonishing. Indeed, this year's Oscar for Best Actress could very well be yours. And Xiaowei felt that Li Jiaojiao's performance was commendable, not nearly as foolish and clumsy as depicted in novels. However, this could largely be attributed to her guidance. Then, Master, should I not seek him out next? Li Jiaojiao inquired once more. There is no need. Simply feign distress and post on your social media, and let those around Yinqing relay the rest. And Xiaowei's mind was racing with schemes. However, if Li Jiaojiao were indeed teachable, and Xiaowei hoped she could break free from the male lead's aura, lest she resemble a mere sycophant. Yet, this matter could not be rushed. If suggested overtly, Li Jiaojiao would undoubtedly suspect her feelings for Yinqing. Do not doubt. The logic of a supporting character is often quite absurd. Lin Zixian, on the other hand, found himself in a predicament, as he could not easily enter the film crew. While Xiaowei pondered her next move, she noticed a young man seated across from her. As she looked up, he suddenly turned crimson. Stammering, he began, Junior, could you possibly share your contact information with me? And Xiaowei thought, had she just been flirted with? She never expected a man would ask for her contact information. Oh right, having been in this novel for so long. She hardly ventured out. So how could she encounter anyone? I think you look quite handsome, the young man stuttered, his face turning even redder. No. And Xiaowei decisively rejected him. The young man was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this girl, despite her charming appearance, could be so adorably blunt in her rejection. Let us just be friends. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. And Xiaowei, lacking any semblance of intimidation, found that the young man was not easily deterred. What nonsense! Men like you are never slow to undress. And Xiaowei rolled her eyes, bemused, as if he could still entertain thoughts of her. She had enough on her plate without worrying about him. The handsome boy was momentarily speechless. He truly did not expect Xiaowei to be so forthright. Before he could utter a word, she gracefully carried her plate away, previously concealed by a mask. It was only now, after removing it, that in Xiao Wei realized how alluring her appearance was. With her fair, slender figure and eyes glistening like dew, any boy would wish to see her shed tears. The most disconcerting part was that there were even girls gazing at her. What was happening? What did it mean? Had the world become so audacious? Chapter 14. After all, she was the forewoman of the construction site, and Xiao Wei felt a chill of apprehension. Was it truly acceptable for girls to be with girls? Ask any girl, and they would surely wish for a wealthy benefactor to pamper them. A C. Ever mischievous in her speech, remarked, "But as for your words, let's just leave it be." And Xiao Wei retorted, "Who do you look down upon? I used to stand at over 1.80 m. I am the forewoman of our site." And Xiao Wei felt an overwhelming urge to poke fun at Asi's head. The forewoman of the construction site? Asi burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. And Xiao Wei could only sigh, feeling utterly belittled. However, this young lady indeed possesses a rather petite stature, completely devoid of any resemblance to a man. It is akin to playing a cute character in a video game. And Xiao Wei can adapt to it, as she has previously encountered male admirers while portraying such characters, having stepped out of the university campus. And Xiao Wei observes Li Jiao's demeanor, surely possessing the ability to captivate the male protagonist's attention. The tasks assigned are predominantly linked to the female lead, and currently, Yenshin finds himself unable to meet and Wan, resulting in minimal progress. After all, the tasks revolve around physical contact and dating. And Xiao Wei merely wishes to convey, "No improper thoughts, please." As she exited the restaurant, and Xiao Wei concealed her face with a mask, effectively shielding herself from the prying eyes that lingered upon her. To her surprise, she found herself rather virtuous. And Xiao Wei had grown weary of quarreling with the system. Arguing with a machine yields no fruitful outcome. After all, how could a robot ever be driven to frustration? It was utterly absurd. And Xiao Wei was perplexed by her own misstep, gazing at a tall, elegant woman adorned in a beautiful floral dress fluttering in the breeze, while she herself, a timid little girl, huddled in the corner, trembling. "What do you intend to do? I must warn you, should you approach me, unforeseen consequences may ensue," she cautioned. Ning Maching furrowed her brow, yet lacked the inclination to jest within Xiao Wei. "I heard from Wan that you are in a relationship. She sent me to bring you to my home, and during this time, I shall also supervise your thesis writing." And Xiao Wei cleared her throat. "What relationship? I am utterly bewildered. Has she found a girlfriend? Where is she?" Ning Maching fell silent for a moment, scrolling through in Xiao Wei's moments, where the top post bore a poignant line. "On the first day I don't see him, I miss him." And Xiao Wei, wasn't this merely a reflection of her fatigue from washing bed linens, leading her to post such a sentiment? Self-pollination of emotions? "I refuse. I do not enjoy living with girls." And Xiao Wei felt a strong aversion. "Then, shall I buy you some lollipops?" Ning Maching was at a loss for how to placate her. "Well, I suppose she is a girl." And Xiao Wei, "Do you think a piece of candy can win me over? Truly laughable. $10. What are you talking about, sister? I adore living with girls." And Xiao Wei transformed her anger into laughter, eagerly opening the car door and settling into her seat. Ning Maching, "I'm already in my 20s. I can hardly be considered a girl." With a gentle rub of her brow, Ning Maching concluded her conversation with Xiao Wei and turned to the villa to gather in Xiao Wei's belongings. And Xiao Wei's clothes were few and easily packed. Once she had placed the garments in the car, she noticed Xiao Wei had drifted off to sleep, her delicate neck and exquisite collarbone exposed, radiating a snow-like pallor. Lost in thought, Ning Maching's fingers brushed against her collarbone, sending shivers of goosebumps across her skin. No, that matter remained somewhat daunting for her. Yet, how had circumstances devolved to this point? Ning Maching felt a throbbing headache. Was it in Wan's chaotic arrangements to blame, or was it her own wavering heart? Having brought in Xiao Wei to her home, Ning Maching made sure to buy her a bag of candy. "Thank you, sister." Her voice was crisp and sweet. In the future, refrain from addressing others so casually. Ning Maching felt a flush creep over her face and cleared her throat softly. The term sister truly resonated within her, filling her with a sweet warmth. "Huh?" And Xiao Wei was taken aback. She did not comprehend Ning Maching's sentiment, but she had always referred to Ning Maching in such a manner. Was there anything amiss? "That room is borrowed from a relative of a friend of mine. It would be best if you did not disturb her. I may not be home every day, yet you still have your thesis to complete. The sooner you seek guidance from your advisor, the sooner you can begin your job search." Ning Maching gently tousled in Xiao Wei's hair, her heart softening at the sight of her adorable eyes. She truly is delightful. Just as Ning Maching's words fell, the door swung open, revealing a girl clad in a white short-sleeved shirt. As the girl's enchanting gaze swept over in Xiao Wei, her eyes sparkled momentarily. Ah, is this the sister of that famous star? Hello, I am Suya, she said, extending her hand with a soft smile. Her beauty was striking, even without makeup. She exuded a hint of allure that carried an air of danger. However, and Xiao Wei felt no fear towards the girl and reached out her hand in return. Hello, I am in Xiao Wei. Upon seeing the young girl's fair, delicate hand, a flicker of heat passed through Suya's eyes, but before she could grasp it, Ning Maching swiftly swatted her hand away. Ning Maching's tone held a note of seriousness, which was precisely why she was reluctant to let Xiao Wei stay with her. Suya is a rather playful individual, particularly fond of delicate and petite girls. It is uncertain how many innocent souls she has toyed with, manipulating their emotions. And Xiao Wei's appearance is precisely to Suya's liking. A flicker of confusion passes through in Xiao Wei's eyes. What does she mean? Before she can decipher Ning Imoqing's words, she observes Suya's disdainful expression. However, when the soft and tender girl begins to cry, it truly evokes a sense of yearning. Yet, those are mere trivialities. This celebrity's sister possesses a certain uniqueness that sets her apart. Yet, Suya cannot quite articulate this fleeting sense of disquiet. If only they could share a night together, wouldn't that be exceptionally intriguing? She would certainly treat this young girl with great care. Suya strokes her chin, a glimmer of dangerous amusement lighting her eyes, before abruptly slamming the door shut. Upon seeing her enter, Ning Imoqing lets out a sigh of relief and gently pats Xiao Wei on the head. You will listen to your sister. One to you? Chapter 15. However, I feel like you're going to sell me. Listen to your sister? What nonsense. And Xiao Wei would never heed the words of others so easily, merely nodding in response. Ning Imoqing is well aware that the little one is not foolish. She glances at the refrigerator filled with provisions. There is still plenty, more than sufficient for the days ahead. And one will be filming for 2 months. With more than one star under her management, necessitating her constant attention to various matters. Xiao Wei, I remember you know how to cook. Will it be all right if you prepare lunch this afternoon? Ning Maching glanced at her phone, the notifications chiming incessantly. If she did not step out soon, she feared that group would be in a state of frenzy. No worries. As soon as Xiao Wei finished speaking, Ning Maching handed her the laptop, reminding her to write the paper. And Xiao Wei hesitated, pondering what she would do if she couldn't compose it. The pressure was mounting, and it seemed imperative to resolve the matter between the male and female leads swiftly. Once Ning Maching departed, and Xiao Wei settled onto the sofa, scrolling through her phone. She must avoid contact with Wan, as that would leave Yinshin stranded in the novice village, unable to escape. By afternoon, upon hearing a sound at the door, she looked up to see Suya yawning as she entered the bathroom. The two, a solitary male and female, cohabiting in one space. Sounds of bathing filtered through. Gentle and rhythmic, reminiscent of a light rain, permeating the air with an ambiguous atmosphere. Freshly emerged from her shower, Suya's complexion glowed with a delicate rosy hue. Her lips a vibrant shade. Her slightly dried hair cascaded over her collarbone. The corners of her eyes lifted ever so slightly, exuding a hint of allure. She donned a silk camisole, the fabric barely concealing her smooth skin, droplets of water trickling down her collarbone, darkening the material beneath. And Xiao Wei stole a glance, but quickly averted her gaze, reminding herself to avert her eyes from inappropriate sights. To her surprise, Suya approached her directly, wrapping her arm around Xiao Wei's shoulders. Little sister, are you hungry? Suya inquired with a charming smile, and Xiao Wei felt an inexplicable disquiet. Yet she could not articulate why. I suppose so, but... Before she could finish, Suya leaned against her cheek, nuzzling softly. Shall I take you out for a meal, sister? Suya beamed, and Xiao Wei felt utterly uncomfortable, as if the words spoken by Ning Maching had sparked some thoughts within her. Yet, before she could fully grasp that fleeting inspiration, Suya stood up and stretched lazily. The faint scent of shower gel wafted from her, filling the air. Well, since Ning Maching is not around, I'll take you out for a meal. No worries. Sister has plenty of money, Suya said, giving Xiao Wei a reassuring pat on the shoulder. However, Xiao Wei blinked innocently and replied, But I feel like you're trying to sell me off. Nonsense, am I that kind of person? Suya laughed brightly, gently ruffling Xiao Wei's hair. It settled then. With that, Suya went to change her clothes, grabbing her makeup bag from the vanity. Since you don't wear makeup, let me do it for you. I'll make you look even more beautiful. I'm not really fond of all this, and Xiao Wei murmured for a while. But Suya, ever the extrovert, paid no mind. She chatted with Xiao Wei about trivial matters while applying her makeup, discussing preferences in food and leisure activities. Once Suya finished her makeup, And Xiaowei felt a bit overwhelmed as she stared at the array of cosmetics before her. This is the primer. Applied first on your face to shield against UV rays and makeup. Then comes the foundation, followed by some color cosmetics. But you're already lovely. You don't need heavy makeup. Suya washed in Xiaowei's face and proceeded to dab and blend with a beauty sponge, causing a slight tickle. Do we really need to apply so much? And Xiaowei felt a flutter of anxiety. Being a girl certainly seemed rather complicated. It was all done in a flash. Suya had already become quite the expert in makeup. Perhaps I could teach you how to apply makeup in the future. It's certainly an invaluable skill for a girl, she suggested. Just how beautiful can makeup really make one look? And Xiaowei mumbled to herself. To her surprise, it wasn't long before Suya had completed her transformation, and Xiaowei felt somewhat uneasy about her appearance. Unsure if it was simply due to her first experience with makeup, Suya playfully nudged Xiaowei towards the full-length mirror. Look, aren't you stunning? Once you change into some fashionable attire and slip into a pair of high heels, you'll look even more fabulous, Suya encouraged. High heels. And Xiaowei felt her legs tremble at the thought. Indeed, nowadays, most women require makeup for work, so mastering this skill has become essential, Suya asserted. Making Xiaowei realize the importance of learning makeup. It seemed quite necessary, and who knows when it might be useful. After all, how difficult could makeup application really be? Is it hard? And Xiaowei pondered anxiously. Before she could fully process her thoughts, Suya had already assembled an outfit and a pair of heels for her. After some adjustments, and Xiaowei found herself leaning against the wall. I can't stand properly, she admitted, genuinely feeling as if her legs were trembling uncontrollably. It's not so high, Suya observed, half squatting to assess the situation. Then reaching out to steady and Xiaowei. Hold my hand and let us take a few steps, Suya smiled encouragingly, with a shaky grip. And Xiaowei grasped Suya's arm and tentatively took a few steps. Aside from the near mishap of twisting her ankle, everything felt surprisingly manageable. It doesn't seem so difficult after all, she exclaimed joyfully to Suya after a few rounds of practice. Indeed, it is not particularly difficult, with a slight adjustment. One can manage quite well, Suya remarked as she neatly arranged the items in her bag, then stood up to regard Xiaowei, who stood firmly in place, and gave her a thumbs up. You are doing wonderfully. It's your first time in high heels, and you're pulling it off. Well, let us not dwell on that. Even if they are 10 centimeters, I have no fear, and Xiaowei proclaimed, her tail held high, brimming with self-satisfaction. Suya stifled a laugh behind her hand. All right. Let us go then. And Xiaowei nodded, thinking that dining out should pose no challenge. As a strong man, how could he possibly fear Suya's schemes? Yet, and Xiaowei was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Suya intended to take her to a bar. The location was somewhat secluded, yet tranquil, surrounded by vintage architecture rich in historical charm, with trees swaying gently in the cool breeze, hardly resembling a bar. What do you think? It's quite lovely here. Isn't it? Suya, a connoisseur of enjoyment, inquired. It is indeed pleasant, but isn't a bar somewhat unsuitable? And Xiaowei had not anticipated Suya to be a frequent visitor to such establishments. It's perfectly fine. It's not a nightclub or anything. This is a lounge bar where patrons simply enjoy their drinks. You need not worry. They serve only light beverages. I will request them to prepare some fruit wine for you, along with some snacks. Suya led Xiaowei inside, where the patrons were familiar with Suya. Ah. Yeah? Is this your new friend? A long-haired girl draped her arm around Suya's shoulder, flashing a smile at Xiaowei. And Xiaowei felt an unsettling jolt at the back of her neck, sensing that something was amiss. Nevertheless, she followed Suya and took a seat. Suya arranged for some fruit wine and a selection of fruit platters for Xiaowei, along with a few other delicacies. Suya, you are quite impressive. This young lady bears a striking resemblance to the celebrities on television, remarked the receptionist, raising an eyebrow at Suya. Haha, that doesn't matter. There are plenty of girls who look alike, Suya replied nonchalantly, although she enjoyed playful banter. She dared not disclose to others that Xiaowei was the younger sister of that very celebrity. She is quite charming if you genuinely like her. You ought to treat her well, the receptionist advised, giving Suya's shoulder a gentle pat. Suya smiled briefly, choosing silence as she turned to glance at Xiaowei, only to find the seat she had occupied now empty. Her smile faded instantly. What happened? Where did she go? Suya inquired. Yeah. That girl seems to have gone to the restroom just now, the receptionist informed her. And Xiaowei had indeed ventured to the restroom. Albeit this was her first experience using one in a public setting. She glanced around nervously, fearful of taking a wrong turn. What if I accidentally entered the men's room? That would be disastrous, she thought. As she approached the entrance to the ladies' room, anxiety surged within her, peering inside. She noted that it appeared quite similar to the men's restroom, save for the absence of urinals across from the stalls. Just as Xiao Wei emerged from the restroom, she was confronted by a man blocking the door. Aya's friend? She pondered. The man, though rather unremarkable in appearance, had an unsettling gaze that lingered a moment too long on Xiao Wei. No wonder Suya has such discerning taste. She truly is striking, he mused. What do you want? Xiao Wei questioned coldly, her expression hardened. The man raised his hand, intending to pinch Xiao Wei's face, but she swiftly slapped it away. What pretense was he putting on? What could he possibly see in such a character? I am well aware of her tastes. There was a flicker of intense hatred for Suya in the man's eyes. He then seized Xiao Wei's hand, leaning in to kiss her, only to receive a sharp kick to his calf. The man was caught off guard by her ferocity, pain contorting his face. Goodness, this girl was wearing high heels when she stepped out. In the dimly lit bar, few ventured to the restroom, leaving the two of them at the entrance. And Xiao Wei, contemplating her escape, realized that staying here would spell disaster for her. Regardless of your connection with Iya, it is of no concern to me. I have no time to entertain you. She cast a cold glance at the man, who still attempted to make advances. And Xiao Wei, unable to endure it any longer, delivered another fierce kick. The man let out a pained cry, and she hastily pushed him aside, darting out of the restroom and colliding directly into Suya's embrace. What happened? Are you all right? Suya hurriedly supported Xiao Wei. Just as Xiao Wei shook her head, she spotted a graceful beauty standing not far off, clad in a floral dress and white high heels, exuding elegance. It was over. She had been caught red-handed. Ning Maching's expression darkened. In just a brief moment of absence, you've managed to bring her to the bar, and look at the state of her face. If anything happens to her, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Ning Maching coldly addressed Suyu. Without waiting for Suyu to respond, she led Xiao Wei out of the bar. The cool breeze of the street tousled their hair, creating a picturesque scene. And Xiao Wei followed Ning Maching closely, though she had kicked that man a bit too hard, resulting in a slight twist of her ankle. Ouch! And Xiao Wei exclaimed in pain. What's wrong? Ning Maching promptly halted, turning to look at Xiao Wei. She assessed her from head to toe and noticed her discomfort. The kick had indeed caused her ankle to twist, and Xiao Wei's expression was awkward. The parking lot is still quite far. How about I buy you a pair of shoes to change into? Ning Maching glanced around and spotted a convenience store nearby. She had never seen Xiao Wei wear high heels before. Following Suya had not been beneficial for her. Although Ning Maching felt a surge of irritation, she suppressed it, recognizing that it was her fault for not taking better care of Xiao Wei. Please sit down for a moment, Ning Maching instructed, gesturing for Xiao Wei to take a seat on a nearby bench. After she spoke, she turned and entered the convenience store. A few minutes later, Ning Maching emerged with a pair of cotton slippers, observing Xiao Wei as she sat there, removing her stockings and gently massaging her ankle. The store only had cotton slippers. Nothing else was available. These bunny slippers are quite fitting for you, Ning Maching remarked, squatting down to take hold of Xiao Wei's foot. That tickles. What are you doing? And Xiao Wei felt a tingling sensation, perhaps due to Ning Maching's icy fingertips. I'm just checking to see how serious the injury is. If it's severe, we might need to visit a hospital. Ning Maching gazed at the delicate and petite jade-like feet before her, so pale that they resembled the untouched hands of a maiden. Utterly enchanting. She could not resist the temptation to tease Xiao Wei's toes with her fingers. Help! This girl desires me. And Xiao Wei was utterly terrified. While Ning Maching mentioned Suya, she couldn't help but feel that Ning Maching resembled a pervert more. What kind of girl stares at another girl's feet like that? And Xiao Wei hurriedly clasped her own feet, staring at the momentarily dazed Ning Maching. Let me tell you, you shall not possess me. I am a pure and innocent girl. Observing in Xiao Wei's protective embrace of her feet, Ning Maching paused for a moment before tearing open the packaging of the slippers and placing them in front of Xiao Wei. And Xiao Wei slipped her pale feet into the slippers, watching the bobbing bunny-eared footwear in silence for a few seconds. Could it be too adorable? However, not wearing high heels was indeed far more comfortable. And Xiao Wei followed Ning Maching to the underground parking lot. Will I continue to accompany her in the future? Ning Maching inquired. And Xiao Wei glanced left and right, deliberately avoiding looking at Ning Maching. This pervert, and Xiao Wei had no intention of engaging with this rogue. Are you being mischievous with me? Ning Maching raised an eyebrow and asked. And Xiao Wei opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat, only to see Ning Maching turn and fasten her seatbelt. Goodness, so close. And Xiao Wei's eyes widened in shock. Ning Maching's face was so near that her lips were almost touching. Just a slight lean forward, and they could kiss. And Xiaowei held her breath, afraid to blink, terrified of accidentally kissing Ning Maching. As Ning Maching's dark hair brushed against her lips, she sat up and observed in Xiaowei, who was pressed against the backrest like a startled rabbit, momentarily taken aback. It's just a seatbelt. What are you? I didn't intend to kiss you. And Xiaowei exclaimed in a flurry. This somewhat transparent utterance plunged Ning Maching into contemplation. And Xiaowei, feeling the sting of embarrassment, wished desperately to excavate a seaside villa with her foot, yet the crux of the matter lay in her own admission. I like men. Ning Maching's declaration doused in Xiaowei's head with cold water. If one were to encapsulate in Xiaowei's essence in a single term, it would be Wong Wong crushed ice. Ahem. I know, I like men too, and Xiaowei uttered a rather insincere statement. But how could she possibly harbor feelings for men? She was not a homosexual. You prefer women. Ning Maching remarked, her clear eyes glinting with a hint of certainty, unmasking in Xiaowei's imperfect facade. And Xiaowei responded with a hesitant, let us not mention this to my sister. She braced herself, knowing that although Wan was not quick-tempered, her incessant nagging felt like a relentless recitation of scripture from a master, and she was not in the mood to hear it. I merely asked out of curiosity. I didn't expect you to actually admit it, Ning Maching commented as she opened the door, seemingly out of nowhere. And Xiaowei was taken aback, feeling as though this person had violated the unspoken rules of engagement, daring to deceive a radiant girl like her. She felt that her fragile heart had been subjected to a profound shock. She had resolved never to fall in love again. Upon entering, Ning Maching retrieved a bottle of milk from the refrigerator for her. I shall provide you with a refined version of your text. I implore you to reconsider. Suya is not a person of proper conduct. If you insist on accompanying her to a bar, she will undoubtedly lead you astray. Should you succumb to such influences, your sister will be disappointed, and I shall bear the brunt of the blame. In that case, I too will harbor grievances against you. Halt. And Xiaowei interjected swiftly with a gesture. Ning Maching raised her gaze to her. Her lips were as delicate as petals, and the overhead light cast a soft glow upon her, enveloping her in a gossamer mist, rendering her presence ethereal and transcendent, almost celestial. And Xiaowei averted her eyes. Enough of this, I shall not go, she declared. Such meddlesome concern, I shall indeed go next time. The rebellious spirit within in Xiaowei was irrepressible. Ning Maching cast a penetrating glance, as if she could see through her thoughts, closed the refrigerator, and settled onto the sofa to turn on the television. As long as you understand, I have no desire to chastise you. And Xiaowei remained silent, struggling to find something to focus on. She found herself gazing at Ning Maching's legs, which were quite slender, far more aesthetically pleasing than in Wan's. Her gaze lingered on Ning Maching's exquisite feet, the lustrous nails seemingly imbued with a pearlescent glow, shimmering gently. What are you looking at? Ning Maching inquired. Your feet, and Xiaowei blurted out. Ning Maching let out a soft hum, choosing not to respond. After all, there was an appreciative glint in Xiaowei's eyes, devoid of any other sentiment. Nevertheless, she covered her feet with a blanket and reclined on the sofa. Remove your makeup. It is quite late now. It is time for bed. And Xiaowei glanced at the time. It was still early evening, and indeed, Ning Maching adhered to a rather elderly routine. And Xiaowei dared not confront Ning Maching openly, only able to murmur quietly to herself, I want tea sleep. I want tea sleep. Little did she anticipate that Ning Maching would suddenly sit up, her slender fingers lightly prodding her forehead. What did you say? I said I want tea sleep. And Xiaowei was oblivious to the fear that this word could invoke. Upon hearing this, Ning Maching paused for a moment, yet proceeded to close the fashion magazine in her hands. How about we go out for something to eat? The mere mention of food tightened in Xiaowei's throat. Years of labor on construction sites had left her weathered. If there were anything that could offer her solace at this moment, it would certainly be a meal, at least two. In fact, I want hot pot. Although Xiaowei was short in stature, her expectations were notably high. If one could not indulge in a hot pot feast during prosperous times, then what would be the purpose of living? What if she found herself in a time travel novel as a pauper? What if she perished the moment she crossed over? Ugh, how unfortunate. All right then, let us eat. But since it's evening, let us keep it light. Ning Maching had no objections. After all, it was merely a hot pot, and she could easily afford 100 of them. In her life, she lacked many things, but never wealth. Yea, the thought of hot pot instantly revitalized in Xiaowei. However, before they could leave, Ning Maching insisted on attending to a particular matter, specifically, applying some medication. As Xiaowei hummed a tune while heading out for hot pot, Ning Maching took a moment to discern the melody. You sing Two Tigers quite well. but please refrain from humming it again next time. However, what Xiao Wei never anticipated was that during this outing, she would coincidentally run into the male lead. Along with his childhood sweetheart, Zhao Jiao, Ning Maqing's gaze was fixed upon Yanchen, who was about to leave. Nevertheless, the two had already ordered their dishes. And with half of the meal served, changing tables would be rather inconvenient. Xiao Wei, did you see that? Ning Maqing's expression was somewhat serious. What? What am I supposed to have seen? And Xiao Wei feigned ignorance, though inwardly she cursed her luck. After all, Ning Maqing had met Yanchen before. If she were to capture a photo and inform Wan, it would likely ruin the budding romance between Li Jiao and Yanchen. This green hat, woven by her own hands, had yet to shine, and if it were to be cut short, and Xiao Wei resolved to suffer in silence. He should resemble him, right? I feel he is not quite like that Gigi. That brother is utterly devoted to my sister, yet she doesn't seem particularly fond of him. After all, there are countless handsome men in the entertainment industry. And Xiao Wei spoke to Ning Maqing with a deliberately teasing tone. Ning Maqing paused for a moment, wanting to steal another glance at Yanchen, but was halted by Xiao Wei grasping her hand. Sister Maqing, I want to eat oranges. The little one's eyes blinked innocently, instantly melting Ning Maqing's heart. I'll go get some for you. Ning Maqing sprang to her feet. Once Ning Maqing was distracted, and Xiao Wei turned her attention to Li Jiao and Yanchen. You two seem quite suited for each other. I wish you everlasting happiness. And Xiao Wei flashed a smile at Yanchen and Li Jiao. Yanchen's expression darkened. This troublesome girl had disrupted several of his fortunate encounters. This time, he took Li Jiao out for hot pot, as he truly owed her a favor from the past. He felt remorse for Jiao, particularly because her temperament had recently been exceptionally gentle and understanding, no longer clinging to him. This made his heart flutter. Just moments ago, Jiao had fallen asleep, her head inadvertently resting on his shoulder. For a fleeting moment, Yanchen felt an urge to lean in and kiss her. Chapter 18. Do not call it out. 18. As for Wan, she had been elusive lately. Rumors suggested she was busy filming, likely involving intimate scenes, which filled Yanchen with a sense of discomfort. After all, she had been held and kissed by someone else, while Jiao remained an untouched, innocent childhood friend. One was obedient and considerate, while the other was a gentle star. He wished to possess both. What to do? For the first time, Yanchen found himself stricken by indecision. Yet, regardless of everything, he was determined to eliminate the obstacle that was in Xiao Wei. Having missed the opportunity with old man and being chastised by Wan, he had been plagued by misfortune. Fortunately, Jiao was by his side. Otherwise, he could scarcely imagine how he would endure it all. After all, she was just a little girl. If push came to shove, perhaps a touch of manipulation could resolve matters, allowing her to witness his prowess. The thought of the substantial rewards for his tasks, 100 billion, was almost overwhelming. He had never encountered such wealth in his life. He found himself wishing to utterly ruin Xiao Wei. Ah Chun, why aren't you eating? Would you like me to feed you? No, never mind. You can do it yourself, Li Jiao said with a playful smile, further igniting Yanchen's intrigue. Ning Maqing stole a few glances, instantly falling silent. For Xiao Wei was engrossed in viewing pictures of men's abs, and Xiao Wei remained oblivious to Ning Maqing's thoughts. As she was preoccupied with inspecting the goods, these photographs had all been sent by Lin Zixian. Lin Zixian himself was unaware of the sentiments with which he had forwarded them to Xiao Wei. The future sister-in-law appeared rather too liberated. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei, who had maintained a stoic expression as she perused the images, sent Lin Zixian a message of discontent. This won't do at all. The male protagonists in novels are often depicted with chiseled abs. Lin Zixian retorted, Are you referring to corn cobs? Unyielding, and Xiao Wei pressed on. Is there anything lower? Lin Zixian replied, That cannot be shared. He suspected Xiao Wei was being suggestive, and he possessed screenshot evidence to substantiate his doubts. However, Xiao Wei was not a person of base thoughts. She merely worried that Lin Zixian's aspirations were too limited. What if her sister were dissatisfied? What if Lin Zixian were lacking in vitality, necessitating the use of supplements for any strenuous tasks in the future? As Wan's sister, she felt it her duty to concern herself with such matters. Stop looking and eat, Ning Maqing said as he retrieved several slices of lamb from the 3 fresh pot and placed them into Xiao Wei's dipping bowl. Just as she was about to voice further complaints to Lin Zixian, she noticed Ning Maqing had sent her an image. Curiously, Xiao Wei opened it to find a picture of a forlorn little dog being pointed at, accompanied by the text, No inappropriate thoughts. She lifted her gaze to Ning Maqing, and though she said nothing, it felt as if an entire conversation had transpired. The last time she had been insulted, it had been in a similar fashion, and Xiao Wei felt as though her dignity had been affronted. "You call me a dog," and Xiao Wei gazed at Ning Maching, filled with intense resentment. "Fine, then I'll just die. I no longer wish to live." Ning Maching remained unmoved, and just as Xiao Wei contemplated further defiance, she was unexpectedly fed a slice of orange by him. "Oh, this orange is quite sweet," she remarked, taking a couple of bites. "I plan to commit suicide by consuming oranges," and Xiao Wei declared resolutely to Ning Maching. What a venomous woman, she thought. Though Xiao Wei enjoyed a bit of mischief, she was not excessively unruly. During meals, she behaved rather well, subtly observing the demeanor of her beloved apprentice. Li Jiao indeed managed her boundaries adeptly, never allowing Yin Shen to take advantage, yet every action she took stirred a yearning within him. However, when one is overly delighted, excess is easily indulged. As Xiao Wei rose from the sofa, her waist swayed, nearly causing her to stumble. A glance at her protruding belly revealed the unmistakable signs of a well-fed child. She rubbed her distended stomach, and before she could utter a word, she noticed Ning Maching raising his hand to gently pat it. The flesh on her belly felt soft and plush, reminiscent of a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. With a serious expression, she revealed a hint of a smile. It had been quite a while since Xiao Wei had enjoyed a meal so heartily. A hot pot shared between two was equally delightful, a truly comforting experience. As Ning Maching entered the elevator, he had yet to utter a word when he heard a rather enchanting exclamation from someone nearby. "Ah!" Ning Maching's heart leaped, akin to being clawed by a cat, leaving him quite restless. The other occupants of the elevator fell silent, and Ning Maching turned to see Xiao Wei, her eyes brimming with tears. "You stepped on my foot," and Xiao Wei feels rather aggrieved. Was it truly necessary to accuse her of plotting for wealth and taking lives just because she had a confrontation with Ning Maching? Oh no, merely a clash of egos. Meanwhile, Suya, who had her goods snatched by Ning Maching, is seething with anger. She beckons the receptionist to a secluded corner, her expression a tempest of frustration. "What is the matter? Are you really this furious?" The receptionist playfully drapes her arms around Suya's neck, planting a brief kiss upon her lips. The warmth of the moment envelopes Suya, causing her very cells to quiver involuntarily. "Don't kiss me. I find you repulsive," Suya retorts, pushing the woman away. The receptionist merely chuckles, adjusting her partially exposed attire. "So, shall we consider some sort of drug? After all, you're merely indulging. And I happen to have a newly released liquor that would pair splendidly." Suya clicks her tongue. "That won't he do? I like the audacity." Ning Maching is fiercely protective of that individual. "It's been ages since I've fancied a girl. Well, if all else fails, why not seek out a man? Given how much you spent in tea country back in the day, wouldn't it be rather uncharacteristic of you not to find a man for a bit of fun?" The receptionist leans against the wall, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "Get lost," Suya snaps, her expression darkening. "Who the hell has been spreading such nonsense?" "I am, and have always been, a woman." Suya is genuinely at a loss for words. These people revel in their baseless gossip. She typically uses an alias when out and about, yet the idea of that drug piques her interest. Perhaps she could use it on herself. The receptionist strides elegantly to the back, requests a box from a male colleague, and returns to Suya's side. "Here you go, keep it safe. Don't toss it around carelessly. If someone else happens to find it, it could lead to trouble." With a slight smirk playing on her lips, Suya cast a glance at the medicine, her eyes glimmering with charm. For those she found displeasing, she would not hesitate to make use of it. "You are truly wicked, quite vexing," the receptionist teased, playfully tapping Suya's delicate skin, her crimson lips curling into a mischievous smile. "Those skills of yours are better suited for men. You won't be able to entice me." Suya, of course, held no romantic interest in the receptionist, as they were merely friends. However, the alluring Xiao Wei truly stirred her curiosity. Chapter 19. I just want to use the restroom. Not together, and Xiao Wei remained oblivious to the fact that she was being watched by a dangerous individual. Her current predicament was rather awkward, as she trailed behind. The discomfort in her abdomen began to subside by the time they reached the threshold of her home. "Sister Maching," and Xiao Wei called out, perplexed by Ning Maching, who was blocking the entrance. "Please do not call me sister," Ning Maching replied, her gaze lowered, obscuring her expression. And Xiao Wei thought to herself, "Is she already dismissing me? Understood. No longer in love. I shall take my leave." After all, love had never truly existed. Upon entering, Ning Maching took a change of clothes and headed to the bathroom, the sound of water cascading softly from within. And Xiao Wei's heart sank as she realized the predicament. She pressed against the door, scratching it with her hands, her legs awkwardly entwined in a peculiar position. Ning-maching. Ning-maching. The occupant paused for a moment. The sound of water quieting as she inquired patiently, "You do not intend to join me, do you?" "That is out of the question." And Xiaowei replied, "No. I simply need to use the restroom." Ning-maching gazed towards the towel draped nearby, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally drying off the droplets on her skin. She wrapped herself in the towel and donned an outer garment to open the door for Xiaowei. Reluctantly, in order to avoid the irksome Suya, Ning-maching had deliberately ushered her into the master bedroom, which contained a bathroom and toilet, though it was usually locked when unoccupied. "Come in," Ning-maching said with an indifferent expression, and Xiaowei, having indulged a bit too much earlier, hurried to the toilet, her hand barely resting on her waist when she glanced at the still figure of Ning-maching. "You surely don't wish to watch me use the restroom, do you?" And Xiaowei fixed her gaze on Ning-maching, taken aback by her apparent depravity. She truly had misjudged Ning-maching. As long as she voiced her grievances quickly, the blame would not fall upon her. Ning-maching inhaled lightly, then swept her dripping black hair aside before turning and exiting the bathroom, closing the door behind her. What sins had she committed in her past life to encounter such a bewitching creature in this one? And Xiaowei was quick to finish her business. And as Ning-maching leaned against the door, she heard the sound of the toilet flushing before she pulled it open again. Instantly, her face flushed, and she shut the door once more. And Xiaowei exclaimed in surprise. Her skirt had yet to be adjusted, and Ning-maching's presence was unsettling. And Xiaowei felt increasingly uncomfortable in Ning-maching's home. The sensation of wearing a skirt was indeed peculiar. Without her safety shorts, she would have felt a chill. When Xiaowei finally emerged from the room, clutching the hem of her skirt, Ning-maching was engrossed in a magazine, exuding an air of nonchalance as if nothing had transpired. "I've finished. You may continue," and Xiaowei declared, mustering her courage to address Ning-maching. Ning-maching cast a fleeting glance at her, causing Xiaowei's scalp to tingle. She quickly shielded her skirt with her hands and darted into the guest bedroom. Ning-maching sighed, reflecting that she had merely glanced. With that thought in mind, she continued into the bathroom to wash. On the other hand, Asi observed in Xiaowei's bewildering actions, momentarily speechless. "What is your situation?" And Xiaowei's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she nervously tugged at the hem of her skirt, her demeanor imbued with an air of feigned innocence. "I'm shy. After all, I am but an innocent youth." Asi responded, somewhat exasperated. "It's evident. System, when will you perish so I can feast?" And Xiaowei could no longer tolerate Asi's mockery. "How can such a system exist? It's insufferable." Asi replied, "That is unlikely. Do not harbor such thoughts. Be obedient." However, there has been a development concerning Li Jiaojiao. Asi's voice was gentle, and upon uttering the word obedient, it seemed to soften, laced with a hint of affection. "What has occurred?" And Xiaowei's interest piqued. "She spent the night with Yanchun." And Xiaowei was taken aback. This topic was rather inappropriate, and she was reluctant to hear more. "Is that all?" She frowned, sensing that the matter was more complex than it appeared. "Is there something else you wish to know?" Asi's spirits lifted, and Xiaowei hesitated, pondering whether to inform one of this news. If one could simply excise the affliction of infatuation, what need would there be for her to undertake tasks? Meanwhile, Li Jiaojiao had just awakened in the hotel, staring blankly at the bloodstain on the sheets. Yanchun could only ask, what happened? He distinctly remembered enjoying hot pot earlier. How had he ended up in bed? Li Jiaojiao discerned the struggle reflected in Yanchun's countenance, suppressing her own discontent and revealing a soft, sweet smile. "Brother Yanchun, it's all right. I understand that today's events were not intentional. Let us regard them as if they never occurred." Hastily, she donned her attire and limped out of the hotel room, leaving 38 yuan upon the bedside table. She bit her lip and opened her phone, sending a message to her mentor to elucidate the situation. "Master, what should I do now?" In truth, Li Jiaojiao felt quite uncertain. She had not anticipated Yanchun's reckless behavior while intoxicated. "Fool, what were you thinking? Abandoning a major star for such folly?" The system within Yanchun was equally incensed. For the first time, being chastised by the system left Yanchun feeling quite embarrassed. After all, it was merely a collection of data. Did he not deserve dignity? Fortunately, Li Jiaojiao was devoted and unconcerned with such matters. "You managed to contain the situation. I have interfered on Wan's side. Her filming is progressing smoothly and will likely conclude early, so prepare yourself." The current task involved a day-long date with Wan, with a reward of 100 million and a potential doubling of the reward should any intimate encounters occur. The system emitted a few sharp sounds, its electronic voice tinged with urgency. It had not anticipated that as soon as the task was issued, a C would notify Xiao Wei. Oh, a day-long date? And Xiao Wei realized that this system was indeed insatiable. Yinshin had already made Wan jealous. Although it was her doing, he now sought to date her sister. How absurd. Yet, with Li Jiaojiao's success, the subsequent matters seemed less daunting. And Xiao Wei glanced at the task progress. It had reached 80%. Li Jiaojiao was indeed commendable. However, this was to be expected, for with Wan absent, the likelihood of Yinshin straying was significantly heightened. If Yinshin were to conceal Li Jiaojiao's presence, then the chances of this rendezvous succeeding were quite promising. A C spoke up. So, doesn't Wan need to witness this herself? And Xiao Wei pondered whether Wan had regained her composure after such a lengthy shoot. Yet, she would soon discover the answer. Wan had completed her filming in just a month and a half. As she boarded the plane, she stole a glance at the handsome figure on her screensaver, her heart fluttering with anticipation. It had been a while since she had seen her husband. She missed him dearly. The last time they had quarreled, it was entirely her fault. She shouldn't have let her temper flare at such a kind-hearted man. Surely, he would not hold a grudge against her, would he? Wan felt a twinge of unease. Taking advantage of her moment on the plane, she hurriedly dialed Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei, how is everything with Sister Ning? Wan's voice was filled with concern. What she did not expect was that the one who answered was Ning Mo Qing. Yes, she is quite nice, Ning Mo Qing replied, her expression darkening as she glanced at the empty bedroom. That girl had vanished without a trace this time, even leaving her phone behind. Heaven knows how fearful she must be of having her location tracked. Wan, relieved, exhaled softly. Sister Ning, the shoot here is finished. Please remember to have the company pick me up shortly. Ning Mo Qing, maintaining her composure, responded in a relatively gentle tone. Wan remained oblivious to any underlying tension. After hanging up, Ning Mo Qing looked at the clock hanging on the living room wall, which pointed directly to 12 o'clock. The room was suddenly shrouded in darkness, akin to the curtain of night descending. A series of pale blue light panels rose from Ning Mo Qing's toes. She checked her position. In the air, her voice was both cool and gentle. When Ning Mo Qing caught up with Xiao Wei, she was playing with Suya at the amusement park. Xiao Wei, go for it. That biggest doll, I can't believe it. You can hit it, Xiao Wei. You're amazing. Suya cheered for Xiao Wei while holding a piece of bread. Turning around, she was startled to see Ning Mo Qing standing behind her with a frosty expression. Suya nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation, completely terrified by Ning Mo Qing's presence. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei clutched her spoils, a triumphant glint in her eyes. Having just approached, she witnessed Ning Mo Qing scolding Suya while gripping her ear. Oh, gain some courage. Have we? Have you forgotten what I said before? Xiao Wei froze in her tracks, eager to flee, but her short legs were no match for Ning Mo Qing's assistant. A burly man in a black suit blocked her escape route. Glancing at the large teddy bear in her arms, Xiao Wei reluctantly approached Ning Mo Qing, handing the bear over. Here you go. There was no trace of reluctance on Xiao Wei's face. She was certainly not afraid of Ning Mo Qing. Strangely enough, every time she sneaked out to play with Suya, Ning Mo Qing would catch her red-handed. This time, they had deliberately chosen a crowded place, yet still, they were discovered. Ning Mo Qing's tone, initially tender, shifted to one of sternness. Wowa, you are so fierce towards me, yet you don't show the same fierceness to Xiao Wei. Suya, caught by the collar by Ning Mo Qing, found herself in an utterly embarrassing predicament. If it were not for her ability to manage Suya, Suya's family would not have entrusted her to Ning Mo Qing's household. You are unlike her. Ning Mo Qing released her grip, and Xiao Wei, clutching a bear of similar size to herself, observed as Ning Mo Qing approached. Taking a step back, she watched Ning Mo Qing draw a handkerchief from her pocket and gently wipe the beads of perspiration that had gathered on her forehead. Having had her fill of play, she spoke with a hint of resignation. Let us go. And Xiao Wei set the bear aside and lowered her head to sip some milk. The milk tasted peculiar, lacking the sweetness it had possessed before. After consuming half a glass, her interest waned. She tilted her head back and gulped the remainder in one go. Suya emerged from the bedroom, yawning, and made her way to the refrigerator. Upon opening it, she froze. Sister Ning, what happened to the remaining half of my milk? Turning her gaze to the coffee table, she spotted the glass cup that Xiao Wei had just placed, still glistening with traces of milk. What the hell? Suya's hand trembled, nearly causing her to dislodge the refrigerator door. What's wrong? Ning Mo Qing inquired. Suya bit her lips slightly and shook her head. Nothing. Ning Mo Qing felt an inexplicable oddity within her. Once Xiao Wei retreated to the bedroom, she turned her attention back to Suya. Do not even think about taking her out for leisure. Her current responsibility is to diligently complete her graduation thesis. Suya's mind was far from this matter as she nodded absent-mindedly. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei lay on the bed and, within mere minutes, sensed something amiss. She felt a wave of heat surging from within her body, her beautiful eyes glistening with a hint of moisture. She parted her lips slightly, becoming acutely aware of her own rapid and heavy heartbeat. The rhythmic sound echoed like a drumbeat. Xiao Wei felt her consciousness fading, the clarity she once possessed gradually dissipating. She gently bit her lower lip, the sharp pain providing a momentary distraction as she summoned the system. "A C," she called, her voice a wretched whisper, thick and heated, causing a blush to bloom on her alabaster neck, a hue reminiscent of ethereal mist. Delicate droplets of perspiration adorned her exquisite collarbone. A C, seemingly just arrived, paused upon witnessing her state. "Have you taken something?" "I have no partner to indulge in such things," Xiao Wei retorted, feeling as though she might perish from the heat. Never before had she endured such an agonizing experience. Her hands clutched the soft white blanket tightly, the remnants of her rationality being slowly consumed by the searing sensations. "The marketplace isn't even open yet," A C remarked, astonished by the situation. "Is it truly necessary to resort to that?" In the milky white space, a woman clad in a flowing smoky green gown fixated on the screen before her, steam emanating from it. She raised her hand, lightly biting her index finger, her earlobes flushed with color. It appeared that this was the only course of action left. Before long, Xiao Wei heard the door creak open. She widened her eyes, nearly tearing apart the blanket upon recognizing the figure of Ning Maching. He locked the door behind him and took a seat gracefully beside her, his posture elegant and composed, casting his gaze down upon her. His eyes, pale and serene as water, brought her a fleeting clarity. "What do you need? Would you like me to find you a man?" he inquired. What nonsense was she uttering? Xiao Wei was utterly astonished. However, witnessing the arrival of her savior, she instinctively extended her delicate hand and grasped the cool, pristine wrist of the individual before her. It felt refreshingly soothing. In Chapter 21, lost in thought, Xiao Wei propped herself against Ning Maching's knee, slightly lifting her gaze to admire the elegant, slender neck of Ning Maching, its porcelain-like sheen reflecting in her beautiful eyes. Xiao Wei blinked gently. Ning Maching, lowering her gaze, observed Xiao Wei's enchanting features, her delicate visage reminiscent of a gardenia petal, while her soft cotton dress remained partially concealed beneath the covers. Xiao Wei leaned closer to Ning Maching, prompting a frown from Ning Maching, who instinctively shifted back, her entire back pressed against the wardrobe door. The stranger's breath grew heavier, the fine tendrils of air brushing against Ning Maching's face, leaving her momentarily stunned as the young girl inched closer and placed a soft kiss upon her. Xiao Wei's arms encircled Ning Maching's graceful neck, the warmth of her breath causing a tingling sensation on Ning Maching's face. Xiao Wei gently pressed against the wardrobe, compelling Ning Maching to press against it as well, while the stranger's fingertips grazed her shoulder. "Maching Jia," she uttered, her voice laced with disbelief, almost childlike in its timbre. It was sticky and cloying, akin to freshly made malt candy. Ning Maching initially intended to push her away. Yet the proximity was too great, and with Xiao Wei precariously suspended, she nearly tumbled to the floor. Ning Maching instinctively caught her. "Get some good rest." Ning Maching tucked Xiao Wei into the quilt, watching her struggle to extend her hand, only to find herself enveloped within the warmth of the bedding. Gazing upon Xiao Wei's delicate, rosy complexion, Ning Maching experienced for the first time the intoxicating allure of another. It was ineffable, a peculiar sensation that enveloped her. In a moment of daze, she lowered her gaze. Xiao Wei clung to her, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes, a bittersweet ache swelling within her. Her heart, unbidden, was drawn to Ning Maching as if the woman before her was her sole salvation in this lifetime. The curtains remained drawn throughout the day, and the two seemed to have plunged into an abyss of darkness, lost in a dreamy stupor. It was indescribable. All Xiao Wei could recall later was that their situation had indeed spiraled into disarray, her feeble breath seemingly siphoned away by an unseen force. She could catch the scent of flowers lingering on Ning Maching, and soon enough, she realized that the fragrance enveloped her as well. In a deep slumber, Xiao Wei felt an overwhelming discomfort, prompting her to seek closer proximity to Ning Maching. Ning Maching pressed her further into the quilt, kissing her gently. Xiao Wei lowered her lashes, too timid to meet her gaze, yet this encounter felt strangely fitting for her. The cotton dress slipped from the quilt, landing on the floor, while her delicate hand hung limply at the bedside, her fragile neck exposed and unadorned. amidst a cacophony of disquietude in the room. Dewdrops trickled from Xiaowei's form onto the quilt, an ineffable sight. She herself was at a loss as to how she drifted into slumber. In contrast, Ning Maching found herself ensnared in a nightmarish dream. In her dream, she had just returned from the gates of the estate, where she beheld a youth clad in azure standing at the entrance, sword in hand. Upon noticing her, he greeted her with a gentle smile, his demeanor tender. "Luo, I fear I must leave. Gu Wei, but if I do not depart, the Gu family shall not endure. This is my talisman for survival," he declared. "My master has said that in times of peril, it can guide you to a place of safety." He pressed the talisman into Luo's small hand. "I am the last of the Gu lineage. I must ensure its survival. My life is yours. In time, that you've perished, having committed no sin, yet meeting an untimely fate." Ning Maching awoke from her dream, startled, pressing her forehead to alleviate the throbbing pain. Her gaze fell upon the blood at her fingertips, already drying. The pain was intense. Being a woman, she needed to exert considerable effort to alleviate Xiaowei's condition. Hearing the gentle sound of flowing water, Xiaowei stirred from her sweet slumber, realizing it was night. The fragmented moonlight and lamplight filtered through the curtains. Yet all remained relatively quiet. What has transpired? She wondered. The effects of the medicine had long since worn off, but rising proved arduous. Exhaustion coursed through her bones. And as she leaned against the pillow, the reality of her circumstances became clear. Her body felt heavy, her fingers lacking strength, as if even consuming a meal posed a challenge. Xiaowei's eyes reflected confusion and helplessness, her delicate face marred by traces of dried tears. It was all Ning Maching. Her hair cascaded in front of her, concealing some of the evidence, yet the marks upon her fair neck remained starkly visible. Xiaowei gently bit her lower lip, an unusual shyness seeping through her demeanor, tinged with a hint of anger. Yet, she was no fool. She understood that Ning Maching harbored no genuine feelings for her. It was she who had taken the initiative, wrapping her arms around Ning Maching's neck and even planting a kiss upon her cheek. Reflecting on the prior events, Xiaowei swiftly retrieved her clothing from the ground. Ning Maching turned off the faucet, observing the marks left on her collarbone by Xiaowei's teeth. Her gaze lowered, her tone neutral. I shall gift you this." And Xiaowei, suppressing the pain, donned her dress and began to tidy the clothes strewn about the wardrobe. Though it was the final day, an array of unexpected occurrences had transpired. She found herself hesitant to meet Ning Maching's gaze. Upon noticing the bloodstains on the sheets, an unfamiliar torrent of emotions surged within her. At that moment, she realized her purity was irrevocably tainted. Ning Maching promptly escorted Xiaowei out the door. "It's all right. Not too impressive," she remarked. To which Xiaowei hurriedly shook her head in denial. Ning Maching continued to drive, choosing not to elaborate further. Help. What should I do?" And Xiaowei lamented, her eyes brimming with tears as she stared out at the passing scenery. She isn't that kind of person. How do you know? Are you well acquainted with her?" And Xiaowei retorted with a light scoff. "Naturally, I am not." Feeling a slight headache, spoke with a weary tone. She had just awoken, fatigue weighing heavily upon her eyelids. "What have you been up to? You seem utterly exhausted. Your speech is lacking vitality." And Xiaowei, puzzled, inquired, "Is everything all right? You seem so drained." "It's nothing, just a minor mishap." "I truly did not anticipate this," replied, clearing her throat lightly. "Are you really going to look for a man? Who are you searching for?" And Xiaowei suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. "Who am I looking for?" "I'm looking for you," replied, promptly sealing her lips. And Xiaowei was taken aback. If it weren't for the fact that it was Ning Maching who acted, she might have thought that had done something to her. Chapter 22. Quite well taken care of, fell silent thereafter. Why do I feel like Xiaowei has gained weight? It seems that Sister Ning has taken good care of her, Ning Maching mused inwardly, acknowledging the truth of her words, as the care had indeed extended to the bedroom. Yet, she dared not let Inwan in on this. Handing over the suitcase she was carrying to Inwan, she said, "All right, it's getting late. Take a few days to rest. Soon you'll have to get busy again." "Okay, Sister Ning. By the way, I feel I've made significant progress this time. I might just push for an award." Inwan's expression was bright, clearly delighted by her acting experience. Wasn't this more enjoyable than searching for a partner? Just then, recalling how badly Inwan was duped by Yinshin later on, and Xiaowei felt a fleeting pang of sympathy for her. "That's wonderful. I've heard from Xiaoli that your acting was impressive this time. I will try my best to find you some film opportunities next time. It would certainly aid in enhancing your skills." After exchanging a few pleasantries with Inwan, Ning Maching cast a few glances at the withdrawn and Xiao Wei before getting into the car. And Wan glanced at Xiao Wei, her eyes curving with delight. Let's go. I've ordered some food for delivery. We're having hot pot. I haven't indulged in hot pot for ages. I've been subsisting on grass in the mountains. And Wan was truly weary of the harsh life in the mountains. They had chosen a remarkably remote village this time. One that was even more backward than she had envisioned, with a signal so scarce it was pitiful. It is evident that you have lost quite a bit of weight. And Xiao Wei surveyed and Wan from head to toe. I now weigh 88 pounds. By the way, how has Ning Jie been treating you these days? And Wan rested her arm on her younger sister's shoulder, expressing her longing for Xiao Wei after not seeing her for a while. She is quite nice. And Xiao Wei hesitated to mention the recent incident, where she had forcefully compelled Ning Imoqing to sleep with her. Such audacious actions were once beyond her imagination. Our family does not intend to open a breeding farm, you know. This remark elicited laughter from Wan. Xiao Wei, I understand you have reservations about my relationship with Yinshin, but he truly is a wonderful person. You will come to realize this in due course. Wan placed her hands on Xiao Wei's shoulders, her eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. Why is it so difficult for Xiao Wei to accept Yinshin's existence? And Xiao Wei responded, yes, he is indeed good enough to put a green hat on you. Without the system, Yinshin wouldn't even have had the opportunity to be with Li Jiao, let alone engage in such double dealings now. All right, I understand. I support your relationship. I think it's quite good. Take me to meet him tomorrow, and I shall call him brother-in-law. And Xiao Wei beamed a soft smile. For some reason, Wan suddenly shivered. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was something mischievous behind that smile. Yet, Xiao Wei was just a naive child. Wasn't she? Well, that puts my mind at ease. Meanwhile, Yin Chun, observing Wan's social media updates, wore a gentle smile. He was truly exhilarated. Looking into the mirror, he noticed that his appearance had deteriorated significantly during Wan's absence. The blemishes on his face had resurfaced. What shall the system do? Will my wife notice during this date? Yanshin is truly terrified. To him, it is merely a tool to bask in the protagonist's halo. But from whence does this halo originate? If the person he seeks is male, then the halo must be drawn from the fortunes, lineage, and various admirable qualities of exceptional women. As long as he can transform that woman into someone consumed by love, isn't it simply a matter of skill? Such matters may hold little significance for others, yet for the system, they serve as a bountiful source of energy. Yanshin gazed into the mirror, witnessing the blemishes vanish. An excitement illuminated his face. Thank you, system. You are truly kind to me. It suffices that you know my gratitude. Now, the tasks at hand must be executed. The system coldly replied. The following day, Wan emerged from the villa district clad in a pink gauze dress. Upon stepping outside, she spotted Yanshin waiting on his bicycle. The moment he laid eyes on Wan, he enveloped her in a charming smile, with his arms around her waist. The soft fragrance in his embrace ignited a flutter in his heart. He pondered the differences between waking up next to a superstar and Li Jiao. Unbeknownst to Wan, Yanshin harbored impure thoughts. She shyly pushed him away and glanced at Xiao Wei behind her. Xiao Wei, come here and call me brother, Wan beckoned, displaying a sweet and gentle smile. And Xiao Wei's lips curled slightly, mischief bubbling within her. Sister, do I still need to call you second sister? After all, you are already a second wife. The innocent words of the young girl left Wan momentarily speechless. What does that mean? Second wife? Yanshin nearly lost his composure. The system? Oh, I almost forgot about this matter. What should I do about this fellow? Yanshin is practically seething with rage towards Xiao Wei. He is genuinely in love with Wan. Yet this mischievous younger sister of his always appears at the most inconvenient times to vex him. What do you mean by a second wife, Xiao Wei? Wan inquired, momentarily taken aback. A wave of jealousy surged within her as she observed the distressed expression on Wan's face. Yanshin, quick on his feet, devised a clever explanation. Xiao Wei was merely jesting. During my last outing with my sister, we fortuitously encountered Xiao Wei, and I should clarify this matter with her. With this explanation, Wan was convinced. So that is how it is. Let us proceed. Wan heaved a sigh of relief. With her striking beauty, how could Yanshin possibly be enamored with another woman? Surely, there must be girls pursuing him, entangling him in their affections. I shall not accompany you. I will venture into the city to find some books for research for my paper, and Xiao Wei waved her hand. Riding a bicycle? Wan had likely never experienced such indignity in her life. It is my first time on a bicycle, Wan exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Yanshin's waist, her face aglow with happiness. And Xiao Wei thought to herself, women in love are truly terrifying, They forget their own vehicle and would rather adorn it with diamonds. Fortunately, despite her foolishness, Wan had the sense to don a mask to conceal her identity. Standing still, Xiao Wei retrieved her phone. There are matters to attend to. You may need to find a man to accompany you to the movies today. Xiao Wei contemplated fulfilling Li Jiaojiao's desires, but did not intend for Yin Chun to take advantage of the situation. However, given his propensity for infidelity post-marriage, such behavior seems rather typical. Chapter 23, Yin Chun's Unsavory Thoughts. 23. What man does not relish a clandestine affair? Xiao Wei expressed her understanding. Yet she stood firmly by Wan's side, destined to remain at odds with Yin Chun for eternity. Oh no, not just in this life, but in this world. Ah? Master, are you serious? Li Jiaojiao was utterly perplexed. Men possess a sense of possessiveness. Unless a green hat is placed upon their heads, they remain unruffled. Xiao Wei's explanation was quite compelling. Li Jiaojiao fell silent. Naturally, she yearned to be with Yin Chun, for she was a traditional woman. The fact that Yin Chun was irresponsible was already enough to incite her to violence. Beast. Yin Chun is nothing but a beast. All right, master, I shall heed your words. Where shall we go? Though she was uncertain how the master discerned Yin Chun's whereabouts. The mere thought that he harbored feelings for someone else made Li Jiaojiao's heart heavy with discomfort. Clearly, after everything that had transpired, could it be that in Yin Chun's eyes, she was merely a discarded toy? Xiao Wei inquired about Wan's location, as they had already secured tickets for a movie. Wan, preoccupied with her date, naturally refrained from texting and instead sent a screenshot, revealing her location. Xiao Wei glanced at it and forwarded the details to Li Jiaojiao. For Li Jiaojiao, finding a man to masquerade as her boyfriend posed no dilemma. After all, being a devoted admirer of a male protagonist in a romantic novel classified one as a high-quality follower. Li Jiaojiao swiftly selected a male from her contacts to feign as her boyfriend. He was indeed a boyfriend, albeit a pretended one. Xiao Wei tidied herself up, even rummaging through the original Xiao Wei's cosmetics to avoid being recognized by Wan. This exploration was both surprising and startling. The original owner, Xiao Wei, regarded cosmetics as a matter of meticulous calculation. Fortunately, she had not absorbed any lessons from Suya, yet the ability to distinguish cosmetics had become second nature. Can you apply makeup? Asi inquired, her confusion palpable. What do you mean? Are you questioning me? Xiao Wei found it difficult to accept this side of Asi. No, Asi quickly replied. Well, if you doubt me, I'll prove you wrong, Xiao Wei retorted. Unfazed by the banter. As the cherished darling of her family, she could certainly not endure such indignities. Do you need me to provide some rat poison? Asi teased. I didn't say anything, Xiao Wei replied, her tone sharp. Asi fell silent, yet Xiao Wei could sense her amusement. What was so funny? Did she have a comical face? Gazing into the mirror at her delicate features, Xiao Wei found herself quite pleasing to the eye. However, she knew that without makeup, her appearance would be insufficient for stepping outside. Once Xiao Wei finished her makeup, Asi couldn't help but exclaim, "Who are you?" Xiao Wei donned her sunglasses, her twin ponytails cascading over her shoulders, and her lips curled into a mischievous smile. What do you think? My makeup skills are quite impressive now, aren't they? She hummed happily, securing the cat ear Bluetooth headphones atop her head, a pink ensemble emblematic of an esports girl, which she had ordered recently. It's quite nice, Asi conceded, unsure how to respond to Xiao Wei, ultimately resorting to an unabashed compliment. Xiao Wei, thoroughly pleased with her appearance, stepped out of the house clad in a black sweatshirt and fluffy pants. In this guise, even a dog would struggle to recognize her, riding her beloved folding bicycle. Xiao Wei hummed a tune as she reached the roadside. After securing her bike, she called for a car to the cinema to better observe the lead characters. Xiao Wei deliberately chose a seat slightly further back. Meanwhile, Li Jiaojiao, ever perceptive, opted to sit beside Yin Chun. This proximity was intended for an intimate thrill. The apprentice was quite mischievous, much to Xiao Wei's delight. The duo selected a romantic film, and Xiao Wei stealthily slipped into the seat behind her sister, only to discover Li Jiaojiao seated next to Yin Chun with a faux boyfriend. Yin Chun turned his head away. Just days ago, this girl had been tenderly nestled in his embrace, and now she had found another suitor. Li Jiaojiao played her role with remarkable affection. Here, this candy is delicious. You should try some, she said, lifting a piece of candy to the boy's lips. Although Yin Chun sat next to Wan, his gaze continually drifted toward Li Jiaojiao. The man's vanity and jealousy ignited a furious blaze within him. Who had given Li Jiaojiao the audacity to act so brazenly toward him? This uncontrollable fury nearly consumed his reason, rendering him oblivious to Wan's presence. Did she not know who she belonged to? With that thought, Yin-chun inhaled deeply, stood up, and gently tousled Inwan's hair. Wan, I need to step out for a moment. Inwan nodded obediently. Yin-chun's demeanor was soft, but as he exited the screening room, his expression darkened considerably. He raised his hand to send a message to Li Jiaojiao. He had made up his mind. He wanted both. After all, what was a superstar? Hadn't he once charmed her completely? Wouldn't he continue to do so? As for Li Jiaojiao, considering that she has the ability to bring him joy, Yinxing thought that reluctantly playing the role of a clandestine lover was not entirely unfeasible. He merely committed the same blunders that all men are prone to, thus he felt not an ounce of guilt. Go ahead, Li Jiaojiao said, clutching her phone with a tinge of anxiety. She found herself somewhat perplexed by Yinxing's intentions. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and stepped outside, where Yinxing awaited her in the restroom. It was still the ladies' room, and at that moment, there were no other patrons. Li Jiaojiao cautiously pulled open the stall door, but before she could react, Yinxing pulled her inside. You're quite bold, aren't you? Trying to toy with me? You ought to consider your place, he remarked. If Inwan were present, she would undoubtedly be blushing and flustered. My husband is so domineering, I absolutely adore it. Yet, at that moment, Li Jiaojiao was too disheartened to dwell on such thoughts. After all, you don't truly care for me. Jiaojiao, I genuinely like you. Who said I don't? I love you, Jiaojiao. Let us be together, Yinxing insisted, grasping her hand, his voice low and tender. By this point, Li Jiaojiao, well acquainted with the theatrics of the situation, felt tears streaming down her cheeks. She was not naive. While Yinxing's words brought her joy, they also felt oddly familiar, as if he had uttered them to others before her. She recognized herself as a devoted admirer. Yet even a devoted admirer deserves dignity. She had no desire to be a mere backup, only to be his foremost admirer. I'm just a fleeting amusement for you. You and she are different. I've yet to experience anything with her. She pales in comparison to you, sweetness. Jiaojiao, I have been thinking. Yinxing inhaled the delicate fragrance that enveloped her, reminiscing about the enchanting night they had shared, momentarily overcome by emotion. Chapter 24. Do you recall what happened yesterday? Yet, before Yinxing could make a move, a knock echoed from outside the partition. Li Jiaoji was startled, momentarily abandoning her shyness. However, with other compartments nearby, why did they choose to knock on theirs? This was, of course, the clever design of Gu Wei. She felt compelled to orchestrate the melodrama between the female supporting character and the male lead. It would be unbearable for her if the expected storyline did not unfold. And one overheard the exchange between Yinxing and Li Jiaojiao. Pressing her hand against her chest, she felt a pang of heartache. Struggling to believe that the man in the compartment was her beloved husband, indulging in flirtation with another woman. The voice was unmistakably his. No wonder he had come out. He must have seen his girlfriend enjoying the company of another man and felt jealousy stir within him. And Wan's beautiful eyes were clouded with tears, rendering her surroundings indistinct as her companion led her away. It could not possibly be his fault. It must surely be that woman who had seduced him. And Gu Wei spoke with a blank expression, even stealing Wan's self-reassuring thoughts. And Wan felt a surge of frustration, wiping away the moisture from her eyes. After 2 minutes, she saw Yinxing emerging with Li Jiaojiao in tow. Li Jiaojiao nestled against Yinxing, but upon spotting Wan, she quickly lowered her head, hiding behind him. Before Gu Wei could utter a word, Wan could no longer bear it. Her hand trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks as she fled in despair. She had merely stepped out to film a scene, only to discover that her husband had strayed. She found it utterly unbearable. And Gu Wei glanced at the message sent by Lin Zixuan. I have arrived. It's your turn to make an entrance. She pressed her lips together, realizing that at this moment, Wan was in dire need of comfort, and there was no more opportune time for Lin Zixuan to appear. And Gu Wei cast a sidelong glance at Li Jiaojiao and Yinxing, offering a gentle smile. Quite good. Yinxing, unsure whether to interpret this as mockery, recognized the young lady before him, even if she were turned to ashes, and Gu Wei, the younger sister of Wan. All of this was part of her cunning scheme. System. I have fallen into a trap, Yinxing seethed, his teeth grinding in frustration. However, the system paid him no heed, even expressing a disinterest in his plight. It had never anticipated that this male protagonist would be such a fool, losing sight of the greater picture for a trivial gain. No matter how delightful Li Jiaojiao might seem, she could only play the role of a mistress. There was no sense in conducting an affair in front of the legitimate partner. Was this truly a romantic tale? The system felt exasperated by Yinxing, this foolish pig. You handle it, after all, and one holds the most energy in this world. Is there nothing else? Nothing at all? Yinxing, not lacking in intelligence, knew that Wan would never forgive him. Well, There's a male option. Do you want it? The system snorted disdainfully. Yen Chen's expression darkened. He preferred the alluring beauty of a woman. What would he want with a man? With flat screens all around, what was the appeal? Yen Chen had not anticipated that a moment's folly could cost him billions, oh no, rather, trillions. The thought of it deepened his loathing for Wei. Meanwhile, Wei remained oblivious to these inner turmoils, diligently focused on her primary mission. Yet, despite orchestrating a grand scheme, the outcome was merely a 10% increase in her task's progress, bringing it to a total of 90%. It feels as though I have encountered a glitch. See, have you malfunctioned? Not at all, unless the female protagonist becomes involved with another, marries, and enjoys a night of consummation. Only then will there be no possibility with the male lead. And Wei, this touches upon her area of ignorance. Nevertheless, it indeed aligns with the laws of fiction. See, you cannot possibly desire to witness something risky, can you? And Wei finds this system rather unhealthy. It even requires her to observe the elder sister of the female lead. This system is quite inappropriate. No, if the female lead remains pure, then the male lead will possess infinite possibilities. I speak the truth, for I am the system and shall not deceive you. And Wei once again feels fortunate that she had the foresight to prepare Lin Zixuan as a backup. She hopes Lin Zixuan will be considerate enough to win over the girl he likes. She has thoroughly investigated this individual. He is commendable and comes from a good family. Initially, Wei intended to take in Wanda and family to reclaim their heritage, but with Lin Zixuan present, such matters of enhancing affection can be entrusted to him. What thrilling and stimulating activities should she pursue next? You have yet to complete your thesis. A single statement from I.C. extinguished in Wei's thoughts of indulgence and merriment. How vexing. This system is truly malicious. The first draft requires 15,000 words. And Wei feels her delicate hands, as tender as flowers, are about to be worn down by the keyboard. However, under Ning Maching's supervision, her thesis is progressing well. And now it merely requires some revisions. I have never written a thesis in my past life. And Wei, while begrudgingly enduring her student life, vents her frustrations to AC. No worries, with my presence, the more skills you acquire, the swifter you shall accomplish your tasks. Upon hearing AC's words, and Wei envisioned a gentle and refined face, none other than Ning Moqing. The mere thought of her stirred a sense of agitation within Wei. She had always been an optimistic person, yet she found herself entangled in a perplexing dilemma. The question loomed, should she bear responsibility towards Ning Moqing? However, this inquiry seemed rather ludicrous, for it was evidently Ning Moqing who ought to consider her obligations. They had merely agreed to dismantle the couple. Yet somehow a convoluted relationship with the female lead's manager had emerged. And Wei pounded on the keyboard with fervor. Just as she completed the first draft, a message from Ning Moqing arrived. Are you done yet? And Wei's heart leapt. She sent a period back to Ning Moqing, signifying her continued existence. Ning Moqing, undeterred by any awkwardness, responded with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing a trivial matter like having eaten a rabbit that day. Do you recall yesterday's incident? The one where you cried? And Wei replied, thanks for the invitation, but I do not remember. Although she had seemingly forgotten, the memory of herself curling up in tears by the bedside lingered, truly an embarrassing moment. Cursebly nai. And Wei felt an urge to wield the knife gifted by her to conduct a cleansing ritual. After careful consideration, she deemed it necessary to address the situation. And regarding Suya, she had resolved to clear her name by claiming it was an accident. And Wei found this just far from amusing. However, was it truly Suyu's doing? No, it seemed she had inadvertently placed the spiked milk in the refrigerator, and, before she could retrieve it, it had been handed to her by Ning Moqing. How should this be resolved? And Wei trembled with trepidation, her injuries still fresh, rendering her unable to wield a blade against another. After a prolonged silence, she observed the screen displaying typing for an entire minute. Just as she presumed Ning Moqing was composing a lengthy message, her own notification finally appeared. Let us be together. And Wei lowered her gaze, not out of fear, but in search of her fallen composure. Chapter 25. Do you want me to support you? After a moment of focused contemplation, and Wei cautiously extended a delicate hand from beneath the table. The computer screen still illuminated with Ning Moqing's incoming message. A bottle of wine? What wine? I do not drink. And Wei hastily responded with a flurry of words. Ning Moqing, you could opt for orange juice. However, how have you reflected on my question? It was evident that Ning Moqing was not easily swayed by Wei's distractions. Still pondering how to navigate their conversation, she received another message. Speak your mind. I am at the CAF awaiting your arrival, or I could come to fetch you. Following this message was a location pin from Ning Maching. Could I choose not to go? And Xiao Wei felt a wave of resistance within her. He was a man, and the events of yesterday had far surpassed her expectations. She still struggled to accept the reality of being pursued by a girl. I could come to fetch you, she suggested. And Xiao Wei, perhaps I shall go instead. Taking a deep breath, she resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, she must confront this situation. And Xiao Wei even took the time to apply her makeup, and upon arriving at the CAF, she purchased a pack of gum from the convenience store at the entrance. Chewing it as she entered, Ning Mo-ching was seated in her usual spot in the corner of the CAF, adorned in a delicate, smoky green floral dress. Her fingers lightly tapped on the keyboard of a pastel pink notebook that appeared somewhat out of place in her grasp. One cappuccino, no sugar. And also this cake and that one, she ordered. After settling the bill, and Xiao Wei casually stuffed her small hands into her pockets and sauntered over to Ning Mo-ching. From a distance, Ning Mo-ching spotted Xiao Wei, but nearly failed to recognize her. What on earth are you wearing? She inquired, frowning as Xiao Wei took a seat. Rebellious, free-spirited. The persona of a bad girl, and Xiao Wei replied, crossing her legs nonchalantly. The peach blossom pink eyeshadow accentuated her vibrant appearance. Ning Mo-ching remarked, "It seems I really need to teach Suyu a lesson. What mischief have you learned from her?" With that, she closed her laptop and gazed at Xiao Wei. And Xiao Wei, unable to meet her gaze, looked down and blew bubbles. Do you prefer dining out, watching movies, or perhaps a visit to the amusement park? Ning Mo-ching asked. I enjoy sleeping, and Xiao Wei quickly responded, seizing the conversation. Ning Mo-ching observed Xiao Wei's crossed legs, leaned back against the sofa, and chuckled lightly. You really want to tease me, don't you? And Xiao Wei lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes appearing innocent and adorably naive. She was merely a pitiable and charming little beauty. What ill intentions could she possibly harbor? I believe that affection can be cultivated, and for both you and me. This endeavor is not insurmountable. Ning Mo-ching retrieved 2 sheets of paper from a pile of documents and presented them before Xiao Wei. And Xiao Wei's brow furrowed slightly as she accepted the papers and glanced at them. A romantic schedule? What an absurd assortment of details. Everything from daily meals meticulously planned. Ning Mo-ching, are you serious about this? Or perhaps you intend to treat this matter as a mere accident, which I could also accept. And Xiao Wei remained silent for a considerable time, only to suddenly recall something. Did you not say you preferred men? And Xiao Wei inquired of Ning Mo-ching. Suspicion creeping into her mind. A woman is not out of the question, Ning Mo-ching replied nonchalantly. And Xiao Wei instinctively covered herself, noticing the peculiar glint in Ning Mo-ching's eyes. Before clearing her throat and releasing her grip. The previous incident was merely an accident, she weakly defended. Ning Mo-ching glanced at Xiao Wei. Did I not mention otherwise? And Xiao Wei found herself at a loss for words. It seemed she had encountered a formidable opponent, and whether she could outmaneuver Ning Mo-ching remained a significant question. Can I assert that I am indifferent to this? And Xiao Wei pulled out a tissue to clean out the chewing gum from her mouth and leaned toward Ning Mo-ching. I truly do not mind. Very well, I understand. A large question mark appeared above Xiao Wei's head. What has she come to understand? You haven't eaten yet, have you? Ning Mo-ching remarked. And Xiao Wei instinctively nodded. Ah, right. Let me take you to eat first. We shall discuss everything else later. Ning Mo-ching glanced at his phone to check the nearby dining establishments, and he found the vicinity rather appealing. And Xiao Wei, of course, could never be with Ning Mo-ching. While she harbored no ill feelings towards him, it was far from affection. Moreover, she was merely a transient in this world. How could she possibly remain with Ning Mo-ching indefinitely? Carrying a notebook, Ning Mo-ching led Xiao Wei out of the CAF. What would you like to eat? He inquired. Noodles. I'm quite easy to please, and Xiao Wei replied nonchalantly, stretching her limbs. Upon hearing this, Ning Mo-ching turned to her. Are you suggesting that I should support you? And Xiao Wei was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from speaking so freely. That's not what I meant. I simply meant that I am not picky about food. Then you are indeed easy to care for, Ning Mo-ching acknowledged. And Xiao Wei mused that it was indeed better for Ning Mo-ching to remain silent. After all, ample curves could be equated with being easy to nurture, unlike her own figure. However, Ning Mo-ching did take her to eat noodles, albeit at a private restaurant where the dishes were exquisitely crafted. The price of a single plate nearly made Xiao Wei's eyes bulge in disbelief. Reminded that she, too, was somewhat affluent, she straightened her posture with newfound confidence. Unexpectedly, Ning Mo-ching's gaze fixed upon her, causing Xiao Wei to panic and cover herself. What are you doing? It dawned on her that Ning Maching was indeed a notorious rogue. After a prolonged silence, he mused, "Wasn't it Xiao Wei who intentionally drew my attention there? This restaurant's chicken wings are quite commendable. You should give them a try." The meal was steeped in awkwardness to avert further mishaps, and Xiao Wei buried her head into her bowl like a hamster, wishing to conceal her face entirely. As for the flavor of the food, she was utterly oblivious. Upon exiting the restaurant, and Xiao Wei felt an overwhelming urge to find a pink ribbon to hang herself with. The interaction with Ning Maching was unbearably uncomfortable. "Give me your arm," and Xiao Wei said, looking up. Her words were quite straightforward, prompting her to reflect that there was nothing wrong with a girl wearing another girl's clothing, leading her to decisively don the outfit. Chapter 26. The ring. However, Ning Maching's clothes were quite large. When worn by Xiao Wei, she appeared diminutive and adorably soft. Observing Xiao Wei clumsily fastening the buttons, Ning Maching raised a hand to her lips, a hint of amusement escaping her. Transformed into a girl, she seemed considerably more charming than before. "No, I really lack the energy to indulge in frivolities. I shall take you to see the night scenery." The views in the western suburbs are delightful, with numerous barbecue stalls and grassy areas where people often picnic. Without allowing Xiao Wei to protest, Ning Maching insisted she get into the car. Typically, she was not the one who took Xiao Wei out for leisure. That role was usually filled by Suya, a fact she acknowledged as her own shortcoming. Nonetheless, she was determined to ensure that Xiao Wei cleaned her face of any remnants before the evening progressed. Ning Maching was also warmly dressed, so the absence of an outer garment was inconsequential. Yet, Xiao Wei could catch a whiff of a delicate floral fragrance, which made her feel somewhat disoriented. The recollections of yesterday flooded her mind, and the mere thought of it made her cheeks flush uncontrollably. In fact, she bit down on the back of her hand. No inappropriate thoughts. Xiao Wei patted her face, attempting to dispel those thoughts from her mind, but the outcome was dismal. She simply could not push them away. "By the way, that object in the back seat is a gift I purchased for you." Ning Maching gestured towards the rear. Xiao Wei, seated in the back, glanced at a small box placed behind her. She reached for it and discovered it contained quite a few items, though the most prominent was a small black velvet box, roughly the size of her palm. "Is this it?" A hint of confusion flickered in Xiao Wei's eyes as she cautiously opened it, revealing a ring adorned with a soul crystal, resplendent and luminous. "This is a diamond ring." No, she was not prepared for marriage. It was far too soon. Xiao Wei hastily closed the box. "What do you mean by too soon?" Ning Maching, who was driving, paused momentarily. A smile tugged at Ning Maching's lips. "Is that so? It seems rather challenging to find someone shorter and cuter than you." Xiao Wei retorted. "What do you mean?" Was he complimenting her or belittling her? "In any case, I cannot accept your gift." Xiao Wei felt she had not yet reached the stage of seeking a suitable partner. "Isn't it just a trinket? Did you not see? Dig a little deeper." Ning Maching recalled that the trinket was not particularly valuable. "Ah, a trinket?" Xiao Wei rummaged through the contents for quite some time before finally uncovering another box beneath it. Upon opening it, she found a fluffy white rabbit. Indeed, it was a keychain pendant. She nearly misjudged Ning Maching's intentions. But wait. If the ring was not given to her by Ning Maching, then it is highly likely that someone else gifted it to him. What a scoundrel. Xiao Wei was on the verge of tears. However, she merely spoke of it without any genuine grievances. Yet, upon arriving at their destination, Xiao Wei brought it up to Ning Maching. "Where did the ring in your suitcase come from?" Ning Maching, having parked the car, paused momentarily at Xiao Wei's inquiry. "The ring? I purchased it previously. Why do you ask?" Ning Maching glanced at Xiao Wei. "Did you think it was a gift for you?" Xiao Wei responded. "Well, I have no particular interest in diamond rings." She waved her hand dismissively. "Your words are utterly ridiculous. How could I possibly think that a diamond ring was intended for me?" As she spoke, Xiao Wei forced a couple of awkward laughs. To her surprise, Ning Maching remained still, his gaze, cold and penetrating, fixed intently upon her flushed cheeks. "If I were to give it to you, would it move you?" he inquired. For a fleeting moment, Xiao Wei thought she had misheard him, frozen in place. She hastily waved her hands. Ning Maching chuckled softly, not elaborating further. The scenery here was indeed exquisite. After their journey, night had fallen, and the stars twinkled in the sky, casting a gentle light upon the soft grass below. Xiao Wei reclined on the ground. The artificial turf was clean and thick, making it quite comfortable to lie upon. She had seldom gazed at the sky in this manner before, but now she felt an unburdened serenity. It seemed as though her days of hardship had concluded upon meeting a sea. "System, thank you," Xiao Wei expressed to a sea. What is there to be thankful for? A replied, puzzled. I am deeply grateful for your liberation from the arduous days of labor. Now I can gaze upon the sky in such tranquility and indulge in delightful culinary treats. And Wei truly feels she has not yet exhausted her time on this earth. She yearns for a long and fulfilling life. A remained silent, while Ning watching beside her offered an apple, freshly washed, and conveniently available in the car. Try this, she encouraged. Ning watching reclined beside her, and as Wei noticed their strands of hair intertwining, a blush crept across her cheeks, prompting her to shift slightly away. Thank you, she murmured softly. However, upon your graduation, will you choose to work in a different city? I recall you mentioning your desire to reside in a serene and remote southern town, where life is comfortable and unhurried. Ning watching spoke gently. Yet her words lulled Wei into a state of drowsiness. Gu Wei, she sighed. I am truly sorry. Yet, this place is not conducive to slumber. One risks catching a cold. After a moment of contemplation, Ning watching raised her arms and embraced the petite Wei. Unexpectedly, Wei's eyes flew open. What are you doing? What do you intend to do with me? She exclaimed in alarm, shielding herself. Her outburst attracted the attention of those nearby. But upon realizing it was merely two girls, they relaxed. However, who could say that two girls cannot engage in something more intimate? Those who understood the nuances exchanged knowing glances filled with intrigue. Startled by Wei's reaction, Ning watching loosened her hold, causing Wei to tumble onto the soft grass. Fortunately, the ground was forgiving, yet tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. You cannot possess me and resort to such treachery. Wei rubbed the heated area at the back. Aware that despite its thickness and resilience, it was not to be trifled with. Before she could utter another word, she noticed Ning watching slightly crouching. His gaze fixed upon her. Wei swallowed hard. Have you remembered? You feel pain yet still shrink back toward the headboard. Yet your grasp on me remains firm. Wei thought it best to steer the conversation away from such delicate matters. Even though he was a grown man. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment. After all, in her previous life, she had been a pure-hearted youth. She leaned back slightly, then sprang up with a sudden movement. Almost straining her back. Ning watching watched her retreating figure, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as he followed suit. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. Meanwhile, One wiped away her tears, gazing at the dashing and graceful man before her. Lin Zixuan never anticipated he would be so close to a goddess one day. Yet he knew he must not lose his composure, adhering to Wei's guidance. It's nothing. By the way, I know your sister. Lin Zixuan settled at the edge of a chair, recalling how he had stopped Wan from nearly running a red light. Noticing her distressed demeanor before bringing her to his quaint little shop. You know Wei? You are. I encountered her at Grandpa's place. It was then I learned she is his granddaughter. You must be too. Grandpa has missed you dearly all these years. Lin Zixuan's hands rested on the rosewood table. His smile gentle and warm. Grandfather? Wan paused momentarily before recalling that she indeed had a grandfather. But why had Wei not mentioned this to her? Indeed. Grandfather has been searching for you sisters for many years. The last encounter was merely a coincidence. Yet it would not be appropriate for you to meet the elder at this moment. First, you should partake in some food. As she spoke, a woman clad in traditional Han attire approached, bearing tea and a meal. The dishes were crafted in ancient culinary styles, delicate and exquisite. Even the pastries were fashioned to resemble the crystalline delicacies described in historical texts. Thank you. I had not anticipated that in this world. Apart from Wei, I would have other relatives. One wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Feeling inexplicably at ease in the company of this individual, this sense of comfort was undoubtedly a result of Wei's insightful guidance. The strategy was rather straightforward, to entice and then withdraw. With Lin Zixuan's charm, accomplishing this task was not arduous. Furthermore, Wei possessed a profound understanding of Wan's preferences regarding character archetypes, a fact gleaned from observing Yin Chun. She favored the demeanor of a refined gentleman, one who occasionally engaged in flirtation. It was a persona that most young women found appealing. Once you finish your meal, I shall take you to meet grandfather moreover, it is only fitting that I address you as sister. The way she uttered sister was exceptionally sweet, striking a chord within Wan's heart. No young woman could resist the endearing appeal of a little puppy calling her sister. Yet, Wan stifled the peculiar emotions rising within her. After all, she had not yet parted ways with Yin Chen, a thought that weighed heavily upon her heart. Nevertheless, recalling Yin Chen's words in the bathroom felt like a dagger piercing her soul. Even in sorrow, she must care for her well-being. After all, Neglecting her appetite would not bode well for her stomach. Upon hearing Lin Zixuan's words, Anwan reluctantly detached herself from her sorrow. The dishes before her were indeed exquisite, and notably, Lin Zixuan had taken her celebrity status into account, ensuring they were low in fat and sugar. As Anwan began to eat, Lin Zixuan recalled in Xiaowei's instructions and, after a moment's hesitation, took out his phone. With the game Honor of Kings open, he silenced his device deliberately. Halfway through her meal, Anwan noticed Lin Zixuan engrossed in gaming. Her curiosity piqued, prompting her to glance over. In that instant, she caught him hastily concealing the game screen. Lin Zixuan's fingers danced with precision, just enough for Anwan to glimpse the rank displayed. "I'm quite inept at gaming," he declared, mastering the art of humble bragging. "You have a rank yet claim to be unskilled?" Anwan found herself both amused and exasperated. Lin Zixuan contemplated whether to invite Anwan to join him, yet upon noticing her silence and recalling in Xiaowei's words, he restrained himself. It was true that girls often held a fondness for boys who excelled at games. However, the crux of the matter lay in the identity of the player. If it were Yin Chun, he possessed the aura of a protagonist, rendering it unproblematic. Yet, devoid of such a halo, given Anwan's stature, would she not have access to numerous skilled players? Indeed, she would. And Xiaowei had considered all of this. However, while devising these plans with Lin Zixuan, she had been jested by a C. "You're quite adept at charming girls," and Xiaowei remarked. "Such nonsense," she retorted. Was it truly so strange that she excelled at captivating girls? Meanwhile, and Xiaowei observed Ning marching ahead, feeling diminutive and insignificant as she nestled in the back seat. Though this perception was solely her own. After a long journey, and Xiaowei finally arrived at the villa. As she alighted from the car, she noticed Ning marching opening the door and quickly extended her hand. "Stop right there. My home lacks water, milk tea, drinks, and even a sofa for you to rest on. Of course, the bed is off limits as well." Ning Maching remained silent for a moment. "Then I shall take my leave. Do rest early." And Xiaowei watched the silhouette of the Maserati fade from her sight before turning to face the villa door. She unlocked it with her fingerprint and, while changing her shoes, suddenly realized with a start, "Oh no, I forgot to return the clothes to Ning Maching." No wonder he seemed about to say something earlier. And Xiaowei slapped her forehead in frustration. "Damn it, I'm such a scatterbrain. Who knows what Ning Maching might think of her now?" She removed the clothes and hung them on the rack in her room, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. What am I to do about this? And Xiaowei truly felt like crying without tears. She had thought that once today concluded, there would be no further entanglement with Ning Maching. Yet here she was. Her reckless actions would necessitate a return visit to return the clothes. Was that truly just a return? What if Ning Maching suddenly found her appealing, thought her delightful, and pulled her in? Would she have any place to cry then? Oh, there would be, but it would be upon Ning Maching's bed. With this thought, and Xiaowei nearly fainted. "Who do you think you are? I have a name. You may call me a C, or code 004, whichever you prefer." A C expressed her dissatisfaction with the term "your pet," 004, and Xiaowei pondered, stroking her chin. "How is it that you are only ranked 4th? You seem quite impressive." A C remained silent for a long while. She was not angry. It seemed he was capable enough, as long as he did not allow and want to perceive his affections for her. And Xiaowei, disregarding her attire, stretched languidly. Nightfall brought her vexation, for it signified yet another impending bath. For an innocent young man, such matters were exceedingly challenging. Sigh. As with previous titles, aside from Yu Mei and Tang Mei, she was affectionately referred to as Wei Mei. Chapter 28. Into the city, Yenshin was oblivious to the ominous fate that loomed over him. He had just endured a severe punishment from the system, leaving him nearly faint from the pain. Yet there was another individual whose energy was abundant. The system's electronic voice was colder than ever, but Yenshin could hardly concern himself with that. The system's words signified his salvation. "Who?" Yenshin eagerly inquired. The individual in question was in Xiaowei, whose energy now radiated a hue of purple tinged with red. Yenshin had previously heard the system's descriptions. White and blue represented the luck and energy of an ordinary person, white being mundane, blue indicating a favorable condition, while black signified considerable misfortune. Typically, celebrities exhibited shades of purple and red, with red being the pinnacle. Inwan's aura was a vivid red. As long as he maintained a good relationship with Inwan, the system could transfer her energy to him, propelling his fortune to unprecedented heights. Yenshin had always believed there was nothing amiss. Once he acquired wealth, treating Inwan well would suffice. After all, she would eventually be his wife. Was it necessary for her to continue acting? He loathed the idea of a woman in the limelight. However, the system seemed to imply that he should seduce Wei. Yinshin barely managed to catch his jaw as it nearly dropped to the ground. What seduction? Relying on that? I am not foolish. And Wei is about to graduate, and with her qualifications, she is destined for a brilliant future. However, we may not live to see that day. You should take her to a secluded place, and then I will consume her. The system's voice was chillingly cold, as if it were as simple as having lunch. Murder? Is that even feasible? Yin Chun felt a twinge of anxiety. It wasn't he that he was particularly troubled. He simply feared that if Wei went missing, someone might trace it back to him. He was still young and had no desire to serve time in prison. As for Wei, her death would be inconsequential. He found her presence distasteful regardless. Rest assured, I am fully capable. I guarantee not a trace will remain. You need only to bring her forth. Once the task is accomplished, the previous rewards will be granted to you. The allure of such a reward was undeniably tempting. Yinshin swallowed hard. I will handle this. With that money, he could have any woman he desired, much like the protagonists in those palace drama novels. The sense of immersion was profound. He was already the leading man. The presence of Li Jiaojiao had transformed Yinshin as perspective. Notions of exclusivity felt utterly insincere. A day or two later, Yinshin finally sent a message to Wei. At that moment, she had just finished her shower and, upon seeing his message, furrowed her brow. What scheme was he concocting this time? According to the subsequent developments in the novel, Yinshin was a man of ruthless cunning, and Wei dared not underestimate him. However, modern society is relatively harmonious, and there are unlikely to be any disruptions. Wei contemplated for a moment before stealthily retrieving a precious item from Enwan's room, a canister of pepper spray. Enwan's room was cluttered with various items, and this was something that would hardly be of use. Such things could simply be discarded. Nevertheless, Wei was not inclined to be easily deceived. Yinshin was unfazed by Wei's skepticism. Merely observing her demeanor revealed that Wei held her sister in high regard. That item was, after all, her sister's most cherished possession, and it would not be taken lightly. So, you insist on making her come, do you? Wei had come to see through Yinshin's intentions. She cared little whether Yinshin possessed a system or not. Her sole purpose was to safeguard her sister's promising future. All right, send me the address. Wei's expression turned icy. Seeing that he had finally managed to sway Wei, Yinshin could not suppress the grin that spread across his face at the thought of the impending fortune. The seaside villa would ultimately be his. Upon receiving the address he sent, Wei forwarded it to Lin Zixuan. Bring my sister here in about half an hour. In recent days, Enwan had been staying at the ancestral home, cherishing the rare opportunity to spend time with her grandfather. Given her sentimental nature, she naturally wished to linger a few more days, for her busy schedule would soon prevent her from visiting the elderly gentleman. Lin Zixuan was equally filial, treating grandfather with great respect, which in turn elevated Enwan's fondness for him. However, their relationship remained within the bounds of friendship, progressing at a normal pace. Wei, with her bag slung over her shoulder, rode her bicycle out of the villa complex and summoned a cab to the address provided by Yinshin. To prevent Wei from harboring any suspicions, Yinshin refrained from choosing an overly secluded location. However, unbeknownst to him, Wei had always been aware of his system. I see, why has the male lead summoned me to such a desolate place? Wei surveyed her surroundings, which consisted of aging neighborhoods on the brink of demolition, largely devoid of people. Occasionally, a few small shops lined the street, their signs coated in dust. Just as Wei arrived, Yinshin followed closely behind. At that moment, they stood at the entrance of a narrow alley between two residential complexes, where Yinshin regarded Wei with an unusual warmth. Little Wei, you have finally arrived. Wei shivered at the term of endearment. What an insufferable fool, get away from me. She truly wished to slap the male lead, yet she restrained herself. Where are the items? Wei inquired coldly. If not for her physical constraints, she would have preferred to make Yinshin kneel before her. Items? No rush. But would you care to engage in a bit of conversation? After all, life is fleeting, Yinshin replied lightly, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. What is this? Did you forget to get vaccinated before stepping out? Wei thought this man was teetering on the brink of madness. To her surprise, Yinshin was not angered. Instead, he moved closer to her. He raised his hand, intending to pinch her cheek, but Wei swiftly produced her pepper spray and aimed it at his face. Ah! Yinshin yelped in agony, clutching his eyes and curling up in pain, almost rolling on the ground. Fool! Suddenly, a red light erupted from the top of Yinshin's head. Was this Yinshin's system? Wei was momentarily taken aback. and before she could inquire with a C, a radiant red light surged towards her, penetrating her brow. What was happening? And Xiao Wei had not anticipated such an occurrence. The system, too, was unprepared for the emptiness within in Xiao Wei's body. Having finally discovered a glimmer of light, it surged forward with all its might. Initially believing that someone with such extraordinary fortune would be difficult to claim, it was astonished to find no obstruction whatsoever. However, upon entering, the system was left bewildered. The pearlescent space before it evoked a sense of déjà vu, and the thin veil of mist reminded it of villagers venturing into the city. Indeed, it bore that very resemblance. It had heard from its compatriots that typically, large corporate systems possessed such spatial configurations. Wait, doesn't Xiao Wei possess a system? Yet, a world can only accommodate a single system. Otherwise, chaos would surely ensue. Suddenly, a voice, cool and gentle, resonated, reminiscent of the soothing sound of flowing water. Captivating in its clarity. Oh, such a delightful surprise. Chapter 29. A little cat meets a big cat. The system, having arrived from the village, was still entranced by the dazzling scenery of the city when it beheld a graceful silhouette emerging from the mist. Before the red light system hung a curtain of jade woven from shimmering silver beads. Behind this jade curtain sat a seemingly languid beauty upon a chair that appeared to be crafted from misty light, clad in a gown of pale golden silk. The hem adorned with delicate silver butterfly patterns, a white ribbon of woven gold cinched her slender waist. Her dark hair was elegantly styled, with pairs of pearl tassel adornments cascading down either side, and atop her head rested a floral crown embellished with antler-like decorations, exuding an air of exquisite nobility. Peach-rong's smile radiated a refreshing and elegant charm, her delicate willow-like brows slightly raised as she gazed upon the scene. Surrounding her were floating screens emanating soft blue light. While the red glowing system was evidently flustered, it was clear that this individual before her was a manifestation of the system. Typically, systems are composed of data, and only the grand enterprises can materialize them into human forms. The red glowing system was already sweating profusely, unable to react, and found itself ensnared in the grasp of the enchanting beauty. A saying echoed in its mind. A small sorcerer encounters a great sorcerer. Was it too late for it to surrender? It realized its error. It should never have ventured into this sorrowful place. If only it had refrained from coming here before the red glowing system could complete its thoughts. It was abruptly interrupted by a C. Two words came to mind. What? The red glowing system trembled in fear. The advanced system held absolute power over the inferior system, capable of unleashing its wrath upon its host. Yet when it came to higher systems, consider this analogy. Have you ever witnessed a courtesan viciously assaulting a bandit? The red glowing system now felt akin to a virtuous maiden cornered by a bandit, a pitiable figure at the mercy of others. Given freely, a C remarked coldly. Indeed, it is like a kitten encountering a great cat. A C chuckled softly. As the words left her lips, she gently squeezed the system in her hand. And with a sharp crack, the red glow shattered into countless specks of luminescence, dissipating into the void, leaving behind not even a morsel of warmth. A C. Are you all right? And Xiao Wei, unable to perceive the commotion within the space, feared for a C's safety. I am fine, a C replied in a tender tone. Yet, what was this predicament? And Xiao Wei glanced down at Yinshin, who was rolling on the ground in despair. Yinshin was engulfed in torment, teetering on the brink of madness. Each system was intrinsically bound to its host soul, and his system had been forcibly obliterated by a C, resulting in excruciating pain from the violent severance of a part of his soul. However, a C acted swiftly. After a minute of writhing, Yinshin ceased his lamentations, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. System, are you there? Panic surged within him. After 3 minutes of desperate calls, the realization struck him. His system had abandoned him. The system had previously stated that the better the innate conditions of the host, the more beneficial it was for it. The reason novels seldom chose inherently strong individuals as protagonists was simply that it was difficult for the system to invade such souls. Return my system. Return my system. Yinshin erupted in madness, seizing in Xiao Wei by the shoulders. Her face was marred with blemishes, her lips thick, and the corners of her eyes lined with wrinkles. Despite her ordinary features, the blackheads on her nose nearly instigated a phobia of clusters within Xiao Wei. As a man, even Lin Zixian found himself unsettled by the sight. What are you doing? He exclaimed, arriving just in time to rescue the disoriented Xiao Wei. And Wan, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of fear but instinctively shielded her sister behind her. What do you intend to do to my sister? Yet, there was something familiar about the figure, and when that person lifted their head, and Wan recoiled in terror, stepping back several paces. The individual was exceedingly unattractive, with an unsettlingly lewd demeanor. Wan, it's me. I am Yinshun. I no longer desire Li Jiao. I am fond of you. That Li Jiao is nothing but a wretched woman. Upon the mere thought of Li Jiao, Yinshun felt an intense bitterness gnawing at him. If it were not for Li Jiao's seduction, none of the subsequent events would have transpired, and one would never have betrayed him. Moreover, who is this man? Yinshun cast a malevolent gaze at Lin Zixuan, filled with malice. Who is this man? Are you attempting to bring shame upon me? Let me make it abundantly clear. It is impossible. You are my woman, destined solely to serve me. Yinshun had lost his sanity, gripping in Wan's arm, leaning in to kiss her forcefully, and Wan, unable to withstand such overwhelming provocation, rolled her eyes back and fainted. Meanwhile, Lin Zixuan rushed to catch Wan while forcefully shoving Yinshun against the wall. Have you lost your mind? Even as an illegitimate fan, one cannot behave in such a manner. It is utterly absurd. No wonder Gu Wei urged me to come and assist. Lin Zixuan had never witnessed such a scene before. Swiftly lifting Wan and turning to Gu Wei. Gu Wei, let us depart. Do not linger with such a person. It is futile. You take my sister to the car and wait for me for 3 minutes. And Gu Wei smiled at Lin Zixuan. After assessing the man's incapacity to retaliate, Lin Zixuan left with a sense of unease. There are matters I must discuss with you. And Gu Wei regarded Yinshun, who had slid down along the wall, her expression devoid of emotion. Yinshun's murky eyes flickered momentarily before he directed his gaze towards Gu Wei. He felt a profound hatred, yet lacked the strength to rise and confront her. Who? He croaked. That would naturally be the original Gu Wei. Yinshun perceived the woman's eyes transform into expressions of loathing and contempt, and before he could react, a slap landed upon him, leaving him utterly dazed. It is all your fault. If it were not for you, my sister would have undoubtedly become a first-tier superstar. Yet here you are, deceitfully manipulating her with your golden touch, as if that were not enough after discarding her. You feared her exposure of your true self and disguised yourself as a lovesick fool, accusing my sister of infidelity. Everyone scorned her, labeling her a harlot. Had it not been for the few who knew her true name, she would scarcely have dared to step outside. Whenever Gu Wei envisions her years later, witnessing a woman who, despite being only 30, toils as if she were 50, distributing flyers under the blazing summer sun, her heart weeps profusely. Her sister, so remarkable, would have lived a life of affluence and comfort had she not crossed paths with Yinshun. At that time, Yinshun had already established a commercial empire. With global conglomerates bowing to his supremacy, his wealth could have easily secured her future. And Gu Wei, being but a girl, despite her exceptional education, could hardly compare to the extraordinary Yinshun. She is not the protagonist of a novel, and the chance of rebirth is a luxury that requires much to obtain. What nonsense are you spouting? Yinshun could not comprehend the words of the person before him, and Gu Wei kicked him fiercely once more. The pain was unbearable. And when he looked up again, that gaze filled with resentment had vanished. Chapter 30. Bewildered by Yinshun's ugliness. 30. And Gu Wei gazed down at Yinshun, calming the lingering resentment of the original owner of this body, and felt her spirits lift considerably. Their eyes met. Yet Gu Wei was once again compelled to avert her gaze from his unattractiveness. Drink more hot water and get ample rest. She left him with these 8 words before turning away. As soon as she settled into the car, and Gu Wei recalled something. That is, a C. What about Li Jiao? Although Li Jiao's dedication was indeed unexpected, the art of understanding a man's heart was something she had imparted to her. This matter weighed heavily on her conscience regarding Li Jiao. Li Jiao? In the narrative, she was not portrayed as a virtuous character. Nevertheless, her animosity towards Yinshun was palpable, particularly due to his earlier attempts to harm Wan, which resulted in a tragic fate for both her parents and herself. Thus, as a form of recompense, I shall grant her the memories of her previous life. Asi contemplated this, recognizing it as the only feasible means to make amends with Li Jiao. However, this arrangement could only be perceived from her perspective, for the original and Gu Wei harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Li Jiao. All right, thank you, Asi. I owe you one. And Gu Wei whispered as she discreetly glanced at Lin Zixuan, who was driving ahead. She then placed her hands in front of her, forming a large heart for Asi. Are you trying to seduce me? Asi's voice carried a hint of chill, and Gu Wei retorted, you must be of a corrupt mind to think that. She held the system's insinuation in utter disdain. A tainted soul perceives everything through a dirty lens. She was, after all, an innocent youth. However, regarding the matter with Suya and that drug, and Gu Wei recalled what Ning Maching had done, This incident was rather unfair to Yin Xiaowei. It's nothing. Although you entered this world under the guise of Yin Xiaowei, your body is not hers. It is the latest creation from our company, a host with customizable features, designed solely for the system-bound hosts. Each world will update the body data according to the characters in the narrative. When you entered, you utilized this body. Will my resurrected form be the same? And Xiaowei inquired, her excitement palpable. Does this mean she could be revived immediately? Certainly not. While this body is effective within the fictional realm, it lacks something essential for the real world, the power of the soul. And Xiaowei anticipated what a C was about to say. However, this essence seemed remarkably challenging to accumulate. Yet, a sense of something forgotten lingered in her mind. Oh right. With Yin Qin's system having vanished, logically, he should have no connection to Anwan. Yet, the task progress remains stubbornly at 99%. Could it be that she must wait until Anwan's wedding to depart? How infuriating. As Yin Xiaowei lamented, the still unconscious Anwan gradually awakened, massaging her aching forehead, shivering at the recollection of recent events. By the way, Xiaowei, you didn't encounter any trouble, did you? Anwan swiftly asked. No. It's just that Yin Qin is unwell, and Xiaowei replied tersely. Truth be told, had Yin Qin not insisted on confronting her, she wouldn't have found herself in such a predicament. You mean he is Yin Qin? Anwan furrowed her brow, pondering. She distinctly recalled that Yin Qin was not Anwan. Is she unwell? Anwan was truly perplexed. How had Yin Qin become her boyfriend? It was quite alarming. Anwan's heart was still unsettled. Nevertheless, the villa and Anxiang village were in the same direction. Even though the eldest granddaughter, Anwan, was understanding and gentle, the mischievous Yin Xiaowei had also won the old gentleman's affection. Under the supervision of Ning Maching, her thesis was already the first to be submitted in the class. The topic had long been decided, so with a few more revisions, graduation was certainly within reach. All right, if you need any changes to the thesis in the future, feel free to consult me, Lin Zixuan said with a smile. It's fine. As long as one has hands, writing a thesis is manageable, and Xiaowei waved her little hand. With Ning Maching urging her to work on her thesis, she had become quite adept at it. Very well, Lin Zixuan replied, his gaze lowered in a smile. After all, his future sister-in-law had been a tremendous help to him, although he had not yet started a relationship with Anwan. Just being able to befriend his goddess up close made him elated. Anwan observed Lin Zixuan chatting so merrily with her sister, and for some reason, the panic in her heart dissipated significantly. This felt quite pleasant. However, it wasn't long before Yin Xiaowei regretted living in the Yin family's old residence. Though the family chef was highly skilled, the abundance of dog food was somewhat overwhelming. One morning, as Yin Xiaowei stepped outside and stretched, she saw Anwan donning a coat and asking her a question. Xiaowei, I'm going out to buy some breakfast. Is there anything you would like to eat? Since you have no car here, I can take you out. I happened to see something in the city yesterday that I need to pick up. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, she replied. I joined them without any hesitation. Anwan chuckled lightly, attempting to alleviate the ambiguous atmosphere. The two departed together. Not hand in hand, yet their laughter and conversation intertwined harmoniously. And Xiaowei observed them with an impassive expression, feeling as though she had not been granted the chance to voice her culinary preferences. At noon, she inquired, Grandfather, how do you find the dumplings I made? Aren't they delightful? I believe my skills have greatly improved of late. Anwan presented a dumpling to the elderly gentleman, her countenance illuminated by a gentle smile. And Grandfather took a bite of the fragrant dumpling and affirmed, quite satisfactory. Indeed. Who do you think taught me? Lin Zixuan replied with a hint of pride, only to turn and find Yin Xiaowei, her head bowed as she consumed her dumplings, her gaze fixed upon him with a stoic expression. It was as if her eyes were nearly piercing through him. Don't assume I didn't see. I was taught meticulously. What does this all signify? Yet, Yin Xiaowei refrained from accusing Lin Zixuan of overstepping, recognizing that her sister's ineptitude had compelled him to take matters into his own hands. Lin Zixuan glanced at Xiaowei before finally addressing Anwan. Sister, your younger sibling is rather intimidating. And Xiaowei retorted, how rude. Anwan exclaimed, oh dear. Please refrain from calling me sister. I cannot endure it. In chapter 31, her scheme to possess me. And Xiaowei finally comprehended the notion of inadvertently stumbling upon her own misfortune. This dog food was excessively nourishing. She resolved not to partake further. However, do all girls relish being addressed as sister? And Xiaowei found it somewhat unpalatable. In the evening, and Xiaowei was not fond of venturing out. The inn residence was an old estate, and the bathroom was not conveniently located within the bedrooms. However, It so happened that Lin Zixuan was showering in the bathroom. After waiting for some time on the sofa, and Xiaowei grew weary of scrolling through videos and raised her head, only to see Wan, clad in a pink bathrobe, knocking on the bathroom door. Unexpectedly, it swung open just then, causing Wan to tumble straight into Lin Zixuan's embrace. The fresh scent of shower gel enveloping him made Wan's cheeks flush crimson, and she hurriedly stepped back in panic. I didn't mean to. Lin Zixuan, raking his damp hair with his fingers, glanced down with a chuckle, only to catch the ominous gaze of Xiaowei from across the sofa. This peculiar arrangement continued for 4 days, until Xiaowei could no longer endure it. This simply will not do. I must rebel. This place is no haven for single dogs. Though Lin Zixuan treated her fairly well, always remembering to bring a share of snacks for Wan, and Xiaowei felt the pervasive disdain of the world towards those unaccompanied. This environment was utterly intolerable. Xiaowei, are you truly leaving? Just before her departure, Wan grasped her sister's hand, feeling a twinge of reluctance. The old man could not bear the thought of his beloved granddaughter suffering at work. After all, she was a girl, and girls deserve to be cherished. Thank you, Grandpa, and Xiaowei replied with a sweet smile directed at her grandfather. Oh, Grandpa, there's no need for that. Xiaowei is still young. And Wan pondered whether she should suggest that Xiaowei reconsider. It was not that she treated her sister poorly, but rather that at Xiaowei's age, gaining more experience could only be beneficial. All right, my dear Wan, enough of that. By the way, you scoundrel, make sure to escort my cherished granddaughter right to her doorstep, and do not merely drop her off at the community entrance. The old man admonished Lin Zixuan with a stern glance. The thoughts of that insufferable lad are already transparent to him. Were it not for Xiaowei's intervention, he would have been the first to expel the wretched boy from the premises. He has treated the boy with the affection reserved for a beloved grandson. Yet the audacity of the young man to aspire to become his granddaughter's suitor is utterly outrageous. For not, dear elder, I shall ensure she arrives safely at her doorstep. Lin Zixuan assured, patting his chest, which allowed the elderly gentleman to relax and watch as Xiaowei boarded the vehicle. And Xiaowei waved goodbye to the two until they vanished from sight, then lowered her head to fiddle with her phone. Asi observed Xiaowei engrossed in her novel, yearning to inquire about her feelings towards Ning Maching, but ultimately curbed that impulse. Xiaowei, thank you, Lin Zixuan remarked as he drove, filled with gratitude. This premonition materialized half an hour later. The car ran out of fuel. Lin Zixuan was genuinely taken aback by this turn of events. And Xiaowei glanced around, surveying the desolate surroundings. Wonderful. In this godforsaken place where neither village nor shop could be found, even a dog would shake its head in dismay. What to do? Lin Zixuan and Xiaowei exchanged glances. Just call someone. Have your friend bring some, and Xiaowei suggested with a yawn. Fortunately, Lin Zixuan proved to be quite dependable as he indeed managed to get in touch with someone. I don't have many friends in the city, but I asked Wan. And it just so happens that Ning Jie is nearby, so I asked her to come. And Xiaowei's phone slipped from her grasp. Who did you say? And Xiaowei blinked, her expression adorably bewildered. Your sister's manager, Ning Jie. I've heard she is quite amiable. I met her at a gathering once. And she was nice. Lin Zixuan scratched his head. You should know her, right? After all, he is your sister's agent. And Xiaowei, do you have no other friends? And Xiaowei displayed a pained expression. Lin Zixuan remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. There are some, but they are all in the city center. Driving over would likely take 2 hours. As he spoke, Lin Zixuan felt that something was amiss. You seem quite afraid of Ning Jie. Does she eat children? Lin Zixuan pulled the car to the side of the road, inquiring with confusion. It's not that. I fear her possessiveness over me. And Xiaowei hugged her frail self, indicating her profound fear. She is a. Does she have feelings for you? Indeed. She did gain something. However, it cannot truly be classified as affection, and Xiaowei mused over their relationship. I cannot quite figure it out. You could compare her to Yuan Gu, while I am merely a pitiful she sure. As she spoke, and Xiaowei shivered slightly, appearing both pitiable and lacking in intellect. Lin Zixuan was at a loss for words. He was familiar with Yuan Gu, an assassin in the side lane. He adored Shishir even more than Yao. Even so, you need not worry. Ning Jie's temperament does not resemble that of a tyrant imposing her will. Lin Zixuan began to say something but could not help himself. If it comes to it, you might consider wearing less. Not only would you run faster, but if caught, undressing would only take a few seconds. Just a blink. And it would all be over. And Xiaowei was taken aback, finding herself at a loss for words for the first time. What a beast this person is. You weren't like this before, and Xiaowei said with a blank expression. You've corrupted me. And Xiao Wei truly felt that way. They hadn't conversed for long when Ning Maching drove up and stopped by the roadside. Let us depart. After all, I shall ensure you reach home safely. Lin Zixuan felt an inexplicable ease in the company of Xiao Wei, akin to that of good brothers. Although somewhat peculiar, it was a fitting description. Ultimately, both of them were destined to be overwhelmed by women, which could be considered a shared gender experience. Reluctantly, Xiao Wei alighted from the vehicle, only to notice that Ning Maching was unusually clad in a casual outfit of white and powder hues, her ponytail bouncing with vitality. Xiao Wei bent down, rapidly sending a flurry of messages to Lin Zixuan. Did you see? This woman can hardly contain her eagerness to share my bed. Lin Zixuan, taking a moment to glance at the messages, resolved to protect his cousin's reputation. Chapter 32. Are you teasing me? Ning Maching cast a sidelong glance at the diminutive figure huddled behind Lin Zixuan, voicing her displeasure with a soft O. As the fuel tank neared fullness, Lin Zixuan finally secured the lid and handed it to Ning Maching. Xiao Wei hurriedly hopped back into the car, but upon settling in, she sensed something amiss. Why should she feel apprehensive around Ning Maching? It made no sense. With that thought, Xiao Wei exited the car once more, approaching Ning Maching's vehicle. The window was down, revealing a delicate visage leaning in closer. Was she about to kiss her? Ning Maching paused momentarily. If you have the time, I could introduce you to a girlfriend. My good buddy. Xiao Wei playfully patted Ning Maching's shoulder before straightening up and returning to Lin Zixuan's car. Ning Maching remarked, You are quite mischievous. What are you up to? Lin Zixuan was perplexed by Xiao Wei's antics. No worries. I merely wish to demonstrate my strength. I am not the least bit afraid of her. Lin Zixuan, it seems rather ineffective, and the way you just acted resembled a display of cuteness. Lin Zixuan candidly expressed his true feelings. All right, you may cease speaking. Xiao Wei was quite fierce. Lin Zixuan had no choice but to fall silent. The person had already departed, cradling a large cat-shaped pillow in the vehicle, sleeping soundly. So, is she truly afraid of Ning Maching? Lin Zixuan was perplexed. Upon awakening, Xiao Wei immediately heard a seized probing question. Do you not harbor feelings for Ning Maching? Who is Ning Maching? Xiao Wei, still in a daze from sleep, found her mind further muddled by the inquiry. I see. Oh, you mean her? I recall, but I will be leaving soon. So why would I attempt to entice her? Xiao Wei yawned widely, speaking with utmost sincerity. She did harbor some affection for Ning Maching, after spending so much time together. It was impossible not to feel moved by such a beautiful girl. C wanted to articulate something, but struggled to find the words. That being said, considering the pace of Lin Zixuan and N1's relationship, your moments of conversation with her are limited. Perhaps it would be wise to create more beautiful memories. Are you quite familiar with Ning Maching? Xiao Wei sensed that C constantly sought to push her towards Ning Maching. This C. Could it be that she has a penchant for same-sex pairings? How frightening, indeed. Let us consider it a romance, leaving no regrets for ourselves, if necessary. I shall erase Ning Maching's memories afterward. Upon observing Xiao Wei's peculiar expression, C initially presumed that her distress stemmed from their departure. However, before she could offer any words of comfort, Xiao Wei erupted, exclaiming, You simply adore shipping CPs. C was taken aback, realizing that she was indeed inclined to reprimand her host. All right, I shall not evade you, she conceded. Ultimately, Xiao Wei acquiesced. Yet she was entirely unprepared for the fact that Ning Maching's vehicle vanished only upon nearing the villa district. Lin Zixuan escorted Xiao Wei to the entrance of the villa. Xiao Wei, if you require anything, contact me via WeChat. I shall take my leave now, he stated, feeling reassured only after witnessing her enter. Just as Xiao Wei was about to cross the threshold, a firm grip seized her wrist. Xiao Wei, Ning Maching stood before her, initially anticipating that Xiao Wei might flee. She was taken aback when the latter exclaimed, Damn, you startled me. Ning Maching, resembling a specter, had indeed frightened her. Refrain from using foul language, Ning Maching admonished. Her brow furrowing as she noticed Xiao Wei's gaze upon her, a subtle displeasure etched across her features. Do you harbor feelings for that man? She inquired, referring to Lin Zixuan. Unbeknownst to Ning Maching, the connection between Lin Zixuan and N1 remained a mystery to her. Observing Xiao Wei retreating behind the man, an unsettling sensation stirred within her. Where do you intend to go for leisure? You must await my completion of tasks, she stated. This marked the first instance of Xiao Wei taking the initiative, aside from the matter of traditional medicine. Are you planning an outing? Ning Maching questioned, her lips pursed. Xiao Wei hesitated, inwardly reluctant. Yet she felt that venturing outside seemed safer than remaining at home, where she might end up in a more intimate situation, watching a film or perhaps indulging in a leisurely stroll. However, I find myself unwell and rather reluctant to venture outdoors. To my surprise, Ning Maching has rarely declined. In a mere heartbeat, and Xiao Wei comprehends the situation. It is that time of the month. This means Ning Maching is likely feeling quite fatigued. So, shall we retreat indoors for a while? And Xiao Wei, undeterred, suggests. Life is not merely handed to us, it encompasses a myriad of complexities that cannot simply be taken for granted. Yet, why is she so jubilant? After all, it is Ning Maching who is experiencing discomfort, not her. Very well, Ning Maching readily agrees. She does not glance at her phone but rather fixates on Xiao Wei. She understands that Xiao Wei is on the verge of departing. Otherwise, she would not exhibit such urgency. However, the two are undeniably intertwined by their past lives. And it is utterly implausible for Ning Maching to claim disinterest in Xiao Wei. The truth is, she struggled to accept the notion of her previous love reincarnated as a younger girl, no less one shorter than herself. Standing beside her felt akin to having acquired a small pet. What are you staring at? And Xiao Wei awkwardly inquires, feeling somewhat out of sorts. I miss you. Ning Maching replies with striking candor, causing Xiao Wei to flush crimson, nearly reaching for a cloth to wipe her face. What is this pretense of longing? Making them seem like a young couple? The atmosphere feels decidedly off, and for a fleeting moment, and Xiao Wei regrets having invited Ning Maching inside. Perhaps she should have sought a name change for the system mall. From now on, she could simply refer to her as Song Rentu. Do not tease me. I can endure it, and Xiao Wei replies with a stern expression. Yet, she cannot fathom why Ning Maching would harbor feelings for her. Has she somehow transformed into a universally adored figure? And Xiao Wei turned her head to face the mirror on the stage, and indeed, her reflection revealed a face adorably cute, albeit slightly flushed. Was she feeling shy? How amusing. I did not tease you, Ning Maching remarked, his brow slightly furrowing. I have no penchant for teasing individuals. You hold a significant misunderstanding of me. And Xiao Wei? This statement could make even a dog shake its head in disbelief. If it is not you, then could it possibly be me? And Xiao Wei nearly pointed an accusatory finger at Ning Maching, reminding herself to maintain decorum as they were in her home. Then how do you intend to tease me? She inquired. Chapter 33. The burden of pride. And Xiao Wei merely wished to deliver a punch to Ning Maching. For goodness sake. She was but an innocent youth. Could she truly excel at such antics? I am not adept at it, she replied, her expression unchanging as she wiped the table. If you continue to clean that table, I fear its surface may be ruined, Ning Maching remarked, unable to resist commenting on Anwan's most cherished piece of furniture. And Xiao Wei, forget it, I shall tidy up the bedroom instead. The lingering scent of flowers from that night enveloped her, and her hand, still holding the cloth, awkwardly hovered in midair before falling. And Xiao Wei felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, the most embarrassing aspect being that her face was buried in the source of her turmoil. It truly felt as if she were losing her mind. As she stepped back, unexpectedly, Ning Maching did not recoil. Instead, he gazed down at her. His eyes were remarkably beautiful, reminiscent of a classical beauty from a cinematic masterpiece, with long eyelashes casting shadows and a glimmer of water-like brilliance in his gaze. What are you staring at? And Xiao Wei queried. Ning Maching. Her question shattered the previously flirtatious atmosphere. That was a fine inquiry. Please refrain from asking it again in the future. Ning Maching pondered. Undoubtedly Xiao Wei's mother must regret bestowing upon her daughter the gift of speech when she was born. And Xiao Wei hastily extricated herself from Ning Maching's embrace, narrowly escaping an embarrassing predicament. After disposing of the rag, she changed into a fresh outfit in her bedroom, opting for the pair of jeans that occupied the least space in her wardrobe for the sake of convenience. Such attire was previously unthinkable for her, as it was far too snug, accentuating her figure in a manner she deemed unflattering. However, circumstances had shifted. To her surprise, upon stepping out, Ning Maching cast several lingering glances in her direction. What could this signify? And Xiao Wei's internal alarm bells rang loudly. Was it possible that these jeans were of an inappropriate design? Startled, she quickly glanced down, only to realize that was not the case. Let us proceed to the cinema. I have already secured the tickets. Come along, Ning Maching urged, grasping Xiao Wei's hand. Although her expression was somewhat awkward, she nonetheless followed suit. Yet why was it a horror film? And Xiao Wei glanced at the movie title, her countenance darkening with dismay. Indeed, it was ironic that despite being a grown man, she harbored a fear of ghosts. However, and Xiao Wei could firmly attest that. In her past, she had embodied the essence of a steel-hard man, relishing the thrill of reading horror novels in the dead of night, even if she was terrified to the core. Then, while using the restroom in the factory dormitory, she had encountered a furry, long-haired apparition emerging from the stall, nearly giving her a heart attack courtesy of her factory colleagues. From that moment on, Xiao Wei had never dared to revisit horror novels or film series. Ning Moxing glanced at the movie ticket, then briefly observed Xiao Wei, whose legs were inexplicably trembling. Are you frightened? Should I choose something else? Ning Moxing felt a twinge of concern, though not fear. Xiao Wei, determined to maintain her dignity, was enduring unnecessary distress. Ning Moxing thought. She believed it. Her legs are trembling. Who is she trying to fool? Nevertheless, since Xiao Wei had expressed her feelings, Ning Moxing decided to purchase an extra bucket of popcorn, hoping it would help soothe the startled Xiao Wei later. Clutching her ticket anxiously, Xiao Wei followed Ning Moxing into the screening room. The film had yet to commence, yet Xiao Wei began to feel increasingly tense. Then, she noticed Ning Moxing retrieving a packet of tissues from her bag. Is this really happening? Can one even use that during a horror film? She thought, feeling a surge of apprehension. Tissues and wet wipes, how practical for wiping her hands after devouring popcorn. Unbeknownst to Ning Moxing, Xiao Wei's mind was racing with thoughts. Xiao Wei dazedly accepted the tissues, nodding in confusion. Was this meant for her? A more mischievous notion crossed her mind, and she dared not dwell on it further. She settled into her seat, leaning back as she busied herself with the popcorn. The film soon began, and Xiao Wei initially planned to close her eyes and let the experience pass, but ultimately, her curiosity got the better of her, and she opened her eyes. However, contemporary horror films lacked the intensity of those from the past. Still, there were moments of suspense, as she watched the shadowy figures flit across the screen. Xiao Wei reached out her small hand. Only after the chilling, eerie background music faded did she allow herself to relax slightly, peering through her fingers at the unfolding story. Ning Moxing, observing Xiao Wei's adorable gestures, couldn't help but smile. Indeed, she had changed in many ways since the past, yet her fear of ghosts remained unchanged. Not scared anymore? Ning Moxing inquired gently. This is somewhat acceptable. The current horror is not as terrifying as it once was. As she spoke, Xiao Wei instinctively covered her face with her hands. However, what puzzled her was that Ning Moxing appeared unfazed. Ah, right. If she were truly afraid of ghosts, she wouldn't have chosen to watch a horror film. It seems that the delicate, fragile girl is indeed a mere myth. Now it is only the delicate young boys who remain. Upon exiting the cinema, Xiao Wei lifted her gaze to the blinding sun, slowly emerging from the shadows of the film. It was indeed refreshing, yet she pondered what to do when night fell. After all, she would eventually need to visit the restroom. Just as she contemplated a suitable place to spend the night, she overheard a C speaking. Yinshin was in trouble. What kind of trouble? Xiao Wei paused in disbelief. She had thought this matter concluded, only to discover there was more to unfold. He had been assaulted by someone sent by Li Jiaojiao, and now he was incapacitated. Xiao Wei perked up, her curiosity piqued. Are you implying that? No way. Is she really that ruthless? Xiao Wei was genuinely taken aback. To put it in perspective, it's akin to marrying a beautiful wife, or rather, falling for an enchanting girl, only to lose everything, including your family, and later realizing she is neither attractive nor pleasant. All right, I understand now. I can empathize. Xiao Wei waved her hand dismissively. In truth, Li Jiaojia holds a degree of gratitude towards you, even if Yin Qin's system had not vanished, given his character. She would swiftly come to discern his true nature. A C hesitated for a moment before speaking, just as Xiao Wei was lost in thought. She noticed Ning Moxing offering her a piece of candy. What is this for? Xiao Wei gazed down at the piece of candy, momentarily taken aback. We will always be together, won't we? Ning Moxing suddenly inquired. Xiao Wei had not anticipated such a question. She lifted her gaze to meet Ning Moxing's, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a subtle smile, imbued with profound implications. Xiao Wei's words faltered, caught in her throat, refusing to emerge. Of course. I merely wish to know if you harbor such hopes in your heart, rather than seeking to flatter, Ning Moxing observed, her eyes gleaming with anticipation for Xiao Wei's response. Despite her awareness of Xiao Wei's innermost thoughts, hope, Xiao Wei clenched the candy in her hand. She was unfamiliar with the sensation of a fluttering heart. Yet her perception of Ning Moxing was undeniably delightful. It was, after all, the first time in her life that such a beautiful girl had treated her with such kindness. Really? You are not deceiving me, are you? Ning Moxing squinted playfully, placing her hand atop Xiao Wei's head and gently tousling her hair. And Xiao Wei swatted Ning Maqing's hand away. Does this person not realize that one should not ruffle a man's hair? Especially since I am already short. If you keep this up, I will vanish from sight altogether. No, I never deceive. I truly like you, and Xiao Wei finally confessed to Ning Maqing. Then do you wish to kiss me? The other inquired, leaning closer. And Xiao Wei felt her breath catch. They were so close that she could discern the fine pores on Ning Maqing's face. However, her skin was remarkably fair and smooth, compelling in Xiao Wei to reach out and gently caress Ning Maqing's cheek. Mo Qingjia. She spoke from the heart. In truth, the address was not incorrect. She was indeed slightly younger than Ning Maqing. What do you call me? Ning Maqing was momentarily taken aback by this form of address. Xiao Wei had never referred to her in such a manner, except for that unforgettable night when she had pleaded repeatedly, "Sister, please let me go. I beg you." Just thinking about it now made Ning Maqing's ears flush with a rosy hue, and she hastily blinked, casting those memories aside. "Let us pretend you didn't say that," she remarked, turning her face away. It felt undeniably awkward. Had it not been for Lin Zixuan's instruction, she would never have addressed Ning Maqing as sister. "I heard that." Ning Maqing chuckled softly. "Are you doing this on purpose?" Xiao Wei expressed her suspicions, feeling as though she was being teased. "Then, shall we visit a delightful place?" Ning Maqing said, pulling Xiao Wei into the underground parking lot and smiling mysteriously at her. "What is it?" Xiao Wei inquired, curiosity piqued, but Ning Maqing remained tight-lipped, saying nothing. "You'll find out once we get there," she replied. Reluctantly, Xiao Wei settled into the passenger seat, engrossed in her phone, while Ning Maqing gazed at her with gentle eyes, a glimmer of gold flashing in her irises. Before long, they arrived at their destination, Ning Maqing's villa outside the city. "What brings me to your home?" Xiao Wei asked. As this was her first visit to Ning Maqing's villa, she had assumed she only had one residence. "I'm here to gift you some figurines," Ning Maqing said, as she opened the door. As Xiao Wei lifted her gaze, she beheld a figurine on the coffee table, standing at the height of a palm, remarkably resembling her first encounter with Ning Maqing, adorned in the same attire. "Do you like the lifelike version of Xiao Wei?" Ning Maqing inquired, presenting the figurine's box to Xiao Wei. "Of course, I adore it. This is the first time I've received such a gift," she replied, her lips curving into a joyful smile. "Well then, we should take our leave." Suddenly, Ning Maqing grasped her delicate hand. What do you mean?" And Xiao Wei began to question, only to be gently compelled back onto the sofa by Ning Maqing's lean form. You. Before I depart, I wish to steal a kiss from you. It is hardly an imposition," he murmured, lowering his head to tenderly nibble at Xiao Wei's lips, enveloped in the sweet scent. And Xiao Wei momentarily lost herself, only to be jolted back by a message from the system. She found herself plunging into an endless abyss, while Ning Maqing, who had been kissing her, rose, and the surrounding blue screens illuminated. Golden glimmers surfaced upon her form, and in an instant, both she and the blue screens vanished from this realm. Simultaneously, in the milky white expanse, Asi observed the emergence of a shimmering golden orb before her. It was Ning Maqing, as well as a fragment of her own soul. Only within the realm where she possessed her soul's shards could she exert control over that fragment, which was Ning Maqing. Naturally, she would not arbitrarily select anyone as her host. This was her final assignment before retirement, and with the company's approval, she finally had the opportunity to traverse the real world in search of Gu Wei's reincarnation. Subsequently, she would bind with him, paving the way for his revival. Asi infused that radiant orb of golden light into her being, her head bowed, her emotions intricate. After much contemplation, she extracted the portion of feelings that belonged to Ning Maqing and placed it securely in a vault. Engaging in matters driven by personal sentiment could easily jeopardize Gu Wei's chances of resurrection. Through a veil of mist, she yearned to inquire whether, having departed from that realm, she would continue to harbor thoughts of Ning Maqing. Xiao Wei pondered for a moment, concluding that this must be the reason, especially since Yinshin had been rendered incapacitated, leaving no prospects for marriage with a woman. However, she could choose a man instead. Indeed, according to the rules, one could rest in the system space for 4 hours. And this was the reward for the current task. As she spoke, a shimmering silver box emerged from the fog. Xiao Wei hastily caught it, and upon opening it, she discovered several strands of blue light merging with her soul, radiating warmth and comfort. This was the soul power of Xiao Wei, along with some material rewards. Xiao Wei glanced down once more to find a silver key. Special item, world transfer key, item description, allows the host to teleport to any location within the designated novel world, with 3 uses available in each world. Asi. Are you certain this is all? No sooner had Xiao Wei spoken than a system panel appeared before her. Novel title: After Rebirth. I am pursued by an incredibly beautiful superstar wife. Task completion: 100, perfect. Task rewards: 30% of Xiao Wei's soul light. World transfer key: 100 points. Should the host spend 10 points to unlock the system mall? A C. Xiao Wei suddenly called out. What is the matter? A C was taken aback for a moment. I wish to take a nap. Is that all right? A hint of weariness appeared in Xiao Wei's eyes. Although her form was predominantly a misty white, it was amusing. She seemed to lack eyebrows entirely. A C remained silent for a considerable time. All right. Without further ado. Xiao Wei lay down on the ground, as it was quite warm here. She slept for over 3 hours before slowly awakening from her slumber. Open the shop. She yawned lazily, addressing a C. Unbeknownst to her, during these 3 hours, due to the peculiar nature of the system's space, 90% of her emotions connected to her previous world had been extracted. This was ultimately for the host's well-being. Otherwise, after traversing so many worlds, her personality would inevitably fracture and descend into madness. The first world primarily revolved around infatuation, hence there was little emotional turmoil. The new world was rather sweet. New World Preview: traversing a tragic love story in ancient literature, aiming to rescue the beautiful master who sacrificed herself for the female lead. Xiao Wei's identity: disciple. Chapter 35. My beautiful master, delicate and fragile. 1. The shop opened successfully. The luminous panel refreshed, and Xiao Wei gazed at the newly appeared shop page, glancing through it. Why are there attribute points? She furrowed her brow, questioning the page detailing the attribute points in the shop. Well, this is to assist you in enticing women. A C replied candidly. Xiao Wei responded with a hint of exasperation. Be sensible and speak properly. She noticed that a C was becoming increasingly mischievous. It seemed like this system was in dire need of discipline, as if she were merely an object of desire. Without jest, this attribute value is utilized within the realm of novels, specifically within the dimensional units, due to the nature of character design. There are instances where one may wish to enhance attributes such as appearance or combat prowess, all of which can be exchanged for points. Furthermore, if the host you have traversed into is poised for a prosperous future or flourishing career, it positively influences task ratings and rewards. Given that the initial world serves as a novice realm, it lacks side quests. However, subsequent worlds may present more perilous challenges. Upon hearing AC's lengthy discourse, Xiao Wei began to comprehend the situation. Are you intending to sell me by the pound? Xiao Wei lamented. A C replied. Would you truly part with me? Xiao Wei retorted. Parting is such sorrow. Xiao Wei pondered. Oh, what does this imply? Could it be that a C harbors secret affections for her? How vexing. She knew that her brother's charm was irresistible to a C. Cease your self-admiration. You can select from these 3 books for the next world. The time has not yet come. Feel free to explore the shop further. Your current privileges allow you to transport 3 tangible items from the shop into your present world. Xiao Wei perused a few more pages, and her gaze was drawn to a mushroom. She stroked her chin, nearly failing to register the implications. A destruction mushroom? Wait, where is the pea shooter? If all else fails, a squash would suffice. To her surprise, the shop offered a plethora of items, even equipment from various games, ranging from a simple fool card to an aircraft carrier. Virtually everything was available. However, the requirements were stringent. High-tech products could not be transported to ancient worlds. Nevertheless, Xiao Wei remained fixated on the destruction mushroom. Perhaps this time I shall procure a mushroom of destruction and eliminate both the protagonists, thus fulfilling my mission. However, before they meet their explosive end, I shall first bring you to tears, frying you with a blend of spicy chili and cumin, drizzled with fragrant oil. ARC is rather fierce, seemingly eager to devour 2 children. Xiao Wei remarked. All right, if you won't bring me along, so be it. In truth, her inability to afford it remains the primary concern, as she currently possesses a mere 90 points. Yet, within her system space lie various furnishings, and Xiao Wei plans to wait patiently, using her points to adorn her home splendidly over time. Sleeping on the floor daily takes a toll, especially during her monthly discomfort. Xiao Wei closed the system shop and gazed at the glowing books before her. After much deliberation, she ultimately selected the one positioned at the center. The last world she traversed was from a male-oriented novel. This time, she yearned to experience a female-oriented narrative, one she had never encountered before. The title of the book read, Heartfelt Longing for You. Unbeknownst to you, it appeared visually appealing. The system detected that host Xiao Wei had chosen a world and proceeded with the immersion. Xiao Wei vanished from the system space. Yet, Just as she prepared to absorb the storyline in the enveloping darkness, she came across several poignant lines. To save his beloved, he personally removed his wife's corneas. In pursuit of divorce, he callously kicked his own son to death. She knelt in a torrential downpour, desperately seeking to clarify a misunderstanding to the man she adored. Yet he refused to see her, consumed only by the sorrow of his first love losing a single hair. She loved him to the core, suffering from stomach cancer, yet refrained from revealing her plight, while he continued to keep her as a long-term source of blood, akin to a childhood companion. What nonsense is this? Gu Wei felt overwhelmed by a deluge of melodramatic clichés. Could this truly be the essence of female-oriented literature? The dynamics between the male and female protagonists are rather intricate. Allow me to offer a word of caution. The voice of a sea resonated. Gu Wei suddenly found herself regretting her choice of this world. Was it not said that women's fiction is captivating? Sweet romances, who could resist such allure? The author of that previous male-oriented novel was obviously a solitary soul. Yet now, in this female-centric narrative, it is predominantly crafted by women. Surely, it cannot be more disheartening than that? The storyline surged into Gu Wei's consciousness in a torrent. The female lead, Su Qingyun, is the beloved only daughter of the prime minister, cherished deeply within her household. She shares a childhood bond with Prince Mu Yujun, having grown up together in innocent camaraderie. Upon reaching a suitable age, she is bestowed in marriage by the emperor to Prince Mu Yujun. Zhao Yi had long ago sacrificed herself for the male lead, Mu Yujun, which resulted in him treating her with exceptional kindness. However, all of this is but a ploy orchestrated by Zhao Yi, a daughter of a condemned minister, who is forbidden to marry the prince. In her quest for the title of princess, she has spent the intervening years meticulously plotting. Subsequently, she whispers sweet nothings into Mu Yujun's ear and administers poison to the ailing Su Qingyun. In her agony, Su Qingyun consumes the toxic brew and is subsequently discarded in a roll of matting. The couple's affection is fleeting as misfortune befalls them. Mu Yujun's mother falls gravely ill, her eyes succumbing to decay, necessitating Su Qingyun's unique sight. With a heavy heart, Mu Yujun makes the painful decision to allow the imperial physician to intervene. Blinded, Su Qingyun faces mistreatment from the servants, and tragedy strikes as their estate is engulfed in flames. She escapes from the royal residence, seeking the divine healer, Mu Miao. In the valley, in desperation, she pleads, weeping and prostrating herself, imploring for assistance. Mu Miao, possessing a compassionate heart, is swayed by the protagonist's plight and, moved by the absence of care for her own young child, ultimately relinquishes her own eyesight to Su Qingyun. Regrettably, the young child ultimately met his demise at the hands of Zhao Yi. Subsequently, after numerous tribulations, all of Su Qingyun's family perished, indirectly caused by Mo Yujun. Years later, Mo Yujun ascended to the throne as the new emperor, bestowing upon Su Qingyun the title of empress, their bond deepening as they pledged eternal love. After reading this, Gu Wei felt perplexed. This is not the correct question mark. It should be. Is this narrative coherent? Gu Wei doubted her comprehension of the storyline and resolved to read it again while standing. Was this truly a historical romance or a fantastical tale? The frequent shifts in perspective seemed more convenient than modern surgery. And as for the divine eye, why not opt for a canine gaze instead? Regardless of how one alters their approach to grasping the plot, this novel still culminates in a happy ending, signifying perfection. The last time Gu Wei felt such discontent was indeed a memorable occasion, akin to confronting a formidable Tibetan mastiff. Chapter 36, My Beautiful Master. Delicate and graceful, too. This time, the primary mission was to separate Su Qingyun and Mo Yujun. Gu Wei glanced at the main task. It seemed she would be dwelling in this realm for several years. Su Qingyun and Mo Yujun were truly a cataclysmic pair. What was the point of separating them? One was a masochist, while the other was simply an abusive scoundrel. However, as for the side quest, that miraculous doctor had gone blind? Gu Wei was utterly bewildered. What sort of miraculous doctor was referred to as a master? A C retorted with irritation. Who could have anticipated that the fragments of the world's soul would find themselves in such dire circumstances? Regrettably, her influence over the narrative of this realm is rather limited. Otherwise, she would not be relegated to the role of a naive savior. Unless, of course, Su Qingyun or Mo Yujun possesses some sort of system. Gu Wei gently massaged her aching forehead, casting a glance around her surroundings. It was not entirely unbearable. A few wooden tables and chairs were arranged, and delicate blue drapes swayed gently in the breeze. The bed beneath her was woven from vines, layered generously, offering a comfortable place to rest. However, the sole discomfort was that the bed was suspended. If it were to sway, it would certainly rock quite violently. Xiao Wei fell into contemplation. Wait, this is not right. Her character in this world is that of a pure-hearted maiden, the innocent and sweet disciple of the renowned healer Mu Miao. Oh, I must tell you something. A C suddenly interjected. What is it? This world might genuinely require you to seduce women. The original host harbored deep affection for her mentor, of a rather intimate nature. Should you succeed in this endeavor, the rewards for your quest will likely be substantial, particularly in terms of soul power. For a novice like Xiao Wei, soul power is invaluable, enhancing the cohesion of her essence, enabling her to quickly develop a visage that is distinctly her own. Then she could. Yet, her mind faltered. It was all Ning Mo Qing's fault, filling her head with such unwholesome thoughts, leading her astray. Huh, am I that kind of person? Xiao Wei laughed, asserting that even if the task's difficulty were to escalate, she would never compromise herself for such trivial gains. Just as she stepped outside, she abruptly froze in place. The mountains are adorned with lush greenery, and a woman clad in a delicate, smoky green gown stands gracefully. Her eyes are veiled by a strand of white silk, and her figure is slender, reminiscent of a crescent moon's gentle glow or a snow-laden cherry tree. Her face is exquisitely refined, exuding an ethereal aura, appearing distant and unattainable. Mo Qing. Sister Mo Qing? No, that doesn't seem right. She doesn't resemble her. Xiao Wei shook her head, still grappling with the revelation when a C interjected. Indeed, she is Ning Mo Qing. Xiao Wei retorted, a C, this is precisely your fault. You cannot spoil the plot like this. If you reveal everything, what will the readers have left to discover? She expressed her discontent towards a C. If you tell her everything, what remains for the readers? The essence of a narrative lies in the suspense, the gradual unveiling of the story. They await your subtle enticement. A C remained impassive, her tone icy. If you speak in such a manner, it shall be impossible for us to communicate. Xiao Wei lamented her struggle to forge a friendship with the C. Do you dare to confront this? A C inquired. Xiao Wei scratched her head, her expression wavering. Well, this time, fortune smiles upon us. Encountering Ning Mo Qing in her past life is a rare opportunity. You may not have the chance to meet her in the next realm. Confront. Xiao Wei declared decisively. Her fondness for Ning Mo Qing unwavering. A C beamed with delight. Remember to address her as master. In a soft and endearing manner, she adores such affection. Xiao Wei replied, just go away. What sort of enticement is that? Moreover, given Mu Miao's current situation, even a flirtatious glance would be wasted on someone blind. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the enchanting figure before me slightly turned her cheek. Although she could not see, in this valley, it was just the two of them, master and disciple. Little disciple, you are awake? The voice was soft and gentle, being trained in medicine. Her innate tenderness contrasted with Ning Ma Qing's cool demeanor, yet her aura was more ethereal and transcendent, perhaps due to her reclusive lifestyle. Master. Xiao Wei hesitantly spoke as she approached Mu Miao. Upon seeing the blindfold adorning her eyes, a pang of regret washed over her. Why should those two indulge themselves while Mu Miao endured hardship in this mountain? Were it not for the presence of a disciple, she would have no one to care for her in her lifetime. The heroine, Su Qingyun, merely uttered a word of thanks in the end. It was not that Xiao Wei was petty, but given Mu Miao's plight, the absence of any material compensation felt unjust, and the heroine was rather inconsiderate. Nevertheless, the joy of reuniting with Ning Ma Qing brought her happiness. Xiao Wei playfully cast a flirtatious glance at Mu Miao, even winking and mimicking rabbit ears, while Mu Miao, perplexed by her disciple's antics, tilted her head, a look of confusion adorning her face. Though they were not the same person, their temperaments bore an uncanny resemblance. Xiao Wei leaned against the table, gazing intently at Mu Miao. Little disciple, what troubles you today? Instinctively, Mu Miao raised her head, and in that fleeting moment, their lips nearly brushed, soft and fragrant. Xiao Wei's cheeks flushed crimson, and she startled, stepping back and stumbling, ultimately falling to the ground. Fortunately, the ground was soft with grass, and she sustained no injury, even managing to bounce back up on the bed. Master, I did not mean to. Xiao Wei truly did not anticipate such a turn of events. It was utterly beyond her expectations. Disciple, I am aware that this was not your intention. However, you need not feel so constrained, for I am not a man. Recently, my health has become increasingly frail, and I fear that I shall rely on you for sustenance during this time. It is I who have failed to care for you properly. As she spoke, Mu Miao cleared her throat softly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, while beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead. Reclining languidly upon the rattan chair, she delicately dabbed at her brow with a handkerchief, embodying the fragile beauty of a sickly maiden. Is Ningya Mo Qing all right? Seeing Mu Miao in such a delicate state inexplicably tugged at Xiao Wei's heartstrings. She is fine, merely a bit weak. A few nourishing soups should suffice. There is no serious ailment, but alas, it seems that your beautiful master is becoming increasingly reliant on your care. In the system space, opened a folding fan with one hand, the corners of her lips curling into a mischievous smile, concealing her eyes behind the fan's delicate surface. For reasons unknown. Seeing the Xiao Wei from the previous world being so mischievous made her want to emulate that spirit. At this moment, upon hearing AC's words, Xiao Wei's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Are you suggesting that I can take the initiative? Even without a phone or speakers? Xiao Wei felt an urge to sing Good Fortune is Coming. Isn't good fortune arriving just now? Gu Wei stood up, exclaiming, Oh yeah? Indeed. I simply hope that you will cherish and protect the delicate, said, her eyes narrowed, a wicked smile gracing her lips. She is fragile. But it is merely an act. Who are you calling precious? Xiao Wei felt that had become increasingly audacious lately. Such endearments as baby should not be thrown about frivolously. I am not yours to call. Xiao Wei indicated that she was preoccupied and requested not to be disturbed. She found herself disinclined to engage with instead casting her gaze upon Mu Miao. Now blind, Mu Miao could only sit outside, observing the approach of noon, while the task of cooking fell to Xiao Wei. Master, what would you like to eat? The novel depicted the valley where the miraculous healer Mu Miao resided as an enchanting paradise, a realm untouched by the mundane. Everything that grew on the mountains, swam in the waters, or was cultivated in the soil was of exceptional value, even when it came to foraging for spices. It was Xiao Wei who ventured beyond the valley, which inadvertently granted her the opportunity to draw closer to the protagonists. I'm not particularly hungry. Just prepare something simple to appease my hunger. Mu Miao reclined in her wicker chair, a shadow of sorrow crossing her features. She wondered how Miss Su was faring these days, her heart genuinely aching for her. Upon hearing the name Su Qingyun, Xiao Wei's lips curled in disdain. That name hardly did justice to the character it represented. This submissive female lead, whose family had suffered at the hands of the male lead, could still find herself entangled with him. She was hardly a paragon of virtue. It was unfortunate that the novel lacked sufficient fantasy elements. Otherwise, Xiao Wei could summon her father and exact retribution on this unfilial daughter. Master, you should concern yourself with your own well-being. After all, she is from a wealthy family. As Xiao Wei spoke, she turned to retrieve a sickle to tend to the vegetables. The vat contained some small fish she had previously caught, intended to nourish Mu Miao's health, and it was opportune to cook them now. However, before proceeding, Xiao Wei sought Mu Miao's approval. Master, you won't be upset if I prepare the fish to help restore your strength, will you? Mu Miao. After a long while, she furrowed her brow. As your master, it is acceptable. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that her disciple's words carried an underlying significance. The novel offers little insight into Mu Miao's character, leading Xiao Wei to fear that this benevolent healer would shy away from even taking a life. Coming from humble beginnings, Xiao Wei found cooking to be a simple task. She skillfully prepared the fish, sautéed a few dishes, and steamed fragrant rice. The ingredients were all organic and untainted, boasting flavors superior to those of the modern world. Master, it is time to dine. Xiao Wei set the meal on the table and handed Mu Miao a pair of chopsticks. Traditionally, Xiao Wei would use a large bowl to mix Mu Miao's favorite dishes with rice, sparing her the trouble of searching the table. As Xiao Wei served her, Mu Miao delicately grasped the chopsticks, only to have her hand gently held by Xiao Wei. Unexpectedly, Mu Miao's cheeks flushed, and she recoiled slightly. Her voice, soft yet panicked, inquired, Disciple, what are you intending to do to your master? Xiao Wei, taken aback, thought to herself, for all this time, she had never witnessed such an innocent side of Mu Miao, akin to a frightened fawn, utterly endearing. It was impossible to resist. No, this was utterly inappropriate. She could not entertain the notion of rebelling against her master. Such individuals were the very ones she despised most. Master, I merely feared you might not reach the bowl. As she spoke, Xiao Wei sought to soothe the startled Mu Miao. Even after Mu Miao's fingers found the bowl, the tips of her ears remained tinged with pink, rendering her exceedingly bashful. Xiao Wei swore that Mu Miao's demeanor was nothing short of seductive. Oh dear, with a master like this, she would surely be left utterly breathless and scattered. Xiao Wei's mind was brimming with audacious thoughts, yet it seemed that Mu Miao held little interest in her at present. The art of enticing women required careful deliberation. Are you not the most adept at seducing women? Upon hearing Xiao Wei's inner musings, Asi found himself somewhat perplexed. In the previous world, Xiao Wei had honed Lin Zixuan's skills to an extraordinary level. Otherwise, the task would not have concluded so swiftly. Pa. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Wei felt a surge of exasperation towards Asi. Forget I said anything. Asi silently sealed his lips. Master. If we finish our meal, I must step out for a while, Xiao Wei addressed Mu Miao, lifting her gaze. However, she realized a daunting challenge awaited her. But, system. I am not trained in surgery. Mu Miao possessed a divine eye, otherwise she would not serve the heroine. With Asi's assurance, Xiao Wei felt a tad more reassured. Upon hearing Xiao Wei's intention to venture out, Mu Miao paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall keep your teachings close to heart. Before her departure, Mu Miao presented Xiao Wei with a small sum of silver, merely a few taels, yet sufficient to procure spices. Observing this, Xiao Wei's heart brimmed with resentment towards the protagonists. How could the prince and princess not treat their savior with more kindness? Were it not for the abundance of provisions in the valley, lacking only spices and oil, Mu Miao's meager silver would have long led to starvation. Then, master, I shall take my leave. Xiao Wei waved goodbye to Mu Miao and departed along the narrow path of this idyllic sanctuary. According to the unfolding narrative, the heroine Su Qingyun's family was on the brink of annihilation. This is undoubtedly the handiwork of the male protagonist, who happens to be a prince. Such matters are certainly capable of being concealed by Su Qingyun. Zhao Yi's role seems to fade away from here, and within the narrative, she is portrayed as quite malevolent. Something that Xiao Wei wishes to avoid entangling with. She intends to expose the vile conduct of the domestic abuser, Mo Yujun, to Su Qingyun. However, how does one gain entry to the Qi Wangfu? Xiao Wei, while grappling with this dilemma, made her way into the capital. From the map, it is evident that the male and female leads are still deeply entwined, yet coincidentally, they are not within the estate at present. Rather, they find themselves at a tavern. Xiao Wei cast a glance at the meager silver in her hand, lamenting that it was scarcely enough to feed a dog. Thus, she felt barred from entering the tavern. Li Nai Nai, Xiao Wei seethed. The consequences of her wrath would be dire. Asi, may I take out a loan to acquire the annihilation mushroom? If that fails, perhaps the pumpkin will suffice. Xiao Wei despised her own impoverished and helpless state. If she were a male in the modern era, and a girl fancied her, she would still be unable to afford even the cost of contraceptives. Alas, Asi was unyielding. Xiao Wei opened the marketplace and discovered that her points could be exchanged for silver at a ratio of 1,000. Sighing in relief, she converted 1,000 points into silver, then proceeded to a clothing shop to purchase an outfit. The shop had a mirror, and for the first time, Xiao Wei could behold her appearance in this world. Chapter 38. My beautiful master, delicate and graceful, for, though she remained of average stature, she was undeniably a tender maiden nurtured by the picturesque mountains and clear waters. Her complexion was so delicate that it seemed one could wring water from it, and her lively eyes sparkled with joy, adorned in a gown of soft yellow. She looked utterly charming. My dear, you look exceptionally lovely in that attire, the shopkeeper exclaimed, taken aback by such a spirited young lady for the first time. Nevertheless, Xiao Wei remained unperturbed. I shall purchase only this one item, she declared. The shopkeeper's expression faltered, yet he accepted the silver from her hand. Thus, the entirety of the funds bestowed upon her by Mu Miao was spent, but Xiao Wei felt quite satisfied. Upon entering the tavern, a young attendant approached her with a courteous bow. Esteemed guest, would you prefer to sit in the main hall or in a private room? Take me to the 3rd floor. I desire that particular room. Xiao Wei indicated a direction, well aware that the male and female protagonists were situated there. The soundproofing of these ancient private rooms was rather inadequate, allowing her to eavesdrop on whatever the couple was engaged in. Upon hearing her request, the attendant's smile blossomed like a flower, and he promptly led Xiao Wei upstairs. Esteemed guest, do indulge in some refreshments. Our tavern is the finest in the capital. Do you prefer spicy or sweet dishes? I can recommend some selections for you. As he spoke, the attendant presented her with a menu-like item. Xiao Wei casually selected a few items, ultimately fulfilling her desire to enter the private room. As soon as the attendant departed, Xiao Wei was met with a profoundly suppressed sound of sobbing. What is happening? This is a serious narrative, she thought. Genuinely surprised by how the tormented couple was behaving so openly. She even caught snippets of Mo Yujun's rather melodramatic declarations. I shall inform you. I forbid you from gazing at that person. You are mine alone. However, Su Gong is a eunuch. Su Qingyun leaned against the wall, biting her finger. Tears glistening in her eyes, her face and neck suffused with a rosy hue. This man, ever so domineering and assertive, has captured her heart completely. She gently bit her lower lip as Mo Yujun, with reddened eyes, turned Su Qing and S head towards him. Even the eunuchs were powerless. I have already ordered for the hand that dared to assist you to be severed. You must understand, every strand of your hair belongs to me. And my jealousy drives me to madness. Yunner, I am deeply fond of you. The room was filled with the fervent whispers of that couple, leaving Xiao Wei utterly flustered. This novel is exceedingly popular, remarked C. Xiao Wei replied. Oh. She was undeniably displeased. Were the protagonists not concerned about being overheard? Or did they simply relish in the game? It seemed they had gone too far. The sound of Su Qingyun's voice lingered in her ears. Yet it soon faded into silence. A few minutes later, Xiao Wei found the situation somewhat absurd, though she could not articulate why. After finishing her meal and requesting some snacks from the waiter, keenly perceptive, intended to ask if Xiao Wei wished to change to another room but retreated upon noticing her discontent. However, what Xiao Wei did not anticipate was that night had fallen. And everything remained unsettled. Let it all perish. I am weary, Xiao Wei lamented silently. Yet, the wise have their clever schemes. She arranged for the purchase of a lively rooster and enlisted someone skilled in lightness of foot to hurl the chicken over the wall into the room where the protagonists resided. The startled cries echoed, followed by a chaotic uproar. Moments later, a scowling Mo Yujun emerged from the tavern, cradling the frightened Su Qingyun in his arms. In the realm of female-centric narratives, the male protagonist is undeniably striking, a paragon of elegance and charm. Upon first glance, Xiao Wei's eyes were drawn to the cold yet ethereal Mo Yujun. She pondered whether, after such a fright, the male lead could ever return to normalcy. Yet, it seemed an impossibility, for he was indeed the male protagonist. Su Qingyun, thoroughly startled, nestled within the carriage, wept bitterly at Mo Yujun's chest, her small fists pounding against him. You are so cruel. I utterly despise you. You are truly insufferable, she lamented. Meanwhile, the few shouters that Xiao Wei had hired at a considerable expense finally proved their worth. Old foam, have you heard? The Chancellor's family is to be executed. Set for tomorrow. Surely not. The Chancellor is a paragon of virtue. His son-in-law is Prince Qi. Previously, such matters were merely discussed in jest, weren't they? Within the carriage, Su Qingyun, hearing the mention of the Chancellor, felt a flicker of concern in her watery, shimmering eyes. What Chancellor? What has happened to my father? Mo Yujun let out a low grunt, swiftly pulling her closer, a sly smile dancing in his eyes. Xiao Yuner, you mustn't be so distracted. He is my father-in-law. How could anything possibly go awry? You are insufferable. Su Qingyun blushed deeply, letting out a soft whimper as she bit her lower lip and cast a flirtatious glance at Mo Yujun instantly. The atmosphere within the carriage became infused with romantic tension once more. Satisfied with her machinations, Xiao Wei wore a contented smile. Did the heroine hear that? C paused momentarily, contemplating. You are thinking too small. She did hear, but not entirely. As Xiao Wei gazed at the carriage, the curtains fluttered violently in the wind. Despite the breeze being rather mild, she furrowed her brow, for as a woman of ancient times, it was inconceivable to express such excitement in front of her husband. In an instant, everything became clear to her. Inside the carriage, someone was sobbing softly, lamenting to her beloved. Suddenly, C began to perform in an exaggerated manner, prompting Xiao Wei to exclaim that she resembled an old madam from a brothel. Frustration surged within her. C was merely adding fuel to the fire. I have already stated that the narrative of this world cannot be so simplistic. We are currently in a moment of sweetness, yet we are on the brink of losing our parents. How else could we captivate our readers without a touch of drama? C lamented earnestly, though she too acknowledged the absurdity of the plot, wondering who had conceived such a notion. Xiao Wei felt her temper rising, realizing that her efforts to seek assistance had been in vain, akin to drawing water with a basket made of bamboo. Very well, she declared. This pair of protagonists has indeed captured my attention. The carriage rolled past her with a clatter. Your Highness, Yunu adores you, someone proclaimed. And Xiao Wei's face turned as dark as coal. Were it not for the red lanterns illuminating the street, her complexion would have rendered her nearly invisible. Are you all right? Would you like to purchase some incense first? In this alternate world, there were no curfews in the capital. Rather, the night was the most vibrant time. Xiao Wei's expression was far from pleasant. Just wait. I have never endured such humiliation, she snapped, feeling a surge of urgency. The narrative within this fictional world serves as a distilled representation of the ancient romantic tragedies, devoid of any intent to satirize existing novels. The plot is entirely of my own creation, and I must confess that it is rather bleak, indeed. Should it bring a smile to your face? Do remember to encourage more updates, for nurturing wild herbal treasures is a shared responsibility. In Chapter 39, my exquisite master, delicate and enchanting, procured an array of fragrances. After some deliberation, Xiao Wei ventured into a tailor shop to procure several outfits for Mu Miao, who was dressed in rather plain attire, with scarcely a few adornments to her name. Most importantly, she was unable to engage in the game of kings. Fortunately, there remained someone to share her musings. Reflecting on the inconveniences of ancient times, it became apparent that contemporary novels have consistently enjoyed greater popularity than their historical counterparts, leading to a diminished presence of the latter. A sea offered words of comfort, prompting Xiao Wei to reluctantly accept this explanation. The relationship between the protagonists is undeniably vexing. However, it is foretold that the Chancellor's family is destined for annihilation at dawn. Xiao Wei pondered, as per the narrative. The heroine would not even have the chance for a final farewell with her kin. Yet, she could comprehend the reasoning behind it, fear of the heroine's father spitting in her face. A rebellious daughter. How tragically comic. A sea nodded in agreement. And thus commenced the harrowing tale of unrequited love. She fled, he pursued, and she found herself ensnared. Yet, a means must be found to relay the message to the Qi royal residents, although this heroine seems to be beyond salvation, even more so than Sister Inwan. Indeed, Inwan is ultimately a victim of the male protagonist's halo. As for the female lead, Asi doubts that she has not overheard, yet, compared to others, she seems more preoccupied with her own romantic happiness with Prince Qi. Oh no, it is rather about their intimate encounters. Xiao Wei's head swelled, surpassing even that of a muggle. Amidst the hazy twilight, countless fireflies flitted about, sketching a silvery mist, thus alleviating her fears of being unable to find her way in the darkening evening. Now, Xiao Wei comprehends why the novel refers to Mu Miao's abode as a paradise beyond the world. This place is quite suitable for seclusion and is warmer than the outside. It is Mu Miao. Her breathing is steady, indicating she is soundly asleep. Why has she taken my bed? Xiao Wei expressed her strong disapproval. Is this not granting her an opportunity? One must take care of oneself when venturing outside. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Wei stepped out, heading towards Mu Miao's chamber. Upon entering, she beheld a bamboo tube overturned on the bed, the bedding thoroughly soaked, evidently due to Mu Miao's accidental spilling of water. Xiao Wei, must I then sleep on the floor? Xiao Wei nodded in agreement. Upon being discovered by her beloved disciple nestled in the latter's bed, Mu Miao blushed but still offered an explanation. I inadvertently toppled the bamboo tube, soaking the bedding, and found it inconvenient to change it myself. Hence I thought to rest here for a while. Pray tell, what hour is it? The night is deep. Master, you should retire early. Xiao Wei pondered. If it came to it, she could arrange the stone benches outside and manage to endure the night. Where will you sleep? The chill outside could be quite biting. As mentor and disciple, I cannot bear to let you suffer from the cold. After all, we are both women. What harm could there be in sharing a bed for warmth? Mu Miao slightly propped herself up, shifting closer and gently patting the space beside her. Xiao Wei furrowed her brow but nonetheless drew nearer to the bed, her hands resting on the edge of the wrought-tin frame. She leaned in closely, gazing intently at Mu Miao's exquisite and ethereal face, her eyes wide with curiosity. With her master being so forward, did she not fear that her disciple might harbor improper thoughts? The warm breath escaping Xiao Wei's nostrils brushed lightly against Mu Miao's pristine visage, sending a tingling sensation across her skin. Mu Miao could discern the seriousness in her disciple's tone, raised by the care she had bestowed upon her since childhood. Even her breath momentarily hitched. What does this mean, dear disciple? Mu Miao's fingertips nervously pinched the quilt, her expression betraying a hint of turmoil as she sought to cover herself with the blanket. What is it that you wish to do with your master? She bit her tongue lightly, her words sounding soft and hesitant. Xiao Wei seized the quilt, observing how Mu Miao recoiled against the wall in fear, and for some reason, a flicker of intrigue ignited within her. In her past life, it was Ning Mo Qing who had teased her. Since Mu Miao appeared so easily flustered, perhaps. Xiao Wei's mischievous thoughts took shape as she pressed herself forward on the bed, cornering the startled Mu Miao against the wall, who averted her gaze, revealing her delicate and pristine collarbone. Clad only in her nightclothes, Mu Miao felt exposed in the presence of her disciple's closeness. She longed to don her garments entirely and escape this daunting little room. Disciple, you are a woman. Do not utter such rebellious words in the future. Cornered and slightly vexed, Mu Miao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Was this truly considered rebellion? Xiao Wei lowered her head and chuckled softly. Was that all? She had not done anything wrong, yet Mu Miao was terrified. It seemed that C was indeed correct. Her beautiful master was undoubtedly delicate and enchanting, and one could only imagine her sweetness. With that thought, Xiao Wei pressed on. The moment she uttered those words, Mu Miao became even more flustered. Akin to a small rabbit that had wandered into a wolf's den, clinging tightly to her bedding, Xiao Wei drew even closer, audaciously wrapping her arms around Mu Miao's waist. Their faces mere inches apart, soft and warm. The phrase unprecedented audacity was one she could certainly write, as Xiao Wei indulged in her playful spirit, momentarily disregarding her usual demeanor. Just as she was losing herself in the moment, Mu Miao unexpectedly captured her hand, which had been resting on her waist. "What?" Xiao Wei exclaimed, only to find herself suddenly pinned to the bed amidst a whirlwind of motion. "What is the meaning of this, master?" Xiao Wei queried, still bewildered by the rapid turn of events that felt as abrupt as a tempest. Despite the charming smile gracing her lips, Mu Miao's fingers grazed Xiao Wei's face, teasing it gently. However, she remarked, "Disciple, why is your face so tender?" Mu Miao found herself puzzled. "You are mistaken." Xiao Wei thought she had been deceived. She had assumed that the new version of Ning Maching would be as soft and tender as a glutinous rice ball, yet to her dismay, she discovered it was filled with black sesame paste. She had fallen into a trap. "Ah, it is my fault as your master for not caring for you properly. If only I had understood your feelings sooner, you would not be in such a predicament now," Mu Miao sighed, reverting to her formerly pitiable and delicate demeanor. Chapter 40. My beautiful master, delicate and charming 6. It seemed as though the agile and decisive Mu Miao from earlier was an entirely different person. "Disciple, I am truly sorry. It is all my fault. I shall endeavor to teach you well from now on, so please do not hold it against me," Mu Miao said, her tone imbued with sorrow as she adjusted the blanket over Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei was reluctant to respond, for Mu Miao had covered her head. Was it possible that the earlier incident was merely a figment of her imagination? It appeared so. After all, she had seen Mu Miao's frail physique. The bindings on her hands were perhaps a precaution taken by Mu Miao, fearing that she might engage in unwarranted actions. Why else would Mu Miao feign weakness? It was not for mere amusement, as her character in the novel had always been gentle and kind. After several minutes of contemplation, Xiao Wei began to make sense of the strange occurrences. She glanced down at the bow on her wrist, attempting to bite it open, only to find it a hopeless knot that tightened with her effort. It was also plausible that Mu Miao, being visually impaired, had tied the bow haphazardly. Resigning herself to the situation, Xiao Wei yawned and lay back on the bed, extending her head out to feel the comforting warmth of the covers. And soon she drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following day, Xiao Wei was awakened by the piercing sunlight streaming through the window. As she opened her eyes and gazed up at the wooden ceiling, she momentarily lost her sense of self. Who was she, and where was she? Having been bound throughout the night, her arms felt somewhat sore. Mu Miao was no longer beside her, prompting Xiao Wei to let out a soft hiss. Was it possible that this person frequently intruded upon her sleeping quarters? Otherwise, how could she be so familiar with getting out of bed? Perhaps she was overthinking it. A simple touch would clarify matters, for surely Mu Miao was not as predatory as her thoughts suggested. C let out a muffled grunt. "Are you implying that I am a beast?" Xiao Wei felt a wave of sadness wash over her. It seemed that her impression on the system was that of such a person. She was utterly disheartened by the system. "Oh, I want to die. You are bullying me." Xiao Wei pretended to cry, clutching her sleeves. C replied, "Can you please stop the commotion? We have work to do. The Chancellor's family is to be executed this afternoon." C had little patience for the antics of the noisy Xiao Wei. This person had been unrestrained since the previous world. So soon? Will I still have time? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei sprang out of bed in a flurry. "There is still time, that's right. Remember to eat." C glanced at the clock. Xiao Wei had awakened quite early. If she finished her meal, she would still have time to get there. "All right, I'll go prepare a meal for the master first." After Xiao Wei spoke, she looked down at her bound hands. "Oh no, this hasn't been untied yet." Xiao Wei had no choice but to feel around the cabinet for scissors. However, cutting this knot herself was too challenging. So she had to go out and ask her master for assistance. "Is this it?" Mu Miao held the scissors in one hand, while finally managing to locate the strap that had bound her the previous night. "Yes, master, please cut it. Or I want to be able to cook." Xiao Wei puffed out her cheeks and spoke with a slight huff. "All right." Mu Miao smiled, her lips pressed together, obedient and compliant. This made Xiao Wei once again convinced that last night's events were merely a figment of her imagination. As she watched the strap being cut, Xiao Wei hurried off to prepare the meal. Although the stove was somewhat cumbersome to use, she had already grown accustomed to it. after simply stir-frying a few dishes. Xiao Wei only cleaned up once she saw that Mu Miao had finished eating. Master, today I am venturing out again. By the way, I have purchased 2 outfits for you to try on. Upon hearing this, Mu Miao hurriedly stood up, her expression tinged with urgency. The funds are insufficient. It would be wiser to procure some spices instead. How could I possibly buy clothing? You need not concern yourself with these matters, Master. I have my own plans. I shall take my leave now. Xiao Wei filled a bamboo tube with some water for Mu Miao to quench her thirst, then hurriedly exited the valley. The task of dismantling the couple is not urgent. First, we must remedy Mu Miao's sight. This tumultuous pair cannot be dealt with by ordinary means. Upon entering the capital, Xiao Wei was breathless from her haste. To her surprise, the talented heroine was not with the male lead. Indeed, the male lead was likely preoccupied with matters concerning the Prime Minister's impending execution of his entire family, too engrossed in admiring his own achievements to attend to the heroine. At last, she had the opportunity to interact with the heroine. At the very least, she needed to escort her outside, allowing the heroine's father to spit on her face. However, gaining entry to the Prince of Qi's residence through the main gate was unfeasible. Too many eyes and ears were present. This world differs from the last. Should she attempt to trip the male lead in his presence, he would simply drag her out and execute her. After some time, Xiao Wei finally reached the back entrance of the Prince of Qi's residence. Before long, a maid emerged and cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Wei. Who are you? What brings you here? Dear sister, I wish to meet the princess. Could you grant me this favor? Xiao Wei replied, producing some silver from her sleeve. The maid's eyes brightened at the sight of the silver, though her expression remained somewhat conflicted. The princess typically does not receive visitors. Xiao Wei then revealed her identity to the maid. It is as follows. Previously, when the princess was in distress, it was my father who rescued her. My father is named Zhang Huan, and now he is gravely ill, on the verge of passing. My heart aches for him, and I humbly beseech the princess for some silver to save my father's life. As she spoke, Xiao Wei produced a handkerchief and feigned tears for a while. The maid quickly intervened, looking at her with compassion. Then I shall not ask for the silver. I have indeed heard of Zhang Huan from the princess. He and his wife were the ones who saved her. I happen to work in the princess's courtyard, and given her kind nature, I will inquire on your behalf. Please wait here. As the maid prepared to leave, Xiao Wei slipped her some small silver coins. As long as the princess knows of her benevolence. My father's life depends on her mercy. The maid nodded and hurried inside. I thought you might expose your identity as a disciple of a divine physician. Asi remarked in surprise. How could that be? If I were to disclose that, many would learn of it. As long as I can meet Su Qingyun, I can inform her of the affairs of the Prime Minister's family. As for Zhang Huan, although using his name may be inappropriate, he has no heirs in the book. So when Mou Jun investigates, it will not implicate him. Thank you, sister. Xiao Wei's repeated address of sister brought a sense of delight to the maid. It is a trivial matter. Come along with me. The maid waved her hand, urging Xiao Wei to enter promptly before shutting the back door. Chapter 41. My beautiful master. Delicate and graceful 7. It must be said that traversing through secret paths is undeniably exhilarating. The little maid was cautious, guiding Xiao Wei along a secluded trail. Indeed, the ancients were extravagantly indulgent. The trees stood tall, their canopies lush, and the air was perfumed with the fragrance of rare blossoms. In the expansive lake, the scent of lotus lingered freely, while pavilions and towers seemed to float in the sky. Beneath the silver bridge, the water shimmered with a captivating brilliance, creating an enchanting atmosphere. This place, it seemed, could sell even a mere stone for a fortune. The maid remarked that she had met the princess before, hastily pulling Xiao Wei to pay her respects. Su Qingyun instantly recognized her as the disciple of the renowned physician, momentarily taken aback, and promptly instructed the maids to withdraw. As the leading lady, she naturally possessed a delicate and exquisite beauty, her hands as pristine as tender green shoots. Xiao Wei, with an unyielding demeanor, coldly inquired, "What urgent matter does the esteemed physician wish to discuss?" Su Qingyun felt a twinge of guilt. After all, she had let the physician down. My master is not faring well. He has even taken to stumbling while walking. I wish to ask the princess, when might these eyes be restored? Xiao Wei's face remained stoic, offering no warmth. Su Qingjun had never encountered such a cold and formidable presence. Her complexion paled. But if I cannot see? Su Qingyun's eyes brimmed with moisture as she knelt, grasping Xiao Wei's sleeve. Xiao Wei, I implore you, this is something I truly cannot return. The mere thought of relinquishing her vision to Mu Miao filled her with an overwhelming chill and fear. The entire world felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, A fleeting sensation of suffocation nearly engulfed her. She truly adored Imo Yujun. They were childhood sweethearts. And now that Zhao Yi had finally vanished, even the last time she had undergone surgery to replace her mother's eyes had left her terrified, crying day and night. Yet, with Imo Yujun by her side, she found solace in her heart. Now, after enduring such a long wait to see the person she cherished, was she to be plunged into an endless abyss of darkness? The mere thought made Su Qingyun's heart feel as though it were being grasped by a vice, causing her profound anguish. The divine physician had spoken to her, hadn't he? Her voice grew hoarse, and through her tears, she struggled to make out the figure before her. Xiao Wei, please, I implore you. My only wish in this life is to grow old hand in hand with the one I love. I genuinely need these heavenly eyes. Su Qingyun wept with utmost humility, while Xiao Wei was tempted to deliver a kick. Was this person not in her right mind? Xiao Wei was at her wit's end. Mu Miao owed her nothing. She simply needed to grow accustomed to it. Asi remarked that this was all part of the normal course of events. Oh, but let us set that aside for now. On my way here, I encountered some news. Oh no, bad news. Would you care to hear it? Xiao Wei brushed Su Qingyun's dirty hands aside in disgust. Goodness, this female lead might have just been with the male lead. Her hands likely unwashed, she found them repulsive. Su Qingyun, oblivious to the events unfolding, stared blankly. The Chancellor's family has been publicly executed at noon in the marketplace. Do you wish to go see? Su Qingyun froze momentarily, remaining silent with her head bowed. See, has this person forgotten who gave her life? Xiao Wei began to harbor doubts. Fortunately, Su Qingyun responded swiftly. How could this possibly be? The Emperor has always valued my father, holding a position second only to him in the court. It cannot be that something has gone awry. You must have misheard. Surely, you have misheard. Su Qingyun shook her head, muttering incessantly. Xiao Wei could no longer tolerate the self-absorbed protagonist. She raised her hand and delivered 2 swift punches. The delicate and fragile Su Qingyun could hardly withstand such blows and promptly fainted. By the time I finished speaking to her, her father's grave will have sprouted. Xiao Wei finally understood that this person's mind could accommodate no one but Imo Yujun and herself. The best way to deal with such individuals was to forego words and take decisive action. How do you intend to take her out? Asi inquired. This object, can it be used to transport people? Xiao Wei flipped her small hand, revealing a reward from the previous world. World transfer key. Indeed, Asi nodded. One should economize on such items, as entering the Wangfu may not pose great difficulty, but extracting an unconscious protagonist presents a perilous challenge. Xiao Wei dragged Su Qingyun through the alley, as if she were a lifeless pig. Then, she shook Su Qingyun awake. When Su Qingyun regained consciousness, her head felt dizzy, and darkness enveloped her, nearly causing her to faint once more. Stop. Miss Xiao Wei, please don't do this. My health is poor. Su Qingyun was genuinely terrified, and upon glancing at the unfamiliar streets around her, she suddenly froze. Where have you brought me? Su Qingyun felt utterly bewildered as she donned the attire. Xiao Wei had spent a few coins to procure a coarse cloth outfit for her. Otherwise, her current garb would make her conspicuous wherever she went. I refuse to wear this, Su Qingyun protested vehemently. In response, Xiao Wei picked up a brick from the ground, and Su Qingyun, in tears, had no choice but to retreat to a dark alley to change. Tears streamed down her face. It was all her fault for not being strong enough. Once she had changed, Xiao Wei covered her face with a layer of cloth, leaving only her eyes and forehead visible, and with a stern expression. She dragged Su Qingyun to the marketplace. Confused about Xiao Wei's intentions, Su Qingyun lifted her gaze only to find her biological father, mother, and younger brother, along with the entire household of the Prime Minister, kneeling on a platform, clad in prison garb, devoid of their former vigor and spirit. Father? Su Qingyun's face turned as pale as white paper, utterly unprepared for such a revelation. This was the first time Xiao Wei had witnessed such a scene. She glanced at Su Qingyun, her lips curling into an emotionless arc. Aren't you going to save them? You are a princess. They will surely listen to you. At least one of them will. Xiao Wei gazed up at the highest platform, where Imo Yujun sat. Su Qingyun, too, caught sight of him, her body frozen in disbelief. How can it be the prince? This is impossible. Why didn't he inform me? Tears fell freely from Su Qingyun's eyes. She loved him so deeply. With a devotion that felt as lowly as the earth itself, why had he not confided in her about this? What the hell? Xiao Wei rarely resorted to such language. Chapter 42. My beautiful master, delicate and exquisite. 8. Su Qingyun could hardly comprehend the scolding delivered by Xiao Wei. Before she could react, Xiao Wei had already pushed her onto the steps. The officials, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, hesitated to intervene. Upon recognizing the Princess of Qi, they immediately felt a wave of trepidation. Just the previous occasion, when eunuch Su had merely assisted the princess, he had lost his arm. Who would dare to provoke such wrath? Even the executioners refrained from action, while Su Qingyun remained in a daze, tears streaming down her face. My lord, why? Is the princess here? The officials above dared not drop their placards, fearing they might frighten the princess. Mo Yujun's abyss-like gaze narrowed with a piercing coldness as it swept over the scene. Yet, witnessing Su Qingyun's tearful visage, his heart ached with an indescribable pain. Stop crying. It pains me, he thought. He ought to have ensured that Su Qingyun was well guarded. How could such events tarnish her innocent eyes? Yuner, the chancellor called out, prompting Su Qingyun to turn her gaze toward him. Are you my father? Su Qingyun stared at the chancellor in disbelief, choking back her sobs, unable to accept that this man before her was her biological father. Xiao Wei, observing the unfolding drama, mused that even if the chancellor managed to avoid execution, he would inevitably be driven to his demise by this rebellious daughter, were it not for the constraints of her status. She would have relished the opportunity to stoke the flames of conflict. Let them fight, let it be splendid. Yet, she remained restrained, feeling an overwhelming sense of disappointment. I am your father, Yuner, the chancellor replied, tears welling in his eyes. At last, Su Qingyun reached out and grasped his hand. Father, she whispered, her fingers wrapping around the chancellor's hand. As Mo Yujun gazed at the hands of the two intertwined, an overwhelming jealousy threatened to consume him. Why? Despite his declarations that she belonged solely to him, did she still seek the company of another man? With a cold expression, he commanded the attendant beside him. Take the princess away, and do it swiftly. The chancellor must perish. If the chancellor were to meet his end, the path ahead would be unobstructed, after all. He was the chancellor whom the emperor valued the most. Had it not been for his meticulous scheming, the chancellor's unwavering loyalty would likely still shield the crown prince. It was evident that he was the chancellor's son-in-law. The attendant hurriedly relayed the order, yet, despite the directive to take her away, none dared to lay a hand on Su Qingyun. Princess, you must leave at once. The prince has expressed his longing for you, the attendant urged earnestly. The prince? Yes, I shall seek out the prince. Father, he will surely save you. Su Qingyun realized the gravity of the situation, hastily wiping away her tears as she spoke solemnly to her father. The chancellor could only manage a bitter smile, while Xiao Wei, too, wore a pained expression, wishing she could unleash her disdain upon this rebellious daughter. The chancellor was indeed a source of great disappointment. She lamented the lack of arrows to eliminate the male and female protagonists. With that, Su Qingyun descended from the platform, acutely aware that time was slipping away, and the attendant could not quench her desire to plead for mercy. Indeed, Mo Yujun was the male lead, yet he yearned for both the kingdom and the beauty. Before Su Qingyun could utter a word, he preemptively donned a sorrowful visage. Yuner, this is the emperor's command. I am powerless, burdened by my own constraints. At that moment, Xiao Wei, having observed the shape of Mo Yujun's lips, finally remembered the necessary props to navigate this world. A C. Please bring me the loudest speaker available. Such a trivial item is scarcely worth more than 3 points. Reflecting on yesterday's events, Xiao Wei decided to purchase 2 without hesitation. Immediately, a smile akin to a perfectly shaped black sesame soup ball graced her lips. A C. Do you have that electronic system sound? Xiao Wei remembered it had echoed once before, signaling the completion of a task. Occasionally, when a C was away attending meetings, that sound would resonate as well. Yes. But why do you ask? A C inquired, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Was Xiao Wei planning something significant? Please record a message for me with these 2 speakers. Is that really appropriate? A C hesitated. It's fine, Xiao Wei insisted, compelling a C to comply. She placed the 2 speakers in separate, secluded rooms. Then, chaos erupted throughout the execution ground. The unfilial son-in-law, Prince Mo Yujun, seeks the crown prince's position by framing his father-in-law, the chancellor, attempting to deceive the chancellor's daughter, Su Qingyun. Each night, he indulges in debauchery with her, unaware of how he can sleep soundly, a true beast, devoid of shame. This sinister message echoed repeatedly in the air above the execution ground. Su Qingyun stood frozen in place, while Mo Yujun observed the surrounding populace descend into chaos, his pupils dilating in shock. Overwhelmed, he could not contain himself and fainted from the mounting pressure. At this moment, the news naturally reached the palace. Upon learning of it, the emperor ordered the prime minister's family to be imprisoned in the dungeons, insisting that a thorough investigation be conducted. Little did the emperor anticipate the depths of malevolence, as he was capable of turning against even his own father-in-law. How many heirs of the royal lineage are truly virtuous? The guards searched for a considerable time before locating the source of the sound, only to discover 2 horns. They were bewildered by how to operate them and contemplated severing them with their swords, only to find the horns unscathed while their blades shattered. The guards were left in astonishment. They had no choice but to cover the horns, yet as they transported them to the emperor, the streets echoed with that phrase. How could the ancients comprehend what a horn was? Some even postulated it to be a divine gift from the heavens. Storytellers and tea-houses spoke of it with great mystique. In an instant, S' reputation plummeted among the common folk, and even the crown prince, who had long been neglected by the emperor, was released to assist in state affairs, tasked with investigating the prime minister's family. Curiously, upon arrival at the palace, the horns fell silent, and the emperor commanded the royal guards to enshrine them within the hall. Little did know of these occurrences, but the horns proved remarkably effective, rescuing the prime minister's family in one fell swoop. "You truly are a clever little rascal," remarked, observing as she ordered an extravagant platter of dishes at the tavern. "Don't flatter me. I am but shy," replied, emphasizing her modesty. Both protagonists reside within their own worlds, and since they could not hear others' words, it implied that the sound was insufficiently loud, had indeed set the horns to their maximum volume. Upon learning that the horns had been taken to the palace, decided to silence them. The male lead had fainted from indignation. C truly did not expect Gu Wei to be so resolute in her actions. In the past, if the host encountered such a world, they would have proceeded with caution, seeking any means to infiltrate the Qi Wang mansion, drawing near to the protagonists. The male character would allure the female lead, while the female would ensnare the male lead. The goal of dismantling the couple would undoubtedly be achieved. Did she faint from rage? Gu Wei bit down on her chopsticks. This narrative was all too familiar to her. It seemed someone had previously fainted from her exasperation. What was that male lead's name again? She had forgotten. Chapter 43, My Beautiful Master, Delicate and Charming. 9. Indeed, it was quite beastly. A sighed for a moment. Gu Wei found a C's words rather unpalatable. So she stuffed her ears with cotton. I cannot hear. I cannot hear. I truly wish to. A C was genuinely infuriated by Gu Wei. What? Gu Wei was not quite able to comprehend. A C fell silent, and after a long pause, finally explained, It's nothing. Gu Wei responded with an O. Took a bite of the vinegar-soaked shredded potatoes, and seeing that a C had ceased her teasing, could no longer restrain herself from speaking. Actually, I heard everything. A C. P. O. Q. How infuriating. Can you not be mischievous for just one day? A C genuinely wished to drag Gu Wei to bed for a good scolding. Gu Wei. Fine. Shall I take my leave then? Gu Wei was deeply hurt by this heartless system. What was wrong with a girl being a little playful? Gu Wei stood her ground. Where do you intend to go? To jump into the sea? A C found the situation both amusing and vexing. Is it not permissible for me to commit suicide while eating? Gu Wei had truly taken her unreasonable antics to the extreme. A C suppressed the anger simmering within her. No, she must not succumb to fury, ultimately. It was Ning Maching from the previous world who had indulged this individual to such an extent that he felt invincible. How unfortunate it was. She had not anticipated that he would turn her into a spoiled brat. What to do now? A C began to feel a headache coming on. However, Gu Wei paid no mind to such concerns. The more chaotic things became between the male and female leads, the better it was for her relationship with her master. Savoring her meal with delight, Gu Wei gazed longingly at the pastries in the shop along the street. Mung bean cake. Upon seeing those treats, A C momentarily lost her focus but eventually spoke up. Is that so? However, I must confess, I am not particularly fond of mung bean cake. I find it rather unappetizing. Gu Wei glanced at the mung bean cake. Her interest piqued not at all. A seemingly careless remark from Gu Wei tugged painfully at A C's heartstrings. She understood perfectly why Gu Wei did not like mung bean cake. It was because during their last meeting, Gu Wei had eaten the very mung bean cake she had prepared with her own hands. In the past, it was always Gu Wei who enjoyed her culinary creations, but now it was different. She could devour the entirety of Gu Wei, one bite at a time. I think it's delicious, A C declared. Gu Wei puffed up her cheeks. Well, I've heard mung bean cake is quite tasty, so I'll buy some. Holding a generous selection of pastries, Gu Wei struggled to move. Eat it, why not enjoy it? A C huffed lightly, and when the crowd thinned, Gu Wei noticed her portion of mung bean cake mysteriously vanish. It was evident that A C had whisked it away to her space. Is it good? Gu Wei eagerly inquired. Since you gifted it to me, it is undoubtedly delightful, Asi replied, her spirits lifted as she momentarily forgot her own identity. Upon hearing the perilous utterance from Asi, Xiao Wei could not shake the feeling that the system was attempting to entice her. Demi-o, demi. Asi. Such words are not to be spoken lightly. Refrain from uttering them again. Xiao Wei found Asi increasingly alarming. Indeed, understood, Asi replied with a languid tone. Noticing Asi's overly simplistic acquiescence, Xiao Wei sensed an underlying disquiet. However, she was utterly unprepared for the arrival of guests in the valley, specifically Zhang Huan, whose name she had borrowed upon entering the palace. He and his wife had rescued the protagonist and, upon discovering her gravely ill condition, brought her to Mu Miao's residence. This visit was not solely comprised of him. His son, Zhang Hanyu, was also present. Divine physician, what say you regarding this marriage proposal? Rest assured, my son Hanyu shall regard you as a revered mentor, and henceforth, your affairs shall be intertwined with the Zhang family. Zhang Huan continued to chatter with Mu Miao. What marriage proposal? Zhang Hanyu, a character absent from the novel, was now seated on a stone bench, clad in a flowing green robe that brushed the ground. His hair elegantly secured with a bamboo hairpin. His demeanor exuded grace, reminiscent of a solitary figure amidst frost and snow, and his enchanting gaze flitted towards Xiao Wei, followed by a gentle smile. Indeed, he seemed well suited to be a son-in-law. Xiao Wei finally comprehended that Zhang Huan had come to propose. Amusingly, Zhang Huan was merely depicted as a rural villager in the narrative, yet here was his son. Xiao Wei cast a glance at Zhang Hanyu, who appeared as if he had emerged from a wealthy household. The very essence of his bearing set him apart. Possessing a beauty that eclipsed even that of Mou Jun. Xiao Wei, I have come to propose on behalf of my son. Pray, how do you find him? While he may not rival the ostentatious wealth of the capital, he is destined for a career in government, promising a boundless future. When speaking of her son, Zhang Huan's face radiated with joy. Xiao Wei glanced at Zhang Huan's exceedingly ordinary visage, then turned her attention to Zhang Hanyun. Indeed, they could not be biological relatives. By the way, Dr. Mu, what is your opinion regarding this marriage? Upon noticing Xiao Wei's silence, Zhang Huan regarded her with a sympathetic gaze, feeling a peculiar sensation in his heart, prompting him to inquire with Mu Miao. Mu Miao appeared troubled. This matter requires my disciple's perspective. Although I am somewhat of a senior, I have not been particularly strict with my disciple in the past. Thus, I must consult both your son and my disciple regarding this decision. Mu Miao furrowed her brow, enveloped in confusion. Meanwhile, Asi in the system space also wore a furrowed brow, scrutinizing Zhang Hanyun. I indeed have a fondness for Miss Xiao Wei. Zhang Hanyun was the first to speak. His gaze fixated on Xiao Wei's face, utterly unable to look away. Were it not for Zhang Huan's presence, Xiao Wei would have undoubtedly kicked this man. Brother. She is a normal person and does not engage in same-sex relationships. Such things are not condoned. I am not in a hurry. It entirely depends on Miss Xiao Wei's wishes. Zhang Hanyun lowered his eyes to regard Xiao Wei, a smile playing at the corners of his eyes. Xiao Wei was unreserved, foolish dog. Unexpectedly, the man seemed to understand, his expression darkening, yet he still managed to smile earnestly. Very well, he replied. Xiao Wei thought, I have never encountered someone so eager to be scolded. She looked at Zhang Huan, who appeared perplexed, and seized Zhang Hanyun's sleeve, dragging him toward the creek. Who are you? Let me make it clear. I cannot marry you. Xiao Wei spoke as she drew out the dagger she had purchased in the capital that day, brandishing it menacingly at Zhang Hanyun. Upon seeing the dagger, Zhang Hanyun said nothing, merely remarking, You were even more adorable than before. It was a rather nonsensical statement. Xiao Wei, perplexed, retorted, Do you know me? Who are you? She nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. Is this a glitch in the world? She continued, It's fine if you don't remember me, but I do remember you. You will bear me 2 children in the future. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei unhesitatingly kicked Zhang Hanyun. I shall not bear your offspring. Chapter 44, My Beautiful Master. Delicate and charming. 10. Zhang Hanyun staggered slightly from the kick, but did not grow angry. He brushed the dust off his skirt, standing firmly. It's all right. I'm not in a hurry. I possess great patience, he said, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Xiao Wei gazed at this persistent man, biting her lip, and declared, I cannot engage in same-sex relations. Such notions sounded utterly terrifying. What do you mean by same-sex? You are. Zhang Hanyun looked Xiao Wei up and down. You are a girl. He was certain of this. However, if that were the case, it was indeed possible for her to become a man. But that was not relevant at the moment. Zhang Hanyun felt rather perplexed. Xiao Wei was convinced that Zhang Hanyun was no longer of this world. The tone of his speech did not resemble that of anyone she recognized. Her roommates were mostly preoccupied with their own affairs, leaving no time for frivolities with her. Yet, Xiao Wei still harbored the desire to submerge Zhang Hanyun underwater until he drowned. Hasten your departure and refrain from returning here. Otherwise, you would not wish for me to stab you, would you? Xiao Wei felt an inexplicable aversion towards this man. Zhang Hanyun cast a glance at the dagger. Yes, I am frightened, he replied with a blank expression. This statement rendered Xiao Wei acutely aware of the insignificance of her dagger's threat, prompting her to impulsively kick Zhang Hanyun. Leave at once. As she spoke, Xiao Wei bent down to pick up a brick nearby. She hurled a stone towards Zhang Hanyun's retreating figure, causing ripples to spread across the creek. It was then that Xiao Wei recalled something. "Ah, see, you should know this person's identity, right?" "I do not know," Ah Si replied after searching for a considerable time, unable to locate any information about the individual. However, it was certain that this person did not belong to the world of the novel. The identity of Zhang Huan's son was undoubtedly fabricated. Ah Si squinted slightly, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the individual, yet could not place it. Could it be someone known to her and Gu Wei? Yet, with thousands of years having passed, Ah Si had encountered too many people and events to recall. The company system might have access to this person's information. But if he does not pose a lethal threat to you, I am unable to investigate further. Xiao Wei lamented. I believe there is no intent to kill. Yet he is a man, yes, a man, who attempts to possess and acquire me. Ah Si, save me. This time, I truly wish to escape this predicament. Xiao Wei wept softly. Don't most men find such encounters thrilling and enjoyable? Ah Si found it somewhat amusing to witness Xiao Wei's intense reaction. Most notably, this little one had resumed her theatrics. Who informed you of that? I would slay him. Xiao Wei deemed the notion of that man utterly terrifying. Your previous host? Xiao Wei seemed to grasp the situation instantaneously. It turned out that Ah Si was indeed a connoisseur of male companionship. How frightening. Unlike her, who could only empathize with her elder sister. Oh, my former host. Although my previous hosts comprised both genders, none were akin to you. Ah Si glanced at the data of her previous hosts, realizing that even while working for them, her interactions would not be extensive. After all, they were not like Gu Wei. Gu Wei was, she should now be referred to as wife. However, other systems do have such hosts. We possess several systems dedicated specifically to managing such hosts. Reflecting on the previous meeting's content, Ah Si smiled and remarked to Xiao Wei. I see. After their discussion, Xiao Wei stealthily approached Mu Miao, who was reclining leisurely in a wrought-tin chair. Before she could take action, she noticed Mu Miao's lips moving. Disciple? It is I. What are your thoughts on the Zhang family's marriage? I wish to hear your opinion. Mu Miao was indeed still troubled by Zhang Huan's words. In the past, she would likely have acquiesced, as the Zhang family was not impoverished. But, I will not go. Xiao Wei firmly rejected, grasping Mu Miao's hand. Her hand was warm and quite comforting to the touch. I cannot bear to part with you, master. A smile graced Xiao Wei's lips. Let us not speak of such matters. Mu Miao bit her lower lip slightly, her fingertips involuntarily tugging at her clothes. She wished to evade. Yet Xiao Wei insisted on her presence, squatting down to reveal a radiant smile akin to blossoming flowers as Mu Miao turned her gaze in that direction. I merely cannot bear to part with my master, she mused. Master, are you overthinking this? Mu Miao's cheeks flushed deeper. Although it was difficult to discern her disciple's expression, her tone suggested she was likely smiling. You are being disobedient, Mu Miao retorted, a hint of annoyance creeping into her voice. Let us not discuss this, master. I wish to inquire about something else. Xiao Wei, rarely serious, inquired. What is it? Mu Miao asked. This is inappropriate. It simply cannot be, Xiao Wei replied, her tone grave. Su Qing Yun, she is so. Mu Miao's expression softened with sympathy. So ridiculous, isn't she? Master, she is a selfish individual. What has she done with your sight? You could have healed others, yet now you are unable. Xiao Wei's genuine concern for Mu Miao was palpable, particularly as she harbored affection for her elder sister, Mo Qing, despite her benevolent nature. Mu Miao contemplated Xiao Wei's words for quite some time. Aside from my medical skills, no one can replace this. I shall summon the finest physician from the capital. Xiao Wei hastily suggested. Yet Mu Miao remained reluctant, and Xiao Wei could no longer contain herself. Do you know what she has done with your sight? Xiao Wei was truly exasperated, promptly recounting everything she had witnessed between the protagonists, much like a child reporting misdeeds. Unfortunately, her words were anything but pleasant. And as Xiao Wei animatedly gestured, Mu Miao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, covering her face with her hands. Xiao Wei, such words are not meant for others to hear, Mu Miao stammered, her tongue tied in mortification. They are simply too shameful. This disciple speaks with an audacity that borders on shamelessness. The words uttered are such that others would scarcely dare to overhear. A fleeting smile graced the delicate face of Mu Miao. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, but for this matter, you must also seek the opinion of Miss Su. Xiao Wei's lips curled into a smile. She had no intention of yielding to Su Qing'an. That kind of female lead was utterly unapproachable. Perhaps if she brought a few extra bricks next time, enlightenment would strike her at once. This approach could be deemed as a forced awakening. With Mu Miao's concerns addressed, Xiao Wei felt particularly cheerful, humming a tune as she cinched her skirt around her waist, wading into the water with a branch to catch fish. Goodness! Why won't this fish cooperate? Just as Xiao Wei thrust her makeshift spear into the water, the fish, nimble and elusive, darted away. Can you catch fish? A sea expressed skepticism. Of course. Who do you look down upon? Xiao Wei retorted with newfound enthusiasm. After enduring 30 failures and nearly drowning from exertion, she relinquished her hopes of enjoying a meat dinner that evening. Coughing, she expelled the water from her mouth, patting her chest to regain her composure, feeling thoroughly uncomfortable in her damp attire. Do you really have such a craving for fish? Asi inquired, perplexed. Fish is delicious. And one cannot live solely on vegetables and potatoes, can one? Xiao Wei lamented, tugging at her clothing, a look of dejection etched on her face. Now I understand. Asi remarked, seemingly out of nowhere. Before Xiao Wei could process this, a flash of golden light caught her attention. Several plump fish from the stream leaped into the air, landing in the bucket set aside for them, flailing briefly before settling. This person plays unfairly, utilizing underhanded tactics. Xiao Wei was momentarily stunned. Could I truly achieve this in the future? Instantly, she felt a pang of envy towards the city dwellers, who possessed such magical abilities. Indeed, when one concludes a quest in a fantastical or cultivation world, it is customary to receive rewards in the form of profound techniques or items for cultivation. Xiao Wei found herself utterly enchanted by the prospect. This was the reward for the mung bean cake. Asi felt a slight flush on her cheeks. Who could fathom why witnessing Xiao Wei's despondency compelled her to indulge the girl? This was, after all, against the rules. She hoped the company would remain oblivious. Otherwise, her wages might be docked. All right, thank you, Asi. I shall prepare grilled fish, Xiao Wei exclaimed with newfound enthusiasm, glancing at Mu Miao, who was basking in the sunlight, and couldn't help but chirp. Master, today we shall feast on grilled fish, along with fish soup. There are plenty. It seems we can enjoy it for 2 or 3 days. Mu Miao smiled gently. Very well. By the way, Asi, may I venture into a cultivation or fantasy world next? Xiao Wei had already begun to anticipate the adventure. No, that's not permissible. Asi swiftly doused her enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. Before Xiao Wei could inquire further, Asi continued, if you were to enter the fantasy cultivation world, the treatment of the antagonists would not differ from that of the protagonists. You must have read those novels. The protagonists typically enjoy a continuous advantage throughout their journey, and the chaos of the order would be even more pronounced. It is likely that only after 2 or 3 more worlds will a quest in the fantasy cultivation realm present itself. Xiao Wei recognized the truth in Asi's words. By then, intellect would be of little consequence. The sheer thrill of reckless abandon was what she relished the most. When the male and female leads fell in love, she would clandestinely cultivate, surpassing them all. Xiao Wei's spirits had lifted considerably. She gathered some firewood and set it up, capable of roasting both fish and sweet potatoes. As for the soup, it was simmering away in the pot. After a brief half hour, Xiao Wei emerged from the small kitchen, carrying a bowl of fish soup. Master, I've removed the scallions and other ingredients, leaving only the fish meat, and I've picked out the bones as well, to give it a taste. I've also added some diced potatoes. Xiao Wei served a small bowl for Mu Miao, placing it on the stone table. Tentatively, Mu Miao reached for the spoon, lowered her head to inhale the delectable aroma of the fish soup, and took a sip, her expression lighting up with delight. Your culinary skills have indeed improved, she remarked. Xiao Wei felt a swell of pride. After all, she had learned from chefs in restaurants before. Turning her attention to the nearly finished roasted fish and sweet potatoes, Xiao Wei prepared to plate them. The fish was exquisitely fresh, perfectly charred on the outside and tender within, notably devoid of bones, exuding an enticing fragrance. Xiao Wei took a bite with her chopsticks, her eyes sparkling with joy. This roasted fish is delightful. The spicy, numbing flavor was undoubtedly Xiao Wei's favorite. The meat was so tender that she found it hard to set down her chopsticks. The fish she prepared for Moo Meow was free of chili, and she carefully extracted the fish meat, placing it in her bowl. "Master, try this. I didn't add any spice." Upon hearing that it was mild, Moo Meow's expression seemed a tad peculiar, yet she still bent her head and began to eat with her chopsticks. Almost immediately, she tilted her graceful neck, glancing at Xiao Wei's plate. "Would you like to try mine?" Xiao Wei was surprised to discover that Moo Meow had a penchant for spiciness. Moo Meow nodded in agreement. Xiao Wei delicately picked up a piece of food and brought it to Moo Meow's lips. With caution, Moo Meow opened her mouth, and the spicy, numbing flavor surged in. Delightful beyond measure. "Is this chopstick yours?" she suddenly realized after swallowing the tender fish. "Indeed," Xiao Wei nodded. Moo Meow's cheeks flushed with a visible hue, and she dared not speak to Xiao Wei, burying herself in her meal. Once finished, Xiao Wei offered Moo Meow a rattan chair to lean against the campfire, shielding her from the chill of the night. Xiao Wei changed into a fresh outfit and reclined on the soft grass, the flickering firelight illuminating her features with exquisite brilliance. The stars above twinkled like scattered gems across the dark sky, reminiscent of the meadow she had previously visited with Ning Maching. In such a serene setting, it would be a pity not to succumb to slumber. Overwhelmed by fatigue, Xiao Wei fell asleep almost instantly. The following day, Xiao Wei jolted awake from a vivid dream, in which the apocalypse had arrived, and someone had stolen her last packet of instant noodles, leaving her in a state of panic, unable to retaliate. "Ah, my noodles," she lamented. When she lifted her head, she found herself lying on a rattan bed, instantly filled with confusion. This was not right. She had fallen asleep on the grass. Had her master carried her in? What about the main characters? Had they quarreled? Xiao Wei mused that if the female protagonist had any conscience, she would surely argue with the male lead for her father's sake. Otherwise, they would not have engaged in such emotional turmoil over the matter, even if it ultimately led to a happy ending. Indeed, they had quarreled, and quite intensely. Yet, amidst the discord, they ultimately found their way back to each other. Xiao Wei was aware of what a C referred to. Yet, could this truly be the tumultuous quarrels of a married couple? It was utterly heart-wrenching. Xiao Wei harbored disdain for such individuals. Meanwhile, on the side of Su Qingyun and Mo Yujun, a grand, continuous tragedy was unfolding. Chapter 46, My Beautiful Master. Delicate and enchanting 12, June. I never anticipated that you would lay hands on my father, my own flesh and blood. Su Qingyun knelt on the ground, her cloud-like garment cascading down, failing to conceal her tender skin, which bore numerous marks. She clutched at Mo Yujun's sleeve, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. "It is not me. I am wronged." Mo Yujun's expression was indeed grim, yet for the sake of the woman he cherished, he resolved to muster his spirits. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Regardless, that mysterious object that descended from the heavens has fallen into my father's hands. If I allow rumors to run rampant, I fear that the power in his grasp may shift to the crown prince. With this thought, Mo Yujun devised a plan, raising his hand to caress Su Qingyun's abdomen. "Yuner, you are the one I love most dearly. How could I possibly harm your father? Those are merely schemers plotting against me, seeking to usurp power from my hands. Will you trust me?" Mo Yujun crouched slightly, his fingertips gently brushing against her soft cheek, his gaze deep and profound, yet instantly softened with affection. "Aye, but..." Su Qingyun's countenance was troubled. "Your father has not claimed that I orchestrated his downfall. How can you trust others and not me?" Mo Yujun gently wrapped his arms around her waist and pressed a kiss to her lips. "If you do not believe me, then there shall be no one in this world who believes me." Pain flickered in Mo Yujun's eyes. Witnessing his profound sorrow, Su Qingyun's heart softened immediately. No, I do believe you. You are all I have, June. I shall be with you for eternity." Su Qingyun hastily wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, pressed a gentle kiss upon his cheek, and clasped his hand tightly. "Then, how about we have a child? It would alleviate our solitude in the future." Mo Yujun's expression transformed instantly, his warmth igniting like fire, the fervor in his dark eyes rendering Su Qingyun irresistibly bashful. "Oh dear, just moments ago we were. Shall we?" He exhaled softly, sending a delightful shiver through Su Qingyun, who could not suppress a soft whimper, her ears blushing even deeper. "You mischievous scoundrel." Without hesitation, Su Qingyun leaped toward him. C, observing the peculiar antics of the couple, contemplated for a moment before recounting the exact words to Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei replied, "Although I do not comprehend, I am profoundly astonished. So, in essence, nothing is amiss." They even managed to rest twice. "Indeed," C responded, equally bemused. Xiao Wei found herself at a loss for words. However, such behavior was not unexpected, considering the female lead's father was alive. It is understandable, after all. For a father cannot compare to the importance of the male lead. It seems there is no conflict that cannot be resolved by the couple's shared slumber. This thought left Xiao Wei feeling overwhelmed. Yet, the previous day's trumpet had indeed left the male lead shaken at this juncture. His personal motives may have raised the emperor's suspicions. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the female lead remains in the male lead's grasp. Wait a moment, they just mentioned wanting to have a child. Does that imply the male lead intends to use the child as leverage against the chancellor? In this scenario, the prime minister will undoubtedly find a scapegoat to absolve the male protagonist of his charges, ensuring that he is always considered in the court's deliberations. She has offended both the current prime minister and the Prince of Qi. A single misstep could lead her and her master into a perilous game akin to a real-life temple escape. After all, in the eyes of those individuals, Su Qingyan holds paramount importance, and one might even utter, "It is a blessing to possess your master's discerning gaze." How troublesome this is. See, what shall we do? Xiao Wei bit the quilt, feigning tears. She shuffled out of the room in her straw sandals, clad only in her undergarments. Tousling her messy hair as she sat by the stream, lost in thought. It seemed her master had yet to awaken, allowing for a slight postponement of breakfast. Xiao Wei contemplated the unfolding plot once more. The Prince of Qi belonged to the earlier cohort of princes born to the current emperor, who was still in the prime of his life. How could he have departed so unexpectedly? Could it be that there is a new Gu Wei in the palace? Suddenly, Xiao Wei had an epiphany. Regardless of whether the emperor's demise was orchestrated by the Prince of Qi, there must certainly be something amiss surrounding him. A matter that only the imperial physicians would likely be aware of. Such topics are best avoided by outsiders. Yet, with a flick of her wrist, Xiao Wei examined the silver key in her hand, realizing that this time she must exhaust her 3 opportunities entirely. Fortunately, she had managed to save one previously by seeking assistance from the female protagonist. No matter how audacious the male lead may be, he must yield before his father. This fellow has certainly devised another cunning plan. I believe I have found a solution, but there is one matter I must inquire of you. Xiao Wei pondered. Stroking her chin, where is that trumpet located within the palace? Also, is my master's medical expertise the most exceptional in this world? It is only natural, otherwise. How could the heroine be saved? The 2 trumpets are enshrined alongside the divine statue in the Yonghua Palace, guarded by several sentinels outside. Rarely do visitors come, though recently the emperor has taken to visiting more frequently. His motives are clear. See, it seems I shall once again require your assistance in recording some audio. No problem. See readily agreed. Within the palace, in the Yonghua Palace, Xiao Wei's figure abruptly vanished into the valley and swiftly arrived inside the palace, where she indeed spotted the 2 trumpets beside the statue. She instructed Si to secure the trumpets, intending to record a few words, in the Zhongling Valley. The divine physician Mu Miao. Si instantly grasped Xiao Wei's intention, recognizing it as an attempt to curry favor with the emperor, yet it was undeniably a clever strategy. The recording of In the Zhongling Valley, the divine physician Mu Miao continued until the emperor graced the Yonghua Palace with his presence. At just 40, the emperor still possessed a youthful vigor, yet his brow furrowed as he contemplated the words of the divine artifact. The chief eunuch attending him could no longer contain himself, and spoke up. Your Majesty, this divine artifact is indeed extraordinary. Within the palace, only he and the 2 imperial physicians from the Imperial Medical Institute were aware of the emperor's declining health, as he grew increasingly weary each day. Although he did not openly express it, he harbored a deep-seated fear that one day he might fall into an eternal slumber from which he could never awaken. The trumpet fell silent, as if sensing the presence of a person. The emperor, with a flick of his sleeve, turned away. Suzhou, send someone to the Zhongling Valley to summon them. You shall go personally, and remember to enter the palace discreetly, using a carriage. A glimmer of cold light passed through the emperor's eyes, and draped in his dragon robe, he exuded an air of authority. The imperial physicians are utterly incompetent. Fortunate it is that divine intervention has manifested, or else his frail constitution would have been further delayed by their ineptitude. I shall take my leave now. Upon noticing the commotion, Si glanced towards the other screen, where Xiao Wei was still tending to the vegetables in Zhongling Valley. My dear, the matter is accomplished. Chapter 47. My beautiful master, delicate and graceful. 13. Who do you call dear? Xiao Wei remarked, realizing that Si had taken to teasing her with increasing frequency. She pondered when this mischievous habit had taken root. I refer to the vegetables as dear. Xiao Wei was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that a sea reveled in such trivialities. Nevertheless, with the task at hand successfully completed, it was time to prepare an early meal. Xiao Wei simmered a fish soup and added some noodles, serving it to Mu Miao. What prompts the early noodles? Mu Miao inquired, taking a bite and exhibiting mild surprise. Typically, such a dish would not grace the table until well past midday, yet today it was presented early. Because henceforth, I intend to treat my master to delightful meals. A puzzled expression crossed Mu Miao's face, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, simply immersing herself in the noodles. The noodles, infused with the rich flavor of the fish soup, were tender and smooth, and Mu Miao soon finished her serving, glancing up as if to gauge Xiao Wei's gaze. Would you like more? Xiao Wei asked, momentarily taken aback. She could not shake the feeling that her master had a greater appetite than herself. Is there any left? Mu Miao's ears flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Xiao Wei glanced into her own bowl, noticing there were still some noodles remaining, and she promptly scooped them for Mu Miao. Master, please indulge. It appears I shall need to prepare a larger quantity next time. Mu Miao heard the sound of noodles being fished out and could surmise that Xiao Wei's noodles had been added to the bowl, causing her ears to flush even deeper. However, she chose to remain silent, focusing on eating her meal bit by bit. When Xiao Wei finished tidying up, the chief eunuch Suzhi arrived outside the Zhongling Valley. Even though the divine beings were said to be miraculous healers, Suzhi dared not allow the group to bring their carriage inside. So he led two young eunuchs along a narrow path into the valley. Finding this Zhongling Valley was indeed a challenge. Had it not been for Suzhi's extensive inquiries, he might never have discovered the existence of a miraculous healer here. He walked carefully forward, and before long, his surroundings opened up. Soon, he beheld a delicate beauty clad in a smoke-green long robe reclining in a rattan chair. While by the brook sat a petite girl in a goose-yellow dress, playfully lifting her skirt and lightly splashing her feet in the water, giggling as droplets danced onto the grass. This picturesque scene was truly enchanting, leaving Suzhi momentarily spellbound. Could these two be more beautiful than the ladies of the palace? A sense of unease crept into Suzhi's heart. The emperor was in his prime. And should either of these young women turn out to be the illustrious Mu healer, what would happen if the emperor took a fancy to one of them? Suzhi stepped forward and called out from across the brook, "Ladies, may I inquire which one of you is the esteemed Mu healer?" "I have arrived," Xiao Wei replied, a smile gracing her lips, clearly having set her sights on this opportunity. "My master is here. Please come closer." She waved at Suzhi, then rose to dry her feet before slipping them into embroidered shoes. Suzhi then walked across the wooden bridge over the small creek. Although a secluded life is pleasant, it is often susceptible to bullying. Once the matters between the male and female protagonists are settled, Xiao Wei mused that given the emperor's formidable status, he would undoubtedly bestow some silver or other rewards. By then, the houses in the valley could surely be renovated. Having met the esteemed physician Mu, Suzhi hurriedly offered a respectful bow to Mu Miao. "There is no need for such formality. You are." Mu Miao's expression revealed her confusion, and she could only listen to the hollow words. "My master has been unwell lately and, hearing of the esteemed physician's reputation, thought it wise to send me to invite you. The carriage is waiting outside the valley. Might you be inclined to accompany us, esteemed physician?" Suzhi, cautious not to reveal the emperor's name, spoke with great care. "Is your master from the capital? May I inquire their name?" Mu Miao's face briefly clouded with concern. "As you can see, both my apprentice and I are women, and I generally do not venture beyond the valley." A hint of hesitation appeared on Suzhi's face. Fully aware of the truth in Mu Miao's words, two women, if not for their seclusion, would surely face oppression in the capital. "Master, let us go. I will accompany you. I do not perceive this individual as malevolent. To save a life is more meritorious than building a pagoda of 7 stories. Should any danger arise, I shall protect you." Xiao Wei's exuberant voice resonated in Mu Miao's ears. Though somewhat resigned, Mu Miao ultimately acquiesced. Although blind, she could still take pulses. If she could not see, she would entrust the task to her apprentice, Xiao Wei. "Then let us depart," Mu Miao stated, rising uncharacteristically. As Xiao Wei hurried to assist her, "Let us go," Xiao Wei smiled brightly at Suzhi. Suzhi hurried ahead of the two young ladies, frequently glancing back with a sense of trepidation. Upon emerging from the valley, Xiao Wei soon caught sight of the carriage. Although its entrance to the palace was understated, the exquisite carriage was a sight to behold. Mu Miao managed to ascend into the carriage with some difficulty, finally letting out a sigh of relief. It appeared as though they hailed from a wealthy family. As Mu Miao turned to speak to Xiao Wei, she unexpectedly leaned too far and her cheek brushed against Xiao Wei's soft face. In that instant, her heart raced uncontrollably. akin to gentle raindrops creating ripples upon the surface of a lake. Mu Miao's fingertips involuntarily clenched, prompting her to straighten her posture. Master, what is the matter? You're blushing? Xiao Wei inquired, gazing curiously at Mu Miao. After all, it was merely a slight touch. Why the sudden flush? If it were something else, wouldn't it be unbearable? Just as Xiao Wei's thoughts began to drift into a realm of ambiguous emotions, the carriage jolted violently, causing her to nearly collide with the small table inside. Mu Miao too swayed slightly but quickly regained her balance. Xiao Wei felt a wave of nausea wash over her, unable to articulate her discomfort, and by the time they disembarked, she was dizzy. Is there anywhere to be sick? Xiao Wei's head spun. Suja promptly instructed a palace maid to bring a spittoon for Xiao Wei. After a prolonged bout of retching, she wiped her lips with a handkerchief, and the maid took the vessel away. Are you all right, miss? By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Suju inquired with a smile as he noticed Xiao Wei was feeling somewhat better. I am called Xiao Wei, with Wei signifying the selection of the worthy, she replied. And no surname? Suja frowned, questioning further. To refer to you solely as Miss Xiao Wei seems rather intimate, which may not be appropriate for a young lady. Please call me Miss Xiao Wei. I grew up under my master's guidance and do not possess a surname. As Xiao Wei sat upon the golden Nama chair, a palace maid prepared tea for her and her master before discreetly retreating. Is this not a palace, Miss Xiao Wei? Are you not curious about where we are? Suju observed her intently. From the moment she entered, the young lady's expression remained unchanged, as if she had anticipated her arrival at the palace. This is indeed the imperial palace, the most opulent place in the world. It is quite a sight to behold. But who has fallen ill? Is it the empress? Xiao Wei inquired innocently, feigning ignorance. In truth, she was elated. Ah, see, I have entered the palace. Asi replied with a resigned expression. Is this truly an occasion worthy of setting up 2 tables in the village? Xiao Wei retorted, you wouldn't understand. For someone of my humble background, to enter the palace without becoming a eunuch is already a momentous event. She let out a playful huff. Chapter 48, My Beautiful Master. Delicate and charming. 14. Asi finally understood her joy, yet remarked, but haven't you already lost that privilege? Stunned, Asi questioned, what is the matter? It's merely a change of location for a few pieces of meat. Surely it looks better than before. Xiao Wei's excitement was palpable, her tail almost soaring into the heavens. Does it look better? Then I shall see for myself. Xiao Wei responded, perplexed. What do you mean? She felt a surge of irritation at Asi's attempts to deceive her. Determined, she planned to be a fierce and unyielding host, intent on managing this mischievous and teasing system. No worries, Asi feigned innocence swiftly. Xiao Wei was momentarily speechless, hesitant to engage in conflict with Asi, as they resided in different dimensions, so to speak. The young lady would soon understand, but the servant could not elaborate further. Suja remarked with a subtle smile. After a short while, a young eunuch outside finally delivered the message. The emperor has summoned the renowned physician, asking for her presence. Upon hearing this title, Mu Miao was taken aback and rose to her feet. Noticing her reaction, Suja promptly guided them to the main hall, where the emperor sat comfortably in the warm chamber, delicately sipping tea as Suja entered. Your Majesty, here are divine physician Mu and her disciple. The young lady Xiao Wei, he announced. The emperor's gaze immediately fell upon the striking duo, one tall and the other petite, both captivating in their own right. Though it was a pity that the taller girl was blind. The commoner pays respects to your Majesty. Mu Miao hastily urged Xiao Wei to kneel. But before they could fully descend, the emperor waved his hand in a dismissive manner. There is no need for such formality, divine physician. It was I who unceremoniously requested your presence. I have heard of your exceptional medical skills, and wonder if you could assist me in restoring my health. The emperor spoke lightly, while Suja placed a handkerchief on the wooden table before him. I am unworthy of such praise regarding my medical abilities. It is an honor to merely take your Majesty's pulse. Ah, as a physician sent by destiny, you need not refer to yourself in such humble terms. Simply use I when addressing yourself. I am merely experiencing some discomfort. Please examine me. The others in this hall may disperse. Speak freely regarding any matters at hand. The emperor's demeanor grew serious, his eyes darkening. Should he discover who was orchestrating mischief behind the scenes, those individuals would not escape unscathed. Thus, I express my gratitude for your Majesty's kindness, Mu Miao replied. As Mu Miao spoke, Xiao Wei hurriedly reached out, allowing her fingertips to gently rest upon the emperor's wrist. After a brief moment of pulse-taking, the emperor's heart sank, and Mu Miao's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing, revealing an expression of realization. It seemed the emperor had recently indulged in nourishing tonics. Lately, He felt increasingly fatigued, sleeping longer each day, with his tongue tinged a bluish hue. Finally, Mu Miao added, "Yet, he has also experienced considerable hair loss." Upon hearing this, the emperor placed considerable faith in this miraculous physician, finding her insights aligned with those of the court doctors. However, the court physicians were still present, while this physician, blind of eye, had discerned the hair loss merely through pulse-taking. The physician's observation was indeed accurate. Such symptoms were present, and one wondered if they stemmed from mental strain. After all, as emperor, he had long been burdened with state affairs, enduring sleepless nights, which could certainly lead to hair loss and signs of weakness. Yet, it did not seem to be the case. Rather, coincidentally, I possess remnants of ancient medical texts from the previous dynasty, which contain a description of a toxic fragrance that, when combined with the zero-ling flower, produces similar symptoms. This fragrance, when inhaled over time, can deplete one's vitality, and prolonged exposure could lead to an unceremonious departure. Such words remained unspoken by Mu Miao, for the individual before her was the emperor, and matters of life and death were to be approached with utmost caution. Thus, it became clear why the emperor's diet appeared unproblematic. "Your Majesty, this matter," Suja interjected, bowing with a grave expression. "The zero-ling flower? Such a bloom does not exist in the Central Plains. Years ago, some were indeed offered from the cold northern lands, distributed among the various consorts' chambers." The emperor's brow furrowed deeply at this revelation. This matter is indeed rather difficult to investigate. Within the palace, there are 3 esteemed consorts. All presently enjoy considerable favor. One is the noble consort Li, the mother of the crown prince. Another is the virtuous consort Da, mother to Prince Qi. And lastly, the consort Ru, mother of the 13th prince. As the 13th prince is still in swaddling clothes, it is inconceivable that consort Ru could engage in such an act against the emperor. Thus, it must be the crown prince and Prince Qi, correct? Divine physician, what is the name of that fragrance you mentioned? What are its distinctive qualities? The emperor inquired eagerly, momentarily distracted. It possesses no particular uniqueness. Rather, it is simply a scent that many find irresistibly appealing. It is called slow blooming fragrance. I concocted it many years ago, but have since lost the recipe. However, should I encounter it again, I would undoubtedly recognize it. Then, is there hope for my health? The emperor cautiously probed. With so many court physicians around, they would only prescribe him tonics that are of little benefit. Now, with a glimmer of hope before him, he naturally clings to it tightly. Indeed, you must consume some restorative medicine, but I advise against the tonics from the Imperial Medical Bureau. I possess a prescription that should be taken daily, to be halted after 7 days. Another fragrance must also be prepared, though the ingredients are somewhat scarce. Yet, as the Son of Heaven, you will not lack for these herbs." As he spoke, Suja hastily arranged a small table and cushion for Xiao Wei to sit upon. At this moment, calling upon the court physicians was rather risky. This prescription must be penned in Xiao Wei's own hand. Mu Miao reported a list of more than a dozen medicinal herbs along with the necessary items for the fragrance preparation. Fortunately, in this world, Xiao Wei was already adept at writing prescriptions and had a beautiful hand in the delicate script of flower arranging. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing for the emperor's attendants to witness her incomprehensible scribbles. As the ink dried, Suja glanced at the medicinal ingredients, noting some similarities with the tonic previously prescribed for the emperor, indicating there was likely no significant issue. The emperor exchanged a knowing glance with Suja, prompting him to fold the prescription and hastily make his way to the Imperial Medical Institute to consult with Dr. Li regarding the formula. Should there be any discrepancies, it would likely lead to trouble for Miss Mo. "Young master, where did you acquire this remarkable prescription? The creator of this formula is truly exceptional. How could they have conceived of such ingredients?" Dr. Li exclaimed upon inspecting the prescription, refusing to relinquish it. "Is it truly you they refer to as young master?" Suja and Dr. Li shared a hometown and had grown up together, and Suja felt a pang of annoyance at his friend's antics. "Very well. But this prescription is indeed commendable, resembling something akin to an antidote." "Hush!" Suja quickly placed his hand over Dr. Li's mouth. The doctor nodded in understanding, allowing Suja to withdraw his hand. Both appeared to be in agreement, though acquiring the medicinal ingredients from the Imperial Medical Institute was not advisable, as there were individuals within who harbored ulterior motives. "I am aware of that, which is why I dare only to consult you. All these medicines will need to be procured from outside the palace." Chapter 49, My Beautiful Master, Delicate and Graceful 15. Under these circumstances, let us first arrange for a secluded chamber for the esteemed Dr. Mu, and publicly, We shall declare them to be relatives of the virtuous concubine. The emperor squinted slightly, swiftly fabricating false identities for Mu Miao and her companion, given that the virtuous concubine had passed away many years prior. Anyone intent on investigating these two would find it quite difficult. The servant understands and shall escort the two young ladies to their lodgings. Mu Miao led Xiao Wei in a formal greeting, and only then did they follow Suzhou, having grown accustomed to modern ways. Xiao Wei found the ancient rituals to be quite overwhelming. She hoped that their next world would not be set in antiquity. Yesterday, the servant had already prepared a residence for the revered physician Mu, while the accommodations for Miss Xiao Wei would be arranged shortly by the palace maids. I shall instruct the imperial kitchen to prepare some meals for the physician and Miss Xiao Wei to enjoy first. Once settled in, it would be prudent for both of you to refrain from wandering about, as the esteemed ladies of the palace could be quite imposing. And I fear for your comfort should they take notice. Xiao Wei could scarcely believe her ears. Who could possibly bring her discomfort? Ah, Su Qinggan could, indeed. It seemed that a sea had pierced through her fragile spirit with that remark. However, the distinction remained. There existed a difference between her and ordinary individuals. Communication with Su Qingyan was a challenge, requiring not mere words, but rather the force of a brick to make oneself heard. Suzhou swiftly led them to a nearby palace devoid of inhabitants, conveniently close to the emperor's chambers, boasting an air of grandeur. The main hall was primarily occupied by the esteemed ladies, thus deemed unsuitable for their stay. However, two side halls were available. The west side had already been prepared, and the two were invited to take refuge there while the servant dispatched the maids to tidy the east side hall. Having given his instructions, Suzhou took his leave. By the way, these two palace maids at the entrance have been assigned to assist you. Should you require anything, simply inform them. As for your meals, they are expected to arrive shortly. Two palace maids stood outside the door, neither entering nor departing. Xiao Wei cast a fleeting glance into the hall before hastily closing the door. Master, can you truly heal? She inquired softly. If there were any uncertainty, she would gladly expend her points to procure medicine from the marketplace, despite the slight pang in her heart. Her selfish inclination was to prevent her master from coming to harm. A failure to heal might lead to grave consequences, such as the peril of serving the sovereign. Mu Miao, with her head bowed and the silken strands of her veil cascading beside her ear, furrowed her delicate brows. Have you been hastening to the capital daily for the emperor's sake? She mused, for it indeed seemed so. She advanced step by step, while Xiao Wei retreated in equal measure, feeling bewildered as her gentle and virtuous master appeared almost possessed, her aura transformed. Xiao Wei stumbled, her hand grazing the edge of the soft couch, only then realizing she had been cornered by Mu Miao. She leaned back, but Mu Miao, unable to see clearly, tripped on the steps. In that moment, she reached for Xiao Wei's face. Disciple, your face seems to have grown rounder, she remarked tenderly, a hint of mirth lacing her tone. You are mistaken, Xiao Wei retorted through clenched teeth. In that fleeting instant, a realization struck her. Her master was exceptionally skilled at disguise. Previously, in her naivety, she had failed to see the truth. How could the face be likened to that other place, when a face does not require clothing? Mu Miao was being deliberate, feigning innocence while playfully caressing her own face. You deceived me. Xiao Wei harbored a deep aversion to deceit. In her school days, she had once been swindled out of 50 cents by her neighboring female classmate. A memory that lingered with her for a lifetime, as that girl never repaid her. What does the disciple say? I do not comprehend, Master Mu Miao remarked, reclining gracefully on the soft couch. Though her eyes were not visible, the innocent expression upon her countenance conveyed everything to Xiao Wei. No pretense anymore. You are laying your cards on the table, are you not? Allow me a moment, and swiftly bring me to the brink of despair. Xiao Wei gestured pointedly at Mu Miao. Mu Miao replied, Is it merely a competition of wildness? Xiao Wei truly wished to howl in all her lifetimes. No one could surpass her in untamed spirit. A flicker of astonishment crossed Mu Miao's face as she cleared her throat twice and sat upright. You jest. I do not favor you. Xiao Wei narrowed her eyes slightly, one leg draped casually over the couch, her hands crossed over her delicate shoulders, her chin resting lightly on the back of her hands, gazing at Mu Miao's profile with her glistening, doe-like eyes. Is that so? She inquired. The gentle warmth of her breath caressed Mu Miao's delicate skin, painting her cheeks with a blush, even without seeing her disciple's visage. Mu Miao could envision her charming and captivating smile. Surely, her expression now was one of utmost seriousness. Mu Miao lifted her fingertips slightly, this time genuinely pinching Xiao Wei's cheek. Are you threatening your master? What do you mean by this? Mu Miao's grip was a tad too firm. leaving Xiao Wei's cheek reddened. Given her tender and delicate skin, it would take several minutes to return to its natural hue. This infuriated Xiao Wei greatly. If you do not like me, then why pinch my face? She nearly lost her temper and, with a huff, moved to the table to sip her tea. Are you angry? Mu Miao inquired. Quite irritable, indeed. Call me again, and I shall drink tea in despair, Xiao Wei retorted fiercely. What of it if she were a man with a bit of temperament? Mu Miao lowered her head and let out a soft chuckle, saying nothing further. By the time Xiao Wei glanced over again, Mu Miao had already sprawled across the soft couch, fast asleep. It was clear that despite her own turmoil for this woman, the woman herself seemed utterly unfazed, drifting into slumber without a care. Could life still be endured? It was utterly unbearable. She had resolved to divorce today. Ah, see. I have decided to part ways with Ning Maching. Oh no, Mu Miao. Wait, what is her name? Truly? Xiao Wei felt a profound sense of injustice and sorrow. What harm was there in a simple kiss? She longed for this woman, yet even that small affection was denied to her. Enough, it was a misplaced devotion. Let her, Gu Xiao Wei, live out her days in solitary despair. Ah, see. Oh, a winky face. She had attended a meeting and received a reprimand. What had transpired? The name was irrelevant. But what was going on with her? Ah, see expressed her bewilderment, her native tongue rendered speechless. I am angry. Xiao Wei gulped down another cup of tea. Has it been months? Let me check if my belly has begun to swell. Ah, see was quite considerate. Xiao Wei, what do you mean? Are you suggesting I might be pregnant? Whose child would it be? Yours? Must you always make such crude jokes? Ah, see reclined against the back of her chair, her gaze falling as she contemplated seriously. If you truly wish to bear my child, it would not be impossible. Side story. Ah, see's reprimand does not affect the main text word count. During a meeting, Ah, see cast a glance at the screen. On it was the scene where she had helped Xiao Wei search for fish. The supervisor adjusted his glasses and inquired, could you enlighten me on what exactly you are doing? Ah, see met her supervisor's gaze and replied simply, spoiling my wife. The leader adjusted his glasses once more. Are you aware that you have violated the rules? Ah, see replied, you wouldn't understand, as you have no wife. The leader continued. Let us discuss the matter of deducting your salary. Ah, see reiterated, you wouldn't understand, as you have no wife. The leader declared, you shall forfeit 2 months' wages. Ah, see responded, you have no wife. The leader retorted, get lost. Ah, see replied, if that's the case, then I shall leave. Note, Ah, see, also known as 004 within the system company, holds a significant position at Yuekon Company. Thus, the aforementioned exchange is not mere nonsense, but a reality. Chapter 50. My beautiful master, delicate and charming. 16. Xiao Wei felt that communication with this perverse system had become impossible. The two were fundamentally from different worlds. This was not her concern, but rather the fault of Ning Maching. What do you intend to do? Ah, see genuinely did not anticipate that this situation would so deeply affect Xiao Wei. Had she known, she would have restrained this fragment of the soul, refraining from such mischief. Look at how things have escalated. Even Xiao Tangyuan is now upset. She must be kissed 100 times. Xiao Wei had begun to act unreasonably. Ah, see remarked, is it in this river? As long as your mouth doesn't hurt, it's fine. Ah, see found himself at a loss for words. Was it truly the case that because he did not tease Xiao Wei in this world, she became angry? This was utterly absurd. At the very least, he ought to kiss her once. She clearly harbored feelings for him. Of that he was certain. Xiao Wei was quite perceptive. This was undoubtedly true. Love for the house extends to the crow. Regardless of which fragment of the soul encountered Gu Wei's reincarnation, affection would ensue. Even if they were girls. It could be attributed to their inherent fondness for excitement. Unlike her, who merely buries herself in the role of a worker, what is this Xiao Wei? She should simply embrace her identity as the host. Perhaps she is somewhat reserved. After all, it is the ancient times. People of yore were inherently modest. Their affections concealed within their hearts. Who dares to voice them aloud? Ah, see spoke earnestly, never anticipating that one day she would indulge Gu Wei in such a manner. Xiao Wei pondered for a moment, finding Ah C's words rather insightful. She reluctantly forgave her aloof master. Nevertheless, some aspects remained perplexing. How to explain Su Qingzhen and Mo Yujun? Ah C replied, perhaps they are individuals at the forefront of the novel's trend. Ah C herself was uncertain about the nonsense she was uttering. Xiao Wei took a sip of tea, stifled a yawn, and inquired, by the way, what are they doing now? The phrase enthusiastic as fire rendered Xiao Wei utterly speechless. How could someone from a village like her comprehend the emotional journeys of urban novel characters? Soon, Suzhou instructed the palace maids to deliver the meals to the Western Hall. There were both homestyle dishes and rare delicacies from the palace, as the emperor was concerned that the two young ladies might not have enough to eat. Hence he prepared a variety. "Thank you, dear palace maids. You may leave now. I will call my master for dinner and let you know once we are done." "Very well." The palace maids hurriedly exited, closing the door behind them. Xiao Wei gazed at the table laden with dishes, shaking her head. The extravagance of palace life was evident. She approached to find Mu Miao seemingly still asleep, and called out, "Master, it's time to eat." Mu Miao, startled from her half-sleep, awoke in a daze and sniffed lightly. "Time to eat? Not yet, it seems." Unexpectedly, as she sat up, she was seized by Xiao Wei, who immediately pressed her lips against hers. The youthful fragrance of fruit enveloped Mu Miao, momentarily rendering her spellbound as she savored the soft, sweet taste, accompanied by a hint of bitter yet fragrant tea. Had she truly awakened to a passionate kiss from her disciple? Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, leaving her curious about Xiao Wei's intentions. "You cannot treat your master this way," Mu Miao murmured, lightly brushing her lips, her expression a mix of embarrassment and indignation. This audacious disciple seemed to have no boundaries. If such behavior continued, it could lead to reckless misdeeds. Xiao Wei gazed at her without flinching, and Mu Miao felt as though a radiant beam of light pierced through the darkness, making her uneasy. "Let us have our meal." She hastily diverted the conversation. The aroma of the food was unmistakable, yet the lingering scent of fruit was irresistibly enticing, clinging to her despite attempts to brush it away. "Master is quite sweet," Xiao Wei boldly declared. Mu Miao's hand trembled, nearly dropping her jade chopsticks. "Do not speak nonsense," she gently admonished, her embarrassment palpable. The tips of her toes danced within her embroidered shoes, her body instinctively stiffening at the audacity of this rebellious disciple. Yet, Xiao Wei seemed undeterred. To think of Su Qingyun is truly a waste. Why do you linger on that thought? Given the circumstances, it would be better to embrace a lighter heart. Dwelling on those eyes must surely exhaust you, master. Mu Miao held a pragmatic perspective. Even without those celestial eyes, she could still lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person. Yet, discomfort lingers, master. "You cannot see me. Do you truly not wish to behold me?" Xiao Wei grasped Mu Miao's hand, who sensed her impending closeness. It was merely a meal, yet this little disciple exhibited no semblance of decorum. Just as Mu Miao prepared to reprimand her, Xiao Wei spoke up. "You have feelings for me, don't you?" However, upon uttering those words, Xiao Wei felt a twinge of unease. Oh dear, is this not the demeanor of an infatuated admirer? It dawned on her that she was merely a humble devotee, enamored and fervent, careening headlong into the walls of her affection. How poignant this reality is. Mu Miao's heart fluttered, as if a tranquil lake had been disturbed by a sudden breeze. Deprived of sight, her other senses heightened, and the delicate, almost ethereal hand in hers radiated warmth. Deep within, she found herself reluctant to release that hand. The curve of her lips unexpectedly faltered, and before she could fully comprehend, Xiao Wei had settled onto Mu Miao's lap. "Xiao Wei? This is not how the script unfolds. How embarrassing. Oh dear." Mu Miao's fingertips grazed Xiao Wei's lips, gently caressing and subtly tilting her chin, as if scrutinizing her. Her arms encircled Xiao Wei's slender waist, so delicate it seemed fragile. "Disciple, do you wish for your master to abandon noble conduct and embrace villainy?" she suddenly inquired, her words rolling off her tongue like molten fire, instantly tinting their cheeks with a rosy hue. Xiao Wei's heart raced uncontrollably, yet she could not suppress her words any longer. "Master, you seem a bit oily." Mu Miao's hand lingered in the air, her expression reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Xiao Wei understood that Mu Miao could not comprehend. Yet the sight of her perplexity inexplicably provoked a smile. Meanwhile, seated in the ethereal realm, a sea struck the keyboard for the first time, though it would not break. Having never been called greasy before, a sea, enraged, contemplated descending to the fragment of her soul to discipline this thoughtless disciple until she wept. Yet Xiao Wei truly laughed. Just as her laughter began to fade, Mu Miao's fingertips delicately brushed through Xiao Wei's dark hair, firmly grasping the back of her head, compelling her closer. Xiao Wei's eyelashes trembled uncontrollably, leading to an accidental brush with soft lips. It was over. Her master seemed to be upset. Moreover, why was her grip so strong? The bitter fragrance of tea Xiao Wei had spoken of was entirely consumed by Mu Miao, leaving her cheeks flushed and breathless. She raised her small hands to push her away, hurriedly shifting from Mu Miao's lap, her mind a whirlwind of questions. Why was she angry? She was not Li Jia. It was time to eat. Xiao Wei's thoughts were in disarray. When had things gone awry? Mu Miao smiled and nodded. Xiao Wei had never experienced the palace's cuisine before. While it was indeed delicious, she was but a commoner, and simple home-cooked meals suited her palate far better. Once the meal concluded, Suja knocked at the door with several palace maids in tow. "Miss Mu, Miss Xiao Wei, the emperor has instructed me to bring in some items. Come in." Mu Miao replied, maintaining a gentle tone. Suja ordered a few brocade boxes to be brought by the palace maid. He then instructed her to withdraw and close the door, finally retrieving 2 wooden boxes from his sleeve. These contained the incense ashes collected from the residences of Consort Li and Consort Da. The emperor had just spent some time in both palaces, and these were discreetly obtained by the servants. The emperor mentioned that Dr. Mu should examine them closely. Mu Miao could not discern the contents of the wooden boxes clearly, so Xiao Wei lifted the lid for her and presented it to her nose. The slow-growing incense was a gradual poison, but merely inhaling it for a short while posed little danger. After Mu Miao held her handkerchief to her nose for a moment, she instructed Xiao Wei to remove it and pointed to the wooden box on the right. Suja glanced at it, his expression subtly shifting. Yet he refrained from elaborating further, merely lowering his gaze to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Mu. I shall inform the emperor of the truth. In the coming days, I will require your assistance." As a veteran in the palace, Suja understood that matters concerning the nation were not to be disclosed to Xiao Wei. However, it mattered not. She had her own connections. "I see. Which palace does the right box belong to?" "Consort Da, the biological mother of Prince Qi," came the reply. The only other person capable of recognizing the slow-growing incense besides Consort Da was likely Mu Miao herself, rendering Consort Da unguarded in this matter. That makes it intriguing. Xiao Wei mused, her brow arched thoughtfully. "However, your task is to dismantle the couple, not to incapacitate the male lead," Asi kindly reminded her. "If the leads perish." Xiao Wei appeared to disregard this caution entirely. "That does not count as separation." Asi found himself both exasperated and amused. "It seems that in the future, I must restrict the items she can use. Otherwise, once Xiao Wei accumulates enough points, she might purchase 10 annihilation mushrooms upon entering the world. That would be quite troublesome. I understand that it depends on the situation. For now, I still have a way to obtain Master's gaze, and I intend for the male protagonist to deliver it to me personally." As Xiao Wei spoke, she downed the Biluakun tea before her. "Ugh, it is exceedingly bitter. Why do ancient people have such a penchant for tea? Unlike her, I prefer to drink hot water." Little did Xiao Wei know, chaos had erupted within the Defei palace. The originally graceful Defei, in a fit of rage, hurled her teacup at a palace maid. "What is going on? Can you not even handle a bit of incense ash?" Allowing Su Gonggong to steal it away. A senior palace maid, observing her mistress's expression, leaned in and whispered, "Your Highness, it is uncertain whether Su Gonggong even recognized it. What is most pressing now is Prince Qi." Defei's face flushed with anger. She was well aware that her precious son was paramount, but how could she quell the rampant rumors circulating among the populace? She had long proclaimed that wretched girl was a calamity, yet they insisted on marrying her in. At this crucial juncture, everything had gone awry. Defei was truly at her wits' end with Su Qingyun. "You, go summon Prince Qi to the palace, and tell him I wish to see him." No sooner had Defei spoken than Su Gonggong entered, leading a throng of palace maids through the main hall. Defei paused momentarily. The maid who had been reprimanded quickly retreated to the side, only to be noticed by Su Gonggong. If there were nothing amiss, merely a spilled bit of incense ash, why would Defei be so harsh in her reprimands towards the maid? Were it not for the benevolence and exceptional virtues of the esteemed Empress Dowager, she would not have been bestowed with such a title. The Empress Dowager, as the Emperor has decreed, shall not receive any visitors for the next 7 days, and the number of attendants and eunuchs shall be significantly reduced. Although Suja wore a smile, it lacked warmth. The Empress Dowager contemplated expressing her indignation, yet upon reflecting on her son's loss of favor and the esteemed position of the individual before her, she could only bow slightly in acquiescence. "This humble servant complies with your command." With a mere glance, Suja signaled for all attendants from the Empress Dowager's residence to depart, leaving only 2 servants and a couple of guards outside. "Wait a moment, Master Su, why must the old matron also accompany you?" Suja, with downcast eyes, replied, "This is the Emperor's command. The old matron has served the Empress Dowager for many years, and there are certain matters the Emperor wishes to discuss." Before the Empress Dowager could respond, Suja's countenance turned cold. "Do not delay. Take her away at once. What does it matter if one was favored yesterday? Should one's ambitions encroach upon the Emperor's domain, even the Empress Dowager would find her 9 lives insufficient as recompense." Meanwhile, upon hearing Asi's report, Xiao Wei nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. The Emperor, indeed, was quite decisive and imposing, a truly striking figure. At his age, one would be most concerned for their own life, especially given the lack of prosperity in the Empress Dowager's family. Otherwise, the Prince Qi would not have chosen the daughter of the Chancellor as his consort. It seems the male protagonist shares a rather strained relationship with his mother, as Xiao Wei recalled the text indicating that the Empress Dowager had never favored Su Qingyun. Have you ever seen a domineering prince display kindness towards his mother? A single remark from a sea rendered Xiao Wei utterly speechless. Indeed, is it not the prince's domineering demeanor that captivates the heroine? The male lead finds it rather pretentious, yet undeniably charming, and he exhibits such traits towards others as well. I believe this identity suits me perfectly. Next time, do remember to place me in a world where I can embody a powerful figure. The sense of immersion is profound. She has already begun to traverse the realm in her Ferrari, relying on fortune. Asi cannot discern which world Xiao Wei will ultimately enter or what identity she will assume. Yes. Xiao Wei stretched lazily. Time flowed swiftly within the palace. In these past 7 days, after receiving medicinal treatment, the emperor felt his back pain diminish, his legs no longer ached, and even his intimate encounters became more pleasurable. He has been particularly generous and indulgent towards Mu Miao and Xiao Wei. Well, young lady Xiao Wei, the healer's enchanting eyes are, the emperor mused, having long admired Mu Miao's gaze, feeling a twinge of regret. This matter is rather lengthy to discuss. Xiao Wei glanced at the master feeding the fish in the distance and, with a look of grievance, relayed Su Qingyun's actions to the emperor. It is no wonder that in recent years, the Defei's eyes have been restored. However, this venomous woman is of questionable character. Upon mentioning Defei, the emperor's expression darkened. The training maid beside him could hardly withstand the palace's punitive measures and had divulged everything that needed to be said. Now, Defei remains confined in the cold palace. Chapter 52. My beautiful master, delicate and charming 18. Thus, your majesty, I humbly request that Prince Qi answer a question. Xiao Wei's face was filled with earnestness. The emperor naturally consented, for this spirited girl reminded him of the princess he had married off to the frontier years ago, sharing a similar age and temperament, which prompted the emperor to extend even greater leniency towards her. What question is it? Pray, let me hear it. This question undoubtedly poses a dilemma. If both your mother and your wife were to fall into the water, whom would you rescue? A riddle that has confounded many a brave hero. However, when addressing the emperor, such sentiments cannot be articulated so bluntly. The Empress Dowager possesses celestial insight. As does Su Qingyun, she merely desires a pair of eyes to restore her master to the light of day. The choice now lay with Prince Qi. Upon hearing the suggestion from Xiao Wei, the emperor burst into laughter for a considerable time. You clever girl, indeed you think of your master, he mused. Very well. The divine healer has saved my life. It is merely a pair of celestial eyes. I shall issue an edict as you propose. The proclamation sought a pair of celestial eyes, promising promotions and rewards of 100 taels of gold for those who could provide them. Though it was said to be a search for celestial eyes, the emperor was well aware that only 2 pairs existed. Nevertheless, he chose to publish this decree. Upon reading it, Prince Qi's countenance darkened. Your Highness, what does the emperor mean by this? The prince pondered, recalling the many who had previously visited the Qi manor. Now, rumors swirled, and officials in court no longer greeted him. Even his attendance at court had been excused by the emperor, ostensibly to allow him to avoid scrutiny. Yet, it seemed that the emperor was subtly stripping him of his claim to succession. If he could procure a pair of celestial eyes, and if the crown prince were to clarify the matter concerning the prime minister, perhaps the prince could evade disaster. Impossible. I am not a heartless and ungrateful person, Prince Qi exclaimed, his expression growing increasingly deranged as he tore the proclamation to shreds. My lord, a guard called out helplessly. What does it matter? After all, it was never the princess's possession, he added. Let it be. As for my master's affairs, they may do as they please. The Qi king directly entered Su Qingyun's chamber, finding her engaged in the arrangement of dishes. Suddenly, he was reminded of the time when Su Qingyun had lost her sight. His heart ached for her. Could it be that he was destined to relive past sorrows? The thought struck him like a dagger, leaving him breathless with anguish. No, this time, he must not betray her. Yet, regarding his mother, despite their discord, she had devoted herself to him for many years. As a son, how could he possibly ask her to relinquish the heavenly eye? Qingyun, if one day I were to wrong you, would you forgive me? The Qi king inquired cautiously. Su Qingyun paused for a moment before a gentle smile graced her lips. Yes, I would forgive you for anything, for I love you dearly. Upon hearing her words, the Chi King felt an even heavier burden upon his heart. However, after waiting 4 days, as the Crown Prince was on the verge of thoroughly investigating the Chancellor's affairs, the Chi King could no longer contain himself and took Su Qingyan into the palace. Your son pays his respects to father. Inside the hall, there were only a few individuals present, the Emperor, Su Zhe, and Xiao Wei, who stood behind a screen. The Emperor regarded his son with a cold gaze, well aware of the purpose behind the Chi King's visit. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that his son could be so heartless, capable of inflicting such harm upon his own wife. His temperament bore a striking resemblance to that of Consort Da. Such a man might be suited to rule, but as an emperor, he desired no such son. Have you truly made up your mind? The emperor inquired. The expression on King Chi's face was somewhat rigid, clearly indicating his unwillingness. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan stood there in a daze, having just greeted him, evidently unaware of the unfolding events. I am willing to serve my father. The words escaped from Mo Yujun's lips, his tongue trembling with the weight of the declaration. For the sake of the realm, for his future, and to avoid being forsaken by his father, sacrificing Yuner Si seemed a small price to pay. It was worth it, indeed. To his surprise, King Chi proved to be rather understanding. A bright voice suddenly rang out from the side, causing both King Chi and Su Qingyan to turn their gazes. Upon seeing Xiao Wei, Su Qingyan immediately recognized her. It's you. What are you doing here? Her beautiful eyes were wide with disbelief. Xiao Wei was merely a disciple of the divine physician. How could she have the audacity to enter the palace? Since King Chi has agreed, then as the princess, you should return my master's belongings, Xiao Wei stated with an impassive expression. If it were not for necessity, she truly wished to avoid engaging in a battle of wits with these two foolish individuals. The male protagonist seemed to have no affection for the female protagonist. It was evident he preferred the allure of power. You. Su Qingyan suddenly grasped the situation. This person was here to claim her eyes. She was resolute in avoiding the abyss of darkness. Those sunless days were far too terrifying for her, as she harbored a deep fear of the dark. Given the previous events, Su Qingyan understood that pleading with this individual would be futile. In a panic, she attempted to flee the hall, only to be seized by Mo Yujun's hand. Can you please stop your reckless behavior? Mo Yujun exclaimed, his anger palpable. What did you say? I'm being reckless? Su Qingyan truly did not anticipate that Mo Yujun would turn against her. Just yesterday, their intimacy was so sweet, yet in an instant, he could offer his gaze to another. It was utterly ridiculous. Su Qingyan barely recognized the man before her. Her heart ached profoundly. Su Zhe, take the princess consort away. I wish to speak with Prince Qi. As for the matter of the eye exchange, let it be solely handled by Xiao Wei. A few palace maids led Su Qingyan to the place where Xiao Wei and her master usually resided, while Su Qingyan shook her head in tears. The noise became unbearable for Xiao Wei, causing her temples to throb. Once the maids ushered Su Qingyan into the side hall and departed, Xiao Wei hurled a brick at her head. The brick had been concealed beforehand. With her strength, Su Qingyan would not perish. At most, she would faint. Xiao Wei dragged Su Qingyan onto the soft couch and then inquired of the system, See, what shall we do next? She had finally awaited this day. This side quest had been exceedingly lengthy. However, today's events would undoubtedly impact the relationship between the male and female leads. Glancing at the progress of the main quest, Xiao Wei was pleasantly surprised to see it had reached 30%, truly a cause for celebration. Leave it to me, C's voice was gentle. Xiao Wei felt a golden light envelop her being, as a pair of tender hands shielded her eyes, and her hands moved uncontrollably towards Su Qingyan. Time became an enigma. Xiao Wei had no awareness of her actions. When she finally opened her eyes again, she was startled to see blood on Su Qingyan's fair face. Fortunately, her eyes were closed, rendering the sight less alarming. All done, C announced. Chapter 53. My beautiful master, delicate and graceful, the warm energy withdrew from her body, and Xiao Wei understood that it was C who had just manipulated her to perform the surgery. However, why was my vision obstructed? Xiao Wei expressed her profound discontent. I fear that should you open your eyes, it would terrify you, C reasoned logically. Mu Miao's eyes required 3 days to recover before they could once again bask in the light of day. Moreover, it would be wise to refrain from venturing outside. Although she possessed the heavenly eye, she had not seen sunlight for several days, making it preferable to remain indoors for the duration of the month. Additionally, I have placed a prescription on the table for you. Please brew it daily, and, before retiring for the night, use a warm towel to apply a compress on Mu Miao for 3 to 4 hours, which will be beneficial for her. Xiao Wei cast a glance at her master, who lay on the inner side. Compared to the anguish etched on Su Qingyun's face, her expression was serene, as if she had just awoken from a delightful dream. Su Qingyun, on the other hand, was jolted awake by the excruciating pain, a sensation that eclipsed even the loss of her sight, as a profound sense of panic engulfed her. I despise you. Why did you take my eyes? She sensed someone nearby and instinctively raised her hand to claw at Xiao Wei. Startled, Xiao Wei stepped back, causing Su Qingyun to stumble and fall onto the water-green stone bricks. The pain was excruciating. Such heart-wrenching agony was not unfamiliar. Yet Su Qingyun had nearly forgotten when she last experienced it, and inexplicably, a strange sense of exhilaration blossomed within her. She must have lost her mind. Xiao Wei swiftly opened the door, and Suja immediately spotted the fallen Princess Qi. Enough. Quickly attend to the Princess Qi and escort her to meet the king. Several palace maidens hurried in to carry the prostrate Su Qingyun away. As she struggled, the dried blood at the corners of her eyes presented a haunting sight. The possessions had merely returned to their rightful owner, and Suja displayed no trace of compassion upon his visage. Nonetheless, this princess consort was indeed pitiable. Having married the Prince of Qi, it is said that misfortune often accompanies those who evoke sympathy. According to the emperor, Miss Xiao Wei had previously made her claim, yet the princess consort obstinately refused to yield. Ultimately, Su Qingyun was once a noblewoman, the daughter of the prime minister. Should she possess any grievances or injustices, her illustrious family could surely advocate for her before the emperor, who would dare to let her suffer. By placing herself in a position of degradation, she could not blame others for regarding her as a mere sacrificial pawn. How is Miss Xiao Wei faring with the esteemed physician? With this thought, Suja cast a fleeting glance inside, not daring to linger. Surely, the master would enjoy a restful slumber. Miss Xiao Wei smiled at Suja, who then nodded and departed with a sense of ease. A splendid spectacle awaited. After Suja's exit, Asi finally addressed Miss Xiao Wei, exclaiming that she was exceedingly dark-hearted and malicious for reveling in the misfortunes of others. Miss Xiao Wei expressed her desire to remain unacquainted with such a system. Asi retorted, urging her to reveal what intriguing spectacle awaited. Miss Xiao Wei perked up her curious little ears. Did you not just say that the spectators are dark-hearted and malicious? Why are you so curious? Asi remarked, feeling rather like a fish out of water. Hurry and tell me, quickly. Miss Xiao Wei urged in haste. Under Miss Xiao Wei's relentless pressure, Asi finally relayed the events transpiring on the other side, leaving nothing unsaid. In the present day, the Crown Prince has unraveled the affairs of the Chancellor, with both witnesses and evidence laid bare. Now, even the male protagonist cannot feign innocence. Moreover, the Chancellor has already donned his regular attire within the Grand Hall, where he is presently lamenting his unjust treatment. Should he happen to witness the female protagonist being apprehended by the male protagonist, it would surely be a spectacle. It seems the Chancellor remains oblivious to this development. This delightful event must be witnessed by her own eyes. Otherwise, living would hold no significance. As Xiao Wei hurriedly approached, she fortuitously beheld the Chancellor delivering a resounding slap to the male protagonist at the gates of the hall. The sharp crack echoed, and even the Emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, cast his eyes downward, remaining composed. It was the Crown Prince, adorned in the four-dragon patterned attire, who swiftly intervened to restrain the visibly agitated Chancellor. How disgraceful! Cried the Chancellor, his finger trembling violently as he pointed at Mo Yujun. At his advanced age, having been so cunningly ensnared was one thing, but to witness his only daughter endure such indignity at the hands of others was entirely unacceptable. Chancellor, rest assured, my father will render you justice in this matter, the Crown Prince replied, slightly turning his body. He stood tall and slender, possessing an ethereal grace akin to frost-kissed snow, his captivating eyes truly befitting of a sovereign. Yet, this visage, Zhang Haiyun? By heavens! For a fleeting moment, Xiao Wei nearly lost her composure, as she had never anticipated that the man who had relentlessly pursued her in the valley was none other than the Crown Prince himself. This was utterly beyond reason. As he turned, Mo Hanyun naturally caught sight of the diminutive, apricot-yellow figure cowering outside the hall, appearing even more mischievous and endearing than before. Although she differed from the woman he had cherished in his heart, he could ascertain that this person was indeed Luer. Su Aiqing, in this matter, I owe you an apology. Naturally, Su Gunyang's gaze should return to its rightful owner at the Fei's side. Upon hearing these words, the previously bewildered Mo Yujun quickly turned to the Emperor, his pupils quaking. Father, mother she is your first wife. Words eluded Mo Yujun as he knelt on the ground, stripped of the spirited confidence of his youth. The Prime Minister, tears streaming down his face, gazed at his daughter who knelt in silence, yearning to weep but unable to do so. Finally, he mustered the courage to speak. Your Majesty, I humbly beseech you, and His Highness Qi Wang, to grant my daughter a letter of divorce. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyan hastily grasped the Prime Minister's sleeve. No, no, father. I do not wish for this. She did not want to part ways with the prince, even if he treated her poorly. Yet, she believed that there existed a place for her in his heart. They had once loved each other so deeply. If only her eyes could see the light again, she could still share her life with him. Father, I beg you. Father, I implore you. I do not wish to be separated from the prince. Su Qingyan's eyes ached with pain, yet her heart felt an even sharper torment. She loathed the prince, but he had become an indelible part of her soul. To sever that bond felt akin to relinquishing her very life. Su Qingyan would not relent. She could not bear to let go. The heroine's bewildering actions left those in the hall astonished, while Mo Jun suddenly broke into tears, embracing the bloodshot-eyed Su Qingyun, his eyes reddened, holding tightly to the one he adored. Yuner, I am truly sorry for my actions. I vow to treat you with the utmost care in the future. The emperor, with a heavy heart, cast a glance towards the chancellor, who appeared bewildered, as if grappling with the gravity of their entangled fates. The two exchanged glances, while Xiao Wei felt an unprecedented sense of speechlessness. This tumultuous pair, entangled in a love that seemed both poignant and tragic, evoked tears from their family members. In this moment of heartache, Xiao Wei finally grasped the essence of the phrase deeply tormented love. She raised her hand to her face, feeling a numbness wash over her. Let it all come to an end. I am weary, she thought. If you are so unwilling to part ways, then the eyes of the concubine must also be returned to Su Qingyun, as this is a debt I owe to Su Ai Qing. Xiao Wei, I shall entrust this matter to you when the time comes. The emperor had long noticed Xiao Wei peering in from the palace gates. Though it was an inappropriate moment, he had always indulged her whims, and thus, Su Zhi chose to overlook her presence. Very well, Xiao Wei, your wish is my command. As she entered and bowed, a piercing gaze fell upon her. Were it not for the emperor's presence, Xiao Wei would have relished the opportunity to kick Mo Hanyan out. However, Su Qingyun's recent injury required time to heal before any further actions could be taken. Otherwise, even with divine insight, there would be lingering repercussions. He wished to avoid any distress caused by his troublesome son. After the command was given, the crown prince accompanied the chancellor out of the palace gates, watching him depart before turning his attention to the dejected Xiao Wei, who was squatting on the ground, preoccupied with a few ants. So, have you made your decision? Mo Hanyan gently squatted behind Xiao Wei, a smile gracing his lips. Who are you looking for? I don't recognize you, Xiao Wei replied, her patience with this individual wearing thin. You scoundrel, go to hell. Leave me alone. Of course, you don't know me, but... He chuckled softly, lowering his gaze. Forget about that scoundrel Gu Wei. Marry me, and I shall treat you well. Xiao Wei took a moment to process this revelation. It seemed this man was familiar with her. Yet, was she Gu Wei? Oh, it's like this. I used to have a name of Gu Wei, she said, raising an eyebrow, her expression impassive as she addressed Mo Hanyan. In an instant, she noticed the smile on the man's face vanish at a visible pace, prompting him to flee in haste. Xiao Wei scoffed. Really? He dares to pursue a man? He is utterly incompetent. In the system space, Asi glanced at the fleeing figure, a vague outline of a person forming in her mind. She seemed to recognize him. This individual had indeed persistently pursued her, viewing Gu Wei as his primary rival. But how could he possibly think Gu Wei was Asi's reincarnation? Furthermore, how had he traversed into another narrative realm? Asi, I feel that I won't have any troubles from him anymore. He should no longer disturb me. Xiao Wei shrugged, dismissing the man as weak. Next time, I'll seek someone robust, someone who can actually engage in a fight with me. Perhaps not, came the subtle reply. Asi raised her eyebrows slightly. Given that person's disposition, she was not one to easily concede defeat. Xiao Wei stretched languidly, savoring the moment. Asi muttered, Enough, I shall not be angered. Why is she still single? Little did Xiao Wei know, challenging days were on the horizon. This impending hardship came in the form of the rather unrefined Prince Mo Hanyan, whom she had previously dismissed as rather unimpressive. In all her years, Xiao Wei had never encountered someone as sordid as Mo Hanyan, who barged into her room in the dead of night and audaciously snatched her blanket. Are you out of your mind? She thought, clutching her pitifully thin blanket, glaring at the brazen rogue Mo Hanyan. Even if one were to engage in male companionship, sharing a bed was one thing. Stealing blankets was hardly the mark of a gentleman. Drag him out and execute him. Bah, I am not mad. I merely wish to see if your words held any truth. You are clearly a woman, he retorted. Gone was his daytime demeanor of elegance and refinement. He appeared every bit the bandit. Xiao Wei felt her temper flaring. Having already been roused from sleep, she could scarcely contain her words. You were talking nonsense. If it weren't for that earlier incident, I would have thrown my pants at your face. Mo Hanyun replied. Oh, now I believe you. Suddenly, he released his grip on the blanket. Xiao Wei, however, would not stoop to such vulgarity. Only you possess such coarseness and lewdness. For the sake of your womanhood, I shall overlook your transgressions against my dignity. Mo Hanyun sighed in relief, yet Xiao Wei felt as if she were on the brink of violence. What exactly do you intend to do? She seethed, grinding her teeth in frustration, wishing to drag this interloper from her dreams into the palace. Mo Hanyun feigned innocence. Let us go. I invite you for a drink. In this day and age, who goes to bed before midnight? Xiao Wei replied. No. I must capture and deal with this fellow. I won't go. I am not well acquainted with you. She turned away, presenting Mo Hanyun with an emotionless back. Yet, after a fleeting moment, she found herself irked by this insufferable nuisance and exited the palace, gazing at her rival, who resembled a turnip. Mo Hanyun was nearly moved to tears and ordered an extravagant feast for Xiao Wei. Seeing you are a woman brings me solace. I am truly touched. I never imagined you would have such a day. Xiao Wei retorted with a string of incomprehensible curses. You ought to check your sanity. It may not be too late. Xiao Wei sensed that this person was quite peculiar. Confounded, she questioned, what do you mean by my wife? Where did that come from? Mo Hanyun quickly slapped her own mouth. Never mind, just pretend I didn't say that. By the way, I didn't expect you to be so genuine, quite impressive. Mo Hanyun scrutinized Xiao Wei from head to toe, pausing in front of her, clicking her tongue in admiration. However, she soon encountered the cold, unyielding gaze of Xiao Wei. Mo Hanyun mused, you act as if I said nothing. How has this person transformed into such a fierce lady? Will she ever find a husband? Mo Hanyun was deeply skeptical. How do you know me? Xiao Wei inquired, feeling a peculiar sense of familiarity with this stranger, despite having no recollection of them. This familiarity stemmed from the irresistible urge she felt to strike this individual whenever they appeared. Well, it's not convenient to disclose, and I can't say much. If I do, I might be driven away, Mo Hanyun whispered to Xiao Wei after casting a glance at the sky. Being so close, she could catch the fragrant aroma of fruit emanating from Xiao Wei, momentarily distracting her. However, how had she not noticed before that this person possessed the innate charm of a younger sister? Her delicate skin was tender and remarkably bouncy. In Chapter 55, My Beautiful Master, Delicate and Exquisite, 21, Mo Hanyun found herself inhaling the scent a bit longer, only to meet Xiao Wei's cold, piercing gaze. She looked at him as if she were ready to devour him. Not one to back down, Mo Hanyun returned her stare. Get lost, Xiao Wei said mercilessly. Mo Hanyun thought to himself, how could one ever expect a pleasant demeanor from her? After all, they were sworn rivals. Why are you so fierce? He muttered softly while picking at the appetizers. This was a place he frequented alone, and he had never anticipated that his first visit with someone would be with Gu Wei. The cold wind from outside seeped in, causing Xiao Wei to shiver. Are you really insisting on dragging me out for drinks just to freeze? This person had become so intolerable that even the establishment had no interest in her. Just drink a bit more to warm up. By the way, if I take you out for drinks, will your master be angry? Mo Hanyun's casual remarks prompted Xiao Wei to regard him with newfound respect. No, she is asleep. Besides, considering your status, if my master were to get angry, wouldn't you just end up dragging her out to be executed? Xiao Wei retorted with a sarcastic tone. How could you say that? As if I were some kind of tyrant? Unfortunately, I can no longer find her. By the way, have you ever encountered a woman of extraordinary grace? Someone ethereal in beauty, whose voice is as melodious as a song. Most importantly, she possesses a gentle disposition, being both considerate and obedient. As she spoke, Mo Hanyun couldn't help but blush. Xiao Wei, suddenly enlightened, realized, isn't that description of me? Mo Hanyun, taken aback, thought, this person truly underestimates her own charm. Have you ever seen such a woman? Mo Hanyun's impatience began to surface. Xiao Wei pondered for a moment. Considering that a gentle personality is often easy to manipulate and a considerate nature is also easily taken advantage of. Had she ever met such a woman? No. She raised her head and resolutely shook it. Mo Hanyun's expression fell in disappointment, yet he mustered his spirits to pour Xiao Wei a glass of wine. It's all right. I will definitely find her. Mo Hanyun was brimming with determination. When that time comes, I shall present the unfortunate Xiao Wei with the largest red envelope. Who? Xiao Wei couldn't help but inquire. My wife, you wouldn't understand. The mere mention of this subject ignited a spark of joy in Mo Hanyun. Xiao Wei fell silent, her gaze toward him one of pity and sorrow. Mo Hanyun, perplexed, wondered, what does she mean by that? Who could be so blind as to choose you? Xiao Wei was genuinely curious about what kind of person could make Mo Hanyun act like a devoted admirer. Looking at him, she found it hard to imagine what it would be like to be in such a position. Pooh. She hasn't even noticed me yet. But I will strive for it. You, with your unmatchable inability to find a partner, could never comprehend. Mo Hanyun waved his hand dismissively, a look of disdain on his face. Xiao Wei, personal attacks are prohibited. Ah, indeed, you can find someone to marry. Xiao Wei's mocking skills were fully unleashed. Looking down on others as if she were exceptionally beautiful, she truly wished to howl. You. Mo Hanyun realized she could not outwit Gu Wei. Goodness. This fellow was fierce in brawls before. How has he transformed into a girl now, yet still wields such a sharp tongue? It was infuriating. However, he was a gentleman. And it would be unbecoming to challenge the female version of Gu Wei to a fight, for that would appear akin to bullying a child. Thus, Mo Hanyun had no choice but to swallow this indignation. Fortunately, after finishing their meal, the two parted ways in discontent. Mo Hanyun accompanied Xiao Wei to the entrance, and observing her petite figure, could not resist pulling a jade token from his pocket. Here, take this. He extended the item towards her. What is this? I don't. Take it. Suddenly, a C's voice echoed in Xiao Wei's mind. Only then did she accept the token, but she was determined to clarify its purpose. What do you give me this for? Under the moonlight, the jade token shimmered with a faint white glow, appearing exquisite yet resembling merely an ornament, seemingly lacking any significant function. It's a gift for you. I cannot find her here, and I will be leaving tomorrow. Consider this my farewell gift, for we shall not meet again. What do you mean? Just as Xiao Wei raised her head, she discovered that Mo Hanyun had vanished. Yet, it made sense. He seemed to be searching for a girl he fancied, and if he could not find her in one place, he would surely seek her elsewhere. But, wait, could a sea also be a host? Otherwise, how could he traverse the realms of a novel? After all, with her demeanor, Mo Hanyun hardly resembles a person from ancient times. Her lively movements align more with her identity. This jade token originally belonged to Gu Wei. Hence Mo Hanyun displayed no reluctance when handing it over. All right. As soon as Xiao Wei's words fell, the jade token unexpectedly vanished. Absorbed into the system's space by a sea, Xiao Wei stepped through the palace door, casting a glance at the opposite hall, a smile gracing her lips. Tomorrow, the object over her master's eyes could finally be removed. Xiao Wei indulged in a delightful sleep. Meanwhile, a sea exhaled a sigh of relief within the system's space, grateful that the person had departed and that her presence was undetectable by Mo Hanyun. It was likely due to Xiao Wei being her host, possessing her essence. That Mo Hanyun mistook Xiao Wei for her. A near mishap was averted. However, Asi was unexpectedly surprised that Mo Hanyun had not sensed the fragments of the soul belonging to Mu Miao. Such an oversight was rather astonishing. Nonetheless, she dismissed these thoughts, considering it a mere encounter, unlikely to repeat in the future. The next day, a gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly against the aquamarine stone slabs. Xiao Wei, umbrella in hand, entered the West Hall, where she found her master seated on a round stool. For some reason, she felt a twinge of nervousness. Sister Mo Qing. Oh no, master, I can finally witness your true form. As Xiao Wei's fingertips brushed against her cheek, Mu Miao suddenly grasped her soft hand. My little disciple, she spoke in a tone laced with affection. Ah? Xiao Wei was momentarily taken aback. If I could finally see you, would you be willing to indulge me with a little charm? The peculiar demands put forth by Mu Miao left Xiao Wei momentarily speechless. What exactly was the notion of acting coy? It was something even a dog would shake its head at. No, master truly made it difficult for me. I cannot possibly comply with such a request. Perhaps, master, you might indulge in some playful affection towards me? I believe that could be acceptable. I have yet to witness Mu Miao exhibit such behavior. Xiao Wei took a contrarian approach. Mu Miao, however, seemed to dismiss the idea. With a gentle motion, she lifted her hand to untie the silk blindfold, the white ribbon cascading to the ground. Her eyes, reminiscent of clear water, slightly opened, the corners tinged with a faint blush, a remnant from the earlier encounter with the blade. Yet, the knife wielded by a sea had been conjured by her own essence. When Xiao Wei held it, it felt refreshingly cool. Suddenly, Mu Miao enveloped her in an embrace, causing Xiao Wei to stumble into her arms. "There you are. My dear disciple, allow me to bestow a kiss upon you." Chapter 56. My beautiful master, delicate and enchanting. 22. Mu Miao's hand encircled Xiao Wei's slender waist, bringing them uncomfortably close together. Xiao Wei instinctively raised her gaze to meet Mu Miao's, feeling the proximity suffocating. Her fingertips involuntarily began to fidget, her breath growing shallower as she inhaled the faint medicinal fragrance emanating from Mu Miao. The softness and warmth of her fingers rendered her somewhat numb. To her astonishment, Mu Miao actually acquiesced. In the next moment, before she could fully grasp what was happening, Mu Miao had grasped the back of her head. What did this mean? A flicker of bewilderment crossed her eyes as the scent of herbs danced between their lips. She could even discern the fine hairs on her master's face, her exquisite lashes trembling uncontrollably, and a blush had already crept onto her cheeks, tiny beads of sweat forming at the tip of her nose. The entire essence of her being seemed to be engulfed by her master. Sitting upon Mu Miao's lap, Xiao Wei felt the weight of the moment. And by the time she sensed something amiss, her outer garment had already fallen to the ground. Enough of this. Regardless of their past encounters, Xiao Wei remained acutely aware of her position. Indeed, she was not one to simply sit on a girl's lap. "Master." Abruptly, Xiao Wei interjected with a firm tone. "What?" Mu Miao looked up in surprise. "It's time to beg for alms." Xiao Wei patted her shoulder. Mu Miao, confused, awaited the arrival of the palace made with the dishes before she comprehended the true meaning behind Xiao Wei's words. "I am hungry," she expressed, her gaze utterly innocent. "Oh, it's nothing. Please, eat more," Mu Miao responded with understanding, her misty eyes carrying a touch of tenderness. This look bore a striking resemblance to that of Ningmaching. Yet upon recalling its origins, Xiao Wei felt that it would be preferable to beg outside the palace. Having been deceived by Mu Miao before, it seemed she would need to incorporate an additional form of exercise into her nightly routine. As Xiao Wei contemplated how to procure sustenance while nibbling on her chopsticks, she heard Suja's voice. "Master Mu, Miss Xiao Wei, the emperor has arrived." Both Mu Miao and Xiao Wei quickly rose to their feet and turned to bow to the approaching figure clad in resplendent yellow. "Enough, enough. There is no need for such formality with me. I merely heard that Master Mu was too." The emperor's gaze lingered upon Mu Miao. The elegant woman, with her enchanting eyes shrouded in mist, truly possessed an ethereal beauty, momentarily rendering the emperor speechless. Suja internally lamented the situation, for it was precisely this kind of moment that instilled the greatest apprehension. Xiao Wei was of a size comparable to the princess, possessing an innocent charm that made it unlikely for the emperor to harbor any inappropriate thoughts. However, the situation was quite different for the esteemed physician Mu. "Your Majesty, it seems the physician has made a commendable recovery," Suja interjected, breaking the emperor's scrutiny. Xiao Wei, too, sensed the emperor's gaze and felt a twinge of unease. Yet she maintained her composure. This matter was not insurmountable. "By the way, Your Majesty, it would be prudent to dispose of the remnants of the slow-growing incense. My master possesses extensive knowledge of toxic fragrances, and retaining such ashes could be detrimental to both people and the earth." Xiao Wei's words effectively extinguished the emperor's thoughts. He had no desire for a second Defei to emerge in the harem, while the presence of another beautiful woman might be tolerable. The potential of such a figure being skilled in medicine was a cause for concern. Observing Mu's return to the light of day brought the emperor joy. "Very well, Suja, I shall bestow upon physician Mu and Miss Xiao Wei the residence I occupied prior to my ascension, along with a generous gift of 100 taels of gold and 1,000 taels of silver as a token of gratitude for saving my life." The magnitude of this reward left Suja momentarily astounded. The residence, surpassing even that of the Prince of Qi, was a prize worthy of a general renowned for his valiant deeds. "Your Majesty, this is utterly unacceptable," Mu Miao quickly interjected, only to be stopped by Xiao Wei. "In that case, we graciously accept Your Majesty's generosity." Xiao Wei felt justified in receiving this token of appreciation. To refuse would only provoke the emperor's suspicions of ulterior motives. In due time, we shall have physician Mu attend to the princess of Qi's ailment. Her eye injury has nearly healed. The emperor, after imparting a few more words, turned to leave. Mu Miao grasped Xiao Wei's hand, her tone slightly reproachful. "Disciple, such a significant reward is not something we can accept." "Why not? The emperor has already declared it. If it is given, we shall take it." Xiao Wei would never allow herself to be wronged, especially since Asi had mentioned that if the host's life improved, the rewards would subsequently increase. These gifts were rightfully hers. Meanwhile, the emperor felt a twinge of melancholy. He had initially intended to bestow upon Xiao Wei the title of princess or a similar honor, yet these rewards seemed to belittle her contributions. Your Majesty, it is hardly a slight. I observe that Miss Xiao Wei appears quite pleased. However, the prince and his consort, despite Dr. Mu's earlier kindness in restoring the consort's sight, have not even come to offer their gratitude. It was indeed rather selfish of them. Yet, Suja dared not voice this sentiment. Considering the prince was the emperor's own son, evil has its own way of dealing with evil, the emperor thought, weary of hearing De Fei's incessant lamentations in the palace. Meanwhile, the chancellor was preoccupied with Su Qingyun. The chancellor's wife had been pregnant for 2 months, and he was filled with joy. Having narrowly escaped a grave misfortune due to a recent imprisonment, one issue has arisen, and now another. Surely, we cannot endure further complications. The emperor sighed. Summon a reliable imperial physician from the Tai hospital, and have him visit the chancellor's residence regularly to check on the chancellor's wife. This matter weighs heavily on my conscience regarding the chancellor. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall handle it all appropriately. On the day Mu Miao replaced Su Qing in SIs, Xiao Wei sat in the long corridor, staring vacantly at the luminous white panel. The light golden progress bar seemed to be stuck, not moving at all. It appeared that she would be lingering in this world for quite some time. The side quest was a skill lottery wheel, which looked quite dazzling and impressive. Xiao Wei was secretly looking forward to it. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from within, startling Xiao Wei so much that her head nearly collided with the stone table. What was that? It frightened her to death. During the last surgery, Su Qingyun had screamed so horrifically. How could my intervention compare to that of your master? A sea chuckled, speaking up. She is more beautiful than you, more gentle, and more graceful. Xiao Wei swiftly covered Asi's mouth with her hands. Asi retorted. She is undeniably more stunning than Mu Miao. But then, why was she feeling jealous of a fragment of a soul? After all, they were one and the same. You've never seen me. How can you assert that Mu Miao is more beautiful? Asi couldn't help but be curious. Aren't you just a string of data? Xiao Wei's words left Asi utterly speechless. While it was true, it felt rather hurtful. Asi felt a pang of sadness, nearly moved to tears. I'm upset, Asi declared. Don't cry. I'll buy you candy next time. Xiao Wei's coaxing skills were evidently reminiscent of a seasoned rogue. Asi exclaimed, Are you trying to comfort a 3-year-old? Then I want strawberry flavored. Xiao Wei responded. However, in this ancient setting, where could she possibly procure strawberry flavored candy for Asi? Next time, for sure, Xiao Wei resolved to paint a grand picture for Asi. She raised her hand to turn off the screen before her, and soon saw her master emerge from the room, his steps unsteady. How is he? Is the master well? Xiao Wei peeked inside, only to be met with the overwhelming scent of blood. Such ocular transplants were, in fact, rather unscientific by ancient standards. However, the original author of the novel paid little heed to such inconsistencies, and Xiao Wei could only set aside these flaws. Judging by the current state, it seemed that Su Qingyun would require at least 3 days to recover. After a month of rest, with daily applications of medicine, she might regain her sight. Xiao Wei assisted Mu Miao as they seated themselves on a stone bench. The emperor was absent, and only Suja had ventured inside for a brief glance. After which Xiao Wei heard a sharp sound, a crisp slap. That wretched woman. What potion did she administer to the emperor? The De Fei, having fallen from grace, was no longer concerned with propriety, her fierce words cutting through the air. After all, the emperor had cast her aside. She was no different from a discarded wife. Xiao Wei hurried inside to intercept the De Fei, who, though her eyes were covered with medicinal gauze, could not conceal her fury. Please, Your Highness, refrain from further violence. If you strike her eye, it would not only be unthinkable, it would be terrifying to behold. With a gentle smile, Xiao Wei guided the De Fei to a chair made of golden silk nanmo. The De Fei instinctively glanced to her right. Who are you? This voice was unfamiliar to her. The frail Su Qingyun knelt on the ground, supporting herself with her hands, yet her heart brimmed with joy, though she felt immense pain. She was on the verge of seeing the one she adored. As for this woman, whom she had once feared, seeing her reduced to a state of abandonment only filled Su Qingyun with profound pity. If one cannot remain by the side of their beloved for a lifetime, then it would be better to embrace death. Regardless of my identity, she is undoubtedly your dear daughter-in-law. How could you dare to strike her? Xiao Wei gently patted the Empress Dowager's shoulder as a gesture of comfort. Whether the couple could be separated now rested upon the Empress Dowager's shoulders. It was imperative for her to seize the moment to stir the pot, or rather, to promptly extend her blessings to their entire family. Since they could not forcibly tear apart this fated pair, It would be better for them to remain together harmoniously. You, a mere palace maid, dare to speak to me in such a manner? Though the Empress Dowager was unaware of this girl's identity, she was familiar with every princess in the palace. Such an unfamiliar voice must belong to a lowly servant. Suja could not help but interject at this point. Your Highness, everything in your palace has been tidied up by the servants. Today, you shall embark on your journey alongside the Princess of Su. Embark on a journey? The words were rather unpalatable, darkening the Empress Dowager's expression. However, Suja was indifferent to her feelings. He was a servant of the Emperor, not of the Empress Dowager. Gu Wei was quite curious about how the male lead would react upon witnessing such a mother and the female lead, imagining the spectacle on his face. Yet, given the ancient belief in filial piety, it was likely that the aggrieved Su Qingyun would endure mistreatment. Suja instinctively glanced at Mu Miao. A faint smile played on her lips as the cool breeze tousled her hair. Since the young apprentice wished to proceed, it would be a bother for eunuch Su. Moreover, should any complications arise, my apprentice's medical skills would surely suffice to address them. Gu Wei half squatted on the ground, assisting Su Qingyun to her feet, and then she heard the soft words escape Su Qingyun's lips. I hate you. Gu Wei. Oh, should I set up 2 tables for you at the market? Gu Wei truly cannot comprehend what is so detestable about the female protagonist. After all, it is her master's belongings. The protagonist will eventually see them as well. How can she be blamed for this? Gu Wei has yet to even address how the protagonist previously visited her master, consuming his food and drink. And those exquisite garments the protagonist wears were all purchased with the funds provided by Mu Miao. What nonsense! Has she been spoiled by the Prime Minister? Does everyone have to cater to her whims? Only the male lead seems capable of managing this simpleton. You. Su Qingyun's cheeks flushed with indignation. If it weren't for Gu Wei, would she have had to endure so much suffering? Her eyes throbbed with pain, unbearable pain. Do not be so ungrateful. My master and I are under no obligation to indulge you. As Gu Wei spoke, she released her grip. Su Qingyun stumbled, nearly falling. However, this time, Gu Wei finally saw through Su Qingyun. Ultimately, she was afflicted with a severe case of princess syndrome, spoiled by the Prime Minister, taking her parents' love for granted, and shamelessly pursuing a man. TSK. If it weren't for the Prime Minister's wife expecting a second child, in modern times, having such a daughter, those 2 would likely starve due to this unfilial child. With this thought, Gu Wei suddenly developed a wicked sense of amusement. By the way, I have some delightful news to share with you. In a few months, you shall have a little brother or sister. This revelation would be too much for an only child to bear. Thus, upon hearing these words, Su Qingyun felt as though she had been struck by a thunderbolt. Utterly bewildered. You, what did you say? How is that possible? Su Qingyun did not believe it. Her parents had solemnly declared that she would be their only daughter, unlike other households brimming with siblings. When she attended banquets at other estates before her marriage, both legitimate and illegitimate daughters envied her. Who could forget that Su Qingyun was the sole heiress of the Prime Minister's family? Now, such a turn of events was utterly absurd. You speak nonsense. My father and mother would never bear me any brothers or sisters. Su Qingyun was acutely aware of the hardships faced by those eldest legitimate daughters who, in their daily lives, had to endure and make sacrifices for their younger siblings while feigning generosity, relinquishing their own desires for the sake of others. Even married sisters were compelled to secure futures for their brothers and sisters, constantly burdened with such obligations. It was terrifying. Such a reality was unbearable for her. All she desired was a sweet romance. Why should she be forced to confront such a dreadful truth? It's none of your concern. You did not raise them. Let us go. Su Gonggong has prepared the palanquin. Gu Wei initially thought the worst would be a touch of sadness, but she was unprepared for the shock that seemed to grip the protagonist. Having siblings could be quite delightful. Just look at the previous Wan, who shared such a close bond with Gu Wei. The original character was even willing to sacrifice parts of her soul for her elder sister. Yet, considering the protagonist's temperament she had anticipated this. In Chapter 58, My Beautiful Master, Delicate and Enchanting, 24, the carriage used by the Defei was present. While the protagonist sat in the palanquin, and Gu Wei remained outside the carriage. As she boarded, Mu Miao handed her a packet of snacks. I will go gather our belongings. Su Gonggong mentioned he will send them directly to our residence later. Mu Miao gently ruffled Gu Wei's hair. Our home. Gu Wei was bewildered by the sudden surge of yearning that enveloped her. She nodded slightly, averting her gaze, not daring to look at Mu Miao. A C. She frantically prodded the system. A C responded, what is it? I am about to get married. Surely no one is without a partner, right? Unlike me, who can only feel pity for my sister. As Xiao Wei glanced at the individual beside her driving the carriage, she teased A C had never anticipated such a turn of events. How could someone like Xiao Wei treat her beloved husband as if he were a mere dog? A C felt a pang of heartache. Ah, yes, yes, yes. A C was utterly at a loss for words. What do you mean by that? Do you look down upon me? Xiao Wei found the system to be exceedingly frivolous. A C retorted, you have been quite arrogant before me. With that, A C left Xiao Wei in a state of confusion, and before she could inquire further, A C announced her need to attend a meeting, effectively casting Xiao Wei into the cold. Clearly, A C was throwing a tantrum. Never mind, perhaps in the next world, she should buy the system more strawberry-flavored lollipops. The Qi Wangfu was not far from the palace, and they arrived in no time. The Qi Wang had long awaited his Yun-Er's departure, standing by the gate. Upon seeing Xiao Wei, Mo Yujun's expression darkened. After all, it was this person who had cruelly deprived his beloved of her sight. He had never encountered such a malevolent woman. Old hen. As he observed his mother's eyes being covered, Mo Yujun was filled with remorse, which soon morphed into a glimmer of hatred directed at Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei remarked, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. At that moment, Xiao Wei finally comprehended why the protagonists were destined to be a perfect pair. She would never be in the wrong. Given the circumstances, she had no choice but to flee, for any delay could result in dire consequences. Xiao Wei harbored no fear of, yet the male protagonist was not alone. He had allies at his disposal. However, before her departure, Xiao Wei could not resist throwing a remark at, may you be blessed with children soon, by the way. Your mother-in-law is also expecting. I hope you experience double happiness. The Chancellor had seemingly decided to abandon, and the male protagonist's aspirations for a resurgence appeared doomed to fail before they could even begin. Xiao Wei made her escape with remarkable speed, almost eluding, who struggled to keep pace. Why are you running so fast, Miss Xiao Wei? He gasped, breathless. Nonetheless, they had delivered her safely, and their involvement ceased there. Did you not see? He intended to strike me. Xiao Wei was determined to protect her flawless complexion. A bruise would mar her beauty, diminishing the sweetness of intimate moments. The prince would never behave recklessly in front of his servants. Found the situation both infuriating and amusing. This is merely a precaution. After all, the previous altercation with the female lead had indeed occurred, and her husband was bound to seek retribution. Thus, her swift departure was warranted. As spoke, he escorted Xiao Wei into the carriage. Let that be, for I am accustomed to relying solely on my master. Xiao Wei gazed out at the long street, reflecting that, regardless of the outcome, the male protagonist's prospects seemed irreparably diminished. Moreover, the main quest progress had shifted slightly to 40%. It appeared that her mother's blindness had fostered some resentment in towards. She envied her sister, who could attend meetings and work, unlike herself, who was relegated to a life within the confines of a novel. Xiao Wei's light-hearted banter left momentarily at a loss for words. Are you feeling particularly lively today? No. I have decided that I no longer wish to dismantle couples. Xiao Wei truly finds herself on the verge of tears. Although the current plan has extended over a long duration, it is certain that a rift has developed between the male and female leads. However, it is quite exhausting. The marketplace does not sell kidneys. Otherwise, it would be feasible to sell 7 or 8 in the future if need be. Very well. Next time I can assign you tasks that do not involve dismantling couples. Anything related to vengeance or counterattacks is acceptable. Nevertheless, those subsequent tasks will demand greater skill, and their difficulty will surpass that of the present ones. Are you certain about this? A.C. inquired. Surely, the rewards will be quite substantial, will they not? Xiao Wei propped her chin up. Naturally. I am all in. Xiao Wei has truly had enough of this couple dismantling ordeal. A.C. acquiesced to Xiao Wei's request. The higher the task's difficulty, the more beneficial it would be for Gu Xiao Wei's soul restoration. Miss Xiao Wei, we have arrived. Suju's voice resounded. A faint smile graced Xiao Wei's lips. She had arrived at her in her master's new home. Lifting the curtain, Xiao Wei leapt down from the carriage. Gazing at the gilded plaque, inscribed in the emperor's own hand, Mu Mansion. Watching as Suju and his companions departed, Xiao Wei lightly stepped up onto the bluestone steps. Suddenly, a surge of white light erupted from within her, causing her pupils to tremble. Lu'er, this is the residence I had crafted for them using spirit stones. It is unique in all the realm. Would you not agree that it constitutes the finest birthday gift? Surrounded by swirling mist, Xiao Wei could only see a woman clad in golden thread garments nodding with a smile, her features obscured, revealing only a vague outline. Lu'er, who is she? Xiao Wei gently rubbed her aching forehead, finding the fragment of memory just now rather perplexing. Disciple, are you all right? Mu Miao's slender figure appeared before Xiao Wei. In a hazy moment, Xiao Wei felt that this person resembled the woman in golden attire from earlier. Lu'er, she blurted out instinctively, not knowing why. What did you call me? Who did you refer to her as? Both Master and Asi spoke simultaneously, leaving Xiao Wei momentarily stunned. Master is one thing. But Asi, do you know her? Xiao Wei found this system rather enigmatic since the onset of this world, always fixated on pairing characters. It's nothing. I was just asking. Asi replied somewhat sheepishly. However, why did Xiao Wei recall that name? It was from a past life. Would an ordinary person have knowledge of their previous life? Could it be that Xiao Wei was not ordinary? Chapter 59, My Beautiful Master. Delicate and fair 25. Asi glanced at Xiao Wei and immediately smiled. Wasn't it common knowledge that Xiao Wei was mentally unhinged? Xiao Wei sneezed heavily, prompting Asi to feign indifference, pretending that the matter did not concern her, despite having not spoken ill of her beloved. Yet, Xiao Wei saw through her. You scolded me. I did not, Asi quickly denied. How could I ever scold someone as lovely as T.T. Wei? Xiao Wei chose to ignore her, instead throwing herself into Mu Miao's embrace. She lowered her head and inhaled the fragrant scent of medicine emanating from Mu Miao. Master, I missed you. Xiao Wei clung to her, resting her head against her chest, feeling somewhat shameless. Yet, the thought of leaving this world meant she would never see her master again, and Xiao Wei felt an overwhelming reluctance. It has only been a short while since their separation, yet Mu Miao finds herself in a state of bemusement. It is merely a brief absence, yet she cannot shake the feeling that Xiao Wei has become quite mischievous. Nestled within Mu Miao's embrace, Xiao Wei takes a deep breath, convinced that one day she will inevitably belong to her master. With this thought in mind, she resolves to take the initiative, gathering her courage. Xiao Wei raises her gaze to Mu Miao's flawless visage, while Mu Miao looks down at her, puzzled by her intentions. Finally, the young disciple speaks, Master. May I dare to challenge you? Mu Miao's delicate brows furrow in contemplation. After a moment, she feels a wave of warmth, enveloped as she is in layers of blankets. She glances at her disciple, seated upon a round stool. Disciple, I find myself feeling rather warm. It's nothing, Master, it will be fine soon, Xiao Wei replies. Her expression impassive. Mu Miao gazes down at the 2 layers of soft coverings draped around her, uncertain of Xiao Wei's intentions. Why is she wrapped so tightly? Mu Miao is utterly perplexed. Today is a bright, sunny day, and such excessive bundling could lead to discomfort if prolonged. Xiao Wei is genuinely apprehensive that Mu Miao might come to regret this, and given Mu Miao's temperament, she fears a potential retaliation. Such an eventuality must be firmly avoided. However, this leaves her in a quandary. How should she proceed? Observing her master, cocooned like a dumpling, Xiao Wei concludes that a gentle kiss may be the only recourse. Yet, the blankets are too thick. Even if she were to kiss, it would be rather uncomfortable. Mu Miao gazes at the would-be rebellious disciple with her misty, enchanting eyes, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, hinting at a smile. Perhaps, let us try. Mu Miao shifted slightly on the soft couch, casting a gentle smile downward, as if her disciple understood her intentions. Despite her fondness for indulging her apprentice, she recognized that if one were to become overly complacent, it would lead to complications, akin to a rice dumpling suffering from prickly heat. Xiao Wei found this strategy quite ingenious. Truly, her master was more adept at such matters than her disciple. Yet, it seemed contradictory. One would expect the ancient mindset to be rather rigid, permitting women to view such texts only after marriage. It appeared that her master was indeed a rogue at heart. She felt exhausted by the turmoil. Master, Xiao Wei had questions swirling in her mind, but they caught in her throat. What is it? Mu Miao inquired, raising an eyebrow. Xiao Wei hesitated, pondering if she could express the sentiment that her master did not seem to embody the qualities of a virtuous person. Nevertheless, she swiftly moved the soft quilt aside, and after several attempts, she had entirely fulfilled her master's desires. Xiao Wei was quite pleased. Her master was blindfolded, exhibiting a hint of submissiveness. This rendered her master somewhat unrecognizable as a person. Although she felt a twinge of guilt, it did not diminish her composure. With a smile, she pulled the curtain shut, dimming the light that illuminated the intricately carved bed. Her beautiful master, with lowered brows and long lashes, cast delicate shadows upon her lower eyelids, remaining still and silent. What was it that they were to do next? Xiao Wei found solace in the fact that ancient garments were somewhat convenient. Yet she hesitated to gaze fully upon her master. Even though her master was fully clothed, she averted her eyes. Why was she reluctant to look? Just a fleeting glance caused her hand to pause. No, she realized she was faltering. Why was she beginning to retreat? Gu Wei touched the area where her kidney was located and hurriedly asked Asi, "System, can you check if I am missing one of my kidneys?" Asi replied, "It seems you don't have much use for it at the moment." Gu Wei felt that Asi's words were exceedingly insulting. Who says that? If that were the case, what would girls need kidneys for? Nonsense, she grumbled. Then why don't you dare to kiss me? Fortunately, it was fragrant. Gu Wei lowered her head, noticing Mu Miao's captivating eyes fixed on her. As a pure-hearted youth, it was Gu Wei's first time taking the initiative to kiss a girl, and she was incredibly nervous. Forget it, here goes. When her lips gently brushed against the cheek, Gu Wei felt softness, a delicate sensation akin to cotton candy, and then she became utterly lost. The notion that men understand everything was laughable to her, who was utterly clueless. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Just a mere kiss on the cheek had made her so tense that it took a while for her to release Mu Miao and catch her breath. Gu Wei gazed at her master, then back at her enchanting eyes, and softly exhaled before kissing her cheek once more. You think you have the upper hand. But as a zero, even if you do, it doesn't mean you are truly a one. Gu Wei clenched her delicate little fists, wishing to punch Asi, who had suddenly spoken up, twice. As a system, you ought to remain silent while your host engages in mischief. Gu Wei's voice was tinged with barely contained frustration. Am I not allowed to rise from the dead? Gu Wei replied. Well said, but don't let it happen again. As the temperature within the room gradually rose, Mu Miao lightly blinked her enchanting eyes, sparkling like flowing light, captivating in their brilliance, causing Gu Wei to momentarily lose her composure. Ultimately, Gu Wei's wishes were fulfilled, and she even felt an urge to laugh heartily. She had succeeded. She had liberated herself from the shadows of her past life. Yet, fatigue lingered, and she then observed her once docile master suddenly sitting up, gazing at her. Oh no! Gu Wei instinctively sensed something amiss. Are you happy? Mu Miao inquired. She had been happy, but now it seemed that unhappiness was creeping in again. Gu Wei bit her lip, still processing the situation when her master firmly pressed down on the back of her head. She had been deceived by this person. Trapped. It turned out that she could not expect a gentle and kind master to weep in her embrace. Gu Wei felt as if her circumstances were even more dire than before. At least in her previous life, she had managed to escape. In this world, well, it was difficult to articulate her feelings. She simply felt numb. Gu Wei sincerely believed that Mu Miao, her master, had no notion of how to care for her disciple. What kind of care was this, preventing her from even getting out of bed healthily? Gu Wei felt weakened. Meanwhile, her master, Mu Miao, was thriving. It was hard to believe that others might think it was because she was simply inadequate. Gu Wei found this hard to accept. What are you doing? Mu Miao asked. Somewhat perplexed. Attempting to end it all, Gu Wei truly questioned her existence. Her earlier intention to exercise in the evening had also been thwarted. After spending too long in ancient times, she had developed a habit of sleeping at sunset, and she truly wondered when this old habit would ever change. Little Wei was unaware that, in the next realm, she would remain sleepless throughout the night. Very well. I have prepared 2 dishes and will bring the wooden table over for you to dine on the couch. How does that sound? Little Wei was well acquainted with this manipulative tactic employed by the woman. She knew all too well that this woman could not do without her. However, Little Wei had a request. I wish to have 3 steamed buns. This marked the first time Little Wei had made such an unreasonable demand. You intend to eat that much? Are you attempting to transform from Cha Wei into Wei Qiu? Given Little Wei's usual appetite, she could manage only half a bun. At most one. Asi nearly dropped her jaw in astonishment. How do you know my wife is beautiful? Little Wei inquired. Asi? The remaining words that Asi had intended to voice were effectively silenced by Little Wei. As if I hadn't spoken, Asi had become increasingly audacious. If she were to discover Little Wei's true identity, she would indeed be curious to see the extent of her expression's transformation. No worries, in the next world. I shall gift you 3 lollipops, Little Wei declared generously. And to Little Wei's surprise, Mu Miao actually brought her 3 steamed buns. But you must finish them. Mu Miao gently smoothed the folds of her long skirt, gazing at Little Wei with tender amusement. Suddenly, Little Wei regretted her request for 3 buns. After all, girls have petite appetites, and she could hardly consume that much. Yet, De Fei had arrived. Even Mou Jun was obliged to comply with his mother in all matters. She is unworthy of sharing a table with me, De Fei remarked, casting a cold glance at Su Qingyun, who sat nearby. Why should this be? Su Qingyun had never endured such indignity. If this humiliation were bestowed by Mo Yujun, she would accept it willingly. Was it not merely a pair of eyes? Upon hearing Mu Yujun's words, Su Qingyun felt a chill in her heart and remained silent, while a nearby maid promptly supported her arm. "My lady, allow me to escort you to dine." "Oh, my son," the Dufei lamented, her voice tinged with sorrow as she grasped Mu Yujun's hand, trembling. They had previously professed such affection for one another, even expressing remorse and pledging to treat her well in the future. Were those declarations merely empty words? "Do not grieve, my lady. After all, she is the prince's mother, and we must show her deference," the accompanying maid, Yume, attempted to console her for quite some time before Su Qingyun finally relented and allowed her to serve her meal. "I understand, I truly do, that filial piety is paramount. However, I have neglected my family for his sake, blindly following his wishes. Why must it be this way?" As these thoughts engulfed her, Su Qingyun found herself increasingly perplexed and heartbroken. Asi relayed the protagonist's words to Gu Wei, who had eaten her fill and was now rubbing her stomach in satisfaction. Upon hearing this, she nearly burst into laughter, feeling that her digestive efforts had been fulfilled. Gu Wei was genuinely laughing to the point of pain. What is there to be so joyous about? Asi pondered, struggling to grasp Gu Wei's sense of humor. The protagonist is indeed a paragon of filial piety. I had thought she was utterly oblivious, yet it seems she is aware, only avoiding the reality and reluctant to acknowledge it. Gu Wei's gaze turned icy. Despite her own lack of familial ties, she cherished the notion of kinship. The Chancellor had treated the protagonist exceedingly well, and even the Emperor would bestow upon her titles and rewards, ensuring her future was devoid of concerns. Alas, the female protagonist harbors only feelings for herself and the male lead. However, given the current circumstances, a breakup between them seems imminent. The task progress stands at 42. Remarked to Gu Wei. "Do you think, following my approach, the male and female leads will indeed part ways?" Gu Wei, though somewhat perplexed by the intricacies of familial discord, had observed several colleagues' wives embroiled in quarrels with their mothers-in-law, often culminating in divorce. In ancient times, mothers-in-law were notoriously stringent towards their daughters-in-law. Moreover, Mo Yujun is an exceedingly self-centered individual. He is likely to believe that Su Qingyun has wronged his mother, which could perpetuate their discord. The likelihood of their falling out is quite high. That seems about right. The odds are considerable. However, if Su Qingyun were to become pregnant, the outcome might be markedly different, Asi conjectured, stroking his chin with uncertainty. Even if the Prime Minister doesn't exert himself to assist the female lead, if she bears the male lead's child, he might lend some support. "Oh, how vexing," sighed Gu Wei, stretching and stifling a yawn. In truth, the situation had reached a point where the original protagonist's wish had been fulfilled. After all, the master's gaze. Wait, Gu Wei suddenly realized something she had previously overlooked. If I were to win over the master, would the original Gu Wei still be able to maintain her relationship with Sister Mo Qin? Wouldn't that be akin to wearing a green hat? Just then, Gu Wei heard the sound of a snap, as if something in her mind had been extracted. "Asi, what just happened? I feel as though I've forgotten something important." "No worries, rest assured. Even though you have forgotten, that incident will not transpire." Chapter 61, My Beautiful Master. Delicate and charming. 27. Gu Wei constantly felt as though she had missed something, yet she could not articulate it at the moment. Never mind. It likely is not of great significance. However, despite my immense capabilities, I cannot prevent Su Qingyun from conceiving. The notion of extinction is rather too cruel. Yet, having a child indeed complicates matters. In modern times, raising a child makes divorce exceedingly challenging, let alone in ancient times. There remains one alternative, which is to take a concubine. Gu Wei. Such an act of disrupting another's marriage is beyond her. Let's leave that aside. Tomorrow, I shall tidy up and take my master on a journey. Asi raised an eyebrow. Does this count as deliberately prolonging the task? Indeed. I can only hope that the wicked mother-in-law will exact my revenge. Otherwise, I am relegated to being a mere dog in this fictional world. And even a dog deserves some joy, right? Gu Wei had the distinct impression that this world was intent on claiming her life, primarily due to the formidable nature of the protagonists. She could not afford to act too recklessly, lest she add fuel to the fire. Rather, it should be termed as meddling. Very well, let us indulge in some leisure. Asi found the situation both amusing and exasperating. As Gu Wei struggled to converse with Asi, she poured the water her master had prepared earlier into the bath. The most delightful experience at present was to luxuriate in a warm bath and then enjoy a restful slumber. Just as Xiao Wei stepped into the water, her eyes, warmed by the heat, began to narrow when suddenly a sea spoke up. Gu Wei. Archie seldom addressed her by her full name, which almost caused Gu Xiaowei to choke on the bathwater, prompting her to slap her forehead in bewilderment. What on earth had occurred? She had neither committed murder nor engaged in smuggling, a pure-hearted boy, and even if there were some risk of matters, that not to be broached. Are you eager to linger a while longer with Mu Miao? Archie's fingertips curled slightly, yearning to hear her speak the truth. Barbie was perplexed. She had previously detached her emotions from Ning Maching, yet now Mu Miao's feelings were once again influencing her mood. These past few days, even during meetings, she had been distracted. Though she pondered, it was also somewhat related to the protagonist's personalities. Were external forces to intervene, it seemed they would grow ever closer. So, does this imply you have developed a fondness for her? Archie inquired further. She is indispensable to me. As she uttered these words, Xiao Wei exuded both confidence and assertiveness. And Archie recognized that this individual was becoming increasingly fervent. Of all things to emulate, why choose the traits of an average man? Although, Xiao Wei was far from ordinary. Moreover, do not inquire about matters of affection. I am but an innocent youth, rather bashful. Xiao Wei covered her face, splashing water that dripped onto her porcelain-like shoulders. Archie thought to herself, it is futile to expect this man to utter any sweet nothings. After completing her ablutions, Xiao Wei stretched languidly and rummaged through her previous garments from the cupboard. Though walking was somewhat uncomfortable, she managed to endure it. Most of the attire had been bestowed upon her by the emperor, and each piece was of exquisite quality. The moment Mu Miao entered, she beheld Xiao Wei tidying her belongings. What are you doing? A flicker of confusion crossed Mu Miao's eyes. Isn't it obvious? Was it not the little apprentice who first attempted to seduce her? Now, circumstances have changed, and the dress has been loosened. Will one truly turn one's back and leave home? Master, your health has improved significantly. I shall take you to enjoy the scenic beauty. However, before we depart, there is a matter that requires our attention. This task involves acquiring a shop. Xiao Wei has not forgotten what Asi previously mentioned. The host's future development is of utmost importance. Establishing a medicine shop could provide sufficient income for sustenance. Are we truly to take on such a large establishment? Mu Miao inquired while seated at a small stone table in the courtyard, gazing at the blazing sunlight and lowering her head. Nevertheless, this courtyard is more than adequate for drying medicinal herbs. Is it necessary to meticulously arrange both the front and back courtyards for merely a medicine shop? Furthermore, when you tire of drying herbs, you may retreat to the resting quarters in the back. Xiao Wei successfully obtained the land deed from the original shopkeeper and presented it to Mu Miao. This shop will henceforth belong to both of us. Before Xiao Wei could finish her sentence, Mu Miao enveloped her in a tight embrace. The aroma is delightful, and the food is indeed delectable, yet it leaves one somewhat breathless. Thank you, Xiao Wei. Hearing her name so clearly for the first time sent a tremor through Xiao Wei's heart, prompting her to instinctively tighten her grip around Mu Miao's waist. It's a trivial matter, she replied, her voice soft and tender. The medicine shop on the long street was locked up. And Mu Miao tucked the land deed into her clothing, gently grasping Xiao Wei's hand. We shall depart today. Very well. At that moment, when Su Qingyun and Mo Yujun were embroiled in yet another argument, the Prime Minister's residence had just welcomed the birth of a legitimate son, and Mo Yujun was genuinely flustered. Yunner, why have you not yet? If the Prime Minister's wife had given birth to a daughter, Lord Moy would not have been so flustered. The significance of a legitimate son is altogether different, especially one favored by the Emperor, who has bestowed numerous gifts. Su Qingyun felt her expressions numb, and just as she was about to speak, she saw the concubine enter. It is truly perplexing what one finds so endearing about something that cannot bear fruit. Before Su Qingyun could voice her thoughts, she noticed the maid behind the concubine cradling an infant, who was adorably grasping the concubine's garments. Whose child is this? Moy glanced over and was momentarily taken aback. Surely, this must belong to the maiden Wan. Although she is of lowly status and has erred in the past, this child is your firstborn. The concubine's smile was laden with implication. She desired for this grandchild to usurp the position of legitimate son. This was certainly not to suggest that Su Qingyun should be cast aside, but rather to propagate the notion that Su Qingyun had given birth to the son of the Prince of Qi, which would likely elicit some form of assistance from the Prime Minister's residence. Over the years, the household has relied on accumulated savings, but now their circumstances have become increasingly dire. Moy, in a state of perpetual inebriation, would not have succumbed to the advances of a lowly maid otherwise. Previously, he had harbored resentment over this incident and ultimately expelled the maid from his presence. Mother, have you lost your senses? You wish for a child born of a lowly maid, a bastard, to be recognized as my legitimate son? Su Qingyun gazed incredulously at the concubine, feeling that this entire situation was utterly absurd. Yuner, the mother said with conviction, it is indeed true. After all, this child belongs to the prince. The prince's child is your child as well. As a mother, how can you possibly refuse this? Mo Yujun cast a sidelong glance at Su Qingyun, who staggered a few steps before sinking onto the bed, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Have I not endured enough? I can never agree to this. Regardless of the circumstances, I am the legitimate daughter of the prime minister. I cannot accept a child born of a lowly maid. What more do you desire? De Fei suddenly erupted in anger. The prime minister? He was once merely a destitute scholar from a remote village. I have always looked down upon you, Su Qingyun. For your petty demeanor holds no weight. My own child, if you do not expel her, mother, I shall perish. De Fei had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for Su Qingyun. Their relationship had been fraught with animosity over the years. Initially, Su Qingyun had tolerated it. But as the injustices of her pregnancy mounted, her patience wore thin. Mother Mo Yujun sighed in exasperation. However, upon witnessing Su Qingyun's intent to harm the child, he struck her with a forceful blow, rendering her momentarily dazed. She collapsed onto the ground, her face nearly touching the floor, her body racked with pain. Raising her eyes, she gazed at Mo Yujun in disbelief. For all these years, although he had treated her coldly, this was the first time he had resorted to violence. Have you lost your mind? He is my flesh and blood. You wicked woman. If Xiao Wei were present, she would undoubtedly have passionately interjected, Fourth Master. Do not berate Huan Huan. She bears no guilt. Alas, she was not there. Princess, perhaps you should pay a visit to the Prime Minister. The maid beside her observed with palpable sympathy. The prince had fallen from grace, while the Prime Minister now basked in the zenith of power. Why would one seek the Prime Minister as favor at such a juncture? Was it not a form of self-degradation? The maid expressed her disdain for the absurdity of the situation. Even now, why concern oneself with such superficial matters? It left her a mere maid, subject to the scorn of those from other households, all due to a master who willingly embraced their own degradation. It was truly disheartening. Their affections had waned, showing little regard for her feelings. They had even welcomed a son without consulting her opinion. Was she not their legitimate daughter? Su Qingyun was deeply wounded. Su Qingyun knocked upon the grand doors of the Prime Minister's residence. Upon her arrival, the butler's expression shifted slightly. We pay our respects to the esteemed princess. Once, such a title had filled her with pride and sweetness, but now it rendered her feeling like an outsider in her own home. Clearing her hoarse throat, she prepared to speak, only to find her father supporting her mother, both turning to gaze at the infant cradled in the nurse's arms. Another child. She utterly loathed children. Princess? The butler looked at her, puzzled. A sharp pang pierced her heart as she turned away. The butler, contemplating her retreating figure, ultimately decided to inform the Prime Minister. Ah, she still remembers me as her father, the Prime Minister scoffed bitterly. Yet it felt as though she were not of their blood, especially after that incident at the marketplace execution, where the Prime Minister initially felt no particular concern. He could feign ignorance of his daughter's plight. However, witnessing her in such a demeaning association with those who conspired against her own father, the Prime Minister's heart turned to ice. The ungrateful daughter can be disregarded, as though she were never born. Yet, the Prime Minister's wife feels a twinge of compassion. Perhaps we should send someone to inquire at the Prince Chi's residence. It would not do to overlook the possibility that Yuner has suffered some indignity. Enough of your chatter. If she has indeed faced any grievances, it is for her to voice them, retorted the Prime Minister with a cold snort. The lady sighed, but her heart melted as she beheld the little one extend her soft, delicate hand to grasp hers. Ultimately, the child is wedded. It is not our place to meddle in the affairs of the prince. Just as with the maidservant, when Muan, from earlier, as Su Qingyun approached, she was halted by the steward of the royal residence. The steward, a confidant of the De Fei, naturally regarded Su Qingyun with disdain. Your Highness, this is the legitimate mother of the eldest son. What business do you have here? His tone dripped with mockery. Why did the prince not inform me? Why was I not told? Su Qingyun's heart raced with alarm. Could it be that she no longer held any significance in Mo Yujun's heart? It was all that child's fault, that child's fault. Gazing at the feeble expression of the lowly maid, Su Qingyun felt a surge of anger. Yet one could not deny that Wen Wan's beauty, which had allowed her to enter the royal household, was remarkable. Having borne a child, she exuded a captivating charm, standing before Su Qingyun, who appeared almost deranged by comparison. When Mo Yujun emerged from the gates, this was the impression that lingered. After all, she was the one who had borne him a child, petite and delicate. Upon seeing Mo Yujun, Wen Wan instinctively grasped his sleeve, retreating behind him. "Your Highness," she called softly, her voice barely above a whisper. For a long time, Mo Yujun had not experienced such feelings. Each day, he listened to his mother lament about Su Qingyun, to the point where he became somewhat irked at the mere sight of her. "Very well. Since the Empress Mother has sent you, you shall reside in Qiuyu Pavilion," he declared. "Butler Wang, please escort the concubine inside." Concubine. The status of the side concubine of Prince Qi had diminished significantly. Nowadays, no young lady wished to enter the prince's residence. Yet, Su Qingyun was particularly sensitive about this matter. "You want her to be a side concubine?" Su Qingyun pointed at Wen Wan, her eyes brimming with tears. Before Mo Yujun could comprehend the situation, Su Qingyun had knelt before him. "Have you forsaken me? What have I done wrong? I can change. Just not to a side concubine." Mo Yujun kicked her away. Crying, all you do is cry. Is it not tedious?" After losing his standing, Mo Yujun had been in a foul mood, and Su Qingyun showed no inclination to console him, constantly stirring up trouble with his mother. There was no place of peace within the residence. Mo Yujun led Wen Wan inside, and she cast a cautious glance at Su Qingyun, finding the woman's behavior quite peculiar, shaking her head in dismay. This princess, truly, which man would fancy a weeping girl? Moreover, she is a legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's house. With such a pedigree, she need not even consider marriage. "My lord, Wen Wan began with a smile directed at Mo Yujun, but he interrupted her before she could finish. "Do not call yourself a maid. You are now the side concubine of the royal residence." Wen Wan's face flushed slightly. "Then I shall regale you with some tales to pass the time." "Very well." A smile broke across Mo Yujun's face, and his previously troubled heart felt a sudden lightness, as she watched that pair of figures recede into the distance. Su Qingyun's tears flowed with increasing fervor. What had she done to deserve this? She had loved the prince so deeply, and he had once vowed that he could not live without her. Yet, everything had changed. Unbeknownst to Su Qingyun, Warmth's arrival at the estate was merely the beginning. Now that she had borne a child, she naturally held an advantage over Su Qingyun. However, what surprised Mo Yujun was Warmth's quick aptitude for learning. As she diligently studied the accounts and the management of the estate alongside the steward, thus significantly improving the circumstances of the Qi Wangfu. "My prince, though we may be down on our luck, as long as we manage these shops well, despite the disdain of the gentry towards commerce, these very enterprises are our means of survival," Warmth articulated with conviction. "Indeed, I genuinely find you to be both clever and gentle," the prince acknowledged. Asi observed this heartwarming scene from the side. The young maid was quite impressive, adept at pleasing men, yet the male protagonist remained oblivious, shrouded in ignorance, as he would never realize that Warmth's child was not of his blood. Chapter 63, My Beautiful Master, Delicate and Enchanting. After all, the original Su Qingyun had never managed the household affairs properly, having been pampered for so long. Even the chancellor's attempts to teach her would not have inspired her to learn how to handle ledgers. Warmth not only knew how to make the Defei happy, but also refrained from tormenting the fallen Su Qingyun. Mo Yujun truly believed that bringing this concubine into his home was a wise decision. Since Warmth's arrival, there seemed to be moments filled with joyous song and dance. And Su Qingyun had lost count of how many days had passed since she last saw Mo Yujun. She gazed dreamily at the pear tree outside the bamboo curtain. Though spring was in full bloom, she felt a chill deep within her bones. "My prince, why do you no longer cherish me?" "Why?" Su Qingyun gazed at the woman clad in purple, who was tenderly guiding the young heir, recently learned to walk, and smiled gently. It was nearly impossible for Su Qingyun to recognize the person before her as Wen Wan. This woman, once a lowly maid, now adorned in splendid garments, exuded an air of elegance and refinement, clearly resembling a lady of high birth, devoid of any trace of commonness. Unable to remain seated any longer, Su Qingyun stepped forward with purpose. Upon seeing Su Qingyun, Wen Wan paused momentarily. It had been merely a little over 2 years. Yet how had the princess's hair turned so white? However, upon hearing Su Qingyun's scathing remarks, Wen Wan instructed the maid beside her to cradle the young heir and surveyed Su Qingyun with scrutiny. You truly do not resemble a young lady raised in the Prime Minister's residence, Wen Wan remarked with an indifferent tone. How dare you speak such nonsense? Su Qingyun retorted. Infuriated. Is it not true that you bear the prince's child? I am eager to see how my prince could possibly favor you after today, should he meet his demise. With that, Su Qingyun attempted to snatch the child from the maid's arms, but the maid, quick-witted, swiftly protected the young heir and attempted to flee. Yet, Su Qingyun was undeterred by such obstacles. You are truly deranged. Among the daughters of officials of the 5th rank or higher, none live as lavishly as you do now. It seems it is not the Prime Minister who has spoiled you, but rather you, at your core, are simply beyond redemption, Wen Wan scolded while safeguarding the child. I refuse to listen. I refuse to hear. Su Qingyun exclaimed, shaking her head, her commotion startling even Mo Yujun, who was in the study. Upon witnessing the frenzied Su Qingyun seize the child, Mo Yujun felt a shiver of fear at the sight of this woman. He tightly grasped Su Qingyun's arm, causing her immense pain, prompting her to release the child. Mo Yujun swiftly caught the child and coldly regarded Su Qingyun. You should leave. Su Qingyun gazed at him with a dazed expression. Why? Do you not love me anymore? You do love me, don't you? What is it that I lack? I can change. Mo Yujun responded. I shall write the divorce papers. Mo Yujun could not bear the thought of a madwoman residing in his household, posing a threat to his child. The young master had garnered the emperor's favor, and for the past few years, he had been occupied with managing the shop alongside Wen Wan, leading to a noticeable softening of his father's demeanor towards him. His salary remained intact, yet he could never inherit the throne. This was his father's punishment. Absent the intrigues of power, his current life was relatively comfortable. The only regret was that Wen Wan could not conceive, though he did not know the reason. Nevertheless, with the presence of the young master, he felt a sense of contentment. Mo Yujun completed the divorce papers in his study and handed them to Su Qingyun, who was kneeling at the door. I was wrong. Jun, I truly regret my actions. I will not repeat such behavior. I beg you. I do not wish to leave you. I do not wish to part from you. Su Qingyun knelt on the ground, weeping with a pitiful desperation. Yet, despite her lamentations, Mo Yujun could not summon any feelings of compassion for her. Wen Wan instructed the housekeeper to escort Su Qingyun to the gate. The maid beside her observed the retreating, sorrowful figure and felt a tinge of fear. Madam, after all, it has been many years of friendship. The prince seems rather heartless. It cannot be said that this princess is devoid of feelings. The Prime Minister, renowned for his reputation, is universally acknowledged as a virtuous official. Yet, one cannot help but wonder why this cherished daughter does not seem to frequently ponder her father. Wen Wan perceives the situation with remarkable clarity. In any case, she has already obtained what she desires. Henceforth, she shall enjoy a lifetime of wealth and prosperity with her kin. Even the earlier administration of sterilization medicine no longer seems to cause her distress. Indeed, the princess used to be quite intimate with the prince, engaging in their affections even amidst the garden's verdant lawns, truly a most chaotic affair, far removed from the demeanor expected of a lady of noble birth. The maidservant's eyes glimmer with disdain. What purpose does such talk serve for a young lady? Wen Wan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly spat in discontent. This wicked mother-in-law exhibits rather sluggish efficiency. The divorce papers proposed by the male lead have already reached the doorstep of the Prime Minister's residence. Did the Prime Minister accept them? Gu Wei stretched lazily, wrapping the herbal ingredients and affixing the small note pinned by her master. Yes, they were accepted, but this individual named Wen Wan is indeed formidable. Asi genuinely did not foresee such an outcome. Yet, why has the female lead suddenly chosen to depart? Her gaze has not strayed from the male lead. And wasn't there a third party in the past? Gu Wei is utterly perplexed, pondering whether the optimal method for dismantling a couple is to assign each lead a partner. That would be the malicious female antagonist, as you well know. Asi is left both amused and exasperated. Gu Wei raised an eyebrow and subsequently opened the task panel, which indicated a progress of 95. Is it not yet complete? Gu Wei was taken aback. Could it be that the Prime Minister must assist his own daughter in seeking justice? My dear Prime Minister, this is quite unbecoming. There may be further developments, but your time is limited. Gu Wei felt genuinely unsettled by Asi's ominous words, as if they foretold her impending demise. However, she was content having spent 2 years alongside sister Mo Qing. Should I prepare for something? A sudden wave of anxiety washed over Gu Wei. Prepare for what? Asi inquired, perplexed. What is there to prepare for? Gu Wei had long since seized the initiative in this mission, over 2 years ago. She merely needed to await the unfolding of events. I wish to kiss my master, otherwise, It may affect your ship. I see. You truly are something else. Asi found herself at a loss for words. Master, the senior brother has been captured by a monster. Ah, no, master. I want to kiss you. Chapter 64. My beautiful master, delicate and graceful. 30. Xiao Wei's request was pure and straightforward, momentarily startling Mu Miao, who was drying herbs. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Xiao Wei had already encircled her slender neck and placed a gentle kiss upon her lips. I must dry the herbs. I cannot engage in anything else. Mu Miao lowered her gaze, unsure of her apprentice's intentions. Zhao, here we go again. No, I merely wish to give a kiss. With that, Xiao Wei released her hold. Moreover, she had other matters to attend to. She intended to meet the female protagonist. As the stagnation of the mission's progress likely stemmed from the female lead still harboring feelings for the male lead. In truth, Su Qingyun is already quite fortunate. Many heroines in romantic tales do not possess such a distinguished lineage. They often endure the pain of unloving fathers, stepmothers, and the constant threat of having their boyfriends snatched away by sisters or friends. Master, I shall step out for a moment, Xiao Wei announced, as she carefully wrapped the medicinal herbs and placed them in the cabinet, awaiting the arrival of a guest. 2 years had passed, and Xiao Wei had blossomed into an even more graceful young woman, to the extent that even the Prime Minister failed to recognize her. Ah, it is indeed Miss Xiao Wei. Please, come in. I had thought the esteemed Prime Minister might have forgotten me, or perhaps held some resentment in his heart. Xiao Wei remarked with a gentle smile directed at the Prime Minister seated in the hall. Are you here to inquire about Su Qingyun? Does she still owe you something? The Prime Minister asked warmly. Her intention was merely to rescue that entire family. It is nothing of great significance. I simply wish to know how she is faring these days. After all, she is somewhat of a pitiable soul, Xiao Wei replied, though the mirth in her eyes held a hint of sadness. However, judging by the Prime Minister's current demeanor, it seemed he too bore disappointment towards his own daughter. He had a son now, and with his wife recently expecting, he was in a season of prosperity, seemingly unconcerned about such an unfilial daughter. Then I thank you, esteemed Prime Minister. However, I urge you to remain at ease regarding certain matters. Some individuals are inherently indifferent, cold, and selfish. You are destined to have a complete and harmonious family, and that is indeed a blessing. Xiao Wei sincerely believed the Prime Minister to be a commendable man. It was a pity that Su Qingyun, in her lack of understanding, had inadvertently transformed her gentle father and loving mother into figures who regarded her with disdain. Such was the consequence of her actions. Xiao Wei was guided by a maid into the secluded courtyard of Su Qingyun. The remote location made her legs ache from the walk. However, the presence of a cook and a small kitchen suggested that the Prime Minister likely had little interest in seeing her. Su Qingyun knelt beneath a tree, weeping, and Xiao Wei genuinely could not comprehend why she would willingly place herself in such a degrading position, even within the confines of a feudal society. The palace maid she had previously encountered exhibited more dignity than this protagonist. Upon noticing Xiao Wei's arrival, Su Qingyun turned her head in anger. It's you. It's all your fault. You have ruined me. How dare you not spare your master's eyes for me? The sight of Xiao Wei ignited a torrent of grievances and resentment within Su Qingyun. Surely, it must be this woman who had caused her beloved to cease his affections. I came to witness your misfortune, not to listen to your complaints, Xiao Wei retorted, surprising the maidservants nearby with her boldness. You. Su Qingyun was momentarily speechless with fury. Why should my master accommodate you? Is she your mother or father? You heartless wretch. Even a dog raised in the Prime Minister's household would comprehend the notions of gratitude and filial piety better than you. Ultimately, you are nothing but a selfish individual, forever fixated on your own favors. My master chose to help you out of pity, for she possesses a kind heart, yet you merely uttered a thank you in return. Even the current emperor understands the principle of reciprocity. Xiao Wei was filled with resentment towards this protagonist. Did I ask her for help? Wasn't it she who offered it to me? Su Qingyun continued to argue. Xiao Wei finally succumbed to her emotions and struck the heroine across the face. The nearby maid observed silently, her lips twitching, yet she refrained from uttering a word. After all, the elders had not instructed them to serve Miss Su as if she were a revered master. They felt deeply that Xiao Wei's assertion was not without merit. Even they understood the importance of filial piety towards one's parents. How could one tolerate a wolf in sheep's clothing like Su Qingyun? Stunned by the slap, Su Qingyun was engulfed in a tempest of anger and agitation. You hit me. You hit me, she cried, clutching her face and wailing. You all stand by idly. A bunch of lowly maids. Have you crawled into my father's bed? I am the daughter of the Prime Minister's residence, and yet you do not protect me. The maid's expression turned slightly grim, but she pursed her lips and spoke. Miss Su, you must understand that the Prime Minister has only one legitimate son. Oh, and the lady is now with child. If it turns out to be a girl, she will be the true lady of the house. As for you, you are merely a distant relative of the Prime Minister, having come to the capital seeking refuge. How could you have forgotten this? As she spoke, the maids restrained Su Qingyun and pressed her against the stone table, offering her a cup of tea, their gazes icy. Miss, do temper your anger. Should you lose control, it would not bode well for the master. Even maids possess their own tempers. Let me go. Let me go. Su Qingyun continued to struggle desperately. She was determined to bring down this wretched girl before her. Xiao Wei was clearly plotting against her, consumed by jealousy. Everything you face now is the consequence of your own actions. With that, Xiao Wei departed, initially contemplating how to persuade the heroine to abandon her affections for Mo Yujun, but ultimately deciding against it. As Su Qingyun gazed at the receding silhouette of Xiao Wei, tears cascaded down her cheeks. No, it was not like that. It was not like that at all. They all loved her. She had a caring father, a loving mother, and even a domineering yet gentle husband who cherished her daily. How could things have changed so drastically? What Xiao Wei did not anticipate was that this mere 5% of progress had somehow transitioned from the warmth of spring to the chill of winter. One day, the capital was enveloped in a blanket of snow, falling relentlessly throughout the night. Nestled in her master's embrace, Xiao Wei felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. Are you cold? She asked, her voice tender and intoxicating. She gently clasped Xiao Wei's hand, cherishing the warmth of their connection. The room was filled with the glow of charcoal fire. Yet the bed was even cozier. Xiao Wei, clad only in a simple belly band, snuggled closer to her master, relishing the comfort. You smell delightful, Xiao Wei remarked, leaning down to inhale the fragrant scent. Indeed, I share that sentiment, her master replied. When Xiao Wei lifted her gaze, she was met with a gentle and affectionate look from Mu Miao. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Her wife was truly so tender-hearted. Chapter 65, My Beautiful Master. Delicate and graceful, and the two of them embraced and slept soundly through the night, their minds free of any concerns. The following day, news arrived from Asi. The male lead had established Wen Nuan as his legitimate wife, and upon hearing this news, the female lead took her own life. Xiao Wei was taken aback by such an outcome. She opened her weary eyes and glanced at her master's serene sleeping face. She placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, feeling a pang of reluctance. Am I to leave now? Or shall I rest for 4 more hours? Xiao Wei inquired. Correct, Asi replied. Then I shall sleep for 3 hours first, and upon waking, I will claim my task reward. Whoever claims she is weak in spirit prompts her immediate ire. However, just before sleep, Xiao Wei spent 5 precious points to acquire a seemingly exquisite cloud bed. It was, indeed, a genuine cloud. Upon selection, the space transformed into a soft, fluffy cloud bed, and Xiao Wei reclined upon it, finding it remarkably comfortable. According to the item description, it greatly benefits the restoration of fatigue. Xiao Wei soon succumbed to slumber, while Asi, shrouded in mist, gazed blankly at the golden orb before her. This orb, a soul fragment named Mu Miao, seemed to signify that the two individuals had been intertwined for far too long in this realm. When the 7 emotions and 6 desires were extracted from the golden sphere, Asi's soul felt an unexpected pang in her heart. Despite Mu Miao being merely a minuscule part of her soul, Asi dutifully stored Mu Miao's emotions in a safe, observing the fusion of the 2 small orbs. Only then did she integrate Mu Miao's original soul power into herself. Departing from the system's control panel, Asi waved her hand, dispersing the surrounding mist, clad in a gown of light golden threads. The silver butterfly patterns on her skirt shimmered gently as she approached the peacefully sleeping Xiao Wei. The tassels at her temples hung delicately, and Asi lowered her gaze. Her enchanting eyes fixated on Xiao Wei. Due to the inherent weakness of her soul, Xiao Wei's features were somewhat indistinct, yet likely still beautiful. Even though past events had severely damaged Gu Wei's soul and fortune, rendering her unfortunate in every subsequent life, her beauty remained unscathed. Even as a girl, she undoubtedly possessed a striking appearance. 004. The materials have been delivered to you. What are you doing over there? Planning to steal a kiss? A woman clad in red suddenly appeared beside the system's control panel, casting a glance at the golden-clad figure crouched before the host, her eyebrows arching in surprise. Why did you deliver the documents yet fail to transmit them to me? Asi raised an eyebrow slightly, recognizing the individual. She had encountered her before in the company S hospital. This person had once been part of the system but was no longer, having transitioned to the role of transmitting host information. Well, considering your host's previous identity is quite exceptional. I would rather not risk transmitting the information if it were to be intercepted, she remarked. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. The name Gu Wei was emblazoned in gold letters above, accompanied by a brief note detailing Gu Wei's former identity. Asi's fingers glided over the document, finally able to access the records of Gu Wei's reincarnation after millennia. In her first life, she had been a caretaker of horses in an ancient military camp, only to meet her demise when kicked by a horse. Asi furrowed her brow. In her second life, still in ancient times, she was a frail and sickly princess, seemingly well-positioned, yet tragically choked on a rice ball during the New Year festivities. Asi mused, this is hardly information on reincarnation. It is, quite evidently, a catalogue of Gu Wei's myriad deaths. Unable to bear further reading, she leaned back against her chair, only to witness a book suddenly soar from the six-tiered shelf on her right, hovering before her. The corners of this tome were tinged with darkness, suggesting it contained fragments of a deeply obsessed soul, hinting at a propensity for darkness. Yet, this world was peculiar. With books half white and half gold, certainly not the item she had prepared for Gu Wei. Do you wish to see her? Asi inquired. The book swayed slightly, resembling a nod. However, this world is a fusion realm, where the settings of fanfiction have invaded the original narrative, posing a perilous threat that I wish to avoid. Just as Asi's words fell, the book nestled in her embrace rubbed against her a few times, as if seeking affection. There was no alternative. Wei soon awakened, discovering a silver treasure chest before her, alongside a pop-up panel. Novel title, My Heart Yearns for You. Unbeknownst to you, task completion. 100, perfect. Task reward, 40 of Wei's soul light, a manual on lightness skill, and 300 points. Current points, 378. Wei opened the silver treasure chest, and indeed, a warm blue light enveloped her, radiating a comforting warmth, even in the mirror. She could vaguely discern her silhouette. Inside lay a manual on lightness skill. Special item, lightness skill, water walking, item description. Upon use, the host's body becomes ethereal, enabling her to traverse walls and roofs effortlessly. This item appeared quite practical. Wei accessed the skill roulette, eagerly clicking to draw a reward. She had pondered the reward for the side quest for quite some time. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, locking. Special skill, locking skill description. Upon use, it allows the host to immobilize any object in her vicinity, including the fabric of time and space, as well as living beings. The host's soul power will influence the duration and range of the lock. This acquisition seems promising. It appears that in the future, I can utilize this to immobilize the male protagonist, rendering him powerless against me. Wei's non-existent tail had already perked up in delight. Then, a book with a half-white, half-golden cover unexpectedly fell into her embrace, its corners darkened, leaving a mark upon her lips. Wei exclaimed, in this day and age, even books take advantage of people. Is there no respite for a pure-hearted youth like me? She hurriedly pushed the book away, frowning as she scrutinized it. It appeared utterly transformed from before. In the ominous black corners emanated an inexplicable chill. This world was a fusion realm, where fan fiction had eclipsed the original narrative, merging both universes. In essence, this book featured two male protagonists, one from the original story and the other from the fan fiction. Two male leads. Could it be a male harem? Wei felt a surge of excitement. Oh joy, her first encounter with a male harem. She could turn it into a specimen to adorn her wall. Asi replied. No, the female lead from the original has become one of the male lead's harem in the fan fiction. It's a rather convoluted tale, but you will understand once you experience the plot of this world. The setting of this world was an apocalyptic one. Chapter 66. The sister I picked up seems off. 1. You must be exceptionally cautious this time. Just before departing, Wei heard Asi's concerned warning. It was perhaps her imagination, but she felt Asi's tone had grown increasingly gentle with each passing moment. Admit it, this system is indispensable to her. As the narrative of the book began to unfold, original male lead Lu Su versus fanfiction male lead Xiao Linfeng. Upon reading this line, Wei fell silent. This was a format often favored by a certain author. The distinction between the aloof and detached characters and the emotionally unstable, obsessive ones is evident in this narrative, which ultimately revolves around a male protagonist. This novel, being somewhat antiquated, garnered a considerable female fanbase during its time, leading to a following for both character archetypes. A gentle reminder from Asi, Wei remained silent, continuing to delve into the unfolding story. The original plotline is rather straightforward, revolving around the mundane activities of eating, sleeping, and engaging in trivial pursuits. The male lead, Lu Su, acquires the power of summoning during the onset of an apocalyptic event, possessing a benevolent heart that saves countless lives. Together with his childhood friend and the female lead, Xia Jingli, they establish an underground safe haven. However, due to the protagonist's characterization, the book did not achieve remarkable popularity. Despite the fact that the dynamics between Xia Jingli and Lu Xiaowei were well received by many male readers. One male fan composed fan fiction that incorporated the female lead and the supporting female characters who shared a good rapport with the male lead, which subsequently gained immense popularity. Following the convergence of the book's universe, Lu Xiaowei, the original protagonist's sister, was seduced by the fan fiction's male lead, Xiao Linfeng, resulting in some caustic remarks that provoked dissatisfaction among the admirers of Xiao Linfeng. He harbored feelings for Lu Xiaowei, as she was naturally attractive being the sister of the original male protagonist. Despite his attempts to win her over, Lu Xiaowei remained largely unaffected by the allure of the fan fiction-esque male lead and declined his advances multiple times. In response, Xiao Linfeng's devoted admirer, acting upon his subtle suggestions, orchestrated a dramatic rescue. However, in a twist of fate, Lu Xiaowei met her demise amidst a high-stakes zombie ambush in a supermarket. Xiao Linfeng felt no remorse. Rather, he became infatuated with Lu Su's abilities. Under the seductive influence of the male lead in the fanfiction, Lu Su became a subordinate to Xiao Linfeng. In his pursuit of thrill, Xiao Linfeng even engaged with the original female protagonist in front of Lu Su. Although this made Lu Su feel uncomfortable, he refrained from expressing too much discontent, as he had yet to truly be with his childhood sweetheart. It was only later that Lu Su discovered the truth behind his younger sister's death. Unfortunately, in the moment he sought to retaliate against Xiao Linfeng, his soft-heartedness and delayed reaction led to his own demise at the hands of Xiao Linfeng. This outcome was a consequence of the merging of two worlds, indeed. Within the narrative of the fanfiction, Lu Xiaowei had already become one of Xiao Linfeng's harem members. C, fearing that Lu Xiaowei might not comprehend the situation, even offered a hint. Lu Xiaowei responded with disbelief, exclaiming, "Is it possible to ship such a male lead?" She was greatly astonished. This detail, however, was insignificant, as the plot arising from the book's convergence was unlikely to be entirely accurate, suggesting that unexpected circumstances could arise. C furrowed her brow, her tone laced with concern. What, then, is this mission? Is it to save Lu Xiaowei's life? She cannot compete with the zombies. How could she possibly engage in reckless killing like System Sister? There were 3 tasks in total. Main task, eliminate Xiao Linfeng. Side task 1, assist her brother Lu Su in finding true love. Side task 2, purification. Lu Xiaowei was familiar with the skills related to this second side task. Purification allowed one to evade tower damage, dodge skills and control effects, and even granted a brief moment of invincibility lasting 1.5 seconds. Upon hearing this, C fell silent. However, upon receiving the mission directives, Lu Xiaowei finally felt ready to open her eyes. The male protagonist hails from a well-to-do family, and one would expect him to awaken on a soft, plush bed. However, all hopes are dashed. As Lu Xiaowei's eyelids flutter open, she finds her ghastly hand reaching towards a beautiful girl trembling beneath the counter. The girl, clad in white stockings and a JK skirt, has her twin tails in disarray, her exquisite almond-shaped eyes glistening red with tears as they cascade down her cheeks. She trembles, using her backpack as a feeble shield. "Please, don't eat me," she implores, fear etched across her features. Lu Xiaowei pauses, lowering her gaze to her own grayish claws, still marred with blood and decay. Could it be that she has transformed into a zombie? It seems one cannot trust the original narrative. Aside from the initial world where the story commenced, the subsequent 2 have completely veered off course. Yet, the sight of the girl in her JK attire suggests that Lu Xiaowei must have recently undergone this transformation. Otherwise, she would have opted for warmer clothing capable of offering some protection. A dry swallow escapes Lu Xiaowei's throat. "You may leave," she rasps, her voice hoarse, yet comprehensible. Thankfully, she can still articulate words. Overcome with emotion, Lu Xiaowei feels a surge of joy. She has achieved something. Yuan Xiao, believing she might have misheard, cautiously shifts her backpack aside, stealing a glance at the grayish zombie before her. The creature, dressed in a vibrant red tracksuit, has its once wild claws now subdued at its sides, appearing almost human. "Thank you," Yuan Xiao stammers, though she remains bewildered by the situation. Seeing the zombie retreat a few steps emboldens her to finally step out from behind the counter. However, upon turning, she is met with the sight of dozens of zombies in the shelving area, all twisting their heads in unison to stare at her. Dozens of eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, some even attempting to break through, yet they were thwarted by the female zombie, who seemed intent on claiming her territory. Becoming ensnared outside the counter, Yuan Xiao silently crouched down, clutching her backpack. I might as well remain here. Li Xiaowei, aware that escape was not an option for her at the moment, moved to the washstand on the opposite side of the counter, turning on the faucet to cleanse the blood from her hands, some green, some red. As Li Xiaowei scrubbed her hands, she felt a gentle poke on her arm, a small finger pressing against her. The zombie emitted a couple of guttural growls directed at her. Sister, if you're not going to eat, could you share with us? We've been starving for quite a while. Although the words were not coherent, Li Xiaowei understood their intent. While she was not particularly fearful of zombie films, the proximity to a zombie for the first time was a startling experience. The creature's bulging eyes seemed on the verge of popping out, and maggots squirmed within the decaying flesh of its face, a truly grotesque sight. As a connoisseur of beauty, Li Xiaowei could not permit such an unsightly being to wreak havoc in her domain. Without hesitation, she seized a nearby baseball bat and swung it towards the zombie's head. Begone! How dare you, with such hideousness, think you can feast upon a lady? You don't deserve it. Displaying a remarkable lack of empathy, Li Xiaowei wielded the bat to forcibly expel dozens of zombies from the supermarket, which seemed to cower in her presence, retreating in disarray. Wait a moment, weren't there higher-level zombies in the supermarket? Why have I not encountered any? A sense of confusion washed over Xiaowei. Is it true? Not even the zombies are spared? This is beyond inhumane. However, it is quite normal. In the early apocalyptic narratives, how many male protagonists have laid their hands on female zombies, and some even formed special relationships with them. This is a basic trope. In Chapter 67, the younger sister picked up seems rather peculiar. Generally speaking, zombie blood carries an infection effect. If Shaolin Feng were among a group where both zombies and normal humans existed, and if a female zombie were to bleed, and he were to come into contact with a normal person, wouldn't he that be? Li Xiaowei could hardly bear to contemplate further. Nevertheless, she had pressing matters to attend to. Li Xiaowei's hand reached for the insecticide on the shelf. Yuan Xiao had just heard the commotion caused by that female zombie driving the other zombies away. She extended her somewhat dirty little hand to clutch the edge of the counter, her almond-shaped eyes blinking cautiously as she gazed at the female zombie, only to see her spraying insecticide recklessly all over herself. Dear, there is truly no need for such self-destructive behavior. Asi found it both exasperating and amusing. I need to disinfect. Li Xiaowei was hardly concerned about this. She had never encountered a zombie in classic apocalyptic literature that was killed by insecticide. Once she dealt with the insecticide, Li Xiaowei leaped into the prepared bathing tub, swiftly cleaning off the few dead insects that had clung to her. In truth, there were hardly any, but during the scuffle with the zombies, the insects had unexpectedly jumped onto her. Li Xiaowei nearly lost her composure. After 2 hours of meticulous cleaning, she transformed herself into a pristine, bluish-gray zombie, leaving Yuan Xiao utterly astounded. Do female zombies also care for their appearance? A zombie that retains consciousness and can articulate human speech seems reminiscent of those advanced zombies from novels. Yuan Xiao felt quite grateful to that female zombie sister. The horde of zombies had fled, and the female zombie showed no intention of devouring her. Yuan Xiao rubbed her empty stomach, which was already grumbling, and boldly approached the shelves, observing the female zombie meticulously trimming her nails with a pair of clippers. She hastily snatched a self-heating hot pot and several sausages from the shelf. The supplies in this small supermarket were indeed abundant. It had recently been restocked just before the outbreak and was conveniently located near a school. Had it not been for the overwhelming number of zombies, this supermarket would have long been stripped bare. Before she could quietly slip away, she noticed the female zombie casting a glance in her direction. Please don't eat me, Yuan Xiao exclaimed, stepping back in fright, her face paling. Li Xiaowei, perplexed, glanced at Yuan Xiao and approached her. After surveying the items on the shelf, she handed Yuan Xiao a few more things. This one doesn't taste good, but this brand of duck neck is quite nice. Oh, you must try this. It's incredibly fragrant. Li Xiaowei tossed a chicken leg into Yuan Xiao's hands. Earlier, she had also attempted to eat something, but after just one bite, she felt nauseated. The bitter and sour taste was a far cry from the beloved Wang Zhong she used to enjoy. After finally escaping the barren society of ancient times and arriving in the modern world, she found herself enduring such misfortunes. It seemed that this world had little in the way of edible sustenance, and Lu Xiaowei was on the verge of exasperation. As Yuan Xiaoqiao walked, the items in her arms kept slipping down, prompting her to place them on the counter. The water remained uncontaminated for now, and she wiped the counter with a cloth, though she knew that it would be unfit for drinking. Embracing a bucket of pure water from behind, Yuan Xiaoqiao, gazing at the array of delicacies before her, could no longer contain her tears. As she wept, she wiped her cheeks, where the glistening droplets clung pitifully to her fair complexion. I haven't eaten so well in ages. Seeing this, Lu Xiaowei shook her head, feeling a deep sympathy for the girl. Yet, she appeared even more wretched. Is it delicious? Lu Xiaowei, lacking the sense of smell, watched the self-heating hot pot, already steaming with warmth, her throat involuntarily swallowing. Yuan Xiaoqiao cautiously picked up a wide noodle, savoring a careful bite, and nodded in response to Lu Xiaowei's inquiry. It's spicy and fragrant. The supermarket was replete with convenient food options, including stir-fried rice noodles and snail rice noodles. Having starved for several days, Yuan Xiaoqiao prepared herself a plate of stir-fried rice noodles. Lacking bread, she tore pieces of steamed bun to add, which looked exceedingly appetizing. The most agonizing experience in the world is to transform into a zombie, surrounded by an abundance of food in a supermarket, yet only able to watch others indulge. Lu Xiaowei opened the panel to glance at the map, discovering no trace of the two male protagonists. It might be due to the distance, as C explained. Indeed, it seemed they had previously been active in the vicinity, confined to a single city area at most. It was likely that Lu Su and Xiao Linfeng had already crossed provincial borders. According to the storyline, they were currently in Province S, where Xiao Linfeng was in pursuit of his sixth consort. C provided a gentle reminder. Lu Xiaowei interjected, expressing her disinterest in hearing about Xiao Linfeng's romantic escapades. Nonetheless, although the beautiful women and exquisite zombies within this novel had all seemingly been entwined with Xiao Linfeng, in the end, only 7 or 8 remained by his side. Lu Xiaowei seemed to suddenly understand why this fanfiction had become so popular. It appeared to be published on a rather unconventional platform. Regrettably, having transformed into a zombie, she had lost all her previous memories. If she were to venture to Province S, she would need to find someone familiar with this world. Her gaze settled on Yuan Xiaoqiao, who appeared rather audacious. Do you know where Province S is? Province S? Yuan Xiaoqiao paused momentarily, biting her lip. That S still one province away from Province A. Are you planning to go to Province S? A hint of fear flickered in her eyes. Yet she realized that she could not rely on the zombie before her for protection. Yes, if you're familiar with Province S, would you take me there? By the way, can you drive? Lu Xiaowei observed the petite girl before her, reminiscent of a high school student. Yes, I just turned 18 not long ago. Are you asking me to take you? Yuan Xiaoqiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, I wish to find someone over there. Lu Xiaowei refrained from elaborating further. I can take you, but keep in mind that Province S was the initial outbreak zone. The zombies there are quite formidable. Perhaps you should level up first? Yuan Xiaoqiao glanced at the zombies swaying outside. She sweetly addressed her as sister, as she could be considered the younger sister of the original male protagonist. Being an ability user, Lu Xiaowei's physical attributes were naturally superior compared to those who had transformed into zombies during the first wave, allowing her to dominate in a supermarket setting. Following the conventions of early apocalypse literature, Lu Xiaowei rose to her feet. You continue eating. I'll step out for a moment. Every section of the supermarket has been meticulously inspected by Lu Xiaowei, and no perilous life forms were discovered, ensuring that Yuan Xiaoqiao is in a state of safety. Outside the supermarket, the zombies continue to wander in a daze. As there are hardly any living souls in the vicinity, Lu Xiaowei lightly slapped one of the zombies on the shoulder, and its greenish eyes turned towards her, exhibiting a somewhat endearing, albeit vacant, expression due to its undeveloped cognition. My dear fellow, may I borrow your head for a moment? Lu Xiaowei flashed a bright smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. From head to toe, only her upper and lower teeth bore resemblance to those of an ordinary human. The girl was indeed correct. She needed to swiftly evolve, for if the zombie version of Lu Xiaowei were to appear before the male protagonist, her only option would be to raise her hand. The fact that female zombies in this world have caught the eye of Xiao Linfeng suggests they possess a certain allure. The more energy she absorbs, the more her complexion and decaying flesh would undergo transformation. Lu Li Xiaowei remained cognizant of her primary mission. After all, Asi had painstakingly arranged a significant task for her, and she could not afford to disappoint him. After dispatching several zombies, Li Xiaowei, suppressing her nausea, proceeded to extract their brains. In her hands, she collected 2 or 3 glimmering small cubes, which appeared to be the energy cores of the zombies. As she grasped them, they gradually began to infuse her with energy. However, the absorption rate was exceedingly slow, and upon realizing that Yuan Xiaoqiao possessed no special abilities, Li Xiaowei felt secure enough to leave the energy cores within the supermarket. Aren't you concerned she might make off with them? Asi inquired. How could she escape? The supermarket is a dead end, and I am stationed right here on this street. If she were to emerge, I would undoubtedly see her. A capable protector in the form of a zombie, alongside some superpowered individuals who would readily abandon her once their energy crystals were depleted. She knew precisely how to make her choice, especially since she had been forsaken by her friends in the supermarket. Li Xiaowei astutely analyzed the situation, acknowledging that her decision to collaborate with Yuan Xiaoqiao was primarily based on the latter's apparent intelligence, rather than the sweetness of calling her sister. How infuriating. She had always referred to others as sister, and now she finally had the opportunity to flip the script, which significantly lifted her spirits. However, the drop rate for these items was disappointingly low, had it not been for the zombies' relentless energy. The abundance of energy crystals would surely be beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yuan Xiaoqiao brought over a basin and some hand sanitizer, handing her a fresh set of clothes. I found these in the supermarket, she explained. Yuan Xiaoqiao had changed from her original school uniform into a pale pink sports outfit, as finding something in black had proven impossible. She had been evading zombies for so long that she hadn't enjoyed a proper night's sleep in days. All right, set it down. You should go to bed now. It's getting dark. Li Xiaowei glanced through the glass door, even though the zombies had been dealt with. The distant growls of the undead could still be heard. They were not preying upon humans, but were instead exhibiting an unusual ferocity. As night fell, these zombies seemed inexplicably exhilarated, and even Xiaowei felt the urge to howl, though she suppressed the impulse. How on earth could one sleep in this world? Deprived of food and rest, Li Xiaowei was truly despondent. By the way, sister, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Yuan Xiaoqiao, a senior at Linqingno 14 High School. Yuan Xiaoqiao scratched the back of her head, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. After a refreshing half-day, her complexion appeared significantly improved. Li Xiaowei, the only way, a third-year student at Linqing University, pondered the narrative descriptions from her novels, narrowing her eyes slightly. After washing her hands, she extended her hand towards Yuan Xiaoqiao. Sister, I'm going to sleep now. By the way, thank you for saving my life today. Yuan Xiaoqiao grasped Li Xiaowei's hand. She hadn't noticed earlier, but this zombie sister had been rather beautiful in her former life, her features exquisitely refined. Had the apocalypse not occurred, she likely would not have ended up like this. How unfortunate it is. Yuan Xiaoqiao contemplated as she entered the break room of a small supermarket. It was quite clean, as the apocalypse had descended during the day, and no one was sleeping there. At last, she could enjoy a peaceful slumber. The moment her head touched the pillow, she fell into a deep sleep, feeling utterly at ease. Meanwhile, Li Xiaowei, clutching the energy crystals, absorbed them one by one. Unfortunately, the original Li Xiaowei possessed the ability of space, capable of storing items, with no air circulation within her space to preserve the freshness of food, making it a formidable auxiliary power. However, it was of little use to her now. An offensive ability would have been far more beneficial. From dusk till dawn, Li Xiaowei finally absorbed all the energy crystals, elevating her to a mid-level advanced zombie. Her previously ashen complexion had faded, revealing her delicate and fair skin. When Yuan Xiaoqiao emerged, she beheld a sister clad in a pink and white tracksuit, sitting on a small stool, counting self-heating hot pots. Her exquisite visage was momentarily lost in contemplation, cascading locks of hair falling gracefully behind her, while her porcelain skin bore a faint, unhealthy pallor. Long lashes fluttered above a pair of deep, lake-like crimson eyes. Sister? Yuan Xiaoqiao paused, nearly failing to recognize the woman who had been a mere zombie the previous day. Mindless zombies seldom attacked their own kind, rendering high-level zombies a rarity. Those that existed, particularly the beautiful ones, had generally become part of Xiaoling Feng's harem. Yes, it is I. I believe we may now set forth. With that, Li Xiaowei waved her hand, and the self-heating hot pot that had been resting there vanished entirely. Spatial ability? Sister, you are truly remarkable. You were an ability user before, weren't you? Zombies with abilities are exceedingly rare, especially those with spatial powers. Yuan Xiao's eyes sparkled with admiration. For zombies, it's of little use. You can bring along whatever you desire. My space is currently as expansive as 2 basketball courts, capable of accommodating everything from the supermarket. I packed self-heating hot pots and instant noodles this morning. As for the rest, check the expiration dates, as long as they are not expired. They can be stored in my space, thus saving us time on the road. All right, I will do so immediately. Thank you, sister. Yuan Xiao was genuinely surprised by her older sister's kindness, recognizing that those supplies were clearly intended for her. Her friends certainly did not have a sister as generous as this one. After a busy morning, Yuan Xiao finally succeeded in emptying the supermarket and warehouse, leaving behind only the most unnecessary items, even managing to include a generator in her haul. In order to conceal the existence of space, Yuan Xiao had packed some compressed biscuits and instant noodles, carrying a full bag with her. She cautiously followed Lu Wei to the car at the supermarket entrance. It was the supermarket owner's vehicle, and Lu Wei had found the keys at the counter, with her scent lingering in the air. The typical zombies dared not approach the car. Yuan Xiao drove ahead, her heart racing as she noticed the zombies swaying in front of the vehicle. However, as soon as the zombie sister behind her raised her gaze, they all fled. Truly impressive. Yuan Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Traveling to Province S would likely take over 10 hours on the highway, but considering the apocalyptic road conditions and the hordes of zombies, it would probably take a week to arrive. Lu Wei was not in a hurry, yet she felt utterly miserable, unable to sleep or engage in any activity. She remained in a state of heightened alertness. Ultimately, she had no choice but to take over Yuan Xiao's duties. Yuan Xiao sat in the passenger seat, watching the zombie sister beside her speed along, feeling small and terrified. Sister, you've taken my job. What am I to do now? She wished to feel somewhat useful, for she was not one to live off others. Just guide me. We'll head to the highway. Once we're on the highway, you can sleep. Be good. Listen to me. Lu Wei playfully tapped Yuan Xiao's head. Hurry up. Love you all. Sob. Chapter 69. The collected sister seems off, for Yuan Xiao protected her little head, her cheeks puffed up, appearing somewhat vexed. Sister, you can't hit my head like that. Otherwise, I want to grow tall. As the exuberant Lu Wei drove, her gaze inadvertently lingered on Yuan Xiao. You're already in your senior year and standing at 1.60 meters. Do you truly expect to grow any taller? She inquired, leaning back against her seat. Yuan Xiao nibbled on a spicy snack, her eyes shimmering with determination. I aspire to reach 1.70 meters. Lu Wei responded, such thoughts are futile. It is widely accepted that by the age of 18, one's height is largely fixed. To wish for an additional 10 centimeters is rather ambitious. Yuan Xiao, counting on her fingers, briefly displayed a shadow of disappointment. I had my growth plates close at 17, so I can no longer increase in height. Unable to restrain herself, Lu Wei chuckled. It's perfectly fine. 1.60 meters is not considered short. Yuan Xiao, feeling a twinge of indignation, thought, why is it that I can have a perfectly civil conversation with Sister Wei, yet she treats me as if I am insignificant? Do I not deserve some dignity? With Yuan Xiao guiding the way, Lu Wei soon arrived at the highway entrance, only to be met with a congestion of numerous vehicles. After assessing the situation, Yuan Xiao returned to the car. Sister, it appears to be a convoy, likely composed of individuals with special abilities. We must depart swiftly. Is it passable? Lu Wei furrowed her brow, observing the traffic jam. It seemed unlikely that they would navigate through easily. However, taking the city routes posed the risk of encountering a horde of zombies. While she herself felt fearless, the prospect of her vehicle being obstructed by the undead was a serious concern. Regardless of whether it is easy or not, we must proceed, Yuan Xiao expressed, her worry evident. Sister, you seem to be somewhat detached from current events. In truth, even before the apocalypse, there existed experimental bases dedicated to the study of advanced zombies. Within these facilities operated formidable teams of individuals with extraordinary abilities. If those individuals were to discover this, well, Lu Wei is already aware of the grim fate that awaits. She would be dispatched to the laboratory for dissection. While the two conversed, several individuals approached the vehicle and rapped gently on the window. Yuan Xiao's expression suddenly shifted, her head bowing in silence. Lu Wei stroked her chin, pondering whether among these individuals were the very comrades who had abandoned Yuan Xiao. She lowered the window just in time to see a rather unremarkable young man standing outside. Would you care to join us? He began, only to be momentarily taken aback. How strikingly beautiful. And there are two lovely ladies. The young man was genuinely surprised, prompting a few murmurs from the handsome boy behind him. Only then did the man lift his gaze to inquire, do any of you possess extraordinary abilities? We are planning to take the highway. But it may be fraught with peril, so we seek to form a group for the journey. Lu Xiaowei glanced at Yuan Xiao. Shall we go? She asked. Yuan Xiao was caught off guard by the inquiry regarding her opinion. Sister, you decide whether we should join. Deep down, Yuan Xiao harbored a reluctance to engage with these humans. The haunting memory of her previous abandonment was too harrowing. She had been relentlessly pursued by numerous zombies, and it had seemed inevitable that she would be torn apart, had it not been for that zombie sister who inexplicably regained her senses. Her life would have been lost before she could even bid farewell. Let us refrain from joining them, she concluded. Lu Xiaowei offered a faint smile of apology towards those individuals. Just as they departed, 4 or 5 more men appeared, blocking the car's entrance. One of them, the apparent leader, rudely slapped the car window, causing Yuan Xiao's heart to race with alarm. Was this man insane? Did he aspire to become a zombie minion of Sister Xiaowei? Or was he contemplating something even more sinister? What do you want? Lu Xiaowei cast a sidelong glance at the man, her patience wearing thin. There are just 2 of you women. Come with us, and we will ensure your safety. The man scrutinized Lu Xiaowei and the beautiful Yuan Xiao, realizing they were a striking pair of sisters that he could not afford to overlook. Lu Xiaowei understood his intentions. He sought to add a couple of zombies to his ranks at this highway entrance. I have no time for idle chatter with you. Leave. With a considerable crowd around, Lu Xiaowei wished to avoid any unnecessary trouble. The man was taken aback by her boldness, and those beside him sensed something amiss. Wait, perhaps we should retreat. I have a feeling these women possess extraordinary abilities. The man's gaze fell upon Lu Xiaowei's crimson eyes, which inexplicably instilled a sense of dread within him, making his neck tingle with unease. Given that there were only 2 women who had managed to reach this highway from the city, they undoubtedly possessed considerable strength. The smaller man felt uncertain, but the larger one appeared menacing enough to devour a person whole. Lu Xiaowei opened the car door, prompting the group of men to instinctively take several steps back. Something was amiss. Why were they intimidated by a woman? Even if they refused to accompany them, they were still required to pay the toll. Do you see that entrance? Those vehicles belong to us. If you do not offer something of value, you shall not pass. The man, gathering his courage, extended his hand towards Lu Xiaowei. Unexpectedly, the individual completely disregarded him and turned to beckon the young woman in the passenger seat. She slung her bag over her shoulder. Yu Qiao leapt down, clutching her bag. The ground was filthy, seemingly splattered with blood. Standing behind Lu Xiaowei, Yu Qiao gazed at those individuals, her lips pursed in discontent. The highway isn't yours, she muttered softly. What did you say? The man's voice suddenly escalated. Yu Qiao grasped Lu Xiaowei's hand, emboldened by her presence. It's true. Why should we give you anything? We didn't even ask for anything from you. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Xiaowei produced a knife from Yu Qiao's backpack, positioning it threateningly against the man's neck. So swift. The man barely blinked before the blade was at his throat, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Such speed surpassed even that of his leader. No wonder she dared to venture out with the girl. One of the man's companions hurriedly restrained him. My apologies, miss. He has had a penchant for cosplaying as a robber since the day before yesterday. Please don't take it to heart. If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave. The man awkwardly chuckled as he attempted to depart, but in the blink of an eye, the woman in the pink tracksuit had closed the distance between them in just a few strides, leaving him momentarily stunned, almost doubting his own vision. What on earth? How can one move so swiftly? You see, I too had a hobby previously, cosplaying as a robber, Lu Xiaowei replied, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. The others looked on, their expressions turning increasingly grim. A few minutes later, the group, bruised and battered, brought Lu Xiaowei before their leader. Boss, we were. Oh no, please bring out the food we had today. Despite their anguish, they understood the gravity of hunger outweighed the pain of another beating. Chapter 70. Something is amiss with the sister picked up. 5. Have you been bullied? The leader, lounging with one leg crossed over the other at the table, glanced at the 2 girls behind him and rolled up his sleeves. How dare you lay a hand on my brothers? I shall confront you. As he declared this, he made a move to charge forward, only to be swiftly restrained by his companions. Forget it. We can't win this fight. The brothers could hardly deter their resolute leader, who was determined to confront Lu Xiaowei. However, Before he could reach her, he was sent flying by a single kick. The burly man collided with the wall and slid down silently, eventually squatting on the ground to light a cigarette, pondering the existential questions of life. How about this? You may leave. We will not collect your protection fee, he said to Lu Xiaowei as he stood up. If it weren't for a few team members with abilities who had gone into the city to seek assistance, he wouldn't have to endure such humiliation. Xiao Xiao. Lu Xiaowei suddenly called out. Sister, what is it? Yuan Xiao Xiao responded, her voice tinged with nervousness upon being addressed. Take these, Lu Xiaowei instructed. Noticing several bags laid out on the table, likely filled with food. Choose the fresh ones, discard the expired. Oh right. Yuan Xiao Xiao quickly moved past the man, deftly opening the bags. Although these individuals were among the stronger of ordinary folk, Yuan Xiao Xiao felt a mix of anxiety and trepidation as she handled the items. However, the only item in the bag that had not expired was the compressed biscuits. Yuan Xiao Xiao took them out and filled her own bag to the brim before she ceased her actions. In truth, there was not much, but it was enough to cause the leader considerable distress. Let her go, Lu Xiaowei said with a cold expression. Then let us proceed, the burly man remarked to his companions. Yuan Xiao Xiao zipped up her bag, feeling that the burly man's expression was somewhat off. When she saw him pull a knife from his pocket, her heart skipped a beat. Sister, be careful, just as the words left her lips. The man's knife lunged toward Lu Xiaowei. Caught in a dire situation, Yuan Xiao Xiao's pupils dilated as she rushed toward the burly man. But her strength was insufficient to confront him. It was as though the man had awakened some latent power, moving with remarkable speed. Lu Xiaowei swiftly grasped the man's hand, her demeanor icy. What do you mean by this? The burly man was genuinely taken aback that Lu Xiaowei's speed could match his. After all, he considered himself a mid-level speed enhancer, which was why he brazenly exerted his influence near the highway. Seeing this, his companions quickly subdued Yuan Xiao Xiao, who had attempted to tackle the burly man, but had not yet managed to rise. Don't move. If you do, we will kill her, they threatened, brandishing small knives at Yuan Xiao Xiao's delicate neck. Are you threatening me? Lu Xiaowei's crimson eyes glinted coldly, narrowing slightly. Sister, perhaps you should leave. Yuan Xiao Xiao's voice trembled. For her, relinquishing her own life was an insurmountable challenge. However, her sister was not invincible. With so many people around, what if one of them managed to escape and divulge her sister's whereabouts to the experimental base? She was merely a morsel of food yet untouched by her sister. To survive for an additional day or two should suffice for her contentment. Yuan Xiao Xiao, gripped by fear, shut her eyes tightly. Where could one find a zombie willing to protect humanity? Lacking any supernatural abilities or notable skills, she felt like a burden wherever she went, universally despised. Yuan Xiao Xiao's eyelashes trembled for what felt like an eternity until a pair of icy hands grasped her wrist. As she opened her eyes, she beheld the gentle visage of Lu Xiaowei. Upon glancing again, she noticed several individuals staring wide-eyed, frozen in place. It was a skill from her previous life that had locked them down. Pick up the bag, Lu Xiaowei gestured to the ground. Oh, all right, Yuan Xiao Xiao stammered, still shaken, as she clutched the bag close to her chest. Let us not make this seem like a farewell. What status do I hold that I should fear them? Lu Xiaowei playfully patted Yuan Xiao Xiao on the head. Sister, if you keep that up, I might become foolish. Although Yuan Xiao Xiao protested, her heart was less resistant, and even her smile had turned slightly more genuine. Lu Xiaowei snapped her fingers, and one of the men finally regained his ability to move. Grab the car keys and move the vehicle. Otherwise, they won't be able to budge an inch. The man gulped, taken aback by the woman's formidable prowess. This bizarre skill was unlike anything he had encountered before. If even zombies could be controlled in such a manner, it was no wonder she dared to traverse the highway alone. Speed it up, Lu Xiaowei urged impatiently. All right, I'm on it. The man retrieved a key from the big boss's pocket, then smiled as he proceeded to clear the way, observing his actions. Yuan Xiao Xiao noticed a hint of mischief in her sister's expression. She approached the group of a dozen individuals who had remained behind. Watching them as they miserably consumed expired bread, she gestured towards a distant direction. Those beings seemed immobilized. You may proceed as you wish. Upon hearing her words, the group quickly stood up, their eyes wide with astonishment, which soon morphed into excitement. Thank you. Thank you. He has taken everything from us. The crowd rushed towards the indicated area. Xiao Xiao, how are you still alive? An astonished voice rang out. Yuan Xiao Xiao's expression shifted slightly, and Lu Xiaowei turned to see several high school students in tattered uniforms, their bodies stained with blood, had it not been for a school emblem. Le Xiaowei might not have recognized the attire. Noticing her gaze, one of the students rubbed his nose. Big sister, I didn't mean it that way. Come on. Let's get in the car. Lu Xiaowei disregarded the group. Reaching their destination was paramount. She wished to avoid any complications along the way. All right. Just as Yuan Xiao was about to leave, a girl from the group stepped forward and grasped her hand. Xiao, we didn't mean to cause trouble before. We're truly sorry. We had no other choice. The girl, Gao Min, was strikingly beautiful, radiating warmth and sunshine, yet her face was clouded with concern. It's fine. Yuan Xiao reassured her, attempting to withdraw her hand. However, the girl clung tightly, asking, was it that big sister who saved you? Observe. Wang Ming is headed to Province S, where his father, an extraordinary being, resides. Province S borders the secure base of Province H. Once we arrive there, safety will be assured. Why not join us for mutual support? Gao Min immediately perceived the formidable abilities of Le Xiaowei, and she was certain that the latter possessed extraordinary powers, and quite potent ones at that. Their team included a fire elemental, and with 2 extraordinary beings. As long as they avoided perilous areas in Province S, they should face minimal issues. I apologize, but I must decline, Yuan Xiao replied coldly. Although the abandonment was not the fault of these individuals, she did not wish to burden her sister with unnecessary troubles. To her surprise, Wang Ming directly approached Le Xiaowei. Excuse me, big sister, I am a fire elemental. Perhaps we could collaborate and travel together? Le Xiaowei responded with a non-committal hum. The moment she drew near, she detected the scent of energy crystals, causing the chaotic elements within her to stir restlessly, almost compelling her to unleash her wrath upon Wang Ming. No, thank you. Lu Xiaowei declined, fearing that she might succumb to violent impulses. She quickly ushered Yuan Xiao into the vehicle. The items we managed to procure are scant, likely enough for only 2 or 3 days of sustenance. Gao Min reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Not to worry, I have a plan for us to follow her. Gao Min's gaze fell upon the black car, her eyes glinting with a hint of irritation. Le Xiaowei had spoken to Yuan Xiao so condescendingly, and the audacity of that individual was infuriating. Just then, the unfortunate soul who had moved the car witnessed the chaos unfolding near their leader and, disregarding everything else, hurried over. What is going on here? Before leaving, Yuan Xiao heard those words. Thank you, sister. Yuan Xiao solemnly lifted her head to gaze at Le Xiaowei. How will you express your gratitude? Lu Xiaowei inquired as she drove. After 2 days of busyness, she finally had the chance to take Yuan Xiao on the highway. Yuan Xiao blinked, momentarily taken aback. A few minutes later, Le Xiaowei noticed a delicate, pale arm extending towards her lips, and Yuan Xiao, somewhat frightened, closed her eyes. Sister, how about giving me a bite? Then let me borrow some energy crystals. Once I regain consciousness and transform into a formidable zombie, I promise to provide you with energy crystals daily. Please, being bitten by my sister and turning into a zombie would be incredibly cool. Lu Xiaowei responded, forget it. You'd be too ugly as a zombie. Yuan Xiao lamented. Why does my sister say that about me? In truth, Lu Xiaowei had a slight ulterior motive for bringing Yuan Xiao along. After all, one of her side missions involved introducing the male lead, Le Su, to a partner. Though Yuan Xiao was a bit young, her personality was commendable. If Yuan Xiao were to become a zombie, a romance between humans and zombies? That sounded rather terrifying. Just remain human. Being human is perfectly fine. Once we reach S province and I find someone I know, I will ensure you are delivered to a safe base. You can rest assured about that. Le Xiaowei did not observe Yuan Xiao's expression, but instead heard her emit a sound of apparent displeasure. Just as Le Xiaowei was about to inquire about it, she noticed through the rearview mirror that 2 cars were closely trailing behind them. They seemed to belong to Yuan Xiao's classmates. A C, Le Xiaowei thought, engaging the online system. What is the matter? A C inquired with a hint of confusion. Your world seems rather dormant. Is it possible that my master is absent from this realm? Lu Xiaowei subtly probed, hoping to glean information about her mentor, despite feeling that she hadn't thought much about her master during those few hours of slumber. There lingered a persistent concern in her heart. I do not know. I cannot perceive her presence, a C responded, her tone tinged with a touch of helplessness. The more fragments of her soul's power she possessed, the more likely they were to develop a self-awareness, often diverging significantly in character. Such soul fragments were prone to disguise themselves. In other realms, this was manageable, but in this world, the soul fragments appeared to possess a rebellious nature. Nevertheless, as Asi contemplated the characters from the two narratives, she found no indication of any rebellious female figures. Surely, this soul fragment could not be male? No, that was impossible. Soul fragments did not undergo reincarnation, and thus their gender remained unchanged. Thankfully, I spent 2 years alongside my master, Le Xiaowei remarked, displaying no trace of disappointment. There should be opportunities to encounter her in the future. Asi cast a glance at the screen, where Yuan Xiao shared the frame with Xiaowei, appearing rather naive and blissfully unaware of any anomalies. Moreover, she lacked any supernatural abilities. The power of this particular soul fragment was formidable, positioning it as a prodigy even within the realm of cultivation, making it inconceivable for it to be Yuan Xiao. Ah, what a headache. Suddenly, Yuan Xiao, who had been seated, began to glance around, her brow furrowing as her cheeks puffed up like dumplings. Regrettably, Asi, wearied and half asleep, failed to catch the unusual behavior of Yuan Xiao. Due to certain circumstances, vehicles traveling to Province A, which is the neighboring province, had previously faced restrictions, resulting in a scarcity of both zombies and cars on the highway. However, there were no such limitations on the route from Province A to Province S. As night fell during the journey, they arrived at a supply station where a small amount of gasoline remained, although the supermarket was completely devoid of any goods. After filling the tank, Yuan Xiao retrieved some bottled water from the trunk, pouring it into a self-heating rice dish, and adding 2 marinated eggs for herself. At this moment, one could not help but commend the convenience of self-heating meals. Kind-hearted Yuan Xiao playfully jabbed at Le Xiaowei, suggesting, "Sister, why not take a short nap? Driving can be quite exhausting." Le Xiaowei responded with silence, for she had contemplated using a brick on herself the previous night, but was thwarted by Asi's intervention. "If you truly wish for demise, feel free to express it. A zombie's brain is far too valuable," Asi remarked, never having encountered a host so eager to harm themselves. Le Xiaowei lamented, "Oh, she merely desires sleep. Is that such a crime?" Realizing that her sister appeared no different from an ordinary person, Yuan Xiao's face flushed as she busied herself with the rice dish. In her melancholy, Lu Xiaowei longed to light a cigarette and ponder the meaning of life. Yet even if she had one, she could not smoke. She hoped that when this world passed, her soul would not become a national treasure. "If you're tired, just sleep. After all, we are in a desolate area. I shall keep watch while you rest," Yuan Xiao offered. Le Xiaowei despised her current identity had she not been a zombie. It would have been Yuan Xiao guarding the night. Soon after, Le Xiaowei flipped her hand, revealing several sparkling crystal cores in her palm. As she emerged with Yuan Xiao, they fortuitously encountered a few zombies along the way. Among them, one particularly exquisite purple specimen stood out, larger than the others' cores, belonging to the thunder-type zombie. Had she not been swift in her escape, her skillful decapitation would have surely drawn the ire of the storm, leading to her demise. Grasping the purple core in her hand, she leaned against the passenger seat. This absorption was likely to be rather laborious. Yuan Xiao, seated in the back, peered forward and noticed that Xiaowei was squinting her eyes, engrossed in absorbing the core. Not wishing to disturb her, she finished her food and casually discarded the waste out of the window before curling up on the back seat to drift into slumber. The Gao Min team, who had been trailing behind them, also came to a halt, filling their stomachs and assigning night watch duties. The two in front seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Wang Ming, having wandered around, passed by Le Xiaowei's vehicle and observed the two sleeping soundly. Asleep? How audacious. Gao Min found it hard to believe. Even though they were on a highway, there were small villages nearby. Should a zombie wander over, it could spell disaster. Moreover, they had previously encountered mental-type zombies capable of commanding others to attack humans, with a far-reaching perception. Did these two not comprehend the danger? "I just spotted a box," Wang Ming remarked, tossing the self-heating pot box in front of the group. Such a treasure. Several pairs of eyes glistened with desire as they eagerly contemplated the contents. "Is there anything left inside?" "Certainly not. It's been cleaned out," came the reply, "but perhaps there's something in the trunk." Wang Ming kicked the box aside and turned to glance at Le Xiaowei's vehicle. "Are we really going to steal something?" The bespectacled boy stood up, his face betraying a sense of panic. After all, ingrained education had instilled in him a strong aversion to taking what did not belong to him. "What time is it now? Do you intend to starve?" Gao Min chastised, her voice laced with frustration. "There rests nothing on this highway. If we don't resort to theft, will we let ourselves perish from hunger? Our supplies are scant. Can't we wait until tomorrow?" The bespectacled boy hesitated, still clinging to the notion that they had food to sustain them, rendering theft unnecessary. Useless, Gao Min retorted sharply. Wang Ming, you and Yang Wang go. She shot a glare at the bespectacled boy, prompting Wang Ming to press his lips together in silent acknowledgement. Be careful, Gao Min whispered as Yang Wang, feeling uneasy, leaned closer to Wang Ming and inquired, Wang Ming, do you think you can handle that girl? Though she appeared to stand at merely 165 centimeters tall, her abilities were exceedingly peculiar, something they had not encountered in Ling City. She shouldn't be an offensive type, otherwise she would have already unleashed her powers on those individuals. With one hand buried in his pocket, Wang Ming squinted, recalling the scene he had witnessed earlier. What if she is concealing her true capabilities? Yang Guang's words caused Wang Ming to furrow his brow in contemplation. Indeed, such a possibility existed. Then let us conduct a test. Wang Ming's gaze shifted toward the stones at the edge of the highway. A minute later, Lu Xiaowei heard what seemed to be pebbles falling to the ground nearby, yet she remained unperturbed, her focus solely on absorbing power. Is she not awake? Yang Guang glanced at Wang Ming, who was keeping watch. Wang Ming nodded busily. Yang Guang's gaze fell upon the bag resting on the driver's seat, which had originally been held by Yuan Xiao in the back seat, but had been placed there for comfort during her slumber. With the window left ajar, the act of pilfering this item seemed rather uncomplicated. Wang Ming approached the car door, his eyes fixated on the large bag within, as his hand stealthily reached inside. His gaze riveted on the motionless Lu Xiaowei. Fortunately, she appeared to be in a deep sleep. Wang Ming pulled the bag through the window, yet inexplicably. A wave of anxiety washed over him. He instinctively glanced inside, only to be met by a pair of deep crimson eyes that suddenly opened, locking onto him with an intense stare. Crimson eyes? It dawned on Wang Ming that something was amiss. Who in this apocalyptic world would adorn themselves with decorative contact lenses? This individual. The bag slipped from Wang Ming's grasp. Run. He hastily yanked the bewildered Yang Guang aside, disregarding the bag entirely. They needed to flee. In that fleeting exchange of glances, Wang Ming felt a life-threatening menace. He could swear that had he hesitated for even a moment longer, he would have met his demise at the hands of that person. It was terrifying. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaowei exited the vehicle, only to witness several individuals hastily speeding past her car. Why the urgency? She was taken aback. Could it be? Did she appear as though she were a man-eater? In this apocalyptic era, a heightened instinct for survival was entirely normal. A C, stroking his chin, remarked with a smile. They're fleeing so quickly, I can't be bothered to pursue them. Just a bunch of insignificant pests, hardly worth my attention. You mustn't act like Cha Wei. Do you realize how adorable you appear? A C found himself utterly exasperated by this individual. Why does this person, a girl, insist on acting cute every day? The system finds it rather perplexing. Who is being cute? I find myself quite content with this world, at the very least. I appear far more charming than my previous role, though the post-apocalyptic setting does not quite suit me. The trials of human nature hold little intrigue for Lu Xiaowei. She genuinely believes such matters lack significance. In reality, there are not that many life and death separations. The mundane concerns of daily life are already enough to cause irritation. So, shall the next world provide you with a wealthy companion? A C certainly understands Xiaowei's disposition, wishing for a more comfortable and prosperous existence. This is precisely why Xiaowei refuses even expired food, although a significant part of the reason is that she, being a zombie, does not consume anything. Very well. Lu Xiaowei is quite agreeable. Just teasing you. I cannot choose the world for you. Lu Xiaowei. Such a proud Sundara. A C remarked. Get lost. Lu Xiaowei contemplated bidding farewell to a C. Finally free from her shadow, Lu Xiaowei stood by the highway, the wind tousling her long hair, merging it with the darkened sky. When Yuan Xiao awoke, she found her sister by the roadside, enjoying the breeze. Yuan Xiao opened the car door. Sister, what are you doing here? She leaned her head out to approach Lu Xiaowei. Lu Xiaowei. She could hardly admit she was calculating how many kilometers it would take to eliminate the male protagonist. Sleep eludes her. Every day grants her over 10 additional hours to ponder life, and being a zombie offers little to commend. Lu Xiaowei patted Yuan Xiao's shoulder. Let us eat first. We can leave afterward. All right, but sister, I would like some milk. My bag is mostly filled with dry rations. Lu Xiaowei waved her hand, and bread and milk materialized in Yuan Xiao's grasp. Thank you, sister, she said, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Then I shall take the wheel. Deep within, Lu Xiaowei felt an urge to howl. She was so disoriented that she could barely recall how to write the character for sleep. All right, Yuan Xiao replied, hastily stepping into the vehicle. Le Xiaowei glanced at the desolate highway. Yesterday's delay in leaving the city had cost them precious time. If all went smoothly today, they might reach Province S by the afternoon or evening. By the way, sister, the person you are meeting in Province S, is he a friend of yours? Yuan Xiao settled into the passenger seat, placing her bag in the back. More or less. I hope to see him soon. Oh, and please remind me to buy a mask when we get there. Lu Xiaowei certainly did not wish to encounter Xiao Linfeng only to be ambushed unexpectedly. Understood. Yuan Xiao nodded, nibbling on the soft bread, though for some reason, a sense of reluctance began to creep into her heart. Would entering Province S mean a swift separation from her sister, Xiaowei? Oblivious to Yuan Xiao's inner turmoil, Le Xiaowei focused intently on the road to Province S. At last, around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, she noticed 2 red dots appear on the navigation screen. One indicated Xiao Linfeng, and the other, Lu Su. As for the original protagonist, Xia Jingli, if not for Xiao Linfeng's influence, she likely fell within the radius of those red dots as well. After all, in fanfiction, the male lead had been entangled with so many characters that Xia Jingli had almost lost her status as the protagonist. System, what are they all doing? Lu Xiaowei mused, astonished to find that the 2 men were together. This, if she were to entertain a more perilous thought, her mind might venture into dangerous territories. Such was the nature of male-centric novels. She cared not, for she too was a fervent admirer of romantic pairings. Chapter 73. Something is amiss with the sister I found. 8. You will understand once you go there. They are not leaving anytime soon, as they have already settled in a nearby safe base. Their current venture is merely for a mission. Upon hearing AC's words, Le Xiaowei furrowed her brow. Do they venture out every day? Entering the base surely requires various inspections, perhaps even blood tests. I cannot gain entry into the safe base. The knife-wielding protagonist can only stir up trouble outside the base, AC replied. Indeed, how else could one stage a scene without battling zombies? Lu Xiaowei mused, finding undeniable logic in her own words. Xiao, she suddenly spoke. Xiao, who was nibbling on a biscuit, looked up, blinking with a hint of confusion on her face. What is it, sister? We should head to an area teeming with zombies for a while. I will gather some energy crystals for you, so you can find lodging in the safe base. As for meals, I will have to find a place to stay near the base, leaving some supplies there daily. Once you finish the provisions in your space, I won't be able to assist you further. Lu Xiaowei felt she had done all she could. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiao nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. Thank you for taking care of me throughout this journey. On the way to the safe base, Lu Xiaowei distinctly sensed that Yuan Xiao appeared rather discontent. What is she plotting? Lu Xiaowei cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Xiao, who would soon be striving towards the protagonist, fully embracing the role of the antagonist. If the villain were to clash with the protagonist, it would undoubtedly be the villainous underlings who would suffer the swiftest demise. It is not merely flattery. Xiao Linfeng could indeed regard Xiao as a mere pawn. Therefore, it would be prudent to provide her with an ample supply of energy crystals. After all, she has a knack for finishing off enemies effortlessly. Lu Xiaowei did not venture far into the zombie-infested areas, and upon entering a street, she observed Xiao trailing behind her, clutching a bag. The girl appeared rather discontented. What is the matter? Lu Xiaowei was at a loss. I don't want energy crystals, Yuan Xiao stated, setting the bag aside and turning Lu Xiaowei around. She wrapped her arms around her, her touch icy and devoid of any scent. This was Yuan Xiao's essence. Yet, within her heart, she felt an overwhelming warmth. I just want to hold you. Yuan Xiao murmured softly. Lu Xiaowei gently patted Yuan Xiao's back. Lacking a sense of smell, she could not detect any fragrance emanating from her companion. But she did feel a pang of hunger. Poor child. Do you think she sees me as a mother? Xiaowei inquired. That would not be appropriate. I find that rather unlikely, AC responded, somewhat exasperated. If Xiaowei were to carry a child for 10 months, it would undoubtedly startle many. After a brief embrace, fearing that she might inadvertently provoke Yuan Xiao by lowering her head, Lu Xiaowei quickly said, You should get up, I will hunt for you. And I could use some energy crystals as well. All right, Yuan Xiao replied, standing still while clutching her bag, her eyes red as a rabbit's. Why are you crying? What is there to cry about? Lu Xiaowei bluntly remarked, displaying her straightforward nature. Yuan Xiao tightened her grip on the bag. Throughout my life, you are the person who has treated me the best, aside from the director. Lu Xiaowei responded in surprise. Director, did you escape from a mental institution? She was momentarily taken aback. However, that notion seemed implausible, as Yuan Xiao appeared to be quite a normal girl. No, she is the director of the orphanage, and she treated me with great kindness, but she passed away a few years ago due to illness. Yuan Xiao lowered her little head, appearing utterly forlorn. Lu Xiaowei felt a pang of sympathy. I will give you 5 more, but no more than that. You must try to remain cheerful. In fact, dying before the apocalypse is a fortunate circumstance, as it spares one from suffering. After saying this, Lu Xiaowei herself felt a bit disconcerted. How could a corpse provide solace to the living? Sensing Lu Xiaowei's consolation, Yuan Xiao perked up. Thank you, sister. Once I enter the safe base, I will find a way to become an ability user. That's the spirit. Just be careful not to be deceived by any wicked men once you reach the safe base. They all covet your kidneys. As Lu Xiaowei spoke, she swiftly dealt with a nearby zombie, severing its head. Her hand was remarkably quick. The energy crystal from yesterday had rendered her complexion even fairer. Apart from her striking eyes, it would be challenging for anyone to discern any zombie traits in her. Her strength and speed had significantly increased, yet she remained at an intermediate level, with future upgrades likely to become increasingly arduous. Yuan Xiao cautiously followed closely behind Lu Xiaowei. Their vehicle was out of fuel, and Lu Xiaowei was too indifferent to refuel it, as they were not far from the base. They just needed to exit the city. The safe base was located on the outskirts of the city. Generally, the streets posed little danger from zombies, while places like schools and hospitals were mostly avoided by Lu Xiaowei. Those locations harbored a high likelihood of advanced zombies and possibly even peculiar mutated entities. She was reluctant to stir up trouble, at least for the moment. However, Lu Xiaowei discovered something remarkable. After absorbing that lightning-type energy crystal core, she could perceive the energy cores within each zombie. This revelation proved to be quite convenient. As she approached the outskirts, Lu Xiaowei glanced at the nearby shops, noting the convenience store that had long been ransacked. This area had mostly been cleared by the people from the base, and there was little zombie activity. I shall reside here, she declared, waving her hand slightly. Although the dust was not suffocating, it could easily soil her clothes. Yuan Xiao switched on her flashlight, revealing a chaotic scene inside, but there was a small compartment at the back of the convenience store. Sister, let us tidy up before we depart, Yuan Xiao suggested. Her delicate lips pressed tightly together, revealing a hint of stubbornness. What kind of accommodation can a zombie demand? Lu Xiaowei remarked, just as she saw Yuan Xiao retrieve a towel from the counter and turn on the faucet. By the way, sister, I will discard these items. Remember to fetch me the bedding later, and I shall make it ready for you. Yuan Xiao referred to the several sets of bedding that Lu Xiaowei had scavenged from the supermarket. These could be considered essential supplies for the apocalypse, especially since the common heavy snowfall had yet to arrive. Xiaowei, a sea suddenly spoke up. What is it? Lu Xiaowei raised an eyebrow, finding it rare for a sea to address her so. I glanced at the storyline. It seems a blood rain is imminent tonight, which will significantly enhance the zombie's abilities. However, do not venture out just yet. Allow me to assess the situation regarding the zombies near the male protagonist in the fanfiction. All right, Lu Xiaowei nodded in agreement. Before long, Yuan Xiao completed her arrangements, having also set up the generator. The originally cold and dreary compartment was transformed into a cozy haven, replete with a wash basin and other amenities. The bedding, layered in soft, pale gray, exuded a comforting softness, and the wardrobe was filled with garments previously scavenged from the supermarket. Sister, I'm all set, Yuan Xiao said, her eyes sparkling with delight. Chapter 74, The Unusual Younger Sister, 9. All the clothes were freshly washed, clean, and beautiful. No, sister, this is too much. Yuan Xiao hurriedly pulled out several items, insisting on stuffing them into Lu Xiaowei's arms. She needed to upgrade, and these smaller items were no longer sufficient for her needs. Lu Xiaowei struggled to zip up the bag, and Yuan Xiao had no choice but to carry the heavy load as they exited the convenience store. This store was situated over 200 meters from the base's entrance, a distance that was manageable. A dim light illuminated the entrance, and as they approached within a mere 10 meters, Lu Xiaowei halted her steps. All right, I'll leave you here. Any closer would be unwise. She gently ruffled Yuan Xiao's hair. A few tables were set up at the entrance, surrounded by men clad in black, armed and vigilant. Their expressions turned to surprise upon seeing Yuan Xiao appear alone. "You're by yourself?" The young woman behind the registration desk, dressed in a black down jacket, was taken aback. Typically, entry into the base was reserved for teams. It was rare for someone to enter alone, unless the entire team had perished, leaving just this young girl to escape. The thought brought a shadow to her countenance. Yet, there was little to be done. Survival necessitated that everyone fight for their lives. "What is your name? Do you have an identification badge? Which team were you previously affiliated with?" The young woman inquired briskly, her demeanor lively. "My name is Yuan Xiao. This is my first visit. What is an identification badge?" Yuan Xiao replied, somewhat perplexed. "First time? Oh, wait a moment. Fill out this form. By the way, are you an ability user?" A glimmer of hope danced across the young woman's face. "No," Yuan Xiao shook her head. Instantly, she perceived a flicker of disappointment on the young woman's features. As Yuan Xiao began to fill out the form, she glanced back but did not catch sight of Sister Xiao Wei. A sense of sadness washed over her, yet she continued to cooperate with the personnel at the base. After completing the form, she was directed to a medical examination. "Don't worry, they're all women. If you pass the examination, you will need to pay a safety tax, which covers the snacks and food you receive upon entering the base. The initial payment is 30%, and thereafter it will be 10%. As for crystal cores, if you don't have any, it's fine. If you do, just 2 will suffice." "Oh, okay." Yuan Xiao nodded in understanding. Just as she was about to leave with the examination form, she turned towards the personnel standing nearby. "Excuse me, I would like to ask, aside from those who automatically awaken their abilities upon arriving in the apocalypse, is there any other way to become an ability user? Those serving as guards here must certainly be ability users." The man's expression shifted to one of mild surprise, followed by a hint of amusement as he replied, "Ah, that is not possible. Abilities are innate. However, it's all right. There are ordinary humans in the base as well, and if you work a bit, you'll have steamed buns to eat daily. You won't go hungry." Just now, I witnessed Yuan Xiao filling out a form, and surprisingly, a flicker of reluctance lingered in her heart. Li Xiaowei opened her eyes and gave herself a sharp slap, crisp and resonant. Asi was about to speak when he furrowed his brow. "Xiaowei, turn off the generator." Lu Su appeared nearby. Her brother. Lu Xiaowei hurriedly switched off the generator, plunging the entire convenience store into darkness. Before long, she heard 2 pairs of hurried footsteps rushing into the store, panting as if they were escaping from danger. Nevertheless, despite their frantic state, they were forcing themselves to regulate their breathing. "Boss, why are you considering betraying him? You had always pledged loyalty to Xiao Gu." The young boy beside Lu Su looked utterly perplexed. Dressed in a black trench coat, Lu Su lightly patted his chest and stepped towards the partition, intending to open the door, only to find it locked. He then sat behind the convenience store shelves, taking a few deep breaths. "I will explain this matter to you later. We cannot go out tonight. We must evade those creatures' scrutiny, and then we will retrieve the items tomorrow and leave this area immediately." "Boss, are you joking? We have finally settled in the southeast base. And now you want to run away?" Yu Jing felt that Lu Su had lost his mind. "To the northwest," Lu Su replied, patting Yu Jing on the shoulder, his brows sharp against the night. Yu Jing's jaw nearly dropped to the ground as he raised his hand to touch Lu Su's forehead. "Lu Gu, you aren't feverish. So why are you speaking nonsense? Xiao Gu just gave you the newly acquired psychic energy core, and you don't want it? He even threw it onto someone's head, causing them to bleed." Yu Jing found it utterly perplexing, unable to comprehend the situation. "Trust my words. There are certain things I cannot disclose at this moment. But the Northwest is the most desirable destination. The base there is the largest, and although it has only recently developed, its future is promising. Moreover, the number of people there is significantly fewer than at the Southeast base. If we were to arrive early, we would undoubtedly be valued." Lu Su gently rubbed his aching forehead. The pain in his head was quite severe, a lingering reminder of the agony he felt before his demise. Yu Jing's lips moved slightly. "I know everything you say is true, but what exactly did Xiao Gu do?" Upon hearing the mention of Xiao Gu, Lu Su's expression darkened further, his low voice sending a chill. "He killed my sister. He deserves to die 1,000 times over." In the adjoining room, Li Xiaowei was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. How could Lu Su possibly be aware of such a matter? Furthermore, judging by Lu Su's demeanor, it seemed he had fallen out with Xiao Lin Feng, which contradicted what Asi had narrated. Asi, Lu Xiaowei called out anxiously. "Do not worry. I have discovered something." The male lead in the original novel finds himself at a disadvantage. to prevent the original narrative from being overshadowed by fan fiction. The original world has granted Lu Su a unique advantage. He has been reborn. No wonder there is such a stark contrast between the fan fiction and the original narrative. One pale and one golden. However, the author of the fan fiction will not hesitate to provide Xiao Linfeng with extraordinary abilities. The male lead in the fan fiction, Xiao Linfeng, is already a character who traversed into this story, possessing knowledge of all plot lines and equipped with a system, starting his journey at the pinnacle of life. Endowed with several extraordinary powers. One is a reincarnation, the other a rebirth. How intriguing. What did you say? Was it Gu Wei who was murdered? But, how do you know? During the apocalypse, we were here and had no way to contact Gu Wei. Yu Jing was truly taken aback. The term Holy Mother, originally a reference to mythological women of divine power and status, denotes a female character devoted to altruism and self-sacrifice. Over time, it has been repurposed to describe individuals with excessive sympathy, and in more severe contexts, those who sacrifice the interests of others to save someone else, thereby manifesting their moral superiority or ulterior motives. Firstly, I must admit that I have indeed been influenced by my previous writing style, wherein I generally refrain from having the protagonist commit murder directly. This stems from a period of heightened sensitivity within the literary environment. Protagonists were not permitted to kill. Consequently, I gravitated towards the notion of orchestrating deaths indirectly. The burly man and his companions were bound, and while they may have cast their eyes upon the women, I did not intentionally focus on these minor characters. However, the notorious individuals on the highway are well known. Gu Wei mentioned it casually. That group was coerced at the highway exit for so long and had their provisions stolen, perhaps even encountering women. It is certain that the burly man would meet his demise. My omission of this detail does not imply that he survived. Secondly, the male protagonist, Gu Wei, possesses a notably high identity from his past life, which I have deliberately incorporated into the outline. He is not merely a formidable figure within the realm of cultivation. With a mere gesture, he could obliterate the world. A small revelation, it is due to his influence that Asi has attained her current strength and status within the company. For someone of his stature, it is quite challenging to concern oneself with or personally deal with trifles. Asi possesses fragmented souls, resulting in multiple facets of his character. However, Wei Mei is distinct. She has always been Gu Wei, inherently disinclined to engage with trivial matters unless it is necessitated by a task. Some may question why Wei Mei did not take matters into her own hands when Yuan Xiao was bullied. This inquiry is rather straightforward. She had only known Yuan Xiao for a few days and was unaware that she was Asi. According to the conventional logic of both novels and reality, it would be irrational to expose her identity as a zombie for someone she barely knew, especially with so many eyes watching. Undoubtedly, had Wei Mei known that Yuan Xiao was her master, Mu Miao, she would have intervened personally. Moreover, our Wei Mei hails from a harmonious society, akin to ordinary individuals. Although she plays the role of an antagonist, opposing the main characters, she is not a vengeful maniac as often depicted in novels. A murderous fiend at the slightest provocation. If such entities existed in reality, I would certainly remain indoors, penning my thoughts, too fearful to venture outside. Additionally, a fan previously highlighted a bug regarding Su Qingyun's children in The Last World, which has already been rectified with a simple addition. She was killed by Zhao Yi, and this will not alter any plot developments. Chapter 75 presents a peculiar scenario where the younger sister appears to possess an uncanny ability to foresee the future. Could it be that? Lu Gu, have you acquired the gift of divination? Yu Jing whispered. Lu Su wore a look of utter disbelief, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, he sensed footsteps nearby, prompting both him and his companion to conceal themselves behind a shelf. Xiao Linfeng approached stealthily, his black coat billowing gracefully in the cold night air. He turned to Su Wanwan behind him, inquiring, "Senior, do you sense any presence nearby?" Su Wanwan, adorned in a delicate pale red gown, was a rare sight in this post-apocalyptic world. Her light brown eyes appeared vacant and stern, but upon detecting a menacing aura, she furrowed her brow and spoke, "Master, this place is perilous. Formidable zombies are near." "Then they must not be here. Have they perhaps entered the base?" Xiao Linfeng mused, frowning as he passed through the convenience store, illuminating the shelves within with his flashlight. Yu Jing, with her mouth covered by Lu Xiaowei, muffled a few sounds in the dark. Once the footsteps faded into silence, Lu Su, aided by the moonlight, turned his gaze towards the girl behind Yu Jing. Lu Xiaowei activated the lamp that Yuan Qiao had charged before they left, flooding the room with light. Yu Jing took a deep breath, her heart racing as she beheld the girl clad in a pink and white tracksuit. Xiaowei. Lu Su's pupils dilated in shock as he grasped her shoulders. Xiaowei, you're alive? You're really alive? That is truly wonderful. It's all my fault. I should have protected you better. He enveloped Lu Xiaowei in his embrace, tears welling in his eyes. I swear, I will always safeguard my sister, ensuring she is never subjected to harm. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Xiaowei, why is your body so cold? Apologies, but I have already succumbed. Lu Xiaowei, with an air of melancholy, spoke up, leaving Yu Jing momentarily stunned. Upon gazing into Lu Xiaowei's eyes, Yu Jing suddenly comprehended the situation. Xiaowei, have you turned into a zombie? This hue in her eyes was not easily recognizable to others. However, Yu Jing and Lu Su, having frequently been in the presence of Xiao Linfeng, were well aware of the peculiarities of the women around him. Yet, with so many underlings, most of Xiao Linfeng's girlfriends sported colored contact lenses, thus remaining unnoticed by the majority. Upon hearing Yu Jing's words, Lu Su was momentarily taken aback, gently pushing aside Xiaowei to scrutinize her eyes, wiping away the tears from the corners with his sleeve. It's all right. It's all right. As long as you are alive, a zombie can still transform back into a human. What did you say? Lu Xiaowei inquired, her brows knitting together as she caught the crucial information. Zombies can be purified into humans, Lu Su elaborated. At last, Lu Xiaowei grasped the implication of side quest 2. Before her departure, she needed to ensure that Lu Xiaowei reverted to human form. This task could be reserved for the end, for if she were to eliminate Xiao Linfeng, the most advantageous guise would indeed be that of a zombie. Why transform into a human prematurely? Absurd. This matter seemed trivial. However, she was eager to ascertain. Did you just escape from Xiao Linfeng? What is his current strength? Yu Jing shook his head, confessing ignorance on this matter. Lu Xiaowei turned to Lu Su, who casually remarked, Sister, are you hungry? Lu Xiaowei replied with a blank expression. If I were hungry, I would nearly be resorting to cannibalism. Since encountering Yuan Xiao, she had been steadfastly suppressing her primal instincts. To her, the energy crystal cores were sufficient to satiate her hunger and somewhat mitigate her inherent zombie nature. Lu Su felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. Yet he continued to gaze at her intently, as if he could never tire of the sight. Aren't you going to sleep? Lu Xiaowei longed to inquire. I am not tired. You should rest, and I shall watch over you as you do, Lu Su replied, his tone gentle, as he softly patted Xiaowei's shoulder. She chuckled lightly. Go away, she retorted without hesitation. Being scrutinized so closely by a seemingly normal person made her uneasy, especially since Lu Su's gaze remained fixed upon her, prompting her to regret saving the two of them earlier. Yu Jing had quietly excused himself from the room. He felt he did not belong inside but rather outside. I will not go away. I want to watch you sleep. Please, sleep, and I shall lull you into slumber, Lu Su insisted, pressing down on Xiaowei's shoulder, coaxing her to lie down, covering her with a blanket, and gazing at her with a tender, reminiscent look. Xiaowei thought, has the male lead lost his mind since his rebirth? How long have you been exhibiting this behavior? Cocooned like a dumpling, she fixed her eyes on him. But Lu Su paid no heed, continuing to sing. The dark sky hangs low, bright stars accompany. The insects fly, whom do you long for? Xiaowei felt exasperated, thinking, what is this? Am I being coddled like a 3-year-old? In desperation, she rummaged through her space and retrieved several crystal cores. Cradling them in her hands, closing her eyes, she immersed herself in absorbing their energy. For her, this constituted a form of sleep. In a fleeting moment, the merciless gale swept across the land, sending the convenience store's sign crashing to the ground, startling Yu Jing. A torrential rain of blood began to fall, while the towering trees swayed precariously, teetering as if the very earth was trembling beneath them. Lu Xiaowei, who had been reclining, quickly sat upright, nearly forgetting the ominous blood rain that this night had promised. The once gentle gaze of Lu Su suddenly shifted. Let us move. There is a 3rd floor next door. We must hurry beneath the eaves. Before long, Lu Su guided Lu Xiaowei to the 3rd floor, as Yu Jing hastily discarded his umbrella and other belongings outside. Goodness. Thankfully, the convenience store had raincoats and gloves. I wrapped myself tightly. Otherwise, if this rain touches me, it could spell disaster. A bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the sky momentarily, causing Yu Jing to recoil at the sight of the crimson liquid cascading down the window. Blood rain, indeed, was most eerie. Lu Wei gazed down at the scarlet droplets, while Lu furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought as he glanced at Wei. This rainwater may prove beneficial to you, but should you wish to abstain, dear sister, I shall procure more psychic energy cores for you in the future. The psychic energy cores held immense utility for zombies, enhancing their dominion over others and elevating their intelligence, even if they were not psychic zombies. However, psychic zombies were typically the sovereigns among their kind, notoriously difficult to confront. Lu Su suddenly found himself regretting not having taken the psychic energy core that Shaolin Feng had offered him, having always been lenient. Lu Su deeply regretted not having been more ruthless in the past. Yet, he knew he could not contend with Shaolin Feng, if given a second chance. He vowed not to harbor any maternal instincts. System, what now? Lu Xiaowei paid little heed to Lu Su's words. Chapter 76. The sister I picked up is not quite right. 11. This rain, although it significantly enhances the combat abilities of the zombies, also heightens their ferocity, resulting in considerable side effects. A C furrowed his brow. What is the situation with the male lead? Lu Xiaowei absent-mindedly touched her nose, completely abandoning the notion of getting drenched. Well, a few members of the harem have been caught in the rain. One is currently going mad. The system on the male lead side indicates that as long as he engages with that frenzied female zombie, he can pacify her. And it will also bolster his own strength. Asi found this somewhat exasperating, yet he could understand. In the realm of novels, the side effects of any potion or power enhancement typically serve to facilitate the flirtations of the protagonists. Lu Xiaowei replied. Oh, I see. Lu Xiaowei, with her characteristic wit, remarked, however, in harem narratives, she should choose to understand, for not every man shares her lack of emotion. I'm not going, she declared to Lu Su beside her. Regarding the male lead, she held neither strong fondness nor aversion. But she was open to the idea of collaborating to eliminate Shaolin Feng. All right, Lu Su responded. Finally, Yujing could not help but inquire, Xiaowei, did Shaolin Feng truly cause you to become this way? Pretty much. He wanted me to be part of his harem, but I refused, and this is the result. Lu Xiaowei succinctly summarized. Yujing was still momentarily bewildered by the meaning of the statement. The events of today had already challenged his worldview. If you wish to accompany Shaolin Feng, then by all means, go ahead. Lu Su suddenly directed his gaze toward Yujing. After all, the journey to the northwest was quite extensive. I have no intention of going. Why should I flatter a college student? Yujing, being a few years older than Shaolin Feng, had little desire to entangle himself with him unless it were for his good rapport with Lu Su. How can one become a supernatural being without some flattery? Lu Su found himself both exasperated and amused. Gu, please don't tease me like this. If I truly wanted to curry favor with that guy, I wouldn't be following you out here. Yujing playfully slapped Lu Su's shoulder and rolled his eyes as he exited. All right, if you insist on following, we must hasten our departure to the northwest. Remaining in the southeast is ill-advised. Lu Su's eyes narrowed slightly. In half a month, the tides would rise, and the mutated sea creatures would launch an assault on the southeast base. These creatures were far more ferocious than zombies and lacked energy crystals, making it a futile endeavor to combat them. After the blood rain, if they did not leave swiftly, they would be caught up in the impending snowstorm. To the northwest? Lu Xiaowei glanced at Lu Su. What about revenge? Her voice bore a chill. Could it be that Lu Su was merely a coward? If the two male protagonists did not clash, what entertainment would she have? Boring. Delete it and move on to the next world. No, Xiaowei, the situation here is perilous, and the southeast is the furthest from the northwest. If we do not hurry, a snowfall could complicate matters significantly. Lu Su gently patted his younger sister's shoulder, his brows furrowed with concern. Lu Xiaowei was quite unfamiliar with the intricate plot of the novel, only grasping the general trajectory of the storyline. Upon hearing Lu Su's words, she began to comprehend that if they were to head northwest, the male protagonist, Shaolin Feng, who was well-versed in the narrative, would likely be going as well. Moreover, she pondered the implications of snowfall. What impact would it have? Lu Xiaowei inquired of Asi, stroking her chin. However, it poses a considerable danger to you. Should heavy snow occur, your movements will become exceedingly sluggish, rendering you nearly immobile, and your physical attributes will diminish significantly. Lu Su was aware of this, which was precisely why he insisted on taking her away immediately. This weather does not pose much threat to humans, at worst leading to death by freezing or starvation. This was also the reason AC was reluctant to allow Xiaowei into this world. The apocalypse is fraught with unforeseen circumstances. Is it really that severe? Lu Xiaowei had not anticipated that being a zombie could be so dire. It was evident that the zombies could not be the only ones to evolve without affording humans a chance at survival. Snowfall was, in fact, a time when humans found it easiest to dispatch zombies. However, if one could endure, it would be greatly beneficial to them. Lu Xiaowei inhaled deeply. All right, brother. I will accompany you. She gazed at Lu Su, who then revealed a faint smile. It's all right, even if you are a zombie. I will do my utmost to protect you. Yet, you must admit, Xiaowei appears far more astute than those others, her eyes reflecting a distinct brilliance. Yu Jing retrieved a compressed biscuit from his pocket, crunching it with determination. This would henceforth serve as his sustenance. Although it is somewhat grim. Who isn't suffering in the apocalypse? By the way, brother, how formidable is that teddy? What abilities does he possess? Lu Xiaowei found a stool to sit on before continuing her inquiry. Lu Su was taken aback for half a minute before realizing whom Xiaowei was referring to as Teddy. He lowered his head and cleared his throat softly, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. His sister remains as endearing as ever. He has quite a few abilities: water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and wood, not to mention the control over zombies, which should be classified as a mental attribute. It seems he also possesses a spatial ability, which includes a planting function. The vegetables he produces are always remarkably fresh. As for other abilities, I am not entirely certain. Ah, indeed, he possesses the essential spatial ability typical of a protagonist. However, it appears he does not require energy crystals to enhance his power. Yu Jing suddenly interjected, a point that had puzzled me for quite some time. His energy crystals are either given to the zombies or to us. Lu Su and Yu Jing exchanged glances. If that is the case, by what means does Shaolin Feng augment his strength? Dual cultivation and affectionate interactions might also facilitate leveling up. A C suddenly spoke up. Lu Xiaowei displayed a look of understanding. If that is the case, it is no wonder. It must be dual cultivation. After all, he is an old teddy. And beyond that, I am not privy to further details. I wonder when this rain will cease. As she spoke, Lu Xiaowei waved her hand. And a bucket of pure water along with some snacks appeared on the ground. This should suffice for you over the next few days. Yu Jing was momentarily stunned, rubbing her eyes before turning to Lu Xiaowei. Xiaowei, do you possess spatial abilities? Yu Jing inquired, her astonishment palpable. Yes, I do, Lu Xiaowei replied nonchalantly. She certainly did not want Lu Su to starve before he found a partner. As Lu Xiaowei prepared to retrieve several energy crystals from her space, she noticed Lu Su fumbling for quite some time before finally producing a vibrant red energy crystal and offering it to her. Boss. Upon seeing the object, Yu Jing abruptly stood up, his lips trembling slightly. What is this? Lu Xiaowei accepted the crystal, somewhat astonished. In the past, it was my failure to protect you. Fear not, from this day forth, I shall ensure no one can harm you. As for the food, I feel unworthy to partake. This item, I present to you. Utilize it. As he spoke, Lu Su's stomach grumbled audibly, causing his face to flush slightly. What an inconvenient time for my stomach to act up. What exactly is this thing? Lu Xiaowei held it up, uncertain of its nature, having never encountered such an object before. Even fire-type energy crystals did not possess such a rich hue. Yu Jing glanced at the item in his hand and sighed. This is an energy crystal from a special mutated entity. Previously, the boss and I undertook a perilous mission involving a grain depot. Initially, we were part of a team of 10. They fought valiantly to ensure our escape, sacrificing themselves in a battle against that mutated entity. As he recounted the event, Yu Jing's eyes reddened, his chest heaving as he struggled to breathe, his throat tightening painfully, tears unconsciously welling at the corners of his eyes. Upon hearing his words, Lu Xiaowei returned the crystal to Lu Su. You should keep it. I'm afraid that if I use it, I might sprout 8 legs. Lu Su replied, that is unlikely. There is a 40% chance it could unlock latent abilities. In a moment of urgency, Lu Su divulged everything. Currently, no one is aware of this matter. It will only come to light a year later. Even if there were exorbitantly priced provisions available for purchase, no one would be inclined to sell them. Even if that individual possessed special abilities, they would likely develop a secondary power. However, for an ordinary person, the likelihood of awakening such abilities is exceedingly rare. At least Lu Su had never witnessed it before. I don't want it either. It seems to be offensive in nature. You should keep it. After all, it is the last remnant left to you by your brother who fought valiantly. Lu Xiaowei could not bring herself to use something stained with blood. It was merely a special mutated entity. She could find one herself when the time came. No. Lu Su began, but was interrupted by a swift kick from Lu Xiaowei. Stop dawdling, behaving like a coward. If you continue, I might just toss you out of the window like a dog. Lu Su fell silent for a moment, contemplating. Before responding, you may call me sister from now on. I only wish for you to use this. Lu Xiaowei retorted, I truly have no words for you. Are you an idiot? The last time she felt this exasperated was during their previous encounter. It seemed that the male protagonist's condition was rather dire, had it not been for the apocalypse. She would have genuinely considered taking Lu Su to see a doctor. However, given that she had regained her long-lost sister, she resolved to remain calm and not lose her temper. Lu Su lamented, Sister, you are so fierce. He then observed Lu Xiaowei crouching down, meticulously washing the energy crystal core with dish soap, rinsing it several times with water. Lu Su, perplexed, knelt beside her. Xiaowei, what are you doing? Before he could finish his sentence, an energy crystal core was shoved into his mouth. This peculiar item could be absorbed through the hands or ingested. However, the average person lacks the means to purify an energy crystal core, so Lu Xiaowei took it upon herself to eliminate the bacteria. Ahem. Lu Su coughed heavily, his face slightly flushed. Yet the energy crystal core was easier to digest than usual. It slipped down smoothly after just a couple of coughs, like a warm current rushing into his abdomen. Clutching his stomach, Lu Su gazed at Xiaowei in astonishment. Why? Why won't you forgive me? This should taste better than sugar oranges. What is it that displeases you? Lu Xiaowei crouched beside him, gently patting his head. Lu Su responded, This is far from sugar oranges. No, it's not even about the sugar oranges. What do you mean by not forgiving you? I never said I resented you. Did you kill me? Lu Xiaowei inquired, stroking her chin thoughtfully. It was indeed unfair to place the blame for her death on Lu Su. Furthermore, the original male protagonist had initially sought vengeance for his sister when he encountered Lu Xiaowei, but that was nearing the climax of the novel. How could he possibly contend with the male lead from the fanfiction, claiming to be soft-hearted and never having killed anyone? As if not being soft-hearted would enable one to kill. Huh. Lu Su found himself momentarily stunned. Do you want to eat self-heating hot pot? Lu Xiaowei asked again. Lu Su touched his stomach. Inwardly, he was indeed tempted. Life in the aftermath of the apocalypse had been excessively harsh, with only 2 buns to sustain him each day. And those had to be savored slowly. Observing Lu Su's expression, Lu Xiaowei instantly understood. If you wish to eat, then absorb it quickly, she said, rising to gaze out the window. Through this window, she could still see the distant safe base. She wondered if Yuan Xiao had found a place to reside. The provisions she had provided should suffice for Xiao to last 3 or 4 days. At that moment, Yuan Xiao stood by the window, gazing out at the world beyond the base. She had rented a modest single room in the outermost building, where the rent was relatively inexpensive, amounting to 5 energy crystals per month. The rain was truly dreadful. She couldn't help but worry about her sister. Yuan Xiao murmured softly to herself when a knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Her heart skipped a beat as she peered through the peephole, only to find the older sister from earlier standing outside. After a brief moment of surprise, she opened the door. What's the matter? She inquired. Well, I just wanted to inform you that we reside in the same building. The base has issued a notice advising everyone to refrain from going outside until the rain ceases, as the building's entrance will be sealed. If you require food, you may purchase it on the 2nd floor. Should you find yourself short on energy crystals, you can assist with some tasks there. The pay may be modest, but it will suffice to keep hunger at bay. The older sister spoke as she filled out resident information on a clipboard, handing the form to Yuan Xiao. This is a cooperation form. Just sign it. Oh, is there something wrong with this rain? Yuan Xiao asked, her concern for her sister, Xiaowei, growing. The older sister glanced around before whispering. Those who are caught in the rain may transform into zombies, so it is imperative that you do not venture outside. Experts speculate that this rain could potentially enhance the zombie strength. Yuan Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that as long as her sister remained unharmed, everything would be fine. Thankfully, there was enough food to last, and she hoped for the rain to cease soon. She silently prayed. Is there truly a sign of a zombie transformation? Yu Jing asked, a hint of anxiety in her eyes. Lu Xiaowei crouched down to observe his face, remarking, You do resemble a light bulb quite a bit. Sweat beads the size of mung beans trickled down Lu Su's forehead, each one rolling to the ground in succession, leaving his face pallid and swollen. Lu Xiaowei narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing the power coursing through Lu Su's body. Truly, he was a special mutant. Although the energy crystal core had been ingested, it was quite mischievous, bouncing up and down, unwilling to be consumed, even attempting to devour Lu Su in return. If it were a zombie, absorbing such a thing would be effortless. For an ability user, however, it was a near miss. What a predicament had she inadvertently endangered the male protagonist, Ming Sha. Chapter 78. The unusual sister picked up. 13. Could it be that they were to partake in a feast today? That seemed rather inappropriate. Lu Xiaowei believed she had not yet reached the point of being heartless. "Ah, see, what should we do?" she mused, glancing down at Lu Su, who resembled a large light bulb. He would not perish. After all, he was the male lead. This was a matter that relied solely on his willpower, and with her current abilities, she could offer no assistance. Ah Si spoke soothingly. Although the halo of the protagonist above Lu Su's head has dimmed somewhat, it remains golden-tinged. Absorbing an energy crystal core alone will not claim his life. All right, then I shall rest easy. Lu Xiaowei sighed in relief. It's fine. Let us observe the situation further. My brother is an ability user. As long as he endures and absorbs it, there should be no significant issues. She gently patted Yu Jing's shoulder. Ah, I hope for success. After all, Xiao Linfeng is quite formidable. If we truly seek vengeance, our current strength is utterly inadequate. Yu Jing's eyes were clouded with worry, particularly since he possessed no special powers, if not for his innate strength. He might struggle to survive in this apocalyptic world. Are you living together with Xiao Linfeng? Lu Xiaowei suddenly inquired. Yu Jing shook her head. Not quite. He resides at the center of the base, where the higher-ups hold him in high regard. Our accommodation is a bit farther away. Yu Jing paused for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. Well, we have a vehicle. When the time comes, we can simply place our belongings in it. Indeed, Lu Xiaowei remarked, her brow furrowing. If that is the case, should we bring Yuan Xiaoqiao along? Considering her identity, it might be challenging for her to endure this snow moon event. Yet, why would she want to take along someone completely unrelated to her? Lu Xiaowei hesitated, acutely aware that she was not forged in the crucible of a post-apocalyptic world. Her heart was certainly not as steadfast as stone. Can you cook? Lu Xiaowei asked. I cannot, but your brother can manage a little, albeit not very well. Yu Jing quickly replied, pointing her chin at Lu Su. Oh, that is fortunate. One of my friends is adept at cooking. Since we are heading northwest, perhaps we could bring them along. Upon hearing this, Yu Jing's eyes sparkled with interest. Are they an ability user? Male or female? Female, though not an ability user. Lu Xiaowei's words doused Yu Jing's enthusiasm with cold water. No matter. As long as they are useful, we are not easily intimidated. Yu Jing thumped her chest confidently. As the two conversed, Lu Su stabilized after another bout of coughing up blood. Yu Jing, having initially been startled, noticed Lu Xiaowei's unwavering gaze upon Lu Su's head and refrained from making any sudden movements. Could it be a fire-type ability? Yu Jing cautiously inquired. Uncertain. Yet it has already melted away. Now I merely await absorption. You may take a rest, for I shall remain vigilant. With that, Lu Xiaowei shifted from the ground and laid upon a mattress. She needed to seize the moment to absorb the energy crystal core, for after the night passes, she would likely be the only zombie in the world without an upgrade. As the first light of dawn began to break, Lu Xiaowei heard Lu Su suddenly sit up beside her, gasping for breath, his clothes thoroughly drenched. He swept back his damp hair, revealing his clean and well-defined features. A glimmer of blue light flickering in his starry eyes. Yu Jing, who was nibbling on bread nearby, turned to observe the commotion. What is the matter, Lu Gu? What kind of ability is it? Yu Jing inquired with a hint of anticipation. It seems to be fire, but... Lu Su raised his hand, and a swirl of ethereal blue flames flickered above his palm, seemingly unremarkable. It's mutated. The exact effects still require verification. Lu Su felt a surge of excitement. Obtaining an energy crystal core from a special mutated entity was no small feat. And awakening a second ability that appeared to be offensive meant he need not fear close combat. This thing. Lu Xiaowei sat before Lu Su, fixated on the flames for a considerable time before leaning back slightly. It should be quite harmful to zombies. What about ordinary fire abilities? To be candid, ordinary fire abilities were somewhat lackluster, serving mainly to hinder zombie movements. Zombies are not afraid of fire. Only higher-level fire abilities can inflict substantial damage upon them. Yet they remain impervious to death. Lu Su began to elucidate to Lu Xiaowei. However, when plants begin to mutate, those wielding fire abilities will gradually become sought after. It seems to be quite an intriguing ability. Lu Xiaowei stroked her chin, considering the fact that the male protagonist was surrounded by several zombies. The last time Xiao Linfeng appeared, she sensed a high-level low-tier zombie nearby, slightly inferior to herself. Intentionally releasing her aura had allowed her to drive both the person and the zombie away. Now that she was awake, it was time to wash her hands and have a meal. Lu Xiaowei retrieved some buns and a self-heating hot pot purchased from a small supermarket. Although somewhat greasy for the early morning, they were quite filling. "Thank you, sister," Lu Su said, tears of gratitude welling up in her eyes. The following 2 or 3 days unfolded rather monotonously, as they were unable to venture outside due to the incessant rain of blood. After 2 days and nights, a cleansing white rain finally fell, washing away the crimson water from the ground. Lu Xiaowei, early in the morning, stood by the window gazing down at the entrance of the convenience store. "What are you looking at, sister?" Lu Su inquired, peering in the same direction for quite some time, but finding nothing, scratching her head in confusion. Just then, a girl clad in a pink and white tracksuit appeared, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Su noticed her sister had shifted away from the window. Even the clothes are identical? Lu Su pondered, bewildered. Yujing was still sound asleep, and without further thought, he followed his sister outside. At that moment, Yuan Xiaoqiao had just exited the convenience store, which was now flooded and filthy. There was not a single zombie in sight, nor even a ghost. Squatting on the steps outside, Yuan Xiaoqiao was overwhelmed with sorrow, reflecting, "Will I ever see Sister Xiaowei again?" Suddenly, she noticed a pair of pristine white shoes before her, incongruous in the desolate world around. They resembled those she had previously discovered in a small supermarket. Yuan Xiaoqiao quickly lifted her head and embraced the girl in front of her, Lu Xiaowei. "Sister Xiaowei, I've missed you so much. I was so afraid something had happened to you." Yuan Xiaoqiao clung to her, her eyes tinged with red, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. When Lu Su witnessed this scene, she was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that this was the girl her sister had mentioned finding yesterday, she appeared quite young, resembling a high school student. Upon noticing Lu Su's expression, Lu Xiaowei felt a bit awkward and hurriedly pushed Yuan Xiaoqiao away. "All right, we're not children anymore. There's no need for tears." Yuan Xiaoqiao choked back a sob and wiped her tears away. "But I worry about you." She puffed out her cheeks in a display of irritation, clearly upset, as her concern for her sister was genuine. All right. By the way, we're heading to the Northwest base," Lu Xiaowei said as she ruffled Yuan Xiaoqiao's hair. "I would like to ask for your help. My brother and his friend have some belongings at the base, but their current identities make it difficult for them to enter. He has a key card. Could you please go and retrieve their things for us? They also have a vehicle, so once everything is loaded, you can drive it out." Yuan Xiaoqiao blinked, seemingly taken aback. Just as Lu Xiaowei was about to elaborate further, she noticed her nodding. "All right, I will help my sister retrieve the items." Jojo's heart sank significantly. She had always believed that her sister would be nearby. Each day, she eagerly anticipated the opportunity to leave the base, only to realize that after 2 or 3 days, today would merely be their final farewell. "By the way, don't forget to take your belongings," Lu Xiaowei reminded Yuan Jojo after a moment's thought. Although Jojo had likely consumed all her snacks, it would be a shame to let anything she might have purchased at the base go to waste. Yuan Jojo quickly lifted her head, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Are you saying you want to take me with you?" The clouds of despair dissipated from her face, replaced by a radiant smile. "Otherwise, what do you plan to do? Look at the rain. It's quite frightening. What if it rains every day from now on? My brother and I plan to head northwest, where the altitude is higher, the population is sparse, and food production is abundant." Lu Xiaowei knew that this girl would cling to her, if not for their vastly different personalities. She might have genuinely believed that this girl was her master. However, it was impossible. Her master was not the clingy type. In this vast world, who knows when she would encounter her master again? Oh well, if fate permits, they would surely meet. In less than an hour, she had driven out of the base. The car Lu Su was driving was far more advanced than the one Lu Xiaowei had used before. It was modified, with a remarkably high chassis and ample space for 5 or 6 passengers. As soon as they arrived, Jojo leaped into Lu Xiaowei's embrace. "Sister, may I sleep with you tonight? I miss you so much," Yuan Jojo whispered softly, while Lu Su went upstairs to gather their things and call for others. Yuan Jojo clung tightly to Lu Xiaowei. "Dream on," came the playful retort. Lu Xiaowei gently tapped her forehead. "Still cuddling with a zombie while sleeping? Isn't she afraid that she might awaken as a pile of bones?" Lu Xiaowei realized that this girl's courage was growing by leaps and bounds. Yuan Xiaoqiao suddenly drooped her head, resembling a rabbit deprived of its carrot, both pitiable and endearing. "Lu Xiaowei, never mind, you may lean on my leg." If she had a sister, she would likely be just as adorable as Yuan Xiaoqiao. Lu Xiaowei scolded herself silently. Had she not been soft-hearted? She could have very well been the most feral among the zombies. Indeed, she was that one. When Lu Su boarded the vehicle, he found Yuan Xiaoqiao resting on his sister's lap, sleeping soundly. Sleeping so early? Lu Su glanced at the glaring sun, confirming it was indeed midday. Meanwhile, Yu Jing rummaged through Yuan Xiaoqiao's belongings and discovered their detailed atlas, a book Lu Su had previously procured from a bookstore. Given that navigation was no longer available in this post-apocalyptic world, I'll first outline a rough route. We'll proceed from here, and after passing through City C, we can take this expressway, which will allow us to avoid the mountains. After all, in the event of a landslide, we would have to trek over the peaks. The specifics of the route will require further planning. For now, we can just follow the road to the right of the base. Yu Jing flipped through the atlas. Her brow slightly furrowed as she indicated a direction. Lu Xiaowei watched in astonishment as Yu Jing skillfully sketched the map and route on the blank paper. Is she really that capable? Oh, I forgot to mention that Yu Jing is responsible for the mission routes in our team. Previously, back at Teddy's, he handled these matters. And with him around, we would avoid many unnecessary detours. Lexa smiled at Lexia Wei before starting the vehicle, which made her smile brightly in return. That's wonderful. It's likely that Xiaolan Feng will encounter fewer obstacles when he goes to the Northwest base in the future. By the way, in Sea City, let us find a clothing store. Lexia Wei glanced at her attire. This was actually the last piece of sportswear she had. If it got any dirtier, she would have nothing left to wear. As for doing laundry, Lexia Wei considered it a luxury she could not afford. Although she refrained from drinking water, she certainly could not wash clothes with purified water. All right, Lexa readily agreed. Throughout the journey, Lexia Wei exuded the pressure of a high-level zombie, ensuring their passage into Sea City was remarkably smooth. With only the occasional distant growl of zombies heard, Yuan Xiaoqiao shifted her position on Lexia Wei's lap, prompting her to recall the matter of the special mutated beings. By the way, brother, have you encountered that special mutated entity? Upon hearing this, Yu Jing promptly closed the map and turned to Lexia Wei. Are you looking to find that? It's far too dangerous, and they have evolved beyond human form. It's impossible to defeat one alone. It requires team coordination. While the energy crystal core of that creature can indeed develop extraordinary abilities, there is no need to rush into it. Yuan Xiaoqiao's eyelashes fluttered slightly before she settled down again. Behold, this is a unique variant encountered by everyone at the Southeast base, comprising merely 3 specimens. Yet there are survivors. Many perished upon mere contact with these entities. Yu Jing, fearing that Lu Xiaowei would stubbornly seek out such a creature, retrieved a notebook containing maps and notes. All of this information has been made public, and I have meticulously sketched their appearances. Yu Jing handed the notebook to Lu Xiaowei, who opened it to reveal that Yu Jing had likely received some artistic training, rendering the special variants in a strikingly three-dimensional manner with various angles depicted. The first one resembles the creature they previously encountered in the granary. Lu Xiaowei had whimsically remarked about it potentially having 8 legs, and to her astonishment, this variant indeed possesses 8 limbs, entirely cloaked in darkness, complete with 2 heads, leaving one perplexed as to its evolutionary origin. The second variant is adorned with a metal bucket upon its head, its true form obscured, yet it boasts an abundance of hair, presumably its weaponry. This creature emerged from a factory. The final specimen bears a resemblance to a turtle, burdened by a heavy shell, appearing exceedingly cumbersome and lethargic. Notably, it has been annotated that it can command all nearby zombies, and it was discovered in the basement of a laboratory. The last one, however, is truly terrifying, a being endowed with teleportation abilities. After 3 days of treatment in a hospital, it succumbed to the overexertion of its powers, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Yu Jing sighed deeply. The extraordinary individual left behind a sketch of the peculiar mutant's general appearance, along with its exceedingly perilous abilities. Its formidable defensive capabilities were merely the beginning. It could also command a legion of frenzied minions to eradicate threats. This illustration was something Yu Jing intended to refine, and it appeared to be nearing completion. Lu Xiaowei directed her gaze towards the final mutant. The laboratory? It was unclear which specific one, but it was conceivable that this unique mutant still existed. Lu Xiaowei was absolutely certain that this entity was a psychic-type mutant. She had a faint inkling of its nature. Yet observing the mutant's form, she realized that venturing forth would likely yield disastrous results. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiaoqiao, who had been peacefully slumbering, slightly opened her eyes before hastily shutting them again. Her small hands gradually clenched into fists. A special mutant, indeed. This creature posed a genuine challenge, one she might not be able to overcome. Lu Xiaowei felt a twinge of regret. If she could vanquish a psychic zombie, her second ability would surely be formidable. Yet, it was evident that if acquiring powers were as simple as that, everyone would possess extraordinary abilities. Yu Jing shook her head, finding the notion somewhat amusing. Bird food. Lu Xiaowei wholeheartedly agreed. In this world, if things continued to deteriorate, perhaps planting a devastating mushroom at Xiao Linfeng's doorstep would suffice. She was now nearly able to afford one. A single destructive mushroom cost 150 points, and during the day, it required a coffee bean as well. But Lu Xiaowei was reluctant to squander her points frivolously. Such items could not be utilized indefinitely. Once used, they were gone, truly a waste. Arriving at the clothing store, she said, "Let us proceed." Suddenly, Lu Su spoke, and Lu Xiaowei cast a glance out of the window. Just as she was about to call out to Qiao Qiao, she noticed her rise with a small yawn. "Have we arrived?" A hint of confusion lingered in her gaze, resembling one who had just awakened. "We have arrived. I will visit a few clothing stores and gather all the garments. This street is dedicated to fashion. You may wait here." Lu Xiaowei alighted from the vehicle. No sooner had she stepped out than a zombie lunged at her from a nearby clothing store with a terrifying growl. Lu Xiaowei swiftly kicked it aside. "Goodness, you nearly scared me to death." Without hesitation, she crushed the zombie's skull and extracted the energy crystal within. Upon entering, she promptly collected all the clothing available. Lu Su drove closely behind her, initially anxious for his sister's safety, but soon his concern shifted to the potential dangers posed by the zombies she might encounter. These zombies had undergone a significant enhancement. However, despite their upgrades, they remained mindless creatures. With a single kick, Lu Xiaowei sent one zombie's head crashing into a rack. These zombies were not driven by a desire to feast on her brains, rather. They sensed the aura of a true ruler emanating from Lu Xiaowei and sought to approach her. Only when she deliberately displayed her prowess in dispatching zombies would they refrain from disturbing her. After thoroughly clearing out 10 clothing stores, Lu Xiaowei emerged and spotted 3 vehicles parked across the street. Beneath one of the cars stood a man in a black coat, his head bowed as he smoked. With striking features, he furrowed his brow upon noticing her. For a fleeting moment, Xiao Lingfeng thought he was hallucinating. "Lu Xiaowei? I saw her die with my own eyes." The beautiful saleswoman who had bitten Lu Xiaowei to death still resides in his harem. As Xiao Linfeng scrutinized further, he noticed the young woman entered a vehicle on the opposite side of the street. He distinctly recalled seeing her enter a clothing store, yet she emerged empty-handed. Could it truly be Lu Xiaowei? Had she not transformed into a zombie? Frowning, Xiao Linfeng climbed into his car, and as he settled in, a graceful woman clad in a white dress leaned towards him. Her exquisite legs prominently displayed in the back seat, she lowered her head to caress his thigh. Her luscious lips radiant and her eyes somewhat vacant, the bell around her elegant neck particularly striking. "Master, what troubles you?" Tang Ye's lips parted slightly. Her voice cool yet tinged with a hint of affection. She was indeed the beautiful saleswoman who had killed Lu Xiaowei, a classmate of Xiao Linfeng's. He had utilized the control abilities bestowed by the system to bind Tang Ye's mental strength to his own. With her, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Contemplating this, he gently grasped Tang Ye's chin and pressed his lips to hers, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Lu Xiaowei may still be alive. Tang Ye was his most cherished pet, far more engaging than his senior, her demeanor refreshingly alive, almost reminiscent of a feline, sensitive and affectionate. "Master, shall I eliminate her?" A glimmer of cold light passed through Tang Ye's gaze, though she remained obedient to Xiao Linfeng, clinging to him like a cat. "Let us observe a while longer. I can ascertain whether she is indeed deceased. Could it be she has turned into a zombie?" The mere mention of zombies ignited a spark of excitement in Xiao Linfeng's eyes. While Lu Xiaowei possessed spatial abilities and did not qualify as a prime zombie, he had always been fond of her innocent visage. Having acquired even Xia Jingli, he now sought the younger sister of the male protagonist, Lu Su. It is regrettable that one cannot fathom what has possessed Lexu to betray him, brazenly flaunting his affection for his sister before his very eyes. A flicker of ire crossed Xiao Linfeng's gaze. He was well acquainted with the entirety of the narrative. Countless beautiful maidens had been won over, yet Lexi Wei remained an unforeseen anomaly. Infuriating. "Senior sister, accelerate and pursue that vehicle. Let us ascertain their destination." Xiao Linfeng raised his eyes to Su Wanwan, who was adorned with a silver bell and a stunning red dress that accentuated her alluring curves, igniting a fervor within him. Suddenly parched, he hastily seized Tang Ye, who was still kneading his legs, and with a swift motion, tore her white dress to shreds. What a pity. He yearned for the purest of young women from all corners of the world. Xiao Linfeng's eyes narrowed as he observed Tang Ye's cheeks puffing up. Her eyes slightly squinted as she let out a soft hum. Meanwhile, Gu Wei was rummaging through her wardrobe in the confines of her space. This outfit is lovely. What do you think? Gu Wei exclaimed, producing a black sweatshirt and sweatpants for Yuan Xiao. Previously, she had no choice but to wear pink and white. But now she had options. Can older sister wear a dress? I noticed others in the base donning skirts. You would surely look splendid in one. Yuan Xiao smiled, her lips curving in delight. Who wears a dress in this apocalypse? Gu Wei replied, somewhat speechless. You can wear it, dear sister. Girls look best when they are beautiful. Lexa chimed in supportively. Then shall we choose in the car? Gu Wei suggested, glancing back. Is that large teddy bear still fixated on her? Happy New Year's Eve. I woke up late. Chapter 81. The sister I picked up is not quite right. 16. How wonderful. I must dress my sister beautifully. Yuan Xiao's enthusiasm was palpable. Lu Xiaowei. Honestly, I feel that dressing flamboyantly in the apocalypse makes one look rather foolish. However, there are advantages. It allows for some pretense. To satisfy her desire for showiness, Lu Xiaowei energetically collaborated with Yuan Xiao to select clothes, bringing forth wave after wave of outfits she found appealing. This smoke green dress is quite nice. Yuan Xiao immediately took a liking to a long skirt, pulling it out and handing it to Lu Xiaowei. Why this color? Lu Xiaowei glanced at the dress. This is a color often worn by my master, and sister Imo Qing likes it too. I find it very beautiful. Yuan Xiao slightly lifted her lips, revealing a sweet smile. Then let us go with this one. Lu Xiaowei had no desire to choose anything else. However, there was a small issue with wearing a dress. It would be inconvenient for fighting. So Lu Xiaowei planned to change later in the evening. She glanced back at the car, noticing Teddy's vehicle closely following them, and fell silent. She had never owned a Teddy, but this dog was far too clingy. It was vexing. Why does it continue to follow us? Yu Jing also noticed the car behind. His brow furrowed deeply. The car windows were made of one-way glass, making it impossible to see the occupants from the outside, so when Xiao Linfeng glanced over earlier, he had no idea that the three of them were inside. Meanwhile, Xiao Linfeng had finished his business and was now looking out at the scenery while smoking. Master, their direction seems to be north, which oddly aligns with our path to the northwest. Su Wanwan, who was driving, observed for a moment and noted that aside from their recent visit to the clothing store, they had not engaged in any other activities. Northwest? Indeed. That route allows for highway travel. We should follow them, as we cannot linger at the southeastern base for too long. Xiao Linfeng's lips curled coldly upwards. He typically did not remain at the base for long, as the world beyond, with his harem present, was his paradise. Moreover, observing Lu Xiaowei's demeanor, she appeared to be of a higher caliber than Su Wanwan. She was indeed a rare pet he was determined to acquire. With his extensive knowledge of the plot, failing to add another member to his harem would be tantamount to death. Xiao Linfeng intended to merge onto the highway. Asi relayed his intentions to Xiao Wei. Oh? Lu Xiaowei's face registered confusion. Did he not travel the highway daily? Don't joke. Asi nearly laughed. Lu Xiaowei felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She was merely stating the truth. However, with Asi's words, it seemed they could not temporarily shake off this persistent individual. Side quests are generally simpler than main quests. So Lu Xiaowei did not consider eliminating Xiao Linfeng an insurmountable task. After all, the halo of the male protagonist above his head nearly illuminated the apocalypse. If she were to provoke trouble, it was likely that the heavens would shield this protagonist, striking down with a bolt of lightning, dispelling the darkness. And then Lu Su could enjoy the feast. Let them follow if they wish, brother. It's of no concern to us, Lu Xiaowei remarked, observing Lu Su's furrowed brow with a hint of irritation. Which dog does not enjoy following its owner? It becomes a matter of habit. However, what perplexed Lu Xiaowei was that even when they paused to eat, the male lead merely halted his steps without any intention of approaching. What could this imply? Lu Xiaowei was filled with questions. When Yuan Xiao exited the vehicle to dispose of trash, she glanced back several times, only to see a woman in a light yellow dress washing her hands. She appeared to be a water element ability user. How enviable. Yuan Xiao couldn't help but steal a few more glances, and the woman looked over as well, her expression somewhat complex. Yet she quickly lowered her gaze and hurried back to the car. Lu Su observed this scene from the window, his fists clenched tightly. That woman was his childhood friend. Xiaojingli. Sister, There was a rather beautiful lady over there, looking quite sorrowful, Yuan Xiao remarked as she returned to the car. Her attention consumed by the delicious sour and spicy noodles, so delectable that she felt she could devour her own tongue. Lu Xiaowei naturally noticed this as well and deduced that the woman was indeed Xia Jingli. One cannot deny that Xia Jingli's fate was rather unfortunate. She was once the beloved of Lu Su in a single female lead apocalyptic novel, yet now she had become one of Xiao Linfeng's harem members. She was merely a water element ability user, valued elsewhere, but how could Xiao Linfeng lack such individuals? Acquiring Xia Jingli was merely a manifestation of a man's collector's mentality. No matter how one viewed Xia Jingli, could she possibly compare to the utility of zombies? Zombies posed no threat, could not conceive, and could be manipulated at will, all while enhancing his ability level. Thus, shortly after obtaining Xia Jingli, Xiao Linfeng paid little attention to her when Lu Su was present. He found it amusing to toy with Xia Jingli in front of the male lead. Among the many harem members, Xia Jingli possesses the least presence. Go, Lu Xiaowei called out. Once you have finished eating, I shall take the wheel. You may rest in the back and pass the map to Qiao Qiao. We shall navigate the night road. Lu Xiaowei genuinely wished to avoid Xiao Linfeng. With his presence, Lu Su and the others dared not confront the zombies. After all, Xiao Linfeng excelled at treachery, particularly at striking from behind, and he had a penchant for using others as unwitting instruments of his schemes. Meanwhile, Xiao Linfeng was scheming on how to win over Lu Xiaowei. The senior had informed him that Lu Xiaowei's level surpassed theirs. Thus she could contend with a few zombies. The pressing concern, however, was their ignorance of how many individuals or zombies occupied the vehicle. He had instructed the system to investigate, but it reported an utter inability to ascertain any information. Although he was tempted to curse the inept system, Xiao Linfeng refrained. Everything he possessed now was bestowed by it. In his previous life, he had merely been a reclusive man captivated by beautiful women and novels, possessing an unremarkable appearance. His only opportunity lay in the snow moon. Should Lu Xiaowei and her companions head towards the northwestern base, he must, by all means, delay their arrival. The system had assured him that the zombies bound to his soul would remain unaffected by the snow, yet Lu Xiaowei was an entirely different matter. What baffled Xiao Linfeng was why Lu Xiaowei did not seek him out. Regardless of the reason, with her fiery temperament, she would undoubtedly approach him. And he found himself somewhat weary of the zombies at hand. Her spirited nature would be far more invigorating. Senior, pursue them and block the vehicle, Xiao Linfeng said, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Yuan Xiao had just finished her hot and sour noodles when she noticed several cars passing by, blocking the main road. One man exited a vehicle, casually inserting his hand into his pocket and brushing aside his bangs. He approached and knocked on the car door beside Lu Xiaowei. Yuan Xiao grasped Lu Xiaowei's hand. Sister. Before Lu Su could speak, Lu Xiaowei rolled down the window, her expression inscrutable as she regarded him. Do you think you're handsome? Chapter 82. The collected sister seems off, 17. Xiao Linfeng was genuinely taken aback by her retort. He was about to assert that he indeed held that belief, especially since his arrival in this fictional world had amplified his self-assurance. After all, the attractiveness of this body was undeniable. It's really you, Xiaowei. At last, we meet again. You have no idea how much I've missed you, he said, a self-proclaimed charming smile gracing his lips. He raised his hand, intending to pat Lu Xiaowei's head. Just as Lu Xiaowei was about to utter an expletive, Yuan Xiao swiftly rolled up the window from her side, firmly grasping her arm. Sister, ignore him. He clearly looks like a bad person. Yuan Xiao pressed her lips together, her tone laced with displeasure. Why do you say that? Lu Xiaowei turned to Yuan Xiao. While her words were commendable, they would surely provoke Xiao Linfeng's ire. He's too unattractive to be worthy of my sister. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaowei fell silent for a moment. This was perplexing. After all, Xiao Linfeng was the male lead, and his looks were merely a notch below what they had been when he was still a boy. How could he be deemed ugly? Was it possible that she had simply considered him to be of average appearance? This thought was disheartening. Alas, I find myself in a state of melancholy. I believe my appearance is rather decent. Lu Xiaowei offered an honest assessment. Oh, Yuan Xiao seemed displeased. Upon hearing Lu Xiaowei's remark, Yuan Xiao's lips curled slightly, yet she refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, Xiao Linfeng's expression darkened after being rebuffed. Oh no. After being met with closed windows, the former Lu Xiaowei never exhibited such arrogance. Has her wild nature been unleashed since transforming into a zombie? However, The girl seated beside Gu Wei was also quite attractive, though her gaze emanated a chilling aura, more frigid than that of any apparition from a horror film. In all his time in this realm, Xiao Linfeng had never encountered such an eerie presence in an ordinary person. It was exceedingly bizarre. He felt no inclination to indulge in any base desires. What exactly is that system? Xiao Linfeng left the vehicle with a sense of trepidation. Lu Su observed Xiao Linfeng's retreating figure, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Had he been merely an ordinary individual, his vehicle might have already collided. Uncertain and unable to ascertain, it seemed prudent to avoid provocation. The system, too, was perplexed. The inability to detect information about this vehicle earlier was likely due to that girl. Yet she exhibited no signs of extraordinary abilities. This left the system further confounded. Such occurrences had never been witnessed before. Perhaps I misjudged. It could very well not be related to that girl. Xiao Linfeng certainly did not believe that a young girl could possess significant power. Deep down, he held a disdain for females, viewing them as mere appendages to men, especially in the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic environment. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he climbed into the car. Departure. Xiao Linfeng suddenly called out. Xia Jingli, who had been lost in thought in the back seat, raised her eyes to look at him and hurriedly stood up. What's wrong? She asked, a bit awkwardly, her heart fluttering with a hint of fear. As a water elemental, she possessed little offensive capability, and at that moment, she was the weakest link in the team, surrounded by a throng of zombies. Her nights were troubled, and she had contemplated fleeing. However, having witnessed Xiao Linfeng mercilessly eliminate a traitor, such thoughts dissipated entirely. In the past, she had found Xiao Linfeng rather handsome, but now, she was increasingly unable to reconcile her feelings for him, especially after learning of his indiscriminate appetites and his harem of zombies. Gradually, her fondness for him waned, leaving her perplexed as to why she had ever felt that way. Oh, she recalled that she had been deceived into losing her innocence. A mishap with a drink had led her to a school restroom with him, and the mere thought of it stirred a feeling of nausea in her throat. As Xia Jingli was still lost in her reverie, she was startled by Xiao Linfeng's command. Go over and speak with Xiao Wei. Ask if they are heading to the northwest base. We are too. It would be prudent to travel together, as we could assist one another should difficulties arise on the road. Had Xiao Linfeng paid attention to who was driving in the front seat, he might not have proposed such an idea. Just as Xia Jingli was about to voice her concerns, she noticed Tang Yeye looking over. Overwhelmed by fear, she hastily exited the vehicle. Previously, Xiao Linfeng and the others had even discussed the possibility of turning her into a zombie if necessary, which would enhance the strength of Xiao Linfeng's harem. However, Xia Jingli had firmly rejected such a notion, feeling that only someone unwell would desire to become a zombie. The enchanting female zombies are, in essence, mere dolls of Xiao Linfeng, instinctively drawn to him and referring to him as their master. Xia Jingli finds this utterly incomprehensible. Upon alighting from the vehicle, she strides forward, glancing about, and before she can utter a word, the window of the car slides down. Before her stands a familiar face, causing her fingers to clench reflexively. What is it? Lu Su inquires. In truth, he is fully aware of how Xiao Linfeng managed to ensnare Xia Jingli. It could be deemed a form of deceitful manipulation. However, since Xiao Linfeng had taken photographs, Xia Jingli dared not make a fuss about it, especially in the midst of the apocalypse. With nowhere else to turn, she was compelled to follow Xiao Linfeng. It's you, Xia Jingli murmurs, feeling a touch of discomfort, her gaze averted from Lu Su. Did Xiao Linfeng send you? What does he intend? Lu Su's expression is rife with impatience. He is thoroughly exasperated with that lecherous man. Indeed, Xiao Linfeng evokes such an impression in him. It is as though he has never encountered a woman before. Any attractive female seems to captivate him, which is utterly absurd. In this apocalyptic world, he revels in it the most. He inquires whether they are heading to the northwest base, suggesting that if so, traveling together would be more convenient. As soon as Xia Jingli finishes speaking, she notices Xiao Wei gazing intently at her. Overcome with guilt, she lowers her head, unable to meet her eyes. Although Xiao Wei's predicament is not her fault, she feels a profound sense of responsibility for failing to protect her, especially given her close relationship with Lu Su. You possess water-based abilities, do you not? Xiao Wei asks. The original female protagonist possessed a remarkable ability. The water she produced could, to some extent, inhibit the zombie virus. Those endowed with powers who ingested it would be completely unharmed. However, for ordinary individuals, it would depend on their constitution. A glint of determination flashed in Lu Xiaowei's eyes as she exited the vehicle. "Brother, come down." Lu Su, bewildered, opened the door and stepped out. With the door obstructing his view, Xiao Linfeng had yet to discern who it was when he saw the man approach. Once there, Lu Xiaowei swiftly pulled the bewildered Xia Jingli into the car. Before Xiao Linfeng could comprehend the situation, Lu Xiaowei entered the vehicle, closed the door, fastened her seatbelt, and, with seamless precision, accelerated, forcefully colliding with Xiao Linfeng's car. Dazed and nauseous, he barely had time to lift his head before the vehicle vanished from sight. It was as if he had watched his own harem being abducted right before his eyes. Chapter 83. Something is off with the sister picked up, 18 Xiaowei. What are you doing? Asi was equally taken aback by this audacious maneuver. It was an outright abduction. Was she attempting to rekindle the connection between Xia Jingli and Lu Su? No, despite Xiaowei's apparent lack of sentimentality, such an act seemed utterly implausible. As expected, Xiaowei spoke up. As a water ability user, I don't need a teddy bear, but I can utilize my powers. I wish to take a shower. Asi. In the harsh conditions of the apocalypse, since the day of the blood rain, all water sources had been rendered unusable, filthy, and contaminated. To Xiaowei, Xia Jingli's identity as a water ability user was undeniably appealing. She even specifically inquired whether Asi, the female protagonist, was merely a sycophant of Xiao Linfeng. If not, it would be a tremendous waste to divert someone meant for him. After watching their vehicle recede into the distance, Xia Jingli let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you," she whispered. "Do you not wish to follow him?" Lu Su suddenly asked. Xia Jingli shook her head. Who would fancy a fickle-hearted cat? Moreover, I cannot even begin to describe his constant need for attention. Why would you want to follow him? Lu Xiaowei interjected with irritation. Lu Su paused momentarily, but refrained from saying more. "If you are thirsty, feel free to ask me for water. I possess water manipulation abilities," Xia Jingli offered hastily. While she may lack skills in other areas, her proficiency in logistics during the apocalypse is unparalleled. "Qiao Qiao," Lu Xiaowei suddenly called out. "Huh, what is it, sister?" Yuan Qiao Qiao responded promptly. "By evening, your culinary skills will come in handy," Lu Xiaowei remarked with a smile. After speeding along for a considerable time and confirming that the male lead could not keep up, Lu Xiaowei approached the highway entrance only to find a pile of abandoned vehicles and a swarm of zombies. After a moment's contemplation, she decided against entering the highway. The road was blocked, and it was likely that conditions on the highway weren't any better. It would be wiser to take the urban routes. With Yujing acting as a human GPS, Xiaowei felt relatively untroubled. However, what Xiaowei did not anticipate was that upon finding accommodation for the night, a living person unexpectedly rushed down from the upper floors. "I can't even be bothered to team up with you all. What a nuisance." A handsome young lad spat on the staircase and turned to walk away, just as Lu Xiaowei and her companions came to a halt. The youth displayed little emotion upon noticing them. He initially intended to leave without a word, yet as he passed by Lu Xiaowei, he suddenly paused. This sensation felt oddly familiar. Momentarily, he halted, extending his hand, from which emerged a swirling orb of deep violet infused with flashes of lightning. "Is your team short of members?" he inquired, offering a bright, sunlit smile. Lu Su's eyes flickered with astonishment. Lightning abilities have always been formidable in the post-apocalyptic world, unlike water powers, which only gain strength in the later stages, and lightning is particularly effective against the mutated flora and marine creatures that follow. If this individual were to join them, their small team would become significantly stronger. However, such matters required his sister's counsel. "My sister is the captain. You should seek her opinion," Lu Su indicated toward Xiaowei. Lu Xiaowei scrutinized the man before her, assessing him from head to toe. "What is your name?" she inquired. "I am called Handsome Man," he replied. Lu Xiaowei. "This person is unacceptable. He is even more self-absorbed than I am." Her expression conveyed her disdain. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiao Xiao clutched Lu Xiaowei's arm tightly, feeling inexplicably uneasy under the young man's gaze. The previous individual, Xiao Linfeng, had evoked a similar discomfort. It seemed as though they both sought to vie for her sister Xiaowei's affections. Why were they behaving this way? No, why was she entertaining such absurd thoughts? Her sister was already in her 3rd year of university. Despite being a zombie, she still had the right to seek a boyfriend. This inexplicable jealousy felt quite irrational. Yuan Xiao Qiao felt a sense of vexation and discomfort, her heart brimming with irritation. "Oh dear, I was merely jesting. It's simply because you possess such striking features. What do you think? I am quite formidable, a level 4 lightning elementalist, an investment that guarantees no loss." By the way, I am Xie Gantang. Ah, see. Is this person a good or bad individual? Xiao Wei was certain she had not encountered such a character in any of her readings. The novel had not introduced him. It was up to you to decide. The moment Xie Gantang appeared, Asi recognized him immediately. This individual truly possessed an uncanny persistence. After his previous incarnation as Prince Mo Hanyan in Mu Miao's realm, he had now ventured into the apocalyptic world. However, judging by his demeanor, it seemed he had recently arrived, indicating he might have traversed 2 or 3 realms already. This must be a serendipitous encounter. In truth, Xiao Wei did not place much importance on the status of high-level elementalists, yet upon observing Lu Su, it seemed he was merely a level 4. This phenomenon appeared to be quite rare. In the future, should they capture any special mutated beings, it would likely prove immensely valuable. Therefore, it was prudent to keep him around. As soon as Xiao Wei spoke, Lu Su finally exhaled in relief to eliminate Xiao Linfeng. Their combined strength would be woefully inadequate. For reasons unknown, he harbored an unsettling feeling that something far more terrifying was backing Xiao Linfeng. After all, how could an ordinary person possess such an abundance of elemental powers? It was utterly absurd. Upon hearing that he would be retained, a smile of triumph spread across Xie Gantang's face. I have a bit of food here. Consider it a welcoming gift. He extended his backpack toward them. Yu Jing accepted it, and, upon inspection, was pleasantly surprised to find it contained genuinely good provisions, including rice and potatoes. It seemed they would be able to enjoy a delightful meal today. On the second floor, there were people, while the first floor had been inundated with water, prompting Lu Xiaowei and the others to ascend to the third floor. Upon opening the door, they were fortunate to find an empty room that appeared to have been recently renovated. The kitchen was equipped with a gas stove, and Jojo discovered 2 or 3 bags of rice along with a plethora of unopened condiments, indicating that the owner had intended to move in just before the outbreak of the apocalypse. This serendipitous turn of events worked in their favor. Xia Jingli meticulously cleaned a large bucket designated for water storage, filling it with fresh water before settling down to meditate, absorbing the energy from the crystalline cores she had acquired earlier. What would you like to eat? Yuan Jojo inquired, having finished washing the pot and turning to face them. Let us prepare what I've gathered first, Xie Gantang replied, crunching on potato chips, completely oblivious to the dire circumstances surrounding them. It was rather absurd that after finally sensing Lu Er's soul fragments, they found themselves in such adverse conditions. Let us just cook those. It's been ages since we've had a proper meal, Lu Su agreed with a nod. Yuan Jojo then busied herself with preparations. Just as Xia Jingli stood to assist, Lu Xiaowei grasped her hand. The generator's low rumble persisted as Lu Xiaowei opened the water tank, looking at Xia Jingli. Could you pour some water? I'd like to take a shower. Xia Jingli paused for a moment, observing Lu Xiaowei extracting 3 water-type energy crystals from her pocket. After just pouring the water needed for their meal, Xia Jingli's powers had yet to fully recover. Sacrificing 3 energy crystals for the sake of a shower seemed a small price to pay. After 4,000, there will only be 2 updates, she remarked. Chapter 84. The Uneasy Sister I Have Acquired. 19. I will let you go. But there is one thing I find rather perplexing. Why did you choose to take me with you? Xia Jingli bit her lower lip, her expression reflecting her confusion. This was, without a doubt, the most intriguing question on her mind. She could clearly discern that the figure before her, Lu Xiaowei, was a zombie. Yet, unlike the mere playthings of Xiao Linfeng, Lu Xiaowei possessed an independent consciousness, gentle yet powerful, even exuding a hint of endearing familiarity. Because you are still of use. A simple statement that allowed Xia Jingli to finally understand. I see. Lu Xiaowei maintained a stoic demeanor. Her decision to rescue Xia Jingli was undoubtedly linked to a side quest, such as the purification aspect. She could not simply abandon the original owner without leaving some semblance of hope and opportunity. With Xia Jingli present, they would at least avoid succumbing to thirst. Having taken a bath, Lu Xiaowei emerged with her hair dried by a blow dryer, a towel in hand as she wiped her hair. It was then that she noticed Xie Gantang staring at her intently, unblinking. He was scrutinizing Lu Xiaowei's behavior, and upon learning that this girl was named Lu Xiaowei, he felt an unsettling sensation within him. It bore a resemblance to the ancient world he had encountered before. However, as for her character, it was still too soon to discern any differences. After all, the previous incarnation of Lu Er had often told him to leave. What are you staring at? Xie Gantang was abruptly kicked by Lu Su. A line of gilded text appeared on the page of a book, Lu Cece. If she were not present in this world, the volume would not reveal any information at all. Xie Gantang breathed a sigh of relief, closing the book, which then seamlessly merged with his being. Lu Su gently tapped on the door. "Excuse me, Xie Ganteng. We need to take turns keeping watch. The girls can sit this one out. But the three of us will take shifts. You start at 11, and each of us will keep vigil for 3.5 hours. Or do you prefer a later hour?" After a long drive, Lu Su and his companions felt somewhat fatigued, compounded by the restless nights endured during the recent tumultuous days. "Let us begin at 10, Xie Ganteng suggested as he stepped outside. For keeping watch, the living room was the most suitable place. Given that the unit comprised 3 bedrooms and a hall, Lu Su shared a bed with Yu Jing, while Yuan Xiao, uncomfortable with sharing a bed, claimed a bedroom for herself, thus accommodating everyone perfectly. After dinner, Xia Jingli retreated to the bedroom to continue absorbing energy cores, speaking little to Lu Su. Standing on the balcony, Lu Xiaowei gazed out at the desolate, silent apocalypse, her thoughts drifting to the seemingly insurmountable task of finding a partner for Lu Su, which felt indefinitely distant. As she prepared to leave, Xie Ganteng, seated in the living room and snacking, observed her retreating figure. He realized she had become a zombie. Truly, she was the one he admired. Even amidst the apocalypse, she possessed an unsettling kind of strength. Upon entering this fictional world, the formidable aura he had sensed outside had vanished in an instant. Had he not encountered her today, he might have believed this world devoid of Lucisi. "Where are you headed?" Xie Ganteng inquired hastily. "To find some zombies," Lu Xiaowei replied. She had no intention of spending the entire night staring vacantly out the window. After all, Lu Su had arranged for someone to keep watch, and there were no dangerous hordes of zombies nearby. They would be safe. "Are you planning to be a savior?" Xie Ganteng's eyes sparkled with a newfound clarity. This was truly the essence of Lu Sisi, one whose heart embraced the world. Lu Xiaowei cast a curious glance at Xie Ganteng and inquired, "What ails you? If you are fond of someone, pursue them." Xie Ganteng was taken aback. This was unlike anything she had experienced before. This selfish demeanor bore none of Lu Sisi's gentle warmth. Contemplating the slumbering souls around her, Xie Ganteng could only sit silently on the sofa, watching as Lu Xiaowei departed. A profound sense of injustice enveloped her. Had she foreseen the consequences of acquiescing to Lu Su's demands, she would have relished an outing with Lu. Now, she could only rest her chin on the sofa, lost in thought. On the desolate night of the apocalypse, the air hung heavy with dense black fog. Were it not for the looming threat of the undead, Lu Xiaowei would never have ventured out. "Ah, see, are there any zombies nearby whose power is slightly inferior to mine?" She needed to hasten her ascended strength without delay. After all, she was not the protagonist and could not engage in dual cultivation. "Indeed, there are plenty," Asi responded. Lu Xiaowei immediately surmised that Asi referred to the harem of Teddy. Those zombies harbored no jealousy and would engage in combat harmoniously if it came to that. Lu Xiaowei had yet to reach the point of recklessly battling a throng of zombies. "Do not jest. Is there anything else?" "There are. But they are in the suburbs and possess comparable abilities. She is the 7th member of the male lead's harem. However, according to the narrative trajectory, it will be some time before the male lead encounters her, likely not until the snow moon period. At that juncture, that particular zombie would be at her weakest." Fortuitously crossing paths with Xiao Linfeng. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaowei narrowed her eyes slightly. "Then let's go find her. By the way, keep a closer watch on my brother. If anything unexpected occurs, remember to inform me." With that, Lu Xiaowei melded into the night. With her newfound agility, traversing to the outskirts on foot was no daunting task. Her form glided gracefully, her toes lightly touching the stacked vehicles, her body unburdened by fatigue. Initially, she felt a tinge of awkwardness, yet soon she became accustomed to the sensation of soaring, as if she had been adept at it for ages. Suddenly, Lu Xiaowei recalled the so-called prince from the previous world and inquired, "Ah, see, your company must be able to uncover details about a person's past life, right?" Asi's heart skipped a beat, a wave of unease washing over her for reasons unknown. "What do you wish to know?" she asked. "I must have been a remarkably strong individual in my past life, right?" Lu Xiaowei asked with palpable anticipation. "Otherwise, how could the system have chosen me? Past life? Let me check." Asi retrieved the documents previously provided by 006 from the side table and turned to the second-to-last page, detailing Gu Wei's former existence. "Ah, I found it. In your last life, you were born into a destitute family, and shortly after your birth, you perished due to congenital heart disease." Lu Xiaowei, what kind of past life is that? I barely had a chance to catch my breath before dying. What about the life before that? A hint of dissatisfaction lingered in her tone. "Oh, this one lasted longer, 35 years. You were born into a respectable family, but during a time of turmoil. You fell into captivity and were tortured until your demise at the age of 35. Lu Xiaowei mused. She must have kicked the ancestral grave of the heavenly Tao to endure such a woeful fate. Chapter 85. The sister I picked up is not quite right, 20, yet. Lu Xiaowei remained unconvinced. Was there not a single dignified path for her? Surely, her existence could not be inherently tragic. That would be exceedingly absurd. Suddenly, a sea closed the documents and urged, "Do share." Lu Xiaowei stretched her body and resumed her journey towards the outskirts. Many years ago, you were the son of the esteemed leader of the Huaiyang sect, the only being in the cultivation world with the potential to ascend to divinity. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaowei nearly stumbled. Just moments ago, the tale was dismal, and now it felt as if an entirely different persona had emerged. And then, Lu Xiaowei inquired cautiously. Your realm, the Kanglan realm, was engulfed by a consuming aura, giving rise to anomalies. The rift in the heavens widened. And if it remained unsealed, all souls would be cast into the void beyond, their essences scattered. Subsequently, you fell in love with a woman, the legitimate daughter of a prestigious cultivation family, endowed with innate spiritual roots. Together, you mended the rift in the Kanglan realm and lived a blissful life. Lu Xiaowei listened to this narrative in a daze, stroking her chin as she sensed an oddity. So, did you not attain divinity? This plotline felt rather peculiar. Asi gently closed his eyes, his raven-black lashes fluttering softly. Indeed, I almost did. The Kanglan realm is but a diminutive fragment within the vast expanse of the 3,000 worlds. The notion of dimensional damage does not await the moment when Gu Wei ascends to divinity. However, blessed with innate auspiciousness, he could, even without attaining transcendence, temporarily extricate himself from the Kanglan realm and seamlessly integrate into another realm of cultivation. Yet, bound by his connections to her and the Gu family, Gu Wei could not relinquish these ties, and thus, he remained unable to ascend to the divine rank. At that time, he had already formed an acquaintance with the company's leadership, who recognized Gu Wei's remarkable talents and deemed that a person of such extraordinary fortune ought not to be ensnared by the mundane world. They offered him a high-ranking position within the company, which afforded him greater prestige than that of the deities in the divine realm. As for the restoration of dimensions, the company had not yet attained the technological prowess it possesses today. The act of mending dimensions was a perilous endeavor, one that could only be achieved at the cost of one's life, and they were utterly incapable of accomplishing it. However, Gu Wei had already reached a level of competency that allowed him to shatter dimensions. In a moment of ingenuity, he fragmented his own divine soul and utilized his corporeal form alongside a fragment of a demi-divine spirit to patch the Kanglan realm. The remnants of his divine soul were entrusted to Asi, aiding her in breaking free from the confines of the Kanglan realm and ascending to divinity, becoming the Kanglan realm's goddess, the first being since ancient times capable of traversing the void without the need for ascension to the divine realm. Consequently, the company received Gu Wei's letter of introduction and welcomed Asi into its upper echelons. Nevertheless, Asi was resolute in her desire to assume the role of a system administrator, as it was the least regulated position within the company, ranked fourth according to ability, now known as 004. She was unable to extricate the fragment of divine soul residing within her body, but she managed to discover a trace of Gu Wei's essence and soul at the fringes of the Kanglan realm, which was the initial form in which she encountered Gu Wei within the system space, lacking even a corporeal shape. Had it not been for Gu Wei's need to reincarnate and cleanse the impurities of the void over many years, Asi would not have waited so long to make her appearance. Deprived of extraordinary fortune and lacking a soul, Gu Wei endured a wretched and sorrowful existence in each of his lifetimes. If the Naiha Bridge existed, he would likely be one whom Mingpa would pity. She shattered part of her own soul in her quest to find the means to locate Gu Wei's reincarnation and to mend his spirit. What she sought was not merely for Gu Wei to live in completeness. Rather, she yearned for the deity who was destined to be revered by all. She was determined to help Xiaowei reconstruct his soul. Finally, Asi spoke. Deceiving was pointless. If I were to become a deity, it would be illogical to be so unfortunate in reincarnation. But alas, if you wish to deceive me, so be it. I do not covet divinity. I simply wish to return to being a normal person, to be with my master and sister Mo Qing. Lu Xiaowei waved his hand dismissively, showing little concern for these matters. Upon hearing this, Asi's eyes sparkled with mischief, teasingly inquiring, "What if I were your sister Mo Qing?" Lu Xiaowei replied with certainty, "You are certainly not." He was resolute in his assertion. My sister Mo Qing is not a rogue like you. A C clenched her teeth in frustration. I see you are close to being struck. I believe she is quite the rogue herself. You have no idea how she enjoys touching you. Lu Xiaowei blushed at A C's words, exclaiming, What nonsense! How could you possibly know? A C's face suddenly flushed, and her gaze drifted gently to the small sun emblem at the top of Lu Xiaowei's sports attire. What a transgression! A C clasped her hands together. How could a deity behave thus? No, she was not a deity now. She was merely a system. And the company had never stated that one could not engage in romance or indulge in flirtation. Observing A C's silence, Lu Xiaowei slightly tugged at her lips, realizing that this system was rather unruly. Nevertheless, they had finally arrived in the suburbs, a place of serene tranquility. The female zombie that A C spoke of stood languidly on the street. Lu Xiaowei had never witnessed a zombie making such a casual entrance. Standing at about 1.50 meters, she appeared to defy her stature, especially with her gracefully smooth lines and long, slender white legs clad in dainty white shoes. After a fleeting glance, Lu Xiaowei lowered her gaze, momentarily questioning her own appearance. Could she perhaps be male? As she noticed someone approaching, the exquisite zombie, resembling a porcelain doll, swiftly darted before Lu Xiaowei. Her eyes, though slightly vacant, suddenly lifted as she raised her hand to strike at Lu Xiaowei's forehead. Her purplish irises exuding a menacing chill. Taken aback by her directness, Lu Xiaowei was about to seize the little girl's neck when, in an instant, the girl vanished. Disappeared? No, it must have been teleportation. Lu Xiaowei furrowed her brows, her vigilance heightened. Fighting against a zombie of equal standing proved to be somewhat challenging, as she was not primarily an attacker. Did you come to my territory to offer energy cores? The little girl's voice abruptly emerged from behind. The undead are inherently bloodthirsty and frigid. As the little girl appeared before Lu Xiaowei, her attention fixated upon the back of her head. Lu Xiaowei's brain. She was in desperate need of power. With strength, she would ascend to an entirely new realm. Locking in her target, Lu Xiaowei softly called out, only to discover that she had managed to restrain the girl for a mere 3 seconds, before her hands had even found their way out of her pockets. Lu Xiaowei shook her head in disbelief. How would she manage to care for Teddy with such a tempestuous little sprite? A psychic zombie possessing teleportation abilities, no less. A C timely emerged to offer a reminder. Lu Xiaowei raised her hand to lightly bite her index finger, realizing the predicament was indeed troublesome. Fortunately, she had arrived a step ahead of the male protagonist. Otherwise, if he had fallen into Teddy's hands, the situation would have been far more complicated. A C, for reasons unknown, found an inexplicable fondness for the mischievous Lu Xiaowei. However, this little trick of yours won to deceive the young girl, A C thought, bemused yet amused. This zombie, being psychic in nature, was not easily fooled. Even Xiao Lingfeng had struggled to control her without nearly exhausting himself. The little girl let out a disdainful hum. Let us cut to the chase. I simply desire your energy crystal core. As she spoke, the girl tantalizingly licked her soft pink lips. Having devoured the zombies in this area, she certainly could not let such a formidable opponent slip away. Just as Lu Xiaowei was about to respond, she caught sight of a familiar figure approaching with a knife, accompanied by another person, none other than the idly bored Xie Ganang. Xie Ganang was deeply unsettled. After spending an hour at home, he called Lu Su to rise, only to find Yuan Xiao Xiao awake as well. It seemed she could not rest easy about Lu Xiaowei and insisted on accompanying him. Xie Ganang felt somewhat helpless, yet there was little he could do. He was out searching for his wife. Bringing along a young girl would surely lead to misunderstandings, especially with Lu Er. And you're even offering snacks? I truly appreciate it. Big sister, the young girl said, her words innocent, yet her cruel expression prompted Lu Xiaowei to kick her in exasperation. Lu Xiaowei found herself embroiled in a scuffle with the oblivious girl, and Xie Ganang's countenance grew uneasy at the sight. He was aware that he could not contend with this zombie, despite his ability to traverse various worlds. He faced considerable restrictions upon entering them and could only exert the inherent strength of his current body. Xiao, perhaps you should leave first, Xie Ganang urged. Tugging at the obstinate girl, Yuan Xiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. While Lu Xiaowei was indeed skilled in lightness techniques, she found herself at a disadvantage against the girl's teleportation abilities, coupled with the girl's reckless fighting style. Lu Xiaowei realized for the first time that a rabid dog could indeed be a formidable opponent. The girl seized her arm and bit down. It was utterly bewildering. Can you not behave like a human? Lu Xiaowei exclaimed, kicking at the girl, who seemed to possess remarkably sturdy bones and protected her head fiercely. Further aggravating Lu Xiaowei. "Hand it over, or I shall take your life," the young girl retorted, her fists relentlessly attacking, stubbornly tugging at the girl's hair without a hint of fear. Xie Gantang wished to persuade Yuan Xiao to leave, as he found the situation unbearable. Without Yuan Xiao's presence, he could indeed assist Lu Er from beyond, but with her here, any discovery of his actions would be a violation, preventing him from seeking Lu Er's soul fragments in the future. Moreover, the proximity of the two posed a risk should Xie Gantang unleash his thunder. It could inadvertently harm Lu Xiaowei. Desperation gripped him, only to observe Yuan Xiao clenching her fists in silence. "Xiao?" Xie Gantang tugged at her, his expression one of confusion. This was hardly the time for daydreaming. As he pulled her, the chilly night wind swept aside her delicate bangs, revealing her bloodshot eyes. Startling Xie Gantang. "What on earth has caused your eyes to turn red?" he exclaimed, panic rising within him. At such a moment, where could he possibly find a doctor for her? "Are you inflicting harm upon your sister?" Her voice was as faint as the wind, dissipating upon utterance. "No, please remain calm. They are merely playfully sparring. Look, Xiaowei is holding her own. You must leave quickly. I shall assist Xiaowei." Xie Gantang grasped her, attempting to usher her towards the car. "What use are you?" Yuan Xiao's words struck Xie Gantang with fury. What did she mean by his uselessness? Had his millennia of cultivation been for naught? If it weren't for those accursed rules, he would not be so restricted. Just as he was about to retort, he glanced up at the towering building, where the little girl had already embraced Lu Xiaowei's head. Xie Gantang felt as though he might shatter entirely. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaowei was summoning every ounce of her strength to utilize her locking technique once more, intent on seizing the life of this rabid dog. Before Lu Xiaowei could utter a word, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, nearly blinding her titanium alloy eyes. What was happening? Lu Xiaowei only heard 4 words: divine domain, stasis. Immediately, a profound silence enveloped the earth. The once bustling city was devoid of even the gentlest breeze, and she could no longer hear the groans of the zombies. Yet, she remained mobile. She gazed at the once sacred golden luminescence, which had morphed into a deep, ominous black light. In the distance, she spotted Yuan Xiao, who had previously seemed utterly powerless, now wielding a dark-hued bow that had appeared in her hands. Meanwhile, Xie Gantang had collapsed onto the ground, utterly stunned, or rather, divinely bewildered. He finally grasped the identity of Lu Cici. That blinding golden radiance was something only deities from millennia past could manifest. However, his sister, Xie Gantang felt tears welling in his eyes. Was it truly necessary to invoke such a monumental disturbance for merely an advanced zombie? With a mere flick of your little finger, the world could be shattered. The black-feathered arrow struck directly into the head of the little girl zombie behind Lu Xiaowei. She watched in horror as the once easily obtainable transparent crystal core disintegrated into dust under the assault of the black arrow. Well done. But refrain from such actions in the future. Then, Lu Xiaowei observed a mass of black mist forming before Yuan Xiao. Before she could comprehend, she was engulfed by it. The bow and arrow vanished from her grasp. Overwhelmed by the shock, Lu Xiaowei rolled her eyes back, wanting to feign unconsciousness. But before she could succumb, Yuan Xiao flew towards her, cradling the shaken Lu Xiaowei in her arms. She stood firmly suspended in midair, as if the ground beneath her were solid. Her dark eyes glimmered with a hint of brightness. Lu Xiaowei glanced downward and promptly shut her eyes. "Put me down. I have acrophobia." It was her first encounter with this fear, entirely induced by shock. In the moment Yuan Xiao succumbed to her darker impulses, Lu Xiaowei saw a familiar shadow in her, reminiscent of her master and Ning Maching. It was peculiar. Despite the dissimilarities in appearance and temperament, she recognized it immediately. Yet, Yuan Xiao seemed even more unhinged than that mad little zombie. Farewell to her psychic energy core. All right, I will heed my sister's words. Yuan Xiao appeared quite pleased. Meanwhile, Xie Gantang, who had finally managed to stand, looked at Yuan Xiao with a complicated expression. If this person were Lu Er, then what she held in her arms, surely it must be Gu Wei. Although this scene appeared somewhat comedic, for reasons unknown, Xie Gantang felt that perhaps he would no longer need to seek Lu Er. He seemed to have lost recognition of her, akin to the sensation of an idol's downfall. Chapter 87. The Acquired Sister is Unusual. 22. Yuan Xiao cast a glance at him, her stark black and white eyes tinged with indifference. No need. Lu Xiaowei, this plot development is amiss. Before she could fully process the situation, Yuan Xiao scooped her up. The cold wind began to stir, while Lu Xiaowei remained engulfed in the sorrow of losing her psychic energy core. Alas, such is fate. The Diary of Xiaowei's Captivity. Hello everyone. I am Gu Wei. Oh no, you should now refer to me as Lu Xiaowei. I never anticipated that I would find myself seemingly abducted by my official pairing. Confined within a dimly lit room. She has locked the door, ensnaring me, a living, breathing zombie, upon the bed, embracing and cradling me as she drifts into slumber. Initially, I pondered whether it would be a pity not to take some action. Yet, all she does is hold me close and sleep. The following day, I expressed my hunger, and Yuan Xiao regarded me with her profound gaze for an extended moment. In my presence, she proceeded to munch on something with an audible crunch. To the uninitiated, it could easily be mistaken for crispy chicken bones. Then, she detached an arm from the mutated creature and presented it to me. I felt little, merely a slight discomfort in my own arm. Oh my heavens, you cannot fathom the length of the mutated creature's leg hair, rivaling that of my own strands. Fleas were also present, yet knowing my penchant for cleanliness, Yuan Xiao washed it before bringing it to me. Her ability is one of absorption and transformation. By consuming any crystal core, she acquires its unique power, rendering the act of cleaning a trivial endeavor for her. However, I expressed my disdain, declaring that I wished to be spared from such grotesque offerings. Seemingly showing some cleverness, she procured the energy crystal core from the special mutated entity, cleaned it thoroughly, and placed it into my hand. The object of my long-desired ambitions now lay within my grasp. As I swallowed it, the mutated entity's energy core offered no resistance whatsoever. At last, I have acquired a mental power, significantly enhancing my physical attributes. Yet, I am not content, for I remain confined indoors. She insists that the outside world is rife with threats against me. Goodness, even a reclusive individual would be driven to madness by such confinement. I was mistaken. I ought not to have ventured into this sorrowful place. Had I not arrived in this dismal location, I would not have encountered Yuan Xiao. Without meeting her, I would not have regarded her as an adorable girl. She used to be such a well-behaved sister, but recently, she has begun to seek out inappropriate content on her phone. I am at a loss as to whose phone it might be that she has come across. Is it too much to ask for a semblance of modesty? It leaves me, a mere recluse, blushing and flustered. Oh, how foolish of me being a zombie. I possess no heart. She even plays videos aloud, engaging in actions that mirror those on screen, questioning me about the positions and the expressions of the girls featured in the footage. For heaven's sake, she is a zombie, she boldly declared. On the day my sister faced her misfortune, I realized I loved her. I desire to be with her for eternity. Sister, let us have a little baby together. I found myself doubting her sanity, as if gaining power had stripped her of reason. Upon reflection, that seems to be the case. What does she mean by misfortune? She speaks as though Yuan Xiao were destined to feast upon a banquet. I merely aim to rationally calculate the energy course. Yet I shall not allow myself to become agitated or quarrel with a young girl. However, on the seventh day, Yuan Xiao finally resolved to take me away. Tears welled in my eyes. Before I could revel in the excitement for even a day, I found myself once more confined to a small room in the northwestern region, the structure bearing a striking resemblance to the previous one. Moreover, she appeared particularly eager to carry me, as if my dignity as a grown man held no significance. On the 8th day of my abduction, I was presented with a special mutated energy core, awakening my light affinity. Thank you for the invitation. I was on the verge of becoming divine. It is nothing, merely a fleeting sense of longing for my brother. In tears, Lu Xiaowei pinned down. On this day, the snow began to fall at last. Seated by the bedside, she gazed out at the swirling snowflakes, which gracefully adorned the scarred world with an aura of purity. A sudden desire to build a snowman surged within her. She wondered how Lisu was faring. And what of Xie Gantang? Before departing, he seemed profoundly affected. Yet, at this moment, her own worries took precedence. Although Yuan Xiao had yet to act, the video continued to play, and Lu Xiaowei's ears perked up as she turned to see Yuan Xiao's intense gaze fixed upon her. What are you doing? Lu Xiaowei furrowed her brows. Suddenly, Yuan Xiao leaned closer, lifting her gaze to caress Lu Xiaowei's delicate, rosy visage. Sister, I have some impure thoughts. Before Lu Xiaowei could fully comprehend, her head had already found its place against the cool wall behind the bed, though she felt no warmth emanating from the wall. A chill enveloped her. Their lips met softly, devoid of flavor or sensation. Yet, Yuan Xiao seemed to experience something entirely different. She grasped Lu Xiaowei's hand. their fingers interlocking gently upon the plush quilt, which yielded beneath their weight. After a long pause, she released Lu Xiaowei, maintaining that enchanting demeanor. Yet her gaze remained glued to her sister's face. "Do you like me?" Yuan Xiao inquired cautiously, her usual boldness tempered by uncertainty. Would her sister be displeased? However, within that loathsome group, Xie Gantang was present, someone she despised. Those individuals could not protect her sister. Only she possessed the strength to ensure her sister's safety. Is this truly your nature? Lu Xiaowei found herself struggling to comprehend. Whether it was the previous master or sister Mo Qing, they both exuded an aura of righteousness. Their demeanor as ethereal as celestial beings. Yet, in Yuan Xiao, she sensed a hint of malevolence. Upon hearing Lu Xiaowei's words, Yuan Xiao cast her gaze downward, a shadow of sorrow crossing her features. "Sister, do you find me displeasing?" Her voice quivered with a hint of tears, reminiscent of a forsaken little lamb, soft and tender. Her delicate hand gently grasped Lu Xiaowei's sleeve, giving it a slight shake. "I do not wish for you to be in danger, especially at this moment." With her spirit fully awakened, an immense energy surged within her, enabling her to foresee any impending peril. "A see," Lu Xiaowei called out. Furrowing her brow, she noticed Yuan Xiao suddenly smile, revealing an innocent and pure grin. "Sister, who is a C?" Lu Xiaowei replied with a huff. "Oh, you little rascal, I want to let you escape the consequences." Unbeknownst to Lu Xiaowei, a C was frantically searching for her. The book on the shelf, which contained the fusion text, had vanished, indicating that this fragment of the soul was completely beyond her control, her power having reached a terrifying level. It could even be said that she had utterly succumbed to darkness, having previously feigned innocence to lure Xiaowei in, only to monopolize her. Such occurrences had never transpired before. A sea suddenly struck the system control panel, causing a tremor that sent all the books tumbling from the shelves onto the milky white floor. The commotion was significant enough to startle the adjacent system within her own spatial realm. Dressed in a short-sleeved uniform, the system crouched down to assist her, who had fallen to the ground. "Sister AC, what's wrong?" A hint of concern flickered in her beautiful eyes. "It's 005. They say she used to be a well-behaved girl, always compliant since joining the system company. But anyone who can become a system at Jumping Sky Company surely has their own story." A sea scoffed softly. "One of my soul fragments has betrayed me. It is somewhat amusing to say, had it not been for the shattering of her soul that wounded her essence. How could Yuan Xiao have possibly acted in such a manner? Yuan Xiao is indeed innocent, but once the power of that fractured soul was awakened, transforming divine light into darkness, she was no longer the simple Yuan Xiao. A sea truly regretted not having suspected Yuan Xiao sooner, as her soul fragments were primarily attached to Xiaowei. 005, aware of all her affairs, paused momentarily upon hearing this. Has the world of books vanished? It was indeed a minor inconvenience. Then why not contact that big brother who was pursuing you? He is from the divine realm. 005's smile was both straightforward and sweet. It dawned on a sea. Oh right, Xie Gantang is still in that world. As long as I have the company trace Xie Gantang, I can find the entrance to that realm. Unexpectedly, after all these years, she still had to be involved with that person. How unfortunate. However, she could not afford to dwell on that now. The soul of Lu Xiaowei requires various soul lights for nurturing, and it must be the soul of someone who has been purely kind and unfortunate for 10 lifetimes. Otherwise, it would be difficult to achieve divine essence. How could Yuan Xiao possibly find such a soul in the apocalyptic world? Sister, please be mindful not to damage the space, as it is shared with others. 005 gently tapped her shoulder, a fleeting smile gracing her features before she turned and vanished. Once composed, Asi waved her sleeve to complete the repairs, determined to locate Xie Gantang. No, more accurately, the rain god Qi Mu. Asi had sensed Qi Mu's ascension to the divine realm, and, although she was a goddess of the Kanglan realm, she could still harness the power of anyone ascending from it. Yet, she had neglected this matter, as Qi Mu believed she had perished alongside Gu Wei. It was only after noticing her fragmented soul that he ventured down to search for her. He was aware of the company's existence, but the intricacies of its system were classified secrets, and naturally, no one informed him that Lu Cc still lived. Thus, when Asi contacted Qi Mu's essence, he was taken aback. Your shard of the soul is called Xie Gantang in that apocalyptic novel, is it not? Asi gazed at the screen, where Qi Mu found himself amidst picturesque mountains and clear waters, her expression tinged with urgency. Upon seeing her, Chi Mu's face lit up with a smile. So, you are still alive. It rendered his years of relentless searching across the myriad worlds a mere jest. I see replied, let me clarify, I have not promised you anything. Your mere existence suffices. Chi Mu lowered his gaze. At the moment he laid eyes on Yuan Xiao, he realized that it was Gu Wei who was destined for divinity, for a true god possesses no selfish desires or hidden intentions. Yuan Xiao embodies all of Asi's negative energies. She was utterly terrified of losing Gu Wei once more, which drove her to commit such absurd acts. I apologize for the inconvenience, but Gu Wei cannot perish. You must assist me. This was the first time AC spoke to Chi Mu in such a manner. In circumstances like this, we can only remain spectators, for you cannot enter that realm. Yuan Xiao would never allow you to inhabit her body. And even if you did manage to enter, Yuan Xiao would not acknowledge you as her own. That aspect belongs to your darker self, which only Gu Wei can redeem. Chi Mu pondered for a moment before calmly responding to a C. However, I can assist you by delivering something, perhaps a note. Deep down, Chi Mu hoped that Xiao Wei would not encounter any misfortune. Although they were rivals in love, he merely found the other party rather disagreeable. Hatred was too strong a word. Very well, thank you, a C replied, hastily tearing a sheet from a nearby notebook and swiftly jotting down a few sentences before sending the note flying towards Chi Mu. With a flick of his hand, the note landed gracefully in his grasp. Yuan Xiao was merely wary of a C, who consistently lingered near the Xiao Wei, so passing a note posed no issue. Moreover, it seemed rather amusing to save a rival in love. It would be unreasonable for Gu Xiao Wei not to address him as brother. However, one must admit, this peculiar fellow transformed into a girl was quite adorable, Chi Mu thought, a smile gracing his features. Meanwhile, in the apocalyptic world, the snow continued to fall gently, layering the ground in thick blankets of white. The night was devoid of the zombies' roars, for they had all transformed into snowman zombies, capable only of moving their eyes, unable to do anything further. Sister, I anticipate that I must venture out for a few days. You should remain here and not wander about. After contemplating for an entire day, Yuan Xiao resolved to seek the source of purification in this world. Her desires were modest. She merely wished for her sister to return to her normal self. What are you going to do? Asked the Xiao Wei, who was eager to build a snowman. I am searching for something that can restore my sister to humanity, so that her body may once again feel warmth. Yuan Xiao replied with a tilted head and a smile, her lips curving gracefully, resembling the sweet girl she had always been. Oh, all right, just be careful. The Xiao Wei responded, reclining on the bed. For the past few days, Yuan Xiao had done nothing but offer tender kisses, likely dissatisfied with her current state. After all, should she sustain an injury and bleed, Yuan Xiao too would risk becoming a zombie. Although unable to contact the sea, she no longer felt the same degree of anxiety. Uncertain of the reasons, she recognized that she and a sea were soulbound. If any misfortune were to befall him, she would undoubtedly experience excruciating soul-rending pain. There was no rush to complete the task. However, both the secondary and primary missions posed no issues. The pressing concern now was finding a suitable partner for Lu Su. O divine powers, please bestow upon her brother a fair and beautiful wife. Chapter 89. The peculiar younger sister she found. 24. Lu Xiao Wei remained unaware that Xie Tang was on the verge of being throttled to death by her elder brother. I assure you, Xiao Wei, if anything happens to her, I will not spare you, Lu Su growled menacingly, gripping Xie Tang by the collar, wishing nothing more than to consume his entire existence. Xie Tang coughed heavily. There is no need to rush, she is perfectly fine. The abilities of Yuan Xiao are quite formidable. I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall depart from the base for now. You should calm down. Xie Tang clutched the note in his pocket. With this piece of paper, he could easily sense the presence of Lu Xiao Wei. After all, it was produced from a sea space, imbued with Lu Xiao Wei's essence. Leave. The more Lu Su gazed at Xie Tang, the more incensed he became, even regarding him with a suspicious glare. They had arrived at the northwest base before Shuyue, alongside Xiao Linfeng and his entourage. However, Xiao Linfeng currently had only one human consort, so Lu Su was not particularly intimidated by him. The two had each formed a small team, diligently tackling the tasks listed on the board. Both were at the pinnacle of the task points leaderboard. Each time Xiao Linfeng saw another name beside his own, it filled him with frustration. This was not how it was supposed to be. He had traversed worlds, possessing knowledge of the narrative and the system, and he should have outshone the original male lead by a wide margin. It felt as if something had slipped from his grasp, unbeknownst to Xiao Linfeng. On the very day he arrived at the Northwest base, Yuan Xiaoqiao was nearby, directly stripping him of the brilliant halo of the male lead that shone above his head. Unfortunately, she could not absorb such a thing. After pondering for a moment, she decided to pass it on to Lu Su. After all, he was her sister's biological brother. And in her eyes, that made him her brother as well. She harbored a deep disdain for Xiao Linfeng. Once outside the base, Xie Gantang wandered for a while before locating the place where Yuan Xiaoqiao had confined Lu Xiaowei. Given that girl's temperament, there was surely some form of barrier nearby. Xie Gantang hesitated to venture inside, instead positioning himself across the street from the building. Lu Xiaowei was on the second floor, and from his vantage point, he had a clear view of her. Gu Wei, he suddenly called out. Hearing the commotion, Lu Xiaowei abruptly opened her eyes and got off the bed, only to see someone jumping up and down across the street. At first glance, if she weren't familiar with his appearance, she might have mistaken him for a monkey from a post-apocalyptic world. As soon as Lu Xiaowei opened the window, a paper note flew in from outside. She quickly caught it. The note bore gilded lettering, a message from a sea. Why would it be from Xie Gantang? Did he know a sea? Lu Xiaowei was utterly perplexed. After reading the note, it vanished into thin air. Observing this, Xie Gantang stepped out and looked up at her. Are you all right, Xiaowei? I'm fine, she replied, though the psychological burden was not too heavy for her. Even with Yuan Xiaoqiao's increasing darkness, the essence of the situation had not changed much. It was merely the haunting memory of tearing apart an abomination that weighed heavily on her mind. Nothing else troubled her. I don't believe you. Show me a set of calisthenics, Xie Gantang challenged, his enthusiasm unyielding. Lu Xiaowei's expression hardened instantly. I will not jump for you. I'm helping you. And I'm just as good as your brother, so call me brother quickly. Don't let this opportunity slip away. Xie Gantang continued to bounce in place below her. In a flash, Lu Xiaowei slammed the window shut. Just as Xie Gantang's face fell in disappointment, the window reopened. A cascade of snacks, including a large bag of chips, rained down from above, accompanied by 2 sizable bags meant for holding treats. Xie Gantang was taken aback and looked up to find Lu Xiaowei peering out. Regardless of everything. Thank you, she said, closing the window once more. Indeed, it appears that a sea has truly been unable to contact her. Upon leaving, Xie Gantang deliberately trampled the snow downstairs, creating the illusion that a multitude of people had passed through, which allowed him to depart with a sense of relief. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon him, for Yuan Xiaoqiao was absent. However, the once stoic Gu Wei found himself unexpectedly bound by his own adorable wife. And Xie Gantang couldn't help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude. Ah, well, if all else fails, he could always bend the rules just this once and rescue Gu Xiaowei. With a light heart, Xie Gantang hummed a tune while squatting under the eaves, munching on potato chips. Meanwhile, on the bed, Lu Xiaowei yawned and pondered the difficulty of locating the purification source, hoping fervently that Xiaoqiao would remain unscathed. How infuriating. If it were anyone else who had bound her, she would have revolted immediately. But alas, it was her beloved wife. However, if the purification source were indeed her task, wouldn't it suffice for Xiaoqiao to simply possess hands? Yet, given the length of her absence, could it be that the source was located a great distance away? Perhaps in the Arctic? The Antarctic was also a possibility. After all, both locations sound pure and are easily associated with core elements. Presently, Yuan Xiaoqiao, capable of soaring and leaping, could only vanish for several days in such remote places. Wait a moment. Could it be that a sea previously intended for her to swim to the Antarctic to capture a zombie penguin? Such a venture would hardly be feasible. As Lu Xiaowei continued her fanciful musings, the snow along the coastline gradually melted into the sea, signaling the quiet transformation of this world. Meanwhile, those still wintering at the southeast base remained blissfully unaware that disaster was on the horizon. Had it been the previous Lu Su, he might have concerned himself with the affairs of ordinary individuals, but now he was utterly preoccupied. As for Xiao Linfeng, engaging with others was the last thing he desired in life. Why? Xiao Linfeng lightly wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. A flicker of bewilderment crossing his gaze. He could not comprehend why their relationship had deteriorated to such an extent. Lu Su's early betrayal remained an enigma to him. If you do not harm my sister, I might genuinely consider working for you. However, even if you spare her, I will not heed your commands. Lu Su's eyes were frigid, akin to what Yu Jing had remarked. They were of an age where it was absurd to fawn over a university student. Based on his audacity? Or his dalliance with the undead? It was truly ludicrous. Lu Su could not fathom when his intellect had faltered in his previous life. Xiao Lifeng was experiencing the sensation of defeat for the first time in this world, reminiscent of the past when everyone looked down upon him, deriding him as a failure. A slacker who waited idly at home for death. No, it was not like that. He was a new deity in a post-apocalyptic world, and he possessed a system. System. Please manifest and assist me. I require numerous abilities. Little did Xiao Linfeng know that since Yuan Xiaoqiao had succumbed to darkness, everything around her had been influenced by her magnetic field, including systems like a sea that had lost contact with their hosts. Consequently, his own system was rendered null as well. Chapter 90. The sister I picked up seems off. 25. Xiao Linfeng had not called upon the system for quite some time, leaving him somewhat unsettled, and he chose not to entangle himself further with Lu Su. Observing Xiao Linfeng entering the base, Lu Su deemed it inappropriate to pursue further. After all, every base has its own rules, and fighting is strictly prohibited within its confines. Lu Su clenched his fists tightly, vowing that one day he would exact vengeance upon Xiao Linfeng for his sister. Xie Gantang, with one hand tucked into his pocket, observed that the halo of the male protagonist had faded from Xiao Linfeng's head. After acquiring a note, he inquired about Gu Xiaowei's mission. Realizing he must intervene on Lu Su's behalf, at the very least, it should be Lu Xiaowei who delivers the final blow. The path ahead is fraught with challenges. He sighed. However, Lu Xiaowei noticed the fatigue in Yuan Xiaoqiao's eyes. Where have you been? Lu Xiaowei asked. Yuan Xiaoqiao perked up, retrieving a white box from her pocket and presenting it before Lu Xiaowei. Sister, I found the purification source. This is it. Yuan Xiaoqiao lifted the lid of the box, revealing a translucent, water blue orb before her. Is this the purification source? Lu Xiaowei questioned, grasping the object in his hand. It felt soft and pliable, akin to a layer of transparent plastic encasing a source of water. Oh, it's sky blue. Should I eat it directly? Lu Xiaowei pondered, holding the item for a while, unsure of how to proceed. Yes, you can. Yuan Xiaoqiao replied with a smile and a nod. Lu Xiaowei brought the orb to his lips, opened his mouth slightly, then closed it again. Should I wash it first? Yuan Xiaoqiao suggested, reluctantly taking it to clean. Lu Xiaowei finally bit into the orb, savoring the juice within, which he then swallowed in a single gulp. It resembled mineral water, with a hint of sweetness. Where did you find this? Lu Xiaowei asked just as he noticed Yuan Xiaoqiao had fallen asleep on the bed. After all, it is the human body. Yuan Xiaoqiao could not withstand the normalcy. As Lu Xiaowei was about to move, she sensed something amiss in her abdomen. She gently placed Yuan Xiaoqiao on the bed and stepped outside. Previously, Yuan Xiaoqiao had filled the bathtub with ample water, sufficient for her to bathe for 7 days. Now, she was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, as if several individuals had violently fractured her ribs. There was also a sensation akin to having a blade scraping against her flesh. Her blood felt both scalding and invigorated. This torment persisted for half an hour, until Lu Xiaowei, utterly drained, lay in the bathtub, her body smeared with pale green blood. She closed her eyes and activated the shower head. The water had long been heated. Her clothes were too filthy to salvage. After bathing, she retrieved a clean outfit from her space, donned it, and finally gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Indeed, humans and zombies were distinctly different. The warmth of her palms was comforting, and she could feel the rhythmic beating of her heart, even the exhilarating flow of fresh blood coursing through her veins. The purification source had extracted all the toxins from her body. Although it had been painful, she had ultimately transformed into a human. Her complexion was as clear as lake water, and even the contours of her face appeared softer. The girl in the mirror, clad in a lake blue dress, exuded gentleness and tranquility. It was time to prepare a meal. Though she had little in terms of fresh ingredients, there was an abundance of semi-finished products. Oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar had all been prepped by Yuan Xiaoqiao. She stir-fried a plate of rice noodles and brewed a cup of milk tea. Slurping away, Lu Xiaowei realized it had been ages since she had savored something warm, and tears nearly welled up in her eyes. At last, the long-awaited day had arrived. After finishing her meal, Lu Xiaowei cast a glance out the window, pondering her current prowess. Having been fed an abundance of energy crystals by Yuan Xiaoqiao, she felt as though she had nearly transformed into a glutton. Her abilities now encompassed light, space, and psychic powers. Extending her hands, she sensed an unprecedented surge of energy. And after absorbing the purification source, she realized that her strength exceeded that which she possessed when she was a zombie. After all, the light element seemed to bear no resemblance to the undead. In her grasp, she held a pristine object, a silver staff approximately 30 centimeters in length, adorned with pearlescent long patterns. The staff's pinnacle resembled a cluster of stars coalescing into a floral shape, within which floated 3 diamond-shaped ice shards, pertaining to the light element. It likely possessed healing or purifying properties. TSK, such traits seemed incongruous with her nature. Nevertheless, this ensured she had little to fear from injury. What effect would it have if wielded against zombies? Lu Xiaowei opened the window and leaped gracefully into the snow below, where the zombies lay immobile, blanketed in snow, revealing only their pale blue skin and deep green eyes. With a flick of her staff, a beam of white light surged forth. The brilliance illuminated the head of a zombie, which promptly vanished without a trace. Quite remarkable, indeed. Lu Xiaowei raised an eyebrow. Sensing the energy of the fallen zombie merging with her staff, transforming from darkness into a radiant white light. Was there any other light element that could perform such feats? Gazing at the staff in her hand, she felt an inexplicable affinity for it, despite its somewhat effeminate appearance. Suddenly, she waved her hand again, and a dozen zombies disappeared in an instant. It appeared that enhancing this staff would require an abundance of zombies. Was it not? The corners of Lu Xiaowei's lips curled slightly upward. The staff slipped from her grasp, ascending gracefully into the air, where it emitted a beam of white light that enveloped Lu Xiaowei's side. As the light cascaded down, it extinguished the lives of 100 zombies. After absorbing 1,000 zombies, the staff descended gently. It appeared that the total was just over 1,000. Lu Xiaowei glanced at the staff in her hand. Splendid. The silver patterns had transformed into a soft gold hue. Indeed, it possessed the ability to evolve. The light element was truly remarkable. As for the psychic element, Lu Xiaowei furrowed her brow, scrutinizing her surroundings, yet sensed nothing. However, she could draw the zombies' movements, and psychic attacks were feasible, though they would require human experimentations. A venture she dared not undertake recklessly, especially in the absence of sufficient weaponry. If only she could contact a sea, she would discern whether this staff could be utilized elsewhere. The purification ability might seem somewhat superfluous, yet with healing capabilities, she would no longer fear dangers in any world she ventured into. It seemed she was indeed headed to Antarctica. Lu Xiaowei approached, gently massaging the little one's temples. Upon noticing her comfort, she finally activated the air conditioning indoors. Outside, the temperature plummeted to over -40 degrees, yet she remained unfazed by the cold. The reason for which eluded her. Unexpectedly, when Yuan Xiao awoke in the afternoon, she still had a fever. Sister, Yuan Xiao, somewhat dazed from the fever, struggled to focus on Lu Xiaowei, grasping her hand, her eyes rimmed with red. Ah, still that beloved master. With a flick of her wrist, a staff materialized in Lu Xiaowei's hand, causing Yuan Xiao's pupils to constrict at the sight of it. Sister, I cannot make use of this thing. Chapter 91. The sister I picked up seems off. 26. Oh, I see. Gazing at the staff in her hand, Lu Xiaowei expressed a contemplative remark. Then I shall use it. With a mischievous glint, Lu Xiaowei placed the staff upon her person, feigning an intent to truly employ it. Yuan Xiao pressed her lips together tightly, a hint of grievance shimmering in her starkly contrasting eyes, with a peculiar innocence reflected in the blush at the corners. Just teasing you. With a wave of her hand, Lu Xiaowei made the staff vanish. Observing Yuan Xiao in such a state, the earlier feelings of confinement gradually ebbed away. How peculiar. Perhaps men are inherently tender-hearted. Will this ailment be cured by cold medicine? Lu Xiaowei inquired, perplexed. However, it may prove difficult to procure cold medicine at this moment, as this location is near the northwest base, and all the pharmacies have undoubtedly been thoroughly scoured by the teams. The only place likely to have medicine is the hospital, or perhaps within the base itself. That's acceptable. Yuan Xiao's soft voice was somewhat hoarse, her little nose a rosy hue. We should avoid the hospital. It is rather perilous. Let us go to the base instead. Yuan Xiao tugged at her sleeve, as if in a playful plea. Lu Xiaowei paid little mind to such matters, gathering all the items in the room into her space. Although she was uncertain of her current strength, she believed that the energy cores required for obtaining medicine should suffice. Within the base, the energy cores are abundant. However, the ones previously gathered by Yuan Xiao had accumulated into a small mountain, so Lu Xiaowei had naturally not retained them. Once everything was tidied up, Lu Xiaowei re-entered the room, where Yuan Xiao still appeared quite unwell. Rubbing her nose with her hand, Lu Xiaowei approached and crouched by the bed. Sister? Yuan Xiao paused for a moment. Come here, let us enter the base. After a brief hesitation, Yuan Xiao raised her arms to embrace Lu Xiaowei's neck, resting her head on her shoulder, her cheeks flushed. Lu Xiaowei carried Yuan Xiao on her back and stepped outside. Fluffy snowflakes drifted down from the sky, gracefully cascading upon the desolate city walls and settling on both of them, cold yet gentle, causing a rosy hue to bloom at the tips of her fingers. Fortunately, there was a large heater behind them. Yuan Xiao soon fell asleep. Thankfully, the system panel remained accessible, allowing Lu Xiaowei to see the locations of the two male protagonists. Otherwise, she would have been lost in finding her way to the base. The weather was frigid, and a small structure had been erected outside the base, enclosed by glass windows. Inside, there was an iron stove reminiscent of those found in rural areas. The guard at the entrance, wrapped in 2 layers of blankets, reluctantly extended his hand upon noticing their arrival. "Do you have an entry permit? If not, please fill out a form." The man retrieved 2 forms from the side and handed them to Lu Xiaowei. She glanced at the form with a pen in hand. It contained identity information and queried whether one possessed any special abilities. After careful consideration, she deemed that among the 3 categories, only the elemental category was inconspicuous. As for Yuan Xiao's form, just as Lu Xiaowei was about to inquire, Yuan Xiao shook off the snowflakes from her eyelashes. "Water element. I am of the water element." Once Lu Xiaowei completed the form, the man handed over 2 cards. "Take these 2 cards inside for inspection. The results will take half an hour. Once approved, you may enter the base." The individual observed that the 2 lacked any possessions and refrained from uttering a word. According to the regulations of the base, energy crystal cores were to be collected. "Thank you." Lu Xiaowei accepted the 2 cards, which bore their names, abilities, and identification numbers. Upon entering, Lu Xiaowei discerned that the interior of the base was no different from the exterior. It remained frigid to the bone. However, a few individuals were engaged in shoveling snow, making their movements appear less arduous. The staff members responsible for inspections were waiting in an adjacent office, and upon their arrival, they glanced at the cards. Indeed, both were endowed with abilities. By the way, the staff member noticed Yuan Xiao's condition. "She has caught a cold, which is why we hastened our arrival." Lu Xiaowei offered a faint smile. The staff member said nothing further, extracting a small syringe to draw a bit of blood from both individuals before sending it for analysis. "Please wait here. The results will be ready in half an hour." The staff member instructed, closing the door and stamping their feet to ward off the chill. They suggested sitting by the heater to warm up. The staff member, displaying consideration, brought them a bench. Lu Xiaowei assisted Yuan Xiao in sitting down, and with the warmth of the heater, her expression visibly softened. "By the way, dear sister, do you know someone named Lu in the base? He is my brother, and we got separated earlier." Yuan Xiao remained still, tightly grasping her hand. "Lu, you are his sister?" Previously, he had issued a bounty, seeking someone to locate his sister. "Unexpectedly, you have come on your own accord. I shall send someone to summon him. Once the results are in, he can drive you away. His residence is quite distant. The Northwest base is exceptionally vast, nearly rivaling a city in size. My gratitude to you, dear sister." Lu Xiaowei revealed a sweet smile. Yuan Xiao gently tugged at her hand. Yet Lu Xiaowei paid it no mind. Lu Xiaowei wished to inquire about the conditions within the base, but Yuan Xiao abruptly lifted her head and placed a kiss upon her cheek. "Lu Xiaowei." The 2 sisters in the office were momentarily taken aback by the scene, quickly donning expressions of understanding, and they lowered their heads to chuckle. Lu Xiaowei vowed she felt an urge to strike Yuan Xiao. Had she not been feverish, she might have suspected this person dared to kiss her. Being unwell made her rather clingy. Lu Xiaowei touched her flushed face and explained to the 2. The sister conversing with Lu Xiaowei stepped out to find someone from the base center to summon Lu Su. Lu Su had previously announced her sister's name, which matched the one on this card perfectly. If true, even without any reward from Lu Su, gaining the favor of a strong individual would be beneficial for them. The remaining sisters said nothing, merely casting ambiguous glances at the 2. Lu Xiaowei felt as though she were on the brink of social demise. She lowered her head, gently biting her lip, and fiercely declared to Yuan Xiao, "If you lay your hands on me again, I shall toss you into the snow." Yuan Xiao responded with a soft "Oh." However, she had not laid a hand on her, had she? What does "Oh" mean? Lu Xiaowei felt somewhat displeased. She had initially intended to stand up and stretch her legs, but Yuan Xiao, rubbing her head with a feeble demeanor, had already succumbed to sleep on her lap before she could rise. Lu Xiaowei thought to herself, "This is deliberate." She had sent a message to Lu Su through a mutual acquaintance, and he arrived promptly. "Thank you." Lu Xiaowei expressed her gratitude dryly. It was only when her legs began to tingle from the prolonged position that Lu Su finally drove over. clad in a sleek black down jacket. He approached the office door, cradling two pale pink items in his arms. "Sister," he called out, urgency etched on his face. Upon seeing Gu Wei turn her head, he was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 92. The Unusual Sister, 27. The eyes that once evoked the image of a zombie were now absent. Lu handed over the down jacket, and even Yuan Xiao seemed to regain some vitality as she donned it. "Thank you, brother," she said, causing Gu Wei's eyelids to flutter. Lu found the address somewhat peculiar. He had never heard Yuan Xiao refer to him in such a manner before. Yet he chose not to comment. "By the way, have the test results come back?" he inquired, his heart racing as he addressed the two staff members. "They have passed," they replied. As soon as their words left their mouths, Lu slipped them several energy crystals. "Thank you." The staff accepted without hesitation. These crystals served as the common currency within the base, and it was quite a feat for an ordinary person to acquire even two in a day. Lu opened the car door, glancing at the flushed face of Yuan Xiao. "Are you running a fever? We should head to the base hospital for an IV drip." He had never expected that the instigator behind the abduction of his sister would be this soft and adorable little girl. Even now, he remained somewhat skeptical. "Thank you, brother." Yuan Xiao's voice was sweet, and Gu Wei's eyelids fluttered even more. It was as if Yuan Xiao had inscribed the words "I have my eyes on your sister" upon her face. However, Lu, having never encountered such a situation in 2 lifetimes, remained oblivious to any oddity. "Don't play tricks on me," Gu Wei whispered to Yuan Xiao, laced with a hint of menace. "I wouldn't dream of it," Yuan Xiao replied, lightly brushing her fingertip against Gu Wei's palm. The gentle touch made Gu Wei feel a tingling sensation. As she loosened her fist, Yuan Xiao seized her hand, steadfast and warm. Gu Wei's expression remained composed, but she soon found herself leaning closer, tilting her head slightly to catch a glimpse of Gu Wei's unblemished, powdery earlobe. The warm breath escaping Yuan Xiao's lips sent a shiver down Gu Wei's delicate neck. She could hear Yuan Xiao's voice distinctly now. "Wife." Gu Wei was rendered weak in the knees by the chilling yet endearing tone, her posture slipping from its previous formality. It was absurd. The term wife was not even husband, yet it made her feel so frail that she momentarily wished to shatter herself into a million pieces. "What are you two whispering about? Are you afraid I'll overhear?" Lu remarked, raising an eyebrow in jest at the two engaged in hushed conversation. "You wouldn't want to know," Gu Wei retorted, slapping her flushed face and maintaining a stern demeanor towards Lu. "Could it be that my sister's rapid advancement has made her indistinguishable from a human? If so, wouldn't that mean a multitude of zombies would soon infiltrate the base? You ought to ask Xiao about that. She procured the purification source for me," Gu Wei stated. "Purification source?" Lu's pupils constricted. Such an item had never appeared in his previous lifetime, even until his demise. "Where's this thing?" Lu could hardly conceal the excitement in his expression. Gu Wei cast a glance at Yuan Xiao, who blinked lightly before speaking. "Under the Antarctic sea ice." Gu Wei. For a fleeting moment, Lu doubted whether Yuan Xiao was jesting, yet the notion of a purification source being located there was indeed plausible. Before the apocalypse, the world had suffered varying degrees of pollution, and that area was perhaps the last sanctuary of purity. Previously, Xie Gantong's description of Yuan Xiao had already convinced Lu to a significant extent. Lu Wei, on the other hand, was taken aback by Yuan Xiao's revelation. She had genuinely guessed correctly. This little girl had indeed ventured to swim in the depths of the Antarctic Sea. Wait, if that were the case, then side quest 2 might be even more formidable than the main quest. She certainly lacked the ability to sense the purification source. "Are you touched?" Yuan Xiao suddenly inquired. "Indeed," Gu Wei replied, her heart genuinely stirred. "Then dedicate yourself to me." Her request was both straightforward and simplistic, yet it utterly rendered Lu Wei speechless. The momentary sensation of being moved dissipated instantly. Who could guarantee that the Antarctic Sea wasn't merely a fabrication of this girl's imagination? As Lu Wei's thoughts swirled chaotically, Lu had already escorted her and the others to the base hospital. The hospital was not far from the entrance, as precautions against unforeseen circumstances were paramount. The number of patients was sparse. After all, medical equipment was exceedingly costly, and during the apocalypse, even those with abilities were wary of falling ill, let alone ordinary individuals. However, Lu was unperturbed. He even directed the doctor to administer an IV drip to Yuan Xiao. In the hospital, iron stoves are prevalent, and electricity is in short supply. Even with the base's power supply, it is impossible to waste energy recklessly as in the days before the apocalypse. I hope for a swift recovery. My sister is usually not this fragile, but the cold outside is overwhelming. Lisu smiled faintly, noting that he rarely ventured out of the base in such weather, and it was a good opportunity to keep them company while they received their 4 drips. By the way, there is a snack street nearby. Jojo's stomach must be growling. What would you like to eat? I can go buy it for you. Snack street? For a moment, Le Xiaowei thought she had misheard. Perhaps I should go buy it instead. Although Le Xiaowei had eaten well before leaving, the mere mention of snacks made her stomach rumble. It seemed that the Northwest base had a more abundant food supply compared to the Southeast base. She wondered if they had developed any cultivable soil yet. Yuan Jojo glanced at Xiaowei with a twinge of reluctance but understood that her sister adored such treats, having endured much during the times of the zombies, even if she was occasionally domineering. Denying her sister the chance to procure delicious food would likely lead to a rift between them, so she decided to indulge her sister. Le Xiaowei skipped outside. The snack street appeared somewhat desolate, yet the shops were quite clean. The Northwest base seemed to have planned this for some time, as the buildings were all new, with clearly defined areas, unlike hastily constructed structures. If the original owner were to reside here in the future, life would likely be pleasant. She gently touched her stomach, her cheeks flushing. Brother, this is for you, Le Xiaowei said, handing the items to Lisu. Why are you buying this for me? Lisu was momentarily taken aback, caught in a blend of amusement and exasperation. He had just finished his lunch when Le Xiaowei suddenly felt a twinge of gratitude for her past as a zombie. Had she been an ordinary person, she would not have possessed so many energy crystal cores, and the constant evasion would have been quite cumbersome. As a zombie, she could roam freely without concern. I might as well eat something, Lisu mused, patting his stomach, still having room to spare. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiao Xiao gazed longingly at the stir-fried rice noodles. Unfortunately, her right hand was occupied with an 4 drip, and her left hand was not very functional, leaving her to watch as Le Xiaowei opened the bag and placed it over the bowl. Here, Le Xiaowei said, picking up a small portion of the stir-fried noodles and offering it to Yuan Xiao Xiao's lips. Only then did Yuan Xiao Xiao's eyes brighten as she leaned down to take a bite. How is it? Lu Xiaowei inquired, curious if the southern girl would find it palatable. Delicious. I really like this. Yuan Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight, as it was her first encounter with such a dish. Observing his younger sister so attentively caring for the little girl, Lu Su felt an inexplicable sense of oddity stir within him, though he could not quite articulate why. Once Le Xiaowei had finished feeding Yuan Xiao Xiao, she picked up another pair of chopsticks to enjoy the stir-fried noodles herself, along with the roasted pancakes mixed with vegetables, which were simply exquisite. In this meal, Lu Xiaowei devoured 10 energy crystal cores. However, to her, it was entirely worthwhile, as these were fresh foods she had not tasted in a long while. So moving. While the delicacies of ancient times were refined, they paled in comparison to the street food delights in her eyes. Long live the snack street. His awakened second ability, the Azure Flames, was highly valued by the base. This villa was generously granted to him by the base, but in return, he was required to complete a special mission each month, which involved locating resources or equipment in perilous areas. Currently, only 2 individuals in the base were capable of undertaking such tasks, Xiao Linfeng and Lisu. However, due to exceptional circumstances, both he and Xiao Linfeng were currently on standby at the base. Brother, this villa is quite impressive. A 3-story structure, Lu Xiaowei remarked as she exited the vehicle, her gaze falling upon the tranquil villa adorned with faux greenery. A closer inspection revealed the artificial nature of the plants, for real vegetation had long since perished. It was likely that following the snow moon, the apocalypse would bring about significant changes. Indeed, I've even constructed a swing specifically for Qiao Qiao and you. As for your accommodations, I've arranged everything. We will reside on the 1st floor. The 2nd floor is largely unoccupied and serves as storage, while the 3rd floor is designated for you and Qiao Qiao, he explained. Lu Xiaowei observed the numerous steps leading up to the villa and realized that the architect had anticipated the conditions of the apocalypse, even in the event of torrential rains. The 1st floor would remain unscathed. Moreover, the drainage system was exceptionally well constructed, a testament to the advantages of possessing power. Upon entering, Yuan Xiao Qiao first took her medicine before ascending to the 3rd floor, which featured 3 rooms surrounding a spacious living area furnished with a gray sofa. Before Le Xiaowei could utter a word, she noticed Yuan Xiao Qiao fixating on the sofa, subsequently tapping on the wall. The soundproofing was excellent, prompting her to smile with delight. To prevent unforeseen incidents in the villa, each floor is designed to be enclosed, driven by a fear of an overabundance of residents. lest someone downstairs transforms into a zombie. Hence, the third floor remained secured by a door. Before departing, Lexu closed the door behind them, allowing them to choose their own bedrooms. Yuan Xiao strolled over a few steps and reclined on the large gray sofa, her eyelids drooping, nearly succumbing to slumber. Go to your room and sleep, Li Xiaowei urged. Only then did Yuan Xiao lift her gaze. Even if we share a room, they want to know, she replied. Suddenly enamored with this place. What are you thinking? Li Xiaowei thought of rolling her eyes. As she approached and lightly touched Yuan Xiao's shoulder, the world spun, and she found herself lying on the sofa instead. Yuan Xiao adjusted her position to one that was relatively comfortable, propping her hands on the side of the sofa. Her gaze lowered upon her. Here, this will be our home from now on, won't it, sister? Her voice was ethereal yet intimate. Li Xiaowei could only respond with, oh no. The situation was indeed dismal. Get off. She covered her eyes, unable to bear the expression on the girl's face. How infuriating. It felt somewhat criminal. What unnerved Li Xiaowei the most was that she seemed to be gradually acclimating to this position, a realization that was truly terrifying. Huh? Why? Yuan Xiao leaned in closer, seemingly intent on extracting an answer. Because I'm afraid I might punch you and make you cry, Li Xiaowei retorted with increasing ferocity. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiao paused momentarily, then lowered her head and broke into a smile. All right, she replied. A large question mark appeared above Li Xiaowei's head, prompting her to ponder its significance. Was she yearning for a beating? This raised the question of whether she could possibly outmatch Yuan Xiao. Suddenly, Li Xiaowei recalled that fateful night when a dark-feathered arrow was aimed at the petite zombie. She wondered if that creature felt fear, though she certainly did. Had the arrow been even slightly misaligned, she might have faced dire consequences. The truth was, she could not hold her ground against Yuan Xiao. Could you possibly allow me to strike you while you stand still? Li Xiaowei made a rather outrageous request. Yuan Xiao hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. She then rose gracefully, her slender frame draped in a pale pink down jacket. Perhaps it's best to forego the confrontation altogether. Given that she was already suffering from a fever, Li Xiaowei could not bring herself to bully the darkened girl. I'm off to bed, utterly exhausted, she announced while stretching languidly. Although her human form allowed her to withstand the cold somewhat, fatigue was an unyielding foe. Just as she stepped through the door, Yuan Xiao followed closely behind, shedding her down jacket with practiced ease before reclining on the bed, pulling Li Xiaowei's hand with her. Sister, let us cuddle. She patted the edge of the bed, her voice bubbling with excitement. It had been far too long since they last shared a slumber. Let us share a lollipop. As Li Xiaowei prepared to retrieve one, Yuan Xiao yanked her onto the bed, wrapping around her like an octopus, refusing to let go. The moment her head hit the pillow, she drifted into sleep, likely expedited by her fever. Li Xiaowei plugged in the electric blanket, an exceptional piece of equipment that would at least keep them warm. She then removed her down jacket and covered both of them with a blanket. Xie Gantang was taken aback. As I observe, Jojo seems to be unwell with a fever. They are likely resting now. In the evening, let us summon them to join us for a hot pot, as there are newly harvested vegetables from the plantation that I shall procure shortly. Chapter 94. The Unusual Younger Sister, 29. Lu Su remarked as he exited. Xie Gantang glanced at the third floor, and with a flicker of golden light in her eyes, she beheld two individuals sharing a bed within the bedroom. Is this progression not rather swift? Thus, the question arises, with Yuan Jojo's fierce demeanor, can Gu Wei still regain his masculine stature? Xie Gantang sensed an unsettling notion, however, as she had merely transformed into a younger sister. A characteristic attributed to Lu Cici's husband, it should not have altered, right? This understanding was shattered 3 hours later when Xie Gantang witnessed Yuan Jojo awakening early and then behaving intimately towards Li Xiaowei, her gaze utterly brazen, showing no regard for decorum. Li Xiaowei was quite literally awakened by her affections. What are you doing? Li Xiaowei inquired, lifting her gaze to meet Yuan Jojo, whose long, dark hair cascaded about her. She truly felt inclined to give her a kick. It was utterly intolerable. One could not even enjoy a peaceful slumber. I am feeling better, she replied, her eyes lowered as she regarded Li Xiaowei's flushed cheeks, a testament to her sleep deprivation. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaowei instinctively pressed her forehead against Yuan Jojo's to gauge her temperature. Indeed, she had remarkably recovered. You have improved rather swiftly, Li Xiaowei remarked in surprise. Then she observed Yuan Jojo's fingertips resting upon her abdomen. So, can my sister bear a child now? Li Xiaowei. This hardly qualifies as sisterly. It is clear she does not regard me as human. I cannot bear children, Li Xiaowei replied with a blank expression to Yuan Zhozhou. Li Xiaowei rested her head on the pillow, having just caught her breath, when Yuan Xiao leaned closer, her voice whispering in her ear. I am not one who focuses on outcomes. I pay more heed to the journey. A faint blush washed over Li Xiaowei's face, vexed by such brazen words. Especially as Yuan Xiao's gaze radiated an unwavering determination. That look was simply unbearable. Li Xiaowei raised the back of her hand to shield her eyes. You may do as you please. If you wish to avert your gaze, dear sister, I have a means. Before Li Xiaowei could fully comprehend, a soft cloth, seemingly conjured from nowhere by Yuan Xiao, enveloped her eyes, plunging her world into darkness, rendering her sightless. In an instant, all was shrouded in obscurity. Do you possess your own space? Li Xiaowei inquired, astonished. Indeed, my ability is to consume. Any energy core I absorb grants me its power. And I can even strip others of their abilities. Her voice was a mere whisper. Li Xiaowei had not anticipated such a formidable power. Recalling Asi's counsel, she clenched her teeth slightly. Wasn't it simply a matter of making Yuan Xiao smile? This was her forte. After all, it was her actions that had led to Yuan Xiao's darkening disposition. Suddenly, Li Xiaowei embraced her and planted a kiss upon her lips. Yuan Xiao was genuinely taken aback by her sister's unexpected boldness. Could it be that her sister held affection for her as well? A wave of genuine joy coursed through her. The young girl's neck was long and fair, akin to the slender stem of a rose. And Yuan Xiao found herself unable to restrain her impulses, leaning in for a kiss. Her fingertips brushed against the coolness of Li Xiaowei's collarbone, creating ripples of sensation. Li Xiaowei was paralyzed by the moment. Sister, your heart races so swiftly. Yuan Xiao leaned in closely to listen, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. After speaking, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, for she was inexperienced, having only recently begun to learn about such matters. Li Xiaowei's long, fair legs caused Yuan Xiao's heart to race with anxiety. She felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, resting her head against the delicate part of her sister. She approached the situation with utmost caution and care. Fortunately, she drew the curtains at an opportune moment, alleviating some of the tension she had felt earlier. Sister, do you truly have no regrets? She whispered. Unable to see her sister's gaze, she could only behold her fair, pristine chin, fragile as a fleeting bloom, seemingly destined to vanish at any moment. The fear of losing her sister gripped her heart. Uncertain of the origin of such feelings, she found herself unable to contain her eagerness in response to her sister's current state. Without further hesitation, she proceeded. Li Xiaowei, accustomed to such sensations, despite her cheeks being aflame and her demeanor shy and awkward, soon found herself at the end of the encounter, for she was still but a young girl. Upon awakening, Li Xiaowei discovered that Yuan Xiao had not yet departed. Hey, remove your hand, she exclaimed, her face burning with embarrassment. Even with her master, things had never escalated to this extent. Xiaowei, are you awake? Come down for breakfast, called Lu Su from outside the door. Panic surged within Li Xiaowei as she quickly withdrew Yuan Xiao's hand, shifting her body towards the bathroom. How irritating. She still had to shower. Li Xiaowei completed her washing with her eyes nearly shut, scarcely daring to look. The fervor of youth is often simple and unadulterated, akin to the relentless gnawing of a rib. Yuan Xiao pushed open the door and cast a glance at her, seemingly recalling something. Her face flushed as she lowered her head to wash her hands. Watching the remnants of blood wash away from her fingertips, Li Xiaowei leaned against the wall. Her emotions a tangled web of complexity. Well, it mattered little. After all, she had experienced something similar earlier, only to have it fade away. It was not a loss. Yet, Yuan Xiao bit her lip, resolutely stifling any sounds that might provoke unwarranted imagination. Indeed, it seemed she was the one at a disadvantage. Perhaps next time, she ought to sew her own mouth shut. Sister's voice is truly melodious. I wish to hear it again. Yuan Xiao suddenly thought of this. Li Xiaowei paused, casting a sidelong glance at her. You should perish. No. Yuan Xiao refused stubbornly. If I die, sister will never bear my offspring. Li Xiaowei, left speechless. She hoped Xiao would meet her end sooner rather than later. As they descended the stairs, Li Su noticed his sister's legs. Did you fall just now? You seem odd. Xie Gantang's eyes revealed a thoughtful glimmer, quickly replaced by understanding. Unexpected. Truly unexpected. Gu Wei, you have fallen from grace. However, given Gu Wei's numerous reincarnations in her frail soul, it is likely that most of her past lives were as delicate and beautiful maidens. I wonder if she ever married a man, Xie Gantang mused with a hint of malice. Upon hearing her brother's inquiry, Lu Xiaowei kicked the secretly pleased Yuan Xiao beside her. It's nothing. I merely stumbled. It's not a big issue. Lu Xiaowei's expression remained impassive. Yuan Xiao gently rubbed the sore spot on her leg. Does this count as being enraged out of embarrassment? She had previously sought out numerous novels. Yet it was unfortunate that she did not inhabit such an abo world. Otherwise, Xiaowei could have borne her child. A brief elucidation of the text. Abo worldview setting. All of humanity is categorized into 6 genders, each possessing varying degrees of traits from both sexes. The distinction between male and female is primarily visual, encompassing 3 categories: alpha, beta, and omega. Alpha represents the absolute leaders and dominators. Beta is rather mediocre and constitutes the majority, while omega is the weakest of the 3, responsible solely for reproduction. If there is nothing else to attend to, come over for a meal. Today we are having hot pot. I have procured a significant amount of fresh vegetables from the plantation. Has cultivable soil been developed? Lu Xiaowei expressed some surprise. Chapter 95, The sister I found seems off. 30, it is soil that has not yet been contaminated. And experts have detected vital elements in the snow, which is being utilized to transform the soil. Once the snow ceases, unexpected gains are anticipated. Lu Su glanced at his sister's lips, frowning slightly. Why do they appear somewhat swollen? Is it merely an illusion? If that is the case, it does not look too bad. Lu Xiaowei contemplated. At least for now, humanity still holds hope. Once the mission is accomplished, she can depart with peace of mind. However, how does one prevent a person from descending into darkness? This dilemma. Wait, the issue lies within herself. As long as there is nothing in this world that can harm her, and she is resolute in spending her life with Yuan Xiao. Perhaps Yuan Xiao will not succumb to darkness after all? Firstly, if there were no injuries, wouldn't that imply world peace? Oh no. There is also an absolute powerhouse. The notion of world peace seems far-fetched. Lu Xiaowei is not particularly inclined to assume the role of a savior. Secondly, if one truly desires to be together for a lifetime, then at the very least, one must secure the blessings of others and the approval of one's family. Lu Xiaowei cast a glance at Lu Su. Oh no. Does this mean she is expected to announce her relationship? Both tasks appear quite daunting. Lu Xiaowei is at a loss as to how to broach this subject with Lu Su. It seems rather unreasonable for her to embark on a romantic journey while leaving her brother as a solitary bachelor. Lu Su, feeling the heat from the hot pot, busily prepared the side dishes, when suddenly he heard his sister's warm inquiry. Brother, have you found someone? Lu Xiaowei tentatively asked. No. Lu Su replied without a flicker of an eyelid. On the side, Xia Jingli, upon hearing this, displayed little emotion. She understood that she could only remain friends with Lu Su now. She felt unworthy. The past events had left her with some psychological scars. And a lifetime of solitude didn't seem too bad. Well then, how about I help you find someone? Xie Ganang placed a hand on Lu Su's shoulder, smiling cheerfully. Who are you? Lu Su shot a glare at Xie Gantang. It was one thing for his sister to call him brother. But what was this person doing meddling in their affairs? I can call you big brother too. It's not a problem since you are older than me. However, there are hardly any single girls left in the base, while others are all paired up. Our demands aren't high. We just need to find one, Xie Gantang said, patting Lu Su's shoulder. In response, Lu Su shot her another sharp glance. He initially intended to drive this individual away upon reaching the base. Yet this person's abilities had upgraded rather swiftly. The nature of their potential remained a mystery. Now, Xie Gantang had taken refuge with him, and Lu Su felt it inappropriate to forcefully expel anyone. Perhaps, he considered, it might be possible to find a couple of others. Xie Gantang observed Lu Su's discontented expression and, after a moment of hesitation, spoke up. In the dire circumstances of the apocalypse, seeking out 2 companions was not entirely out of the question. Lu Su, however, emphatically rejected the idea, responding with the stubbornness of a man whose resolve could not be swayed, even with the strongest of tools. Xie Gantang's face reflected a sense of helplessness. The task of forcibly pairing someone off was indeed proving to be a significant challenge for him. He pondered how Gu Wei had managed such feats in the past. Sister, have some potatoes, Yuan Xiao interjected, oblivious to the awkward atmosphere surrounding the table, her gaze filled with admiration for Lu Xiaowei. Xie Gantang scrutinized the girl several times, truly unable to recognize her. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have never believed that this petite girl, merely 1.60 meters tall, was a fragment of Lu Cici's essence. Certainly, it seemed to be the darkest part, though it had not yet reached the depths of malevolence. This situation could perhaps be termed a benign tumor, or rather, a benign darkening. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaowei was engaged in managing Yuan Xiao while contemplating her next steps. Gaining strength was relatively straightforward. One merely needed to venture out to confront zombies. By the way, brother, how does one assess their level? Lu Xiaowei suddenly inquired. The levels of human ability users differed significantly from those of zombies. I will assist you in locating testing material shortly, Lu Su replied, glancing at his sister. He suspected that her level might now surpass his own, as he could no longer ascertain her current standing. Very well, Lu Xiaowei responded with a smile. Outside, the snow fell in a whimsical flurry, while a few individuals in the living room savored the warmth of a hot pot, exuding an inexplicable sense of tranquility as if detached from the world. Lu Su borrowed a measurement stone and placed it upon the coffee table. It was said that this artifact was a meteorite transformed by the base, capable of sensing the current level of an individual once infused with supernatural energy. Lu Xiaowei reached out, channeling her light-based energy into the stone. Lu Su gazed intently at the white glow emanating from the meteorite, and after a prolonged moment, a faint hint of black began to emerge within the light. 9th level. Goodness, sister, you're actually at the 9th level. Lu Su, who was only at the 7th level already among the top ranks in the Northwest base, was astounded. However, considering that his sister had once been a zombie, her attaining the 9th level was not entirely surprising. After all, zombies were inherently more suited to thrive in this world than humans. But what about Xiao? Lu Su turned his gaze towards Yuan Xiao. Yuan Xiao glanced at the stone a few times before shaking her head. I don't need to measure. Lu Xiaowei understood. If Yuan Xiao genuinely intended to infuse energy, the stone would likely explode. She vaguely recalled Xiao uttering something back then. Perhaps it was divine domain, stasis. Was Xiao a deity? Lu Xiaowei furrowed her brow, pondering the existence of gods in this world. Moreover, the sudden emergence of divine powers was indeed rather absurd. Returning to her senses, Lu Xiaowei stretched languidly. Brother, I'm going to bed now. She yawned. Yuan Xiao followed her upstairs. Sister, let me take care of it, Yuan Xiao insisted, preemptively pressing Lu Xiaowei down onto the nearby sofa. I'll wash. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xiaowei comfortably settled onto the sofa, observing Yuan Xiao busily attending to her tasks. As a water elemental, Yuan Xiao possessed the remarkable ability to manipulate water temperature, rendering the chore of washing bed linens a mere trifle for her. Once she had hung the sheets out on the balcony, she finally took a moment to massage her weary shoulders. If you're tired, you might as well sleep, Lu Xiaowei remarked suddenly. Yuan Xiao nestled beside her, resting her head on Lu Xiaowei's shoulder. Sister, I feel so drowsy, Lu Xiaowei replied. You should just go to bed. She touched her own face, which felt completely numb. Carry me to bed, Yuan Xiao insisted, her words strikingly bold. Lu Xiaowei retorted. No way. I want tea. She had little desire to bear someone. Her arms would surely tire. Then I can carry you. I'm not picky, Yuan Xiao countered. After a moment's silence, Lu Xiaowei relented and picked up Xiao, tucking her into the blankets. I am definitely not helping you undress, Lu Xiaowei stated coldly, feigning the demeanor of an emotionless man. I didn't ask you to undress me, Yuan Xiao replied, her grape-like eyes fixed intently upon her. Lu Xiaowei commented. This is getting a bit awkward. Sleep now. She turned to properly cover Xiao with the quilt, but as she attempted to leave, Yuan Xiao obstructed her path. Are you going to stay and sleep with me? Yuan Xiao gazed at her with hopeful eyes. Lu Xiaowei cleared her throat softly. I wish to rest well tonight. Nevertheless, she felt content, for after all, her sister was already hers. It was merely one night, nothing to rush. Lu Xiaowei finally had the opportunity to choose a comfortable bedroom for herself, lying gracefully on the bed. She tentatively called out, a C. Having been accustomed to the company of a C for so long, not engaging in their usual banter left her feeling somewhat unsettled. With a hint of melancholy, Lu Xiaowei drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, a C, with the assistance of Qimu, had finally located the trace of that dimension. Is this it? A C stood by the riverbank, observing a small orb of light shimmering on the water's surface, emanating a dark glow that unmistakably bore the mark of Yuan Xiao. Yes, this is indeed it. The teleportation point has been sabotaged by Yuan Xiao, and I must personally establish a new one. A trace of resignation flickered across the C's features. If Qimu had detected Yuan Xiao's waning vigilance, she would not have dared to take such a risk. You mean the teleportation point is just a blank book? Qimu glanced at the book in C's hand, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. What of it? A book is a world in itself. C retorted with a hint of irritation. Once the teleportation point is established, what purpose will it serve? Although Chi-Mu was familiar with the company, this was her first encounter with such clandestine affairs. The sound of pages turning echoed softly. This part is rather unclear. It depends on the task completion rate. Why the sudden concern for Gu Wei? C cast a sidelong glance at Chi-Mu. It's nothing. I just think she's much cuter as a girl than you are. C. Your words carry a hint of excess. C's expression revealed no discernible emotion. Have you taken a liking to her? Before Chi-Mu could utter a word, C spoke first, catching Chi-Mu off guard. What nonsense are you spouting? I am not a male copper, Chi-Mu retorted with a slight roll of her eyes. Oh, that is reassuring. I must thank you for this matter. I have never ventured into the divine realm, but should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. C spoke to Chi-Mu with an unusual gentleness. This was a matter that Chi-Mu had pondered for over 1,000 years. However, now that her wish had been fulfilled, she found herself surprisingly devoid of joy. No need. I suspect I will refrain from visiting these minor realms in the future. Chi-Mu replied, lowering her head and smiling faintly. Ah, well, that is acceptable. C's expression remained neutral, yet she furrowed her brow as she scrutinized Chi-Mu. There was something about her that felt amiss. You cannot possibly have developed feelings for Gu Wei, can you? C inquired, still a bit apprehensive. Do not just about such matters. Chi-Mu glanced at the book. She has fallen asleep. Has that truly connected us? Chi-Mu mused, somewhat surprised. After a brief exchange, she eventually departed from the place. Gu Wei, she called softly. Gu Wei, still in a daze, momentarily thought she had misheard C's voice. She slightly opened her eyes to gaze at the pitch-black sky, and once more, she heard C's voice. Host, C. Gu Wei exclaimed in a whisper. Relieved to finally make contact with C. Had she failed to do so, she would have been utterly frantic. Keep your voice down. We cannot let Yuan Xiao overhear us. By the way, what have you done? I sense that her level of corruption has notably diminished. C inquired, her confusion evident. If it weren't for noticing Yuan Xiao asleep, she wouldn't have dared to reach out to Gu Wei. After such a prolonged silence, C had fallen behind in the narrative. Oh, it's nothing. Just the price paid in blood. When this matter was brought up, Gu Wei still felt a tinge of unhappiness. It signified that she had ventured into the abyss of degradation. Do you have any plans now? Gu Wei shared her thoughts from the day with C. I think it could work. After some contemplation, C deemed this approach plausible. It appeared that in her absence, Gu Wei was rather dependable. Oh right, I have something to ask you. Qiao. Is she a deity? When she darkened, I heard the term divine realm. C was genuinely surprised by Gu Wei's inquiry, a hint of awkwardness in her demeanor. However, she replied, that I cannot say for certain. You will discover it in due time. C's mind wandered, her voice barely above a whisper. How could that be? While the purification source in Antarctica is commendable, subsequently, marine life mutated, and there are indeed occurrences on land, rendering deep-sea swimming unnecessary. C nearly laughed. Swimming in Antarctica seemed an extreme sport entirely unbefitting Gu Wei. She was not that sort of person. I see, if you truly insist on making me swim, I shall seize you and give you a good beating. Gu Wei huffed a couple of times. C couldn't help but chuckle. All right. You may certainly give it a try then. Gu Wei was merely jesting. After all, how could she possibly defeat a stream of virtual data? Now, you should rest. In the future, try not to call for me when Yuan Xiao is around, or she might discover us. C never anticipated that she would be so cautious, making it feel akin to an affair. Well then, I shall exert myself to complete the task. By the way, this time, may I indulge in a longer slumber? 4 hours simply feels too brief. I can grant you an extension. C's lips curved into a slight smile. Chapter 97. The sister I picked up seems off. 32. That sounds agreeable. I shall take my leave now. Good night, C-chan. Upon hearing, C acquiesced to her request. Gu Wei kicked her legs and promptly departed. C. That was rather quick. However, seeing that Gu Wei was unharmed, she felt a sense of relief. After a night of restful sleep, Gu Wei awoke feeling considerably rejuvenated. Could it be that C administered her a stimulant while she slept? No, it must be that after spending so much time together, she had grown accustomed to C's presence. As long as C was by her side, she felt utterly at ease. After all, one develops an attachment after caring for a pet for an extended period, does one not? As Gu Wei emerged, she noticed Yuan Xiao drying the sheets. The indoor temperature remained too low. They would have to rely on their abilities. Sister, you're awake. It seems the snow has ceased. Yuan Xiao displayed a cheerful smile. The snow has stopped? Lu Xiaowei hastened to the window and peered outside. Indeed, the snowfall had ceased. Yet a thick blanket still covered the ground, resembling a plush comforter. Just then, a knock echoed from downstairs. As the two descended, they found only Xie Gantang closing the door. It appears we shall need to venture out shortly. A task awaits us. A flicker of coldness passed through Lu Xiaowei's eyes. Did this signify that the opportunity to eliminate the male protagonist had arrived? Thanks to Qiao Qiao, her current abilities surpassed those of Xiao Linfeng by 100-fold. Yet, the prospect of her first kill rendered her exceedingly anxious. Was this the high-stakes reality of the apocalypse? The tension was palpable, causing her palms to perspire. Shall we venture outside? Xie Ganang cast an additional glance at Lu Xiaowei. Aware that eliminating Xiao Linfeng constituted her primary mission, with the snow recently ceased and the external conditions still uncertain, their task primarily involved scouting perilous areas. At present, few dared to step outside, making this an opportune moment to strike. Indeed, we must go, Lu Xiaowei resolved, her fists clenched. After all, Xiao Linfeng was an anomaly. It was prudent to address this matter swiftly. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Lu Su opened the door. Holding a mission card and an assortment of breakfast items, steamed buns and soy milk provided as sustenance before their departure. Oh, Xiaowei and Xiao Qiao are at home. Lu Su's sentence trailed off as Lu Xiaowei interjected, I want to personally end his life. Her voice carried a chilling undertone. Lu Su paused, pressing his lips together. Very well, we shall find a secluded spot. While it was commonplace to take lives in this dystopian world, Xiao Linfeng was a respected powerhouse within the Northwest base. Should anyone witness their hand in his demise, it would complicate matters. By the way, where's Xia Jingli? Lu Su scanned the vicinity, noting her absence. Typically, Xia Jingli was the earliest to awaken and would meticulously tidy the entire room. Oh, she remarked, I have a classmate at the base. I ran into her on the street yesterday. They must have been reminiscing about old times. Xie Ganang slapped her forehead, and it suddenly dawned on her. Lu Su paid little mind to this. After all, Xia Jingli possessed the villa keys, so it was perhaps for the best that she did not accompany them. Old classmates? Lu Xiaowei's curiosity was piqued. After the group finished their breakfast and were about to step outside, they noticed Xia Jingli conversing with a young woman at the entrance. Lu Xiaowei couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the girl. Qiao Qiao, there's someone even shorter than you. Yuan Xiao, being called out, felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could her sister make such ridiculous comments? It was truly vexing. She was not particularly short, after all. The young woman had evidently heard Lu Xiaowei's remark, but did not seem overly offended. By the way, Li, is this one of your team members? Yuchio peered inside, her eyes curving into a sweet smile. Yuchio was a quintessential adult loli, sporting an adorable bun atop her head. Her pristine down jacket was a rarity at the base, making her appear vibrant and youthful, her face brimming with collagen, her round eyes gently exhaling warm breath. Yes, they're all my friends. You should know Lu Su, Xia Jingli smiled softly. Lu Su furrowed her brow slightly. Brother, you know her? Lu Xiaowei leaned in, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. The daughter of the base commander. I met her during a visit to their home, Lu Su stated nonchalantly, touching her nose without revealing much emotion. Lu Xiaowei finally nodded in realization. No wonder her attire did not resemble that of a typical survivor in the apocalypse. If she were indeed a princess, it became comprehensible. However, such an assertion likely meant there was little hope, for Lu Su was not one to cherish the delicate. Having a girl like that by his side would surely exasperate him. As expected, when Yuchio learned from Xie Gantang that they were to embark on a mission, her spirits lifted instantly. Can I join you? She exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Xie Gantang's, her eyes sparkling like scattered stars. Don't cling to me, in truth. I am a boy, Xie Gantang replied, visibly uncomfortable, as he hastily pulled Yuchio's arms away. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yuchio's face. Lu Xiaowei. She had anticipated this. Xie Gantang's quirky charm seemed to attract girls, while her brother, when interacting with her, he was somewhat of a warm-hearted individual. Yet now he resembled a moving, icy, zombie-like figure. Why? I am quite formidable too. I possess abilities and shall not be a hindrance to you. As she spoke, shards of ice materialized before Lu Su's eyes. Ice abilities. Lu Su raised a hand, and a deep indigo flame erupted from his fingertips, swiftly melting the ice shards into water, causing Yuchio's cheeks to puff up like steamed buns. I am already at level 5. But my father simply won't allow me to play outside, she pouted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Lisu paid no heed to her complaints as he drove out of the villa. Li Wei and the others swiftly took their seats, while Xia Jingli lightly tapped her hand. Yuqiu was the cherished darling of the base leader, and even Xia Jingli dared not indulge her whims. Humph, Yuqiu huffed, leaning against the window to watch Lisu. Day by day, you wear a sour expression. I curse you to remain a bachelor for life, ha ha ha. Yuqiu made a grimace. Oh, Lisu displayed no emotion. Well, I shall take your words as a good omen. Yuqiu's eyes widened in surprise, but before she could utter a word, the car window slid shut. Lisu, Yuqiu fumed, stomping her feet behind him. How could her father possibly be fond of such a temperament? Yuqiu was utterly perplexed. Her father even encouraged her to spend more time with Lisu to nurture their bond. What a farce. However, it was merely a matter of leaving the base, an endeavor far too simple for her. Chapter 98. The sister I picked up is suspicious. 33. A glimmer danced in Yuqiu's eyes, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. This was her second ability, teleportation. Thankfully, she had not disclosed this power to her father. Observing the icy, snow-covered landscape outside, Yuqiu squatted in the snow, rolling a snowball. Yet, mere moments later, her hand instinctively reached to sift through the snow beside her, intending to add to her creation. Suddenly, a delicate, pale claw seized her hand. Yuqiu froze for a moment, and upon meeting a pair of glowing green eyes, she leapt back in fright. A zombie. How does it resemble a human so closely? Yuqiu was on the verge of tears. Her father had warned her that the more beautiful a zombie appeared, the more ferocious it was. She had dismissed this notion earlier, thinking it implausible, yet here she was, face to face with one. The zombie relentlessly pursued her. Just as Yuqiu conjured 4 ice walls to trap the creature, it slammed against the barrier with a fierce blow, causing cracks to spiderweb across the ice. Yuqiu watched in horror, nearly shattering herself in the process. She had never encountered such a ferocious zombie before. What extraordinary luck she possessed to come across such a formidable creature. She resolved never to venture outside the base again. Help? Yuqiu had been running for half an hour. Her stamina was quite commendable, and with her ability to teleport, she was not inferior to her fellow practitioners. Despite the base's indulgence towards her, however, the zombie seemed to have locked onto her presence, and though she yearned to flee, escape was futile. Lisu, along with a group of others, spotted someone sprinting in the snowy expanse from a distance. The stamina displayed was so impressive that Li Wei began to doubt her own legs. Lisu immediately recognized the disheveled figure as Yuqiu, and with a flicker of concern, he decided to disembark from the vehicle. Just as he set foot on the ground, Yuqiu, oblivious to her surroundings, collided with him, sending them both sprawling into the snow. Lisu inwardly groaned, nearly straining his back. The female zombie attempted to strike, but was intercepted by Li Wei, who had also exited the vehicle. Li Wei harbored a faint recollection of this female zombie. She was the one who had slain the original owner of the grocery store. To think Yuqiu, through a twist of fate, had managed to locate her. Could it be that they could dismantle the male protagonist's backyard before he even left the base? The snow had yet to melt, and it seemed that Xiao Linfeng's harem of zombies was still dormant. Otherwise, Yuqiu would have been pursued by more than just one. What do you intend to do? Tang Yeye inquired coldly, her gaze fixed on the individual before her. She recognized this girl, though she distinctly remembered her as belonging to her own kind. Yet now, an unmistakable scent of flesh emanated from her. I'm not doing anything. I merely find this situation rather coincidental. As soon as Li Wei's words fell, she observed Yuan Xiao descending from the vehicle, a gleaming black sword held firmly in her grasp. Li Wei's eyelids fluttered, recalling the energy crystal that Yuan Xiao had previously reduced to dust. Before Yuan Xiao could make a move, Li Wei swiftly kicked her aside, causing Yuan Xiao to land in the snow, where she remained crouched, silently cradling her sword, poking at the snow with her delicate fingers, resembling a disgruntled kitten. Tang Yeye sensed an ominous aura emanating from Yuan Xiao and turned to flee, only to witness a silver staff materializing in Li Wei's hand. Do you dare to move? Li Wei inquired. For the first time, Tang Yeye felt the chilling proximity of death. The energy radiating from that staff was far more terrifying than the little girl crouching there, seemingly lost in her own world. Run. She hastily sprinted back the way she had come. Thinking of escaping? The zombie is not getting away. Li Wei promptly pursued her. Although the zombie was swift, her level surpassed that of Tang Yeye, and the staff appeared to hold a peculiar fascination for her. After half an hour of relentless chase, Lu Xiaowei finally intercepted Tang Yeye. A glint of menace flickered in her crimson eyes. You only bully me in the absence of your master. Tang Yeye seethed through clenched teeth. Bully you? Lu Xiaowei chuckled genuinely. If you reveal the locations of the other zombies, I can grant you a swift end. It seems I have developed quite an affinity for you. With a flourish, Lu Xiaowei twirled the staff in her hand, a hint of mirth dancing in her gaze. Tang Yeye assumed a defensive posture, while Lu Xiaowei's eyes glimmered with a cold light. She spun gracefully in the air, her staff casting a faint golden barrier, which appeared somewhat indistinct against the porcelain-white snow. Tang Yeye's expression darkened as she witnessed the ominous object descending towards her. Her ebony hair flared wildly as she attempted to evade, but the speed of the person before her was far too swift. Evasion was no longer an option. Tang Yeye had no choice but to confront the threat directly. Lu Xiaowei seized her arm, and with a sharp crack, in the blink of an eye, Tang Yeye's arm lay severed in the snow. Glancing at her bleeding shoulder, Tang Yeye was momentarily blinded by a flash of white light. As the staff loomed ominously above her head, she found herself utterly powerless to retaliate. The speed was overwhelming. I shall not allow you to perish, Lu Xiaowei murmured, her eyes narrowing slightly. Tang Yeye stood frozen in place, unable to react. This was Lu Xiaowei's first instance of employing mental control over a zombie, a sensation that felt almost ethereal, as if countless silver threads were piercing into Tang Yeye's mind. She could even sense the faint connection with Xiao Linfeng within her soul. Lu Xiaowei's mental power ruthlessly severed the bond between them. At that moment, just as Xiao Linfeng emerged from the base, he suddenly coughed up blood, splattering it against the car window. Linfeng, what's wrong? The concerned girl beside him inquired anxiously. It's nothing. How far is it to the destination? We must hurry, Xiao Linfeng thought, engulfed by a profound sense of dread. Not only was he unable to contact the system, but now Tang Yeye had also been forcibly severed from their mental link. Who could have done this? Is this a zombie? Lu Su asked in astonishment, gazing at Tang Yeye, whose eyes were now vacant. It is quite opportune for experimentation. The research facility should harbor a keen interest in such advanced organisms. Lu Xiaowei's lips curled into a subtle smile. She would not allow this individual to perish so easily. The original owner had spent her entire life within that modest supermarket. No, she is under my control, Lu Xiaowei remarked with a grin. Earlier, when Yu Qiu had tackled him into the snow, his down jacket was now damp, and his hair appeared somewhat disheveled. Yu Qiu gestured with her hand and then waved it in front of Lu Su. Is it possible, Captain Lu? My father doesn't even allow me to play outside. Yu Qiu hung her head. Chapter 99. The sister I picked up is odd. 34. Merely enhancing one's ability seems meaningless. She believed that true growth comes from surviving in the outside world. Lu Su glanced at Lu Xiaowei. Sister, what do you propose we do? He kicked the ball toward Xiaowei. If you like her, brother, then let her stay. Her level is quite respectable. Lu Xiaowei was reluctant to let Ning Qiu depart. It was not every day that someone could keep her brother in check. If she seized this opportunity, the side quest might well be completed. Before Lu Su could respond, Yu Qiu beamed a sweet smile. Thank you all. I promise I won't be a bother. Lu Su's forehead throbbed with veins. Did he ever suggest keeping this girl around? Get in the car. This place is not far from us. With Tang Yeye's memories, locating the harem of those male protagonists was not a daunting task. However, she had no substantial ties to the others, and eliminating them would suffice. A group of individuals boarded a vehicle and shortly found themselves amidst an expanse of pristine white snow, with only a solitary snow-capped mountain in sight. Where are we? Lu Su inquired of the petite figure beside him, Xiaowei. She gestured downwards, indicating the desolate surroundings. Indeed, this place was quite remote, often devoid of visitors. Had it not been for Ning Qiu luring Tang Yeye out, it was likely she would have spent half a month searching for Xiao Linfeng's harem. How are we to find anything in this snow? Lu Su furrowed his brows. With a considerable number of individuals present, he turned to his brother for assistance. I'm freezing. Yuan Xiao exclaimed, waving her hand, causing the snow to melt away, revealing four strikingly beautiful female zombies on the barren ground. They seemed to sense something amiss and began to leap around. Su Wanwan glanced at Xiao Wei, a flicker of defiance gleaming in her eyes. Take action, commanded Xiao Wei. Lu Su promptly summoned azure flames, while Ning Qiu, confined to the vehicle by Lu Su, performed hand seals to bind the movement of the zombies with ice. Previously, controlling Tang Yeye had proven to be quite troublesome. However, dispatching zombies was evidently less complicated. The mere presence of a light-based staff was sufficient to deter the undead. With a purification staff and the ability to scorch the zombies with azure fire, the scene was set. By the time Xiao Linfeng arrived, the snow-covered ground bore not a trace of ash. Clutching his wounded abdomen and wiping the blood from his lips, he stared in astonishment at Xiao Wei and Lu Su. "You have transformed into a human?" he stammered, pointing at Xiao Wei, his voice trembling as his mind struggled to comprehend the situation. "Indeed, you did not expect this, did you?" Xiao Wei replied with a cheerful smile directed at Xiao Linfeng. Xiao Linfeng's mind was clouded, utterly bewildered by the events unfolding around him. "Why were you all so intent on targeting me?" He silently swallowed a mouthful of blood. The girl from earlier, frightened by his profuse bleeding, had already fled. Alas, he found himself utterly alone in this world, devoid of even a harem. A growing sense of panic gripped Xiao Linfeng. "Why the relentless persecution?" Lu Su suddenly chuckled. "Have you forgotten how Xiao Wei met her demise? But she isn't dead, is she?" Xiao Linfeng retorted, feeling the weight of their collective animosity. This was the first time he felt such loathing towards these two individuals. Flames erupted from his hands, racing towards them, only for him to witness a chilling, transparent silver needle materialize at the center of Lu Xiao Wei's brow, plunging deep into his own mind. "Ah, it hurts," Xiao Linfeng cried out, cradling his head as he collapsed to the ground. The mere act of severing ties with those zombies had already inflicted considerable torment upon him. Now, it felt as if a firecracker had detonated within his skull. "What was that?" Lu Su inquired. "A mental assault that can render one an imbecile." Lu Xiaowei fixed her gaze upon the male protagonist. His mental fortitude was feeble. It was likely that his control over those zombies relied on the system. With her assault, his sanity was precariously hanging by a thread. Xiao Linfeng writhed in agony on the ground, his body thrashing uncontrollably. Just as Lu Xiaowei was about to speak, her ears were stuffed with cotton by Yuan Xiao Qiao. At that moment, Lu Su suddenly recalled something significant. In his past life, he never had the chance to meet his sister before his demise. Why, then, in this second chance at life? He cast a bewildered glance at Lu Xiaowei, who, sensing his gaze, said nothing further. From Lu Su's pocket, she retrieved his dagger. Aside from the earlier zombies, this was her first experience of taking a life. Her hand trembled slightly, and when Xiao Linfeng turned to face her, she plunged the blade into his chest. His vacant eyes shifted to Lu Xiaowei's face, but she averted her gaze. "You brought this upon yourself, had it not been for your sordid desires. Had you chosen to live a righteous life, you would not have fallen to such depths." Immediately, Lu Xiaowei stepped back, nearly losing her balance. Yuan Xiaoqiao hurried to support her. "Sister, it's all right," she reassured gently. Snow began to fall again, layering upon his body. Xiao Linfeng's eyes widened as he watched the vehicle recede into the distance, a look of unwillingness flooding his gaze. It shouldn't have ended this way. He envisioned himself surrounded by beautiful women, reigning supreme in this apocalyptic world. How could he uphold the identity of a traveler otherwise? This was not how it was meant to be. None of this was supposed to unfold in such a manner. With an unwilling breath, Xiao Linfeng surrendered his last. Lu Xiaowei sat in her seat, while Lu Su's fingers trembled. Xiao Linfeng had met his end, far more effortlessly than he had anticipated. The man who once boasted in the apocalypse had simply perished. Lu Su struggled to articulate his feelings. Perhaps the swiftness of Xiao Linfeng's death was too abrupt? "Sister, are you all right?" Lu Su inquired, observing Lu Xiaowei rubbing her temples with concern. It seemed to be her first experience of taking a life, and it was likely a hurdle she would find difficult to surpass. "It's nothing. I just can't shake off this feeling. However, I have finally completed the main quest, and my brother's relationship seems to hold promise, though we are still grappling with Yuan Xiaoqiao's darkened state." Yuan Xiaoqiao gazes at Lu Xiaowei, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. "Sister," she calls out again. Upon witnessing Yuan Xiaoqiao's demeanor, Lu Su can't help but chuckle. "Xiaoqiao, why are you so attached to my sister?" Yuan Xiaoqiao lowers her head and tilts it to gaze at Lu Xiaowei. Lu Xiaowei's eyelids flutter. Must she explain this situation? How could she possibly bring herself to do so? Surely Lu Su would regard her with a peculiar glance thereafter. Chapter 100. The sister I picked up is not quite right. 35. Oh no, undoubtedly he would. After much contemplation, Lu Xiaowei concludes that it would be far better to end this swiftly. Life is not solely comprised of hardships. After the trials, there are yet more trials. This mirrors her easy resolution of the main quest, yet the side quest remains stalled. Thus, Lu Xiaowei conceives a bold idea. With a grave expression, she hangs a length of hemp rope on the swing, tying it in a tight knot. Yuan Xiaoqiao observes her peculiar actions, yet before she can speak, Lu Xiaowei grips the rope, raising it to her chin, tilting her head to regard Yuan Xiaoqiao. If you do not lift this darkened state, I shall demonstrate my demise. Yuan Xiao responds, Sister, stop joking. This trick wouldn't deceive even a 2-year-old. Yuan Xiao touches her face, feeling genuinely troubled. Li Xiaowei glances at the rope in her hands, feeling utterly humiliated. I shall not yield to you. You must lift it at once. I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. As Xia Jingli stepped out, she beheld Li Xiaowei flailing her feet in a desperate plea for survival at the hands of Yuan Xiao. Yuan Xiao, however, was intent on suspending her from a hemp rope. Although Xiaowei's feet could undoubtedly touch the ground, she chose to crouch, her feet flailing in sheer delight. Murder! Murder! Xia Jingli was taken aback, unable to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. Xiaowei, what on earth are you doing? Have you truly become so idle as to engage in such antics? Her forehead glistened with perspiration. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiao maintained a stoic expression, and Li Xiaowei, feeling the weight of her embarrassment, ultimately decided to suspend Yuan Xiao from the hemp rope instead. Why aren't you struggling? Lu Xiaowei exclaimed, irritated. Yuan Xiao glanced at the rope, which hung far from her chin, her feet still firmly planted on the ground. If the rope were just a tad lower, she could easily sit and swing like a child. Sister, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? A hint of exasperation flickered in Yuan Xiao's eyes. Little did she know that Li Xiaowei was not one to be trifled with. Originally, she intended to depart after completing her task. But now an additional assignment had been thrust upon her. Although she refrained from voicing her discontent, it simmered within her. Had she not feared exacerbating Yuan Xiao's darker tendencies, she would have acted long ago. I'm hungry. I want dumplings. Then I shall go buy some for you, sister. Yuan Xiao promptly released the hemp rope. Xia Jingli stood there, utterly bewildered. Sister is angry. But why? Yuan Xiao found it difficult to pinpoint what felt amiss. Yet she steeled herself and ventured out. Many of the ingredients were simply unavailable, but the offerings at the snack street were likely to satisfy her sister's cravings. As for meat, she held no illusions. Xia Jingli glanced at the departing Yuan Xiao and then at Li Xiaowei. Xiaowei, why are you making things difficult for Xiao? She is simply adorable. Xia Jingli was genuinely perplexed. Throughout their time at the base, she had not witnessed any discord between the two. The only incident was when Yuan Xiao attempted to draw her sword, only for Xiaowei to kick her into the snow. The act of attacking an ally at the outset had truly bewildered Xia Jingli. She simply needs a lesson. Li Xiaowei huffed softly. Xia Jingli chose not to comment further and turned to hurriedly enter the villa. Inside, the fireplace crackled with roasted sweet potatoes, and Xia Jingli quickly retrieved 2 to offer to Xiaowei. Try these. They should be delightful. There are still plenty stored on the second floor. With the demise of Shaolin Feng, Xia Jingli felt her heart's burdens had considerably lightened. These sweet potatoes are quite good. Lu Xiaowei accepted the sweet potato, casting a glance at Xia Jingli, biting her lip before speaking. Li Jia, if Yu Qiu were to be with my brother, would there be any unresolved feelings in your heart? Li Xiaowei hesitated to voice the last 2 words. What? Xia Jingli was momentarily taken aback. In truth, she was aware of the situation. After all, Yu Qiu's father held Lu Su in high regard, and Yu Qiu had confided her grievances to her, expressing her distaste for an air conditioner that blew cold air throughout both winter and summer. Deep down, she understood that Lu Su had not always been this way. I might leave. In the summer, Xia Jingli lowered her gaze and spoke. Li Xiaowei glanced at her and remarked that if the two of them were truly together, they certainly would not reside here. Xia Jingli paused for a moment, then let out a soft laugh. All right, I understand your point. I will not leave. At this, Li Xiaowei felt a sense of relief. For the original character had always regarded Xia Jingli as an elder sister. Xia Jingli, being understanding and gentle, as well as adept at managing household affairs, made it quite easy to comprehend why such a character would resonate with readers. Suddenly, an ingenious idea sparked within Li Xiaowei. She shared this notion with Xia Jingli, who, after a brief moment of surprise, consented. As they entered, Li Su spotted Xia Jingli seated on the sofa, her hands displaying a hint of unease. Nevertheless, after a considerable time, she stood up. Brother, the complexity of emotions swirling within Xia Jingli was palpable. This address left Lu Su momentarily bewildered, especially since it was directed at his childhood companion. Xia Gantang was also taken aback. What is going on here? He was well aware that Xia Jingli was originally Lu Su's romantic interest. Could this be the legendary scenario where all lovers become siblings? Xia Jingli extended the teacup in her hand towards Lu Su. Lu Su, still in a daze, accepted it, taking a long while to move his somewhat stiff neck. The sound of his bones cracking could easily mislead one to think they were breaking. Xiao Wei, what is happening? Lu Su inquired, his gaze fixed on the Xiao Wei. Convinced this was indeed her idea. I think having sisterly as your sister is quite splendid, unless, dear brother, you are reluctant? Le Xiao Wei mused, stroking her chin. Lu Su replied, is it truly to be this way? He cast a glance at Xia Jingli, feeling slightly uneasy. Yet, he had always regarded Xia Jingli as a sister. Of course, Lu Xiao Wei smiled and spoke. Before she could finish her sentence, Yuan Xiao Qiao had already presented a plate of dumplings to Lu Su. Lu Su looked perplexed at the dumpling, then glanced at Yuan Xiao Qiao. Do you wish to be my sister as well? The corners of Lu Su's lips twitched. However, with Xia Jingli serving tea, what was the significance of presenting dumplings? No, I aspire to be Xiao Wei's husband. Upon hearing this, before Lu Su could succumb to the shock, Le Xiao Wei fainted first. What nonsense is this little rascal spouting? Exclaimed Xie Tang, rushing over to support Le Xiao Wei. Lu Su swayed slightly, her voice trembling. Yet she mustered the strength to gaze at Yuan Xiao Qiao. What did you just say? Lu Su could barely hear her own voice anymore. She wanted to marry Xiao Wei. Xie Tang delivered another blow to Lu Su's already fragile state. Lu Su felt as if she had been struck fatally, and all her prior doubts suddenly crystallized. It was clear that Yuan Xiao Qiao had feelings for Xiao Wei. He placed the dumplings on the table. Xiao Wei, what are your thoughts on this matter? Lu Su trembled as she set the plate down, her voice barely a whisper. Xie Tang glanced at Xiao Wei, who was slumped on the couch, poking her gently. She seemed utterly unresponsive. It appeared she might have already lost consciousness. Xie Tang could swear that the girl had fainted from anger directed at Yuan Xiao Qiao. Lu Su asked, when did this happen? Taking a deep breath, she raised her gaze to Yuan Xiao Qiao, who stood nearby. This revelation had indeed shattered her previous perceptions. It hasn't been long. Yet I am determined to protect Sister Xiao Wei. My affection for her is genuine. Yu Xiao Qiao gazed intently into Lu Su's eyes, her earnestness momentarily startling him. If Xiao Wei were to agree, I would certainly have no objections. Although Lu Su voiced such sentiments, internally, he found it hard to reconcile the situation. This was absurd, suddenly. He had 2 new sisters. Was he now a public brother? Lu Su was engulfed in existential doubt. And then there was Xie Ganhang, who also liked to call him brother. His mind grew even more muddled, and he could only bury himself in dumplings to quell his unease. Yu Xiao Qiao cast a glance at him before kneeling beside Le Xiao Wei, grasping her hand. Sister, she called out, brother has consented to our marriage. Awaken. Remarkably, Yu Xiao Qiao succeeded in rousing Xiao Wei, who, contrary to appearances, was not actually faint. She was merely feigning. She could hardly bear to witness the expression on Lu Su's face at that moment, and she felt a constriction in her chest, as if a weight were lodged there, making it difficult to breathe. Lu Xiao Wei looked at Yu Xiao Qiao and suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to shove the girl into the snow. No, she must not succumb to anger. If she did, all would be lost. What did it mean that he had agreed to the marriage? Lu Xiao Wei's scalp tingled at the thought. Did her brother actually say he consented to the marriage? It was utterly preposterous. As long as sister agreed, brother Lu Su would naturally not oppose. For sister likes me, does she not? Yu Xiao Qiao held her hand, her striking black and white eyes reflecting her earnestness. Le Xiao Wei took a deep breath. I like you, she declared, her sincerity a rare occurrence. Whether it is Ning Maching, Mu Miao, or the present Yuan Xiao Qiao, she harbors a genuine affection for such an individual. It seems as though her admiration for this divine figure is an innate talent bestowed upon her from birth. Le Xiao Wei, in a rare display of initiative, embraced Yuan Xiao Qiao, who lowered her gaze, her heart swelling with joy and contentment, as if the lingering emptiness in her soul over the years had finally been filled. It was a delightful sensation, for she would finally be with the one she cherished. In the space, Asi observed the dissipating dark aura surrounding Yuan Xiao Qiao, and even the dark stains on the books, which served as the teleportation points, gradually faded away. Asi's face blossomed with a smile of relief. Thankfully, all her fragmented souls shared the same wish, to be united with Gu Wei, ideally for eternity. The zombies, referred to as Tangyaya, were sent to the experimental base, where experts discovered a majority of the evolutionary factors within them, even revealing that Tangyaya possessed the cognition and intelligence of a normal human. It turned out that zombies were merely another form of human evolution, albeit one that required a more brutal and sanguinary force. However, through Tangyaya, they developed a purification agent capable of significantly reducing the likelihood of supernatural beings becoming infected. 3 months later, the vast stretches of snow finally showed signs of melting. Just as the earth began to reveal its true colors, calamities struck along the coast, with tumultuous tides transforming most marine life into mutated entities that launched an assault on the southeastern base. In less than a month, the northwestern base underwent further expansion, a monumental task entrusted to the Lu Su siblings. Xia Jingli had successfully evolved into a level 5 supernatural being. In contrast to other departments' abilities, the water element has become increasingly prominent, capable of summoning winds and rain. Moreover, the melting snow has rendered certain soils suitable for cultivation. At the newly established base, a significant portion of the fields requires the care of Xia Jingli. She is no longer merely a member of someone's harem. While overseeing the plantation may seem trivial, she has ascended to the ranks of the base's leadership. The base leader is elderly and lacks formidable powers, intending to pass his position to Lu Su once the new base is fully operational. However, a thought plagued her. "Father, why must you have your eyes set on him?" Yu Qiu was beside herself with frustration. Lu Su sat stiffly in a nearby chair, unable to respond before being kicked by his younger sister, Lu Xiaowei. "Brother, hurry up and get married." A flash of embarrassment crossed Lu Su's face, realizing his sister had seen straight through him. In truth, he harbored a fondness for this little sunbeam of a sister. Yu Qiu was vivacious and endearing, and the moment she tackled him into the snow, he felt a stirring in his heart. Moreover, in recent days, Xia Jingli had frequently brought Yu Qiu home, a tactic well known to Lu Xiaowei, who always remained upstairs when Yu Qiu arrived. "Uncle Yu, I actually am willing." Lu Su suddenly rose and addressed Yu Qiu's father. Yu Qiu's eyes widened in surprise. Her cheeks flushed with color. "He is willing? Wasn't this guy a blockhead? Willing for what? Perhaps to inherit the position of base leader?" Indeed, many coveted her father's position, and she too would yearn to ascend to her father's throne. While Yu Qiu was lost in her thoughts, Lu Su seized her hand. "What are you doing?" Yu Qiu was taken aback. "Getting married." He furrowed his brow, clearly having just made arrangements with Uncle Yu. "Marriage? What?" Yu Qiu was momentarily taken aback. How had it come to marriage without any prior discussion? What about the proposal and engagement? Why was there no semblance of procedure? Was this truly how one got married? Where was the ring? Yu Qiu found herself compelled to walk alongside him, hastily inquiring. She longed for a sense of ceremony. Just 2 days prior, she had ventured out and fortuitously acquired an energy crystal core from a rare ice-type mutation. Lu Su's voice grew fainter. "Oh, is that it?" Yu Qiu felt reluctant. As Lu Xiaowei stood up, she was immediately grasped by Xie Ganeng's hand. "Let us discuss this outside." Lu Xiaowei glanced at his hand. "You're going to be bitten by Yuan Xiao Qiao immediately." Nevertheless, Lu Xiaowei stepped outside, with Xie Ganteng observing her from the side. "I am Qi Mu," he suddenly stated. "We met in the previous world." "Oh, I remember." Lu Xiaowei recalled the so-called prince. However, the prince had not lingered for long. Chapter 102. "The sister I picked up seems odd, and, have you been here all this time to play mahjong with us?" Lu Xiaowei genuinely could not fathom it. "There are certain matters I cannot disclose, but I hope that should we have the chance in the future, we can meet again. If you manage to return to your former self." Qi Mu lowered his gaze and smiled. Just as Lu Xiaowei was about to speak, Qi Mu added, "I look forward to your ascension." Lu Xiaowei, utterly perplexed, wished to inquire further, only to see Yuan Xiao Qiao waving at her in a pink down jacket. That sister truly accomplished it. She is still alive, and her brother also remains. The light of those lost souls no longer seems so significant. As for the existence of Yuan Xiao Qiao, she had previously inquired with that celestial sister, who assured her that Yuan Xiao Qiao would not affect them. Upon returning to the villa, Lu Xiaowei approached the door, observing Lu Su, who was speaking seriously with Yu Qiu. Unable to contain herself any longer, she dashed into Lu Su's embrace, her eyes glistening with tears. "Brother, I missed you." In this world, love and friendship are exceedingly precious. Yet familial bonds are irreplaceable for each individual. Lu Su was momentarily taken aback by her embrace. He gently patted her back, his eyes also misty. In that instant, Lu Su's earlier confusion regarding Xiaowei dissipated. Regardless of who that person was before, he would embrace her as his sister. After all, it was she who saved his only blood relative in this lifetime. This was the first time AC had allowed her to witness the world after his departure. "Oh, how moving." Xiaowei took a pink cat-shaped basin to catch her tears. AC remarked, "This time, you will have 8 hours of rest. In the future, your rest periods will gradually extend as a reward for this task." A pale golden treasure chest materialized before Xiaowei. Golden, indeed. She hurriedly cradled the chest in her arms and, leaning down, took a bite. However, she found nothing tangible, It appeared this object was not substantial. Slightly disheartened, she nevertheless opened the system panel. Title: None, as it is a fusion world. There is no title. Main quest completion: 99%, nearly perfect. Main quest reward: 60% of the original owner's soul light, 500 points. Side quest reward: an emo notebook, an unknown staff. Current points: 878. Is there no skill lottery this time? Gu Wei opened the treasure chest and indeed found 2 unique items inside, one of which was the staff she had used in the apocalypse. Special items: emo notebook. Item description: a notebook belonging to an unfortunate deity. If the user writes someone's name in it, that person will suffer continuous misfortune for 10 days, becoming an emo creature without any impact on their life. Roar. This item is amusing. While its lethality is minimal, its potential for humiliation is exceedingly high. Such things are Gu Wei's favorites. She then retrieved the staff, but regrettably it bore no description, leaving her unaware of its true nature. Thus, she set them aside for the moment and glanced at the shop, discovering a storage rack for 3 points. She promptly chose to purchase it. The tall, white storage rack was positioned next to the bed. Gu Wei placed the staff and the notebook upon it, and immediately, pale white light emanated from the 2 compartments beneath, suspending the items in midair. After a brief inspection, she also placed the previous world's teleportation key onto the rack. Disregarding these items, Gu Wei absorbed the soul light, feeling a profound sense of comfort, as if her very pores had opened. She then stepped toward the standing mirror. At this moment, her figure and appearance were finally revealed. The young girl stood at an average height of 1.60 meters, with long, pale hair cascading down to her waist. Her complexion appeared somewhat peculiar, yet her eyes resembled a clear pool of water, revealing a delicate, heart-shaped face that exuded an almost ethereal purity. Dressed in a flowing light blue gown, her slender legs were partially concealed by the fabric, and she stood awkwardly, evoking concern from onlookers. Could she possibly be the white-haired witch? Gu Wei found the hair somewhat unsettling. The essence of her soul lacked vibrancy. Once she amassed sufficient soul light, her complexion and the tactile sensation of her spirit would closely resemble that of a living being. For now, being able to manifest a form was already quite commendable. Sensing Gu Wei's thoughts, a sea gently elucidated from within. She had already integrated Yuan Xiao into her being. The sensation of this fragment of soul was warm, likely a result of Gu Wei's indulgence. However, Yuan Xiao's emotions remained securely locked away. Very well, by the way, may I choose the world in advance? With a rare 8-hour break at her disposal, Gu Wei felt as though she could luxuriate in leisure. Aren't you going to rest? Inquired, somewhat taken aback. It seemed that Yuan Xiao was indeed less formidable than Mu Miao and Ning Imo Qing. Mused mischievously. In that case, let us select from these 3 books. With a flourish of her hand, several shimmering tomes appeared before Gu Wei. Whichever the rooster pecks at will be the chosen one. One exceptional book emerged from the trio of candidates. Was it a work from the female genre, or perhaps a tale from the entertainment industry? Gu Wei paused for a moment, glancing at the title. Help! The film Emperor's top streamer wife is both flirtatious and desirable. The title consists precisely of 15 characters. The author has meticulously crafted the name of the novel, adhering strictly to the character limit. If there were 1 character more, it would be ineligible for publication. Indeed. Concurred. Gu Wei clapped her hands in excitement. This time it's set in modern times, so does that mean my character is quite affluent? Glanced at Gu Wei's character profile. Your family is rather wealthy, with assets amounting to hundreds of billions. Chuckled lightly. Goodness. Hundreds of billions. That's wealth that rivals nations. Is your villa designed so that one can drive directly to the bedroom? Moreover, upon awakening, does one find oneself on a bed of 2,000 square meters? The immersion is so intense, she feels as though she is transformed into a second-generation rich. Yet, something feels amiss. Would a girl from such a privileged background harbor unfulfilled aspirations? Could it be a sorrow stemming from an abundance of wealth? Gu Wei contemplated the plausibility of this scenario. Cough. When you arrive, you will understand. For now, I can only inform you that you will be entering as a freshman in college. Apologies, I just woke up. I'm such a silly dog. Chapter 103. My Ascetic Girlfriend. 1. Transmitting book plot. The top 3 signature skills of the leading lady in the entertainment industry. Known as tomato wind, bare-handed brick breaking, bare-handed durian splitting, and bare-handed coconut hacking. As a general of the apocalypse, Xiao Qinghan is not one to lag behind. She is reborn as a rising star in the current variety show scene. astonishing everyone with her talent for breaking stones with her chest. And after binding with a wild system, she ascends to become a top-tier film star, under the support of systemic external enhancements. Such an unconventional and forthright persona has been exalted by numerous fans, culminating in a marriage with the recently awarded male film emperor, inciting envy among many. Countless admirers have showered her with gifts, leading to a tragic estrangement from her parents. Some even resorted to extreme measures, lamenting their choices. Ultimately, the resentful Ming Xiaowei met her demise, harboring a singular wish to confine Zhao Qinghan to a mental institution. In the city of Weicheng, the autumn rain drizzled incessantly, casting a veil of mist upon the pristine glass, while the delicate white curtains swayed enticingly. Upon awakening, Ming Xiaowei instinctively reached for the objects beside her. A thick, luxurious quilt enveloped her. Her beautiful, long eyelashes fluttered as she glanced at the bedside table, where a fully charged radio and a state-of-the-art fruit-branded iPhone 13 Pro Max awaited, boasting an impressive 1 terabyte of memory. As A.C. had accurately pointed out, this host was indeed affluent, having lavished over 100 million on her idol, a sum sufficient to sustain her for several lifetimes. The moment she unlocked her phone, an influx of 999 messages startled Ming Xiaowei. Goodness, why are there so many messages? Upon inspection, she discovered that most were group messages, primarily from groups named after Zhao Qinghan's harem, along with a multitude of private chats. Rich sister, yesterday, baby Han live-streamed and connected with you. I'm so envious. The sight of these messages made Ming Xiaowei's heart race. Quickly, she slipped into her bunny slippers, settled on the sofa, and opened her iPad, which displayed a mere 30,000 in expenses on the platform. The sight of these figures brought her to the brink of tears. Indeed, she had contracted a case of red-eye syndrome. Grandmother, such a large sum of money given to Zhao Qinghan. It could very well have been bestowed upon her, as she is undoubtedly more attractive than Zhao Qinghan. Yet, the thought that this wealth belongs to her is unsettling. No, she is still a minor. A refund is imperative. Even a month's delay is unacceptable, for indeed, the original owner remains a minor, just 1 month shy of adulthood. However, if she were to be alone in this matter, it would be untenable. Ming Xiaowei stepped outside. She resided on the 3rd floor, and this villa was her dominion, with only a single female housekeeper attending to her needs. And Zhang. Ming Xiaowei gazed down from the living room on the 3rd floor, her hand raised, revealing a face radiant with a blooming smile. What is it, miss? Do you desire something to eat? No, I need assistance.